over to Buddy Hield. Rockets won't foul. Buddy dribbles up and shoots it after the buzzer. It doesn't matter. The final score of game one. The Golden State Warriors 95, the Houston Rockets 85. The Warriors have home court. And any time in a playoff series, when you start on the road, you want at least a split. And they've got that. And playing with house money coming up for game two.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Oh, Tim, we're on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Did you forget what that felt like, Dub Nation? It's been a couple years, right? A playoff victory in Houston, the number 2 seeded Houston Rockets, who, Joe, at one point in the game with 5 minutes to go left in the third quarter, they hadn't even scored 50 yet. That was a smothering, and I mean smothering, defensive performance from the Golden State Warriors. Maybe one of the best defensive performances, albeit against a offensively challenged Rockets team. But that being said, Jimmy, Draymond, Moody, I saw Stephen Curry playing some good defense for most of that game. But ultimately, I don't think that was a better performance given the situation, given the circumstances, heading into that game and coming out of it. I'm feeling like top of the world if I'm a Warriors fan right now. Could anything have gone better this weekend for Dub Nation? Seriously.
We hit the lottery?
Well, that'd be great.
Jimmy.
Okay.
Jimmy.
There you go.
Jimmy. Play the Jimmy Mac. I want to hear all of it. Like, honest to God, Jimmy Butler. I mean, the guy, playoff mode activated. I'm a believer. I have now subscribed.
The monkeys?
I have now subscribed to whatever the hell Jimmy Butler's doing. I absolutely loved everything about what happened yesterday. And here's the best part. You got contributions from your young guys down the stretch, which to me are huge momentum builders for young players, pivotal moments in their career, for Pods to have moments down the stretch, pivotal for Moody to hit multiple big shots after really not having it all game. I thought that was pivotal. I'm so glad Steve Kerr went back to him. Obviously, it wasn't the greatest Draymond Green performance, but in terms of the psychological edge for one game, felt like he got the one up on Dylan Brooks. And as good as Şengün played, you could see Draymond and him, they're going to go at it. Steph Curry, just when you thought you've seen all the best Steph Curry shots that you've ever seen. I mean, most of us have been blessed to watch every dribble of his career. And you think, like, I've seen every kind of Steph shot that you could see. And then he hits that one near the sideline. It was one of the most, I mean, I feel like I said that it's incredible. Every single time this guy does something, it's jaw-dropping. And then you're going up against a team, the Rockets, and Jimmy was so good in this one. But you're going up against a team in the Rockets. They've got bootleg Monte Ellis in Jalen Green. All he's trying to do is crash into 5 or 6 guys. Fred VanVleet is just going to keep doing bombs away from the outside.
Oh, wait. I saw just a ball go over here towards Market or Kearney, wherever it is. Yeah, he just missed another one. It was one of the worst offensive performances I've ever seen in my life.
Awful. It was awful. But here's the thing. The Warriors have a lot of things they can clean up. That's the part where I'm even more encouraged. You won a game that you had control of, and I'm actually glad it became a game down the stretch, because to me, that opens your eyeballs to, hey, we got to tinker with some of these lineups. We've got to rebound better. You know, they did a great job in zone defense. I saw a 1-3-1 at one time. I saw a 2-3, a 3-2. They were doing matchup zones. They did a great job overall defending the guards, defending the length, and packing the paint against a Houston team that clearly wants to get into the lane. And if you're going to force them into being a jump shooting team, that plays right into the Warriors' hands.
I mean, the points in the paint, 54-34 in favor of the Rockets. Second chance points, 22 to the Warriors, 12. But the fast break points, just running it up. And against a team that all we're talking about leading up to it is size and athleticism. Well, I don't give a damn about size and athleticism if you can't shoot the ball. Like seriously, the sport is called basketball. You put the ball into the hoop. Who's that who's my guy? Torian Prince, right?
Yes.
He's like, when you get a rebound, you get the ball, and then when you score, you put it in the hoop.
You put it right back up.
You put it right back up. They can't do that.
No.
They can't score the ball. So, hey, God love him in the regular season. And Reggie Miller was talking about this on the TNT broadcast, him and Kevin Harlan. I thought Kevin Harlan had some outrageous calls yesterday. It was great. But he was like, yeah, this is why I was kind of skeptical on this team. Like, outside of Alperen Şengün, who can score, no one really else can. Well, and they can't, like, isolate and score. And then they couldn't get in the paint. Again, I go back to the interior defense of the Warriors yesterday. I came away with.
Really good.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Like, the Twin Towers, if you will, the Steven Adams and Alperen Şengün, they were trying to go two big lineup. And I know they clawed their way back into the game with that and trying to go at them with size. But even when they were doing that, it was mostly just sloppy turnovers from the Warriors. And I know you have something to say about that Steve Kerr lineup with the last 5 minutes in the third quarter.
That were just...
Yeah, I know. That being said, after they built that 20-point lead, it was 23 points, I think it was the highest lead the Warriors had. I was like, oh, man. Like, they can only beat themselves at this point.
Wow.
Like, I saw the blueprint in that game for why. No. That's a big thing because, as we know, the Warriors like to beat themselves. That's usually what it comes down to.
And they weren't the team with 16, 17 turnovers. That was the Rockets. But
that being said, the Warriors did have 11 of them, and I felt a lot of those were just sloppy, careless giveaways that they could have just had points easily off those possessions.
Draymond almost threw multiple balls away. There was one where Steph turned his head. That's on both of them. That's not on
and Dylan
just
Brooks
Draymond.
is right there.
Yeah, that's on both of them. And but there were multiple times like they struggled to just get an inbound play.
The Rockets can't score, is what I'm saying, people. They just can't. And credit the Warriors defense. Credit the Warriors defense, I think, too, in parts of that. But also just that's who the Rockets are all season long. So I don't expect that to change. Maybe they'll have a game here or there, but they can't do that for 4 games. They can't score for 4 games and win this series.
I'm probably in agreement. But this goes back to, remember when the Warriors played the Rockets, down the stretch? I said to you guys, I go, why would you showcase that if you're going to play the Warriors? Why would you showcase Amen Thompson face guarding him for the whole game? The Warriors are going to adjust. To start the game, it got such a great, just the chess match back and forth. They went, this is what the Warriors did on defense. Moody was on Jalen Green. Steph was on Dylan Brooks. Pods was on Fred VanVleet. Jimmy on Amen Thompson. Dre on Şengün. Now, Şengün was able to basically get whatever he wants, and he's a fantastic player. We could argue about how impactful he is for winning and all that, but we all would agree, great touch around the rim.
He's an all-star.
He's a stud. Yeah. And him and Dre, clearly, they got beef.
Without him, they might have just scored like 60 points. Like that's
100% agree.
He has 26 yesterday, so yes, not even. They would have scored 59.
But on defense, the Rockets put Dylan Brooks on Jimmy. Now, there were some switches, but they had Dylan on Jimmy, Amen on Steph, Jalen on Pods. Şengün was playing way off of Moody so that he could basically be the Andrew Bogut to Moody's, Tony Allen. They're going to dare him to beat them. And then Fred VanVleet was guarding Draymond like Draymond was a point guard. And I was thinking the same thing as everyone else. Guys, we got to adjust here early on in this game. And then you call a timeout. It's 7-13. GP2 checks in. And it just felt like the whole flow of the game, they adjusted to what they had kind of felt out from the Rockets early on. And they went on a run. And I think it credit to 2 things. Number one, Steph. Look, the box score says 31 points. He was better than the 31 points, I thought. He had some incredible teardrop layups that he was taking, and he didn't settle for poor threes. I thought he did a great job getting into the lane, splitting these doubles as they were trying to run him off. And Jimmy Butler, slowing things down, getting whatever he wants. He has an in-and-out right-handed move where he kind of goes like this, like crossover in-out move where he can get to his shot. And then he has the back down. And if the back down's not working where he thinks he can shoot right up and over you on the midi, he'll just face you up. He'll just face you up and try to go to the lane.
You know what I love about his game?
So good.
You know what I love about his game?
So good.
It matters in the playoffs.
100%.
We like to poo-poo the mid-range jump shot. Oh, this guy can't shoot a 3-ball. He can't shoot a 3-ball. Well, when you have the greatest 3-point shooter in the history of the sport on your team, I don't really care about him shooting the 3-ball.
Yes.
He's the best mid-range shooter in today's NBA. I think we sleep on that.
Jimmy?
He's the best. Yes. I'd say in the NBA right now, Kevin Durant, maybe.
KD, yeah.
right? Because he can get his spot anywhere. Shea, okay, sure.
Jimmy's right up there.
But Jimmy's right up there.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like, he's in the conversation of best one. I think Reggie said, and Reggie Miller, again, one of the greatest shooters ever, he was saying for his money, still the best mid-range shooter in the game. Maybe DeMar DeRozan up there I'd throw in as well. But that plays in the playoffs. When I saw the team on the opposite end, a lot of 19, 20, 21-year-olds try to jump shoot the ball.
Yeah.
And then just clank. Well,
Amen Thompson, why would you come out onto the 3-point line? You just packed the paint, right?
It was that was not
How
a good
many times
performance
did
for
you
him.
Look, I love Monta Ellis. He's one of my favorite, like, pre this era of Warrior basketball, one of my favorite players because it's all we had. Like, we cling to him. So I hold him in high regard. That being said, when I watch Jalen Green, I go, is this what others saw in Monte that we didn't see? Like, just speedy, flying into 4 or 5 different guys at the lane and couldn't hit him. Now, I thought Monte's midi was much better.
Right.
But, like, Jalen can't hit water. I read that he's been held to 5 points over his last 5 games. That's his average. And he's played the Clippers, the Nuggets, the Warriors. Like, look at their last 5 games that he's actually played in. He's averaging like over 5 points a game. That's not good.
Well, he had 7 yesterday. A whole grand total of 7 in 31 minutes.
If you told me he scored 0, I would have believed you.
3 of 15 overall. Check this out. Jalen Green, 3 of 15 overall from the floor. Fred VanVleet, 4 of 19.
I thought he settled for bad shots too. Like, I know they're going to say shots are going to go in, and I agree. They will hit more outside shots. But Joe, wouldn't you agree that the Warriors, they made them take a lot of bad, poor shot clock late in the clock shots?
Yes, and there was a point in the broadcast yesterday where Reggie Miller just said, Fred VanVleet is trying out there. That is not what you want to hear. Game 1 of a playoff game. He's trying out there. Yeah, the champion from 2019. And I jokingly tweeted it. By the way, @Spadoni_Joe. Follow me. But he's like, yeah, it looks like he used all of his offensive game in his career against the Warriors in that 2019 finals. Because he couldn't miss a shot then, back in 6 years ago.
I've got beef with him still for that.
I know.
And I will for the rest of my life.
Of course. But I take a little bit solace as a fan knowing that he used it all up then because he can't shoot a lick against them. I think he's shooting now less than 20%. Against the Warriors his last few years. He's been awful.
They will adjust. They will hit more shots.
I don't know. Adjust.
Joe, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. And obviously the Warriors are very lucky in this. They controlled that game. They've got enough things to work on. Like, look, offensive rebounds are a problem. We can all see it. Like, Steven Adams was excellent in creating second, third, and fourth chance opportunities. That will bite you. You have to clean that up, right? You have to believe they're going to shoot better, just even if you're contesting shots. Guys, these are NBA players. They drive big cars and live in big houses too. They're going to hit buckets at some point.
Get out cribs.
And you got to look at it from the offensive perspective. The Warriors are going to need Potts to continue to score. They're going to need Moody to continue to score. They're going to have to get something out of Quentin Post or Kevon Looney, one of these bigs. Maybe you break the glass and you play TJD for a couple of minutes and just see something. I thought Guy gave them some positivity at points. Buddy Hield, if he's going to play, he's going to have to score. So it can't just be Jimmy and Steph. Yes, it's a great recipe for one game. I thought, as great as everything went, there are still fixable things that they're going to have to tinker with to continue to maintain pace.
Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We would love your participation right there. Again, streaming all day long reaction, whether it's Morning Roast, Steiny Goo, Willard Dibbs. We got it all. Your home for Golden State Warriors basketball right here on 95.7 The Game. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And we want to hear from the people today, Joe. I mean, they won Game 1. It's their first Game 1 win, snapping a 3-game losing streak of Game 1s in the playoffs.
Really?
3 straight times. Because
so that would be Kings, Lakers,
and the Celtics.
And the Celtics.
There you go.
Wow.
So there you go.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
It's been a minute since they've won a Game 1.
You know what I was thinking in that first quarter when, they're down early and, you watch that other game. Like, anybody who has eyeballs was like, oh, my God, OKC is running Memphis out of the gym within the first 2 seconds of that
I think we all saw that coming. Whoever OKC had in that first game, it probably would have been the Warriors. It could have been the Warriors.
But that was my point. Is I think the rest was so imperative for this team, this particular Warrior team, to get it. They had to have that. They had to have that rest. And now I'm sitting here and I'm look. They've got Monday to rest, Tuesday to rest, Wednesday's the game. Then they get Thursday to rest, Friday to rest, Saturday's game 3. This could not have worked out any better for the Warriors.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Guest promotion, it's the people today at 888-957-9570. We're reacting again to a Warriors 95-85 victory over the Houston Rockets.
Just huge.
1-0. One of only 2 road teams this weekend to win in the first round. Minnesota Timberwolves were howling on Saturday night.
Chris Finch and them boys?
Howling as they blow out LaLuca and LeBron James.
Yay.
Yikes.
Well,
they got trouble over there, and that would be the team again. It's early. We're not saying the Warriors are, this is a cakewalk. We're not saying, but if you want to look ahead, that would be, if you're just judging by the first games, Warriors, T-Wolves. I don't know.
Well, you had all weekend to digest these other matchups, right? And you kind of had a chance to see how
Nuggets and Clippers was incredible on Saturday, by the way. Overtime again. Man.
I'm glad we're not in that. Like,
Right.
honestly, now because you kind of were here.
Yeah.
Hey, the Rockets is the matchup, and I'm watching. I'm thinking, all right, we would have had a couple of extra days of rest, but the reality is that now that we're here, now that we've actually, and they got that 4 days, you were right. This was the match. No, this was the matchup.
You might have been right. The Lakers might be cooked. Like, you might have wanted them
Yeah,
first.
but you could have been a 4-5.
It's true.
Right? Like, you
It's true.
could have been in that nugget. Like, again, of all the alterations, the alternate universes, they got the 4 days of rest. They clearly needed it. Steph his legs looked great. Dre didn't play a great game, but you could tell his legs looked better. I didn't think it was a good game by any stretch for Dre. He had moments. He had a couple of really nice strips.
I thought
Jimmy was so good off ball defensively. He was hounding them.
Draymond had a clutch putback late. Credit to Pods
100%.
Credit for Pods for saving that ball.
Yes. Pods also hit some big threes
did.
early in the game to kind of stabilize the half court.
Moses Moody with a huge answer in the 3-point.
2 big shots.
Too big.
He had the shot clock running down mid-range.
Mid-range.
And then he had the other one in the corner was at the left-hand side corner 3. That was a huge 3 because they had to hit a 3. Was it Jabari Smith?
Correct.
The guy who I think is actually the most deadly moving forward is Jabari Smith.
Well, he can get a shot off when he only had 3 field goal attempts.
He's the guy
Jabari Smith Jr.
To me, he is the guy that I think is the matchup that we need to slow him down.
He's 6'10". He can shoot over anyone on the Warriors, too.
He's a 3-level scorer.
He is. 11 points for him. Again, 3 for 3. Tari Eason, 3 of 10 off the bench for Houston. But Gary Payton coming off the bench, 3 of 6, 7 points for him. Buddy Buckets, I'm going to need more from that. 2 points there. I thought Buddy was trying defensively. He had some moments. Can we get a loose ball rebound, Buddy? There was a couple Buddy Butterfingers moments yesterday.
How many second, third, I think there was one. There was a 4th chance opportunity. Did Steven Adams create? He's a load.
Oh my God,
he's an absolute load.
That was a tough match. I'll say for Quentin Post. I know a lot of people
Post
are
and
harping on
Looney.
him. That's a tough matchup. Those are 2 seasoned veteran bigs, specifically for Steven Adams, who's I think only 31 still. It feels like he's been in the league forever.
I want to break that down
Let's do
because that's the one little tiny thing where I'm like, maybe I bust the glass on a guy on the bench.
888-957-9570. And remember, it's the same number to call
Let's
or
go.
text. By the way, Joe, you weren't here for this. We got a new sponsor for the text line.
What?
Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, baby.
Let's go.
So let's call or text that number. It's the same number to do both. 888-957-9570. Warriors improved to 1-0 in this first round series. Let's talk about it. And that's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Curry, left-hand dribble on Van Vliet. Stunner steps around through traffic, now stops, leans in, shoots on the go. It's up and good. A one-hander off of 1 foot, leaning in from about 18 feet away.
Only Steph Curry get away with shooting that shot with about 12 seconds left on the shot clock.
That's just ridiculous.
That's a tough shot.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Nicotina on a Monday. Spadoni, Shasky, we're rolling, baby. 95-85. Warriors leading this series 1-0 in the first round against the Houston Rockets. Yeah, Rockets coming out to play. Yeah, their offense did not. Defense, okay. But there's two parts of basketball, people. There's offense and defense. And that might have been one of the worst offensive displays I've ever seen in the first. Like, I felt like I was watching 1995 basketball. And no, it wasn't Akeem Olajuwon on that team. There wasn't Kenny the Jet Smith. That was just, and again, credit the Warriors, Joe. But my God, if I have to watch another Fred VanVleet miss, another Jalen Green miss, another Tyree Eason miss, my eyeballs are going to fall out.
Joe, I saw in the second quarter when Guy Santos checked in, I had to rewind it. I couldn't believe it. I go, are they playing a 1-3-1? And they were.
Yes.
I couldn't believe it. Now, they also ran a 2-3 and some sort of a 3-2, and then they did like a matchup.
They were doing a lot of different,
But they went 1-3-1 like it was 6th grade CYO. I couldn't believe it. But you know what? It was the appropriate thing to do because that team can't shoot. They cannot shoot. And look, they will shoot better than what they did in this last
They
game.
can only shoot better, I think.
But if you're going to allow, Draymond and Jimmy Butler to be able to play in a zone and not have to wear them down in individual matchups, you're in trouble. Like, you're in big trouble.
Well, they're in big trouble, too, because there's going to be a Pajemski game. There's going to be a Moody game. And again, Pajemski had 14 points yesterday. But when I say Pajemski game, efficiency will be there for him. Moody, he'll get some more shots up. Like, Buddy Hield's going to have a game at some point. It's baked into the equation. And when that happens, yeah, that would have been a blowout win yesterday for the Warriors. If they get anything from the others, like the Rockets have no chance in this series. But again, if the Rockets get anything from anyone else at any time, it would have been a much tighter game. And again, the Warriors have no one else to blame for themselves for letting them back into that game. But it's the playoffs. People are going to make runs. You're not going to blow it. It's not going to be what we saw with the Thunder and Grizzlies real quick over the weekend. What was that, 50 points? Ja. They won by?
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Ja could barely run.
It looked brutal. They were saying injections, and it was like, he just shut him down. What's the point?
Where is Ja?
It just makes Dallas' loss Friday night
Well, they're cooked, too. By the way, Warriors postseason coverage, Joe, is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. Check this out.
Cool.
Steiny Aguru going to be broadcasting live.
What day is that?
That's going to be on Monday, next Monday, a week from today, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club. Tickets just $15.
Are we allowed to play?
I would like to. We didn't get invited. I mean, it is what it is. Steiny and Goo broadcasting live from 10 to 2. And if you want to play, go to 957thegame.com.
I got nothing going on.
And click on the events tab to sign up. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. I binge watched Love on the Spectrum this weekend about people with autism going dating and stuff like that. It was great. I enjoyed it very much. I highly recommend it. Great series. Love on the Spectrum. There you go.
So there's a moment in this game where it was getting a little frenetic, and they check in Key Santos, and we're all thinking the same thing, like, oh, so they're going to Gee over Kuminga here, right? Which is fine, whatever.
Well, and Anthony Slater tweeted out, like, yeah, Kuminga is going to either be a late rotation piece or not playing. Like, that's basically what he insinuated in his tweet.
I still think that at some point in this series, they're going to go to him, either because someone else is ineffective or maybe they're looking for something. Like, I don't know. But that's neither here nor there.
A lot of people were clamoring for him. I saw a lot of people were texting me. A lot of people were atting me. Where's Kuminga? These guys aren't up to the task. Potts and Moody are shrieking in the big moments.
Well, Moody didn't play for a big stretch in the second, like late third quarter, and then into the fourth. Then he did, and I thought he held his own.
Well, people were calling that, and then immediately they had like a 23 point.
Yeah, they went on a little run.
Let's relax. They won the game without him.
So second quarter, Guy Santos checks in. They go to a 1-3-1 defense, and then Guy gets picked, but then immediately makes it up by banging a three. And then they hit a three. Then Buddy hits a three. And then we're going back and forth. I'm like, wow, I'm loving this pacing. And it just felt like from about midway through the first quarter, after Steph hit a couple of little like runner layups high off the glass, they were in full control. And I'm talking about pacing. I thought defensively. Now, were there some things on offense that they're going to have to clean up? Yeah, like Potts is going to have to take more middies. Draymond, I think, is going to have to be a little more assertive offensively. I think at times when they're going through a drought, running the offense through Jimmy's not a bad thing.
No, I want that more.
I kind of do too. And I saw him do that late in the fourth quarter when we desperately needed one. I texted the group that I'm like, can we get a Jimmy ISO here? We did. He scored a bucket. Boom, we went away. But to me, it's like the little things. Smart defense without fouling, right? This is a team that missed a bunch of free throws. What, they missed 9 free throws yesterday? The Houston Rockets?
Yeah, they went 11 of 20 at the line.
So I think 20's probably, I'd like to be under that number.
Yes.
I don't want to foul that much, right? I want to contest without fouling. I want to box out better. There's a lot that they could clean up. The one area, when they went Şengün and Steven Adams, they went double bigs. I'm looking at it from my particular vantage point. I wonder what Kerr's kind of chess match is going to be. If you go to Kevon Looney in that situation, I feel like it's a lose-lose. And I love Kevon. We all love Kevon. He cannot block or box out Steven Adams.
No.
So the only way to attack them is probably through offense, meaning if they're going to play Steven Adams, I'm going to lose the defensive rebounding stuff to their offensive rebounds 9 out of 10 times. So how can I make them feel the punishment of playing Steven Adams. It's crushing them on offense.
Yeah.
Meaning when the Warriors have the ball, you have to expose Steven Adams and Şengün, that bigger lineup. I think of a couple of things. Either you go to TJD and maybe he's a little bouncier, maybe he can do a little something, and athletically you run a pick and roll and get him going downhill on Steven Adams.
Maybe his shot wasn't all that great to begin with. Like in the interior, the layups have not been great for him. But I hear you. You want just for a different look.
I just think you should try something.
Okay, it's going to be
Maybe
tough
Quentin
though.
Post.
It's going to be tough.
Maybe it's Quentin Post, and I go, hey, Quentin, I know you're getting bodied here. You got to shoot. You're going to have to stretch the floor and make Steven Adams come out and guard you. Or it's Guy Santos at a small ball 5, which I'm not mad at. Like, I'm really not. I think he's skilled. I think he can bang. He's a wider body. Maybe it's Kuminga. I don't know. But that particular lineup, when they go Şengün and Steven Adams, I don't think playing a traditional slower big in Looney, I don't think that's the play. I know they're going to probably go back to it. I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe you go with TJD. It's just a thought I have. Maybe you give him a minute.
I'm not mad at it. 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Biggest takeaway from the Warriors' Game 1 victory over the Houston Rockets. We're talking about it all show long. Let's go to the calls right now because we got some people hanging on. Let's go to Ray B in SF.
What's up, Ray?
Let's talk about Jimmy freaking Buckets. What's up, Ray? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Joe Shasky, how are ya? Eb Dog, nice to talk to you guys today. Great win for the Dubs last night. Jimmy Buckets with the 18-footer face-up, knockdown. Kind of a night. That was sweet, but my favorite part of the game was Podziemski playing his first NBA playoff game, and he was like, what? I can punch people? Sign me up. Hey, that's it. I'm going to take my answer off the air. Talk to you guys later.
Punch people.
Well, he called me Ev Dog, first of all. That's Evan Giddings, who was on last night.
Ev Dog.
Shout out E-Dog, and I gave him that nickname, by the way, E-Dog, Evan Giddings. I was the one that gave him that. He just joined our show.
I love Evan, but there's only one E-Dog in my life, and that's Eric Bellato. And he's been E-Dog for over 25 years.
That's fine. I don't know him, so I gave E-Dog.
Next question.
There you go.
EDOGG. I think he was Santa Clara Peace Officer of the Year one year.
Wow, look at him. Okay. He's a police officer, but
he's a great cop.
But it's a peace officer.
In his own eyes.
Oh, in his own eyes. Well, he got the award for it, so there you go. Let's go to Dirty and Allen Rock. Let's clean up that last call, whatever that was.
What's up, Dirty?
Dirty, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. It's been a while, man. I moved to Phoenix, and I was actually out there when Curry hit that ridiculous game winner. I was at a Phoenix bar in Sunny Slope. It's not the nicest area of Phoenix, but I was draped in yellow and gold. I mean, blue and gold. You know how I do. But I'm just glad to talk to y'all again. I wanted to say what I took from the game yesterday, man, and what I really loved about it was like a regular game. I mean, it was a playoff game, but it was a regular feel, like the way it was going. There was nothing explosive. There was just a few splashes here and there. But what I liked was the calm over the storm, because there was a time in the game where they were beating us up on the glass where I was getting a little nervous. They got some trees down there. We got some baby trees, but our guys could hit threes, and we need to stretch the floor, like you said, with Post. And he could do that. I know he could do that. I know he's going to have one game in this series where he blows it, but where he blows some threes. But I wanted to say what I really love, the last caller said, Podziemski. The guy was just so calm. He belongs in the moment. I know why we put a no trade on this guy, because we can't move this dude. He's the future too. And the way he found GP down in the lane, it was just so simple, but it was so beautiful. And my last take, we can't put enough sauce on that Moody three. You go from down 4 with 2 minutes left, and then 3 seconds later, you're back down 7, and it feels like a damn knife in the gut. I loved it, man. Thank you for taking the call. Good to talk to you guys. I'll be calling in soon.
Good. I'm glad to hear from Dirty. He's a long-time caller. It's been a minute for him, so thank you. 888-957-9570. And he's talking about trees, the big trees that are the Houston Rockets, Alperen Şengün, Steven Adams. Well, yesterday was 420, and in honor of that, the Rockets were smoking a lot of layups yesterday.
I thought Draymond did a good job. Draymond did a really good job not catching the bait. Because this team wants to now look, it was an unnecessary thing to probably give a little what for to, I call it the what for, to
a little shove, whatever that is.
Well, but him and Dylan also had a couple of moments where they came together, and Dylan crashed into GP2. Obviously, inadvertently or whatever.
Did you like the Rockets R that was braided into the back
Actually,
of
I
Dylan
thought that
Brooks?
was pretty sick.
It actually kind of was cool.
I thought that was pretty sick.
Heck yes.
Hey, Jan loved it. Jan in Mountain View.
My cousin JP Money was like, dude, that's so sick. He loved it. He thought it was
You
great.
do that, you're going to get a GSW in the back, Joe? Get a little
I don't
shaved
have
in
enough
there?
hair left on my head.
Oh, we'll get you plugs.
Getting a little thin up
Get
there.
you some extensions.
As the little guy grows hair, I'm losing mine.
That's what happens. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Biggest takeaway from the Warriors win last night, 95-85. Was it the defense? Was it Jimmy Buckets for you coming in clutch? Was it Stephen Curry driving to the lane when that three-point shot wasn't hitting early and then just going absolutely insane with some of the shots he was making late? Was it Brandon Podziemski? Was it some of the young guys stepping up in big moments? That was a big question mark for a lot of you. Did that answer a lot of questions, yesterday's victory? Are there more still to be answered for you going forward? 888-957-9570. Spadoni, Shasky, come on back. Morning Roast rolling, baby.
Shaky bounce pass outside to Curry. 5 to shoot. Steph ripped it through on Jalen Green. Goes to his right. Out of bounds. 3 is up. And he hit it! Oh, my goodness. Falling out of bounds right in front of Warriors owner Joe Lacob. A miraculous 3 by Curry on Easter. 64-41. Oh, man. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Tim Roy, hell of a call right here on 95.7 The Game last night. If you're not listening to Tim Roy in the call for Rockets Warriors, I don't know what you're doing. I was locked in on that. I had the Odyssey app up. I was also listening to Kevin Harlan for TNT. I think he said, Joe, that should not geometrically be possible for Stephen Curry to hit that shot. Only Kevin Harlan could do it and say it like that.
You feel like you've seen every kind of Steph shot that is like imaginable.
It's great.
And look, that one was unreal, and they needed it at that particular point in time. But Joe, why was I as impressed with some of the layups that he hit in traffic?
You know why? Because he didn't have a shot early, and we knew the Rockets are going to come at him and come at it hard. Right? They were going to be hounding him, and they were grabbing him. They were holding him. We knew that was going to be the case. That's what Ime Udoka does to him, and that's what he preaches. Physical, hard defense. And you know what Stephen Curry does? You know what the great ones do?
What's that?
Whether it's Michael, whether it's Kobe, whether it's LeBron, whether it's Tim Duncan. Steph is part of that. They adjust. Okay, you want to take away that from me? Fine. I'm still one of the best get to the rim guys in the league in the point guards, as your guy Fred VanVleet is struggling to get to the rim or get his shot off. Yeah, this is the difference between a Fred VanVleet point guard and a Stephen Curry point guard. I can get any shot I want at any time. And he does that. He's crafty around the rim. He's not, again, is he the greatest finisher of all time? No, but he's pretty freaking good. And I've been actually very impressed in the last 5-6 years, him improving that part of his game, because where he is now compared to he was, I don't know, a decade ago, as far as it goes finishing, and that goes to his physical skill sets and him going to the gym, him working out, him bulking up a little bit more, getting a little bit stronger.
Absolutely.
So he can bang up against these big bodies, right? And I think that's why you were so impressed, Joe, is because he wasn't settling.
No.
Because it'd be one thing if he was chucking. He was chucking. We saw that all night from the Houston side. They didn't need to do that. Slow things down, be methodical, get to your spots, go to the paint. And then they had to start honoring that. And then he got more open looks for other guys.
I actually think there's going to be more of an emphasis on attacking the rim for the Warriors offensively, because they were clearly like, hey, we're not going to let Steph beat us from beyond the arc. Okay, fine. How many times did he split double teams? How many times did he just kind of knife his way to where he wanted to go? And I think this is where Buddy, Moody, GB2 excels at this already, but I'm talking about the other guys. Podziemski, moving without the ball as Steph Curry is attacking the cup. You can be a guy who can be a cutter. Now, they're not going to finish in the lane with authority, but I still think that Draymond, Pods, Jimmy even, all of these other guys that are going to play alongside Steph, they can be the benefactor of him attacking the hoop if they just move without the ball a little better. You don't have to just stand at the three-point line.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. The number is 888-957-9570. The same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And again, we were talking about confidence level. I think it was Grandy and I on Thursday, and shout out Mark Grandy and Bonte holding it down for you when you were out, Joe.
Oh, Bonte was in, huh?
He did. Oh, Bonte was in rare form. He was TV Bonte.
So
for
I
sure.
guess we blew our entire budget, huh? Bringing Bonte
Well,
back.
of course. It's the king, Joe. I mean, the king gets what he wants. The king's cut. By the way, he was tooting his own horn about the House of Prime Rib bet.
It'll be a great meal for just him.
Apparently, you've ghosted him on social. He even went at you on social and brought it up.
Oh, I didn't realize I had to acknowledge him.
Oh, my God.
On social media.
When the king talks, you answer. That's how it
exactly
works.
Right. That's the king gets what he wants. And he wants the King Bonte cut from House of Prime Rib.
I thought he was, shredding. I thought he was trying to lose weight right now. I thought we were like, everybody's in a health mode. I was thinking maybe Jamba Juice.
Well, no, you can get your prime rib. You don't get the sides. You don't get the bread and all the other crap.
Doesn't it all go with it?
No, you get the protein of the prime rib. You see, that's the OGs know.
I'm thinking
Sam
portion
Carter.
Control for Bonte.
I think one night won't kill us.
No,
well, what's us? I want to nip this in the bud right now.
No, it's Spadoni, it's Lubman, it's Bonte and Shasky.
And there's Carter, there's risotto. I think Ken got an invite.
Yeah, Carter got an invite. Oh, by the way, real quick, we'll get back to the Warriors, but more importantly, Congratulations, Carter Chickering, a married man. Give me the
Thank
DJ
you.
horn.
Thank
Give me
you.
the applause. Let's go. Congratulations,
Thank you,
Carter.
thank you.
How you feeling? You feel any
I
different?
feel very married.
You feel any different?
Yes, I feel way older, honestly.
Oh my
like
God.
so much older.
Here's the
Get
question
back
that
to
I
me in
have.
a year.
After spending all that money on food and everything for the wedding, what did you end up eating at 3 a.m. when you got back to whatever place that you guys were resting your head that night?
Nothing. I curled up in a ball. And
She didn't order pizza or anything?
no, just went straight to bed.
Crashed, huh?
Hard.
What about the next morning?
Big breakfast? Whole
Yeah,
thing.
I was gonna
There
say,
you go.
okay.
You needed it.
Yeah, there's always the decompression breakfast that you have to pay for.
You need the hangover breakfast. You need all that grease. You need everything. You need that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Well,
Congratulations,
I saw
buddy.
some posts from some 95.7 The Game employees that was partying with
Guru
Carter.
jealous?
Well, I saw.
Probably.
After
saw
the party is the after party.
Evan
And
Giddings.
after the party is the hotel lobby.
Yeah, of course. Lucas Alexander was there
Lucas?
until the very end.
Fight
Was he?
on. Alexander was there.
Let me guess. The alligator arm kid didn't pull out his wallet once.
Don't remember.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you. Trust me, I've been around him enough. He doesn't pay for anything.
So I think I started this whole conversation by saying we were talking about confidence level with Mark Grandy on Thursday heading into the series. And it was what gives you the most confidence, what gives you the least confidence. Well, I'm asking the question now, after that game one win, 95-85, like how much more confident are you now about taking this series?
Well,
and again, I'm not going to say how many games, but the confidence level for Dubs fans waking up this morning, Joe, has got to be sky high. Because you didn't even shoot the ball all that well. I know Steph and Jimmy did, and those are your two guys. And that's baked into the equation, but like Pods can shoot. I know he can shoot so much better. I know Moses can shoot the ball better. I know Buddy's going to have a game. I know Quentin's not going to be that bad. Again, I think a lot of people were very hard on Quentin Post yesterday. The guy has been a pro for 4 months.
Warrior fans have zero tolerance for a young player.
I know. Yeah, stop me for that one before. But Quentin Post,
He'll have his moments.
Everyone was crushing the guy yesterday. I know Big Boss Man was saying, "Oh, this is like, where's Quentin doing?" It's like Steven Adams is really freaking good. All right, I know he's a big boy.
I mean, it's not like Kevon Looney was like killing it.
And he's a crafty veteran. Steven Adams knows what he's doing. He's probably one of the better 6'11", 7-foot guys coming off the bench in this league. And Alperen Sengun
was destroying Draymond, who's a great defender.
Yes, he's an all-star. That's a tough assignment for the guy. If he just knocks down some threes early, again, talking about some of these young guys, getting their confidence going early. I thought Guy Santos was confident in his shot.
That's why I think the Moody and the Pods closing minutes to me was extremely important for them. That's their first big playoff moment for the both of those guys.
Yes.
You know, I know Moody played a little bit in the finals.
His first start.
Way back when, but I think 2 big shots in the final, 3 minutes, whatever it was, and then Pods with multiple big plays. He's got to take that midi, though. He took a couple midi floaters. Right. I want him to keep taking it. Even if you miss a little here and there, you got to keep taking it. I want Pods to be aggressive offensively because I do believe that those shots are going to be there for him. And I love that he didn't dribble into the corner on one of those possessions when they were trying to push tempo. He gets kind of double teamed. And instead of going to the corner, he kind of dribbled out of the corner, then kind of knifed in. And that was when he made that beautiful backdoor pass to GP2.
Well, I loved Pajemski yesterday, 3 of 8 overall, so it wasn't as great a shooting night, 5 of 13. But again, he saw the open threes and that they were daring him to shoot them. And again, I know it drives us nuts sometimes when he dribbles out of it. He's like, God, you got to take that shot. You got to take that shot. And I hear you. Sometimes there's going to be opportunities and moments where he's going to have to be doing that. But just dribbling up, settling for a better shot, or just dishing it off to an open GP2 under the rim. I thought that was a great play in that fourth quarter. Just taking what the defense gives you. We talk about that a lot in football, right? The quarterback taking what the defense gives you. By the way, it is draft week. We will react on Friday. What are the 49ers going to do in the first round? It is.
This week is draft week?
It is.
I completely forgot.
I think a lot of Niners fans did. But it is.
Well, unless you're
the pick is going to be in?
Unless you're on Niners YouTube, where I've been exhausted with draft coverage for the last 4 months.
What are they talking about on Niners YouTube?
I mean, how every player is a bust or not a bust or a superstar.
I truly believe Colin Kaepernick could be the greatest quarterback ever.
Like if you go down 49er YouTube rabbit hole, okay, and God bless everyone creating content, I have convinced myself and talked myself out of every left tackle, every defensive end, every outside linebacker. I've convinced myself that they should take the 6'5" kid from Arizona. I've convinced myself they need a safety.
You
And then
convinced
I've
yourself
talked-
Ashton Genty, I think you've said on these
That's my
airwaves.
point. I could see us taking Shador. I could see us taking
my
it.
God.
Like, that's how crazy it is right now.
If they draft Shador Sanders,
I'm
then
teasing.
yes.
Stop it.
I was
If
going
they,
a little long.
If they draft Shador Sanders in the first round, then yes, it will be 49ers talk on Friday all day
Look,
long.
it's all Warriors today. But
It is.
I will tell you this. What the hell is going on with the Brock Purdy contract? No.
Negotiations.
Something's
Relax.
going on,
Relax.
dude. Something's going on.
Nothing's happening. They're not trading him. They're
No,
going to
I
sign
didn't say
him.
that. I just said, like, what's going on?
It's negotiations.
Yeah, well, it should not be. They told me for 3. You know what? I'm not gonna. Today's not the day.
Don't.
I had a great Easter. You know, I know the Giants blew a horrible lead.
Yikes.
But like, I had a great Easter. My boy Mike Trout, who I wanted to trade for, boy, does that age just like fine wine. I would take Mike Trout in a heartbeat on the Giants. But the Warriors winning game 1 the way they did,
you're
leaving just enough of the adjustments on the table that they needed. Like, dude, they're sitting pretty. Here's what I would say to you, Joe.
How could you not be so damn confident
I'm
waking
thrilled.
up this morning? Like,
if
that's,
it was a
that's what I'm asking.
1% chance, 1% chance that I thought that they could sweep this series going into it, right? Let's just say, hypothetically, you're talking confidence level. I'm at like a 72% chance that they could sweep this. You know why? You won game 1 the way you did, and I know you can play better, and I know that you can kind of clean some of those things up. I'm not sure where Houston's going to get reliable scoring output from if you're going to be in consistent zones.
You're asking that Houston Rockets team to outscore the Warriors for 4 games to win this series. It's just not happening. You have Jimmy Butler, you have Stephen Curry, and they don't. God love the guy as he's trying, as Reggie Miller put it on the broadcast last night. Fred VanVleet is not going to happen. There was a moment of the game yesterday, real quick. I'm going back to the Reggie Miller commentary because it just made me laugh in the third quarter. You know, the Rockets are really going to have to lean on these 2 guys in the series, that being Steven Adams and Fred VanVleet offensively. I was like, excuse me? You're relying on Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams offensively to win you this series? Yeah, that's all I need to know about it.
Well, I guess also, like, the calendar matters in this one. The Warriors are one of the oldest teams left, right? We all acknowledge that, even though they've got some young guys.
Jimmy Butler acknowledged it after the game. They got a lot of old guys, but they feel great.
So you got Tuesday was their game, their last game. They got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You played Sunday night. All right? They clearly looked better with the rest. We all can acknowledge. Now you get Monday off, Tuesday off, a game on Wednesday. If this game was on Monday night, like as in tonight, back to back, I'd be petrified. I'd be like, yeah, this is playing right into Houston's hands. They get to get the taste out of their mouth right away, no doubt about it. You've got multiple days to recalibrate, and then you get to come home and you get another couple of days, not just your normal 1 day off, 1 day game. You get 2 days off in between both of these next 2 games. And yeah, I think it could be 3-0 if they handle business.
And because, I didn't mean to cut you off there, you're on fire. And because they're Stephen Curry and Jimmy Butler and the Golden State Warriors, they're all playing at night. So you got that whole day to rest and recover. And
Dre's got to play better.
You see, again, and I didn't think he played
will.
horribly.
He will. No,
I didn't think he played
agree.
horribly. I thought like the interior defense that Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, all these guys, Moses Moody at times, whomever, I thought they were incredible. I know Şengün got his, and he's going to. Like, that's baked into the equation.
Yeah, but we're
11
treating
of
him
18.
like Mozgov, which I kind of love.
Exactly.
Meaning,
Or
you get whatever you want.
Or Sabonis, right?
Yeah, and we're just going to run circles around you.
Exactly, because, again, they said it. He's like, oh, the outside shot, Şengün could do it. He shot twice yesterday. Honestly, they may have them. He might need to shoot more from the outside, the three-point shot, which sounds like insane because he was getting his in the interior. But they can't shoot the 3-ball. 6 of 29 for the Rockets yesterday.
Well, VanVleet will have a game. No, he will. He will.
Maybe. My guy looked like Greedo out there trying to shoot Han Solo.
I mean, Dylan Brooks trying to back down Steph. Like, if that's their offense, like, you're playing right into our hands.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, right? KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. I agree. And Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app.
Too confident.
And now we are broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I don't think you are too confident. What is your confidence level, Dub Nation, after that win yesterday? Like, what did you have heading into? Because I heard a lot. Friday, Thursday, all leading up to it. I was listening to Warriors this week. Evan doing a hell of a job. Dan Devone. Like, I think this could go 6 games. I think this can go 7 games. I'm not saying after this game that it can't go 6.
What did you think heading in?
But I think a lot of people were overestimating whatever you're going to look at, like the Rockets offensively.
They were a couple games better than the Warriors. And the Warriors were, they were dog poop for like 3 months. The Warriors were. And the Rockets were a couple of games better than them to end the year. We're not talking about like a 10 or 15. Look, Oklahoma City, there's obvious reasons why you should fear them. Boston Celtics.
I think we're overreacting again. I think the media, real quick, I just want to talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder because everyone was like, oh, see, I told you about the Thunder. They won 50 points.
Well, Memphis is walking in hobbled.
They're also trying to shove the Oklahoma City Thunder down our throats because they know no one cares nationally about them.
That's right.
That is why ESPN is doing that. They're the number one seed. They have the greatest...
Why were the Warriors the headliner on Easter night?
Exactly.
Because they're going to draw the biggest rating.
Correct.
Not the OKC Thunder.
And the Lakers on Saturday night against the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
Like, that's like, those are the teams. Like, no one cares. By the way,
Timberwolves was just...
I know, Chef's because
so tasty.
The Warriors fans were loving Anthony
Chris
Edwards going up.
Finch.
They got a little nervous there when he went down and he went straight to the locker room. I was like, oh boy. And I did too. I was like, I did not want to see Anthony Edwards get hurt in that game.
No one did.
Looked like it was a cramp, but they are flying high, and I don't think the Lakers have an answer for the size.
7.
Nas Reed, talking about Nas Reed, Warriors killer, talking about Nas Reed, Lakers killer, just crushing him on Saturday. Luka crying the whole game. He was getting his, but it's not going to be enough. Again, we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but that would be the matchup. If you're just going by the game one victories, it would be Warriors, T-Wolves in the next round, but just worry about your business in this first round, and confidence level is what, Dub Nation, after that win. I mean, my confidence is sky high when I know they're leaning on Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green, and they combined 7 of 34 overall from the field. My guys, Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry, combined for 56. 56, they're the old guys.
Who on their team, outside of Şengün, can get their own shot in the half court?
Jabari Smith can. But he shot it 3 times.
And he's coming off the bench.
He's coming off the bench. And I don't know if that's his game. Like, the aggression, I don't know if it's there for him.
Amen Thompson, we are going to be so far sagged off him. And anytime he puts a ball in the paint, like a dribble into the paint, he's going to get double and triple teamed. And he's going to settle for very tough, contested layups around the rim, period. Like,
there's so much talk about Amen Thompson last week. And
he is. He's a great defender.
Great. He's a rookie, man. Like,
I know. Well, that's kind of where I'm going. Where it says these playoffs, the regular season, when you could just fly in and you play someone one time and you fly out, and we're not really like, we're just looking at a couple names on a board. When I have a minute to like pare down exactly, this is what you do well. Let's practice this. All right. These are the sets we're gonna run. Oh, we know that they can't shoot. We're going to run predominant zone in the middle part of the game, and we're going to dare you to beat us from the outside. Okay, we're going to attack Jalen Green when he's defending Steph Curry. All right, if Şengün is going to lay off of Moses Moody, we have got to punish him. And if he's going to come out and double Steph Curry, Steph, don't take the three-pointer. Knife through the double team and attack the hoop. They did all those things, and I thought situationally they did a great job just getting the ball to Jimmy Butler and getting the hell out of his way.
888-957-9570. We are reacting to this huge Game 1 victory. Again, snaps a 3-game losing streak in Game 1s for Steve Kerr. And by the way, speaking of Steve Kerr, he earned his 100th playoff coaching win yesterday, Joe, becoming the 7th head coach in NBA history to reach the milestone. And he accomplished the feat in 141 games, the second fewest in league history, behind only Phil Jackson, a guy who coached him, obviously, with the Chicago Bulls. Phil did it in 135 games.
So 100 playoff wins.
In 141 games.
I'm trying to think who would else be on that list. I mean, you
want to do it?
Chuck Daly.
Let's see. It's got that, obviously,
Popovich, yes.
Maybe Spoelstra? That's a lot, though.
A lot of wins, man.
It is. We'll look at that. Crack staff in the back. We'll get on it.
A lot of
Appreciate
wins.
it. Speaking of Steve Kerr, I want to hear from Steve Kerr on talking about his guy, Stephen Curry.
He was incredible, and with that type of pressure on him from Thompson and others, he just made some amazing plays, and obviously carried us offensively along with Jimmy.
He was incredible yesterday. Steph, I just can't stop thinking about that shot. It's almost like you're playing that. Like, if you ever played video games, and I know you've played, and again, we're going millennial here. And it's a very, the tight-knit audience that I'm gravitating towards. But if you ever played like Call of Duty or something, and you get your headset on and you're playing online, and you're getting clapped by like a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old, and you're just so damn angry and upset.
You're useless.
Because you can't do anything about it.
That's me in Call of Duty.
The feeling that Stephen Curry gives opposing fan bases. Like, are you serious? Like, what the hell? Like, he just headshotted me. He headshotted. Like, that's what he was doing. He was going after headshots yesterday.
I couldn't even, when I first played Call of Duty, I didn't even know what I was doing. I was like this. So you know how you're like, your character's like spinning around. I'm like moving in my chair with the gun up in the air. And I was just like getting sniped left and right. And then That
was the Houston Rockets defense yesterday.
Then I'd respawn and I get sniped again. And then it was like, it's just, dude, it was so frustrating. I literally couldn't get out of the online play. I was like, I'm done with this game.
And speaking of Steph and speaking about gamers, he was talking about his boy Jimmy Butler in their first playoff game together. He said Jimmy is a gamer.
He lives for these opportunities. Like, he's a gamer. As the stakes rise, his game elevates right there with it. So nothing he does surprises me. It's just all in the spirit of trying to get a win and doing things that, seem special on the surface, which they really are, but he makes look, pretty regular. So it's pretty awesome to have that presence and him make that big play. But he did that all game and has been doing it since he's been here.
I love when the games are on ESPN or TNT because, not that I don't love our local broadcast, but there is something where you get some of the mic'd in sound and some of the B-roll of stuff that's happening off the floor that the normal camera doesn't pick up. There were three things. First, Jimmy pointing at Reggie Miller.
That was awesome.
After hitting that long shot. That was great.
His only made three, and he's like, you like that?
Yeah.
He's one of the greatest three-point shooters of all time.
It was great. Jimmy reacting to Steph Curry's three-pointer, which was, are you blanking kidding me?
And that's Jimmy Butler, a guy that's been to 2 NBA finals, and he's still like, are you serious? Just looking around on the bench, like.
Been in some high-level games.
Yes.
And then the third one was when they were breaking down. Someone was shooting a free throw. It was like midway through the second or third quarter, and Steve Kerr is discussing whatever with Jimmy and Steph Curry, and I'm thinking like, dude, look at this collaboration. Look at the brain trust. Think of the brain trust that is in that little huddle. Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and Jimmy Butler. And you're going up against a Rocket team that has very little playoff experience.
And I think it was in the last couple minutes, or maybe it was the 5. But there was another mic'd up moment with Steve Kerr talking to Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph, being like, you tired? You tired? You tired? You guys good? And they're all like, yeah, we're good. We're chilling.
I thought Steve did a good job yanking Draymond at a very specific moment in this game quietly. And I'm not saying he benched him. That's not what I'm saying. I think he just cooled him off a little.
The shove after that, yes.
He was like, come down, come sit down. Like, let's relax. Because I'll be honest with you, the one thing that does worry me about this entire series is you can't fall for the bait. The Dylan Brooks is going to do something stupid. Şengün is going to try to get under Draymond's skin. Ime is clearly going to try to do it. Draymond cannot take the bait. He held his own. He didn't fight back. He did the little unnecessary shove or whatever. If he just walks that line and stays on the right side of the path, we should be fine.
What's coming up the game is brought to you by Safeway, 888-957-9570. I mean, what are you taking away from that game that gives you the most confidence? Because for me, and maybe it's just the easiest answer, like, you got Stephen Curry and Jimmy Butler. Sometimes you don't need to overthink it. When you have the best players on your team in a given series, that's genuinely how you win in the playoffs, having the best players. So I want to hear from the fans. I want to hear from the people today. You're 1-0 now, Dub Nation. Let's talk about it. 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni, Chasky's Morning Roast. We're rolling, baby.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Love Stack Jack. That defensive mindset that he's instilled in this team. You saw it yesterday against the best defensive team.
It's not Stack Jack. He's Stackhouse.
Well, okay. All right. There's Jerry, Jay. I get it. I get it. I know.
Sorry. I didn't mean to do that to you.
I know. Steven Jackson. I know. Stack of pancakes is why. How about that? Can I get a stack of pancakes right now?
I would love some.
A short stack?
Shout out Millbrae Pancake House.
Just any pancakes will do. I can do the microwave bowl runs.
Shout out Jack's.
As far as I'm concerned. Jack's restaurant bar, I can go for some of those. I don't think our guys Laughing Monk, do they do pancakes? I don't think they do. But you know what? Maybe I'll talk to Sam. Maybe we can collaborate on that.
I'm going to head down there this week.
You are?
Yeah, we're going to figure something out. I think we're going to have a show lunch down there this week.
Let's do it. I'm down. Shout out Laughing Monk Brewing.
Paying.
Oh, okay. That's great.
Rumor.
Okay. And is that before or after you do House of Prime Rib with Bonte?
Oh, well, me and Bonte's private, House of Prime Rib for two.
Wait, so you're doing a private dinner and a show dinner? So there's two dinners?
That's awesome. That's so nice. That's so nice of him to do that, Sam. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I'll
Laughing
pay
Monk,
for your payment.
Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. By the way, the guest today, because it always says guest promotion on the rundown, because I read the rundowns, guys. I'm locked in on the rundowns. It's the people. I want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. The amount of people that were worried about this matchup last week, I don't know. They take a pound of flesh. I mean, I don't know what it reminds me of the Kings series a few years ago. It goes 7 games. No, I'm not feeling that way at all after yesterday. At a pound of flesh? Please. I mean, the Warriors players, Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond, they were the old guys. They looked young at times. You know who looked old? The Amen Thompsons, the Dylan Brookses. Those guys looked old.
Did you see Şengün and Dylan Brooks crying simultaneously on the bench on the out-of-bounds play? I thought it went off of his thigh. Was it Amen Thompson's or was it Parker? Jabari Smith.
I think it was Jabari Smith there, but it did go off Draymond's hand at the end, but they didn't have any challenges.
I thought it went off his thigh after
and then it bounced off the hand. No, it was thigh then hand. Yeah.
Okay.
But again, that was a big swing for them because that turned into what was a 4-point lead. And then the Warriors get the ball back and they get a Steph 3-pointer.
Yeah.
Turned into a 7-point lead. That was a huge swing for them.
There were a couple Jimmy fouls there was one on Şengün near the sidelines where it felt like he barely kind of love tapped him and Jimmy kind of was straddling the out of bounds. Mm-hmm. The Warriors got that call. They got a decent whistle yesterday.
Well, I was going to say,
I will be the first to admit
the officials, I didn't think were a big part of yesterday's game. I didn't come away from that game saying
there
the
were
officials.
a couple that I thought that if I was on the Houston side, I would have been a little frustrated. So the Pods one where he went up in the air and they challenged that one.
Oh, yeah.
That could have gone either way to me.
Amen Thompson felt like he got there a little late. I think they banged knees.
Pods was challenging his own play that they already had the call on.
Again, it goes back to Pods. Just every single thing. If it gets stopped or there's a foul call, challenge. I was like, Pods, you got the call, dude. You don't need to challenge.
Pods jumps over 5 guys at the end of that game and he tips the ball off the backboard. Draymond gets the rebound. He's wide open. Boom, he puts it up for a layup, and Potts is going. He's doing the gladiator,
Are you not
entertained as he's running down the court? I got a good kick out of that.
I've often compared Brandon Pajemski to Russell Crowe and Maximus Decimus Meridius in my time. Speaking of Pods, this sound courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. Here he is walking off the court, talking about playing in his first ever playoff game.
It was fun. Obviously, a lot of energy. We're the underdogs, and we will be throughout these playoffs. Obviously, Houston hasn't had a home game or been in the playoffs in a while, so it was electric with the crowd and the environment tonight. But we got veterans that have been there, and then I think our young guys are super mature and act like they've been there. So for me, it was just another game. Obviously, it's more magnitude, but it's just basketball at the end of the day.
I completely disagree, maybe because I wasn't in the building. That crowd in that stadium felt dead the entire time.
Early on, it was loud.
There's a lot of empty seats I saw too with the shirts on the seats. I was like, I thought it was kind of weak.
I thought it was
kind of weak.
But it reminded me of whatever 8, 9, 10 years ago. Let's go Rockets! Dun, dun, dun. Let's go Rockets! They do this this
very generic.
It's just so bad.
It's just, again, it felt sterile yesterday for me. In the amount of times, and I think Kevin Harlan, Reggie Miller are still referencing CJ Stroud being on the sideline talking to Steph.
Pointing you brought it up.
There was about 5 or 6 CJ Stroud references yesterday.
Reggie acting like CJ Stroud is Mahomes. These are 2 old-time players, as Steph Curry is pointing to him, and he just knows how to rise to the occasion. Look, CJ had a really nice playoff win his rookie year. He hasn't done a lot in the NFL. Like, okay, like he's had a nice little Steph Curry and what he was like comparing the two, right? Like they were equals in their sports. I know what he was trying to do, but it was like, come on, Reg. You're reaching.
I give these Houston Rockets about the same chance I gave those Houston Texans against the Kansas City Chiefs. Slim to none. How about that? That's about what I got for them.
Was there a moment in the fourth quarter, especially in the late third quarter, they had a 14-point lead? Did you feel like the game was in the balance at any point when the lead started to evaporate? It became a two-possession game multiple times.
It got close. I still didn't think they had the guy to shoot the ball late to get them over the top, though. Throughout that whole run, I get it. A lot of Warriors fans are getting nervous. I don't view it as that hyper-focused fan. Again, the fan in you, I get it. But for me, I was just taking a step back, looking at it objectively. Like, they don't have the guy to put them over the top.
No.
They just don't. Like, who are you trusting on that team to take the last shot, Joe, for the Houston Rockets? Who do you fear them taking the last shot?
Van Vliet, because he's done it against you before.
But history...
but listen to what I'm saying.
That was 6 years ago.
Yeah, we're talking about
6 years ago.
Fred Van Vliet. I mean, how many players in the league would I name before I got to him, league-wide?
And again, I will respect the high-level moments he's had in the playoffs, but that was against... the Warriors 6 years ago. And that was a different team. Yeah. That was a Raptors team that had, the likes of, Kawhi Leonard at a time. Or they had who's my guy that's over in the Pacers?
Serge Ibaka.
Serge Ibaka. Well, I can't even think of the guy that's
Norman Powell.
Siakam. There you go. Pascal Siakam, who I was trying to think.
Pascal Siakam.
Yeah,
yes. They
big win for them, by the way, the Pacers over the weekend.
But, Joe, I don't want to harp on it too much because they're going to have to make some adjustments. But I looked at some of the lineups down the stretch, and I didn't love some of the combinations. So to me, I think part of the feeling out process of a 7-game series is, hey, this is working, this isn't working. And what's working in game 1 might not work come game 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So you're always tinkering, but they're up 14, 16, back and forth. It's a Jimmy, Buddy Hield, Looney, GP2, Steph lineup. And it just felt kind of clunky, okay? It just felt kind of clunky. Then they sub out GP2 and they sub out Steph Curry. And it was very briefly. This is 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. It's 55-68 when they sub them out. Now, again, it's very quick. You have Gee, Looney, Jimmy, Pods, Hield. That's a no-no for me.
Yikes.
That's a no-no. I'll say it again. Gee, Looney, Jimmy, Pods, and Hield. It was... You had multiple just possessions, all right? And look, it was quick. He only did it for about a minute. And then he subs in Quentin Post. So at one point to end the third quarter, you had Post, Looney, which I'm not mad at him for trying two bigs. Mm-hmm. Post, Looney, Jimmy, Pods, Hield. And that was just a giant dud of a lineup. Now, maybe you go back to it. I don't know. But immediately, he subs in Steph Curry and Guy Santos and yanks out Buddy Hield and Kevon Looney to kind of finish that third quarter. It's 60-69. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a rock fight. This first couple of minutes of this fourth quarter are extremely important to me. Extremely important. They start the fourth quarter, Post, Dre, Steph, GP2, Pods. And that wasn't great either, even though they got up to a 10-point lead. They subbed Jimmy back in, and with the Jimmy lineup, so it's Jimmy, Dre, Steph, GP2, Pods. It becomes a 73-76 game in basically 5 minutes.
Yep. It was a slow burn for sure, and I think it was just painful to watch because most of it was just self-inflicted. They were forcing things they didn't need to force. They were careless. They couldn't get, I was mentioning Buddy Butterfingers. I was like, they couldn't get the loose balls, and they needed them to continue possessions. And again, credit to Houston Rockets. They're really good defensively. Like that is something they're going to hang their hat on.
Yes.
They're not going to get punked in any of these games. They just can't shoot the ball.
No.
Like, that's my biggest takeaway from that game yesterday. And what's yours at 888-957-9570? We're going to get to Dominic and Berkeley here in just a second.
I want to give Steve Kerr credit. As clunky as those lineups were to end the third, with 7 minutes to go, he subs Moses Moody back in, and I thought, that's the play. Because GP2 rushed a three-pointer in the corner, which I know why he thinks he's got to take that shot. It's a little early in the shot clock for me, and I just, whatever.
He was the only Warrior, and if you're doing plus-minus in the minus category, he's a minus 10, but I didn't think he was a minus 10 as a player yesterday at GP2.
But again, it's a tight game, and that's why I want to bring this up. Moody gets subbed in for GP2. It's 73-76, all right? He immediately hits a jump shot on a late shot clock situation, a 14-footer. And then Curry hits a sweet three-pointer. And then Moody gets a huge rebound. And then they end up like turning it over. But Moody was a very big player down the stretch. And then with under 4 minutes to go, he hits a three-pointer in the corner, which, again, it kind of propelled them. I don't think you're getting that from GP2. And I want to give Kerr credit for playing Moody in that spot because I felt like they needed some offense. And I'm really happy for Moses Moody to, A, get an opportunity to get back in there, and then, B, make the most of that opportunity. Those are big shots for him. And if they're going to go anywhere, Moody's got to find his shot.
And his first ever playoff start, too, for Moses Moody as well as Brandon Podziemski, and they showed up big time in big moments yesterday. And that's one of the question marks heading into the series and really what the playoffs is going to be for this team. That's going to be the question. Can those other guys step up? Because we saw what Jimmy's going to do. We saw what Steph's going to do. Draymond, can he give you anything scoring? Only 4 points for him yesterday. You got to think he's going to have a game in this series at some point where he gets the ball and he can score a little bit more. Again, Podziemski, Moody. Is there going to be a Quentin Poe situation? Guy Santos here or there. Buddy, again, only 2 points for Buddy Hield yesterday. He needs to hit some of these threes. He was 0 for 2 yesterday. And he's got to think that's baked in the equation at some point in this series and going forward. If they're going to go anywhere where they want to go, Joe,
exactly.
Those guys have got to step up offensively.
They absolutely have to. And I'm really happy for Moses Moody because, you know, he has not shot the ball well over like a pretty big sample.
Still really hasn't, but he hit big shots yesterday. He did. Yes.
Those are confidence builders. Yeah. Those are huge for him. And I think that it could have easily been him getting iced out down the stretch. And I want to give Kirk credit because, again, I didn't love some of the combinations
I know you didn't.
to end the third. And like in the fourth, you were playing your best lineup, that GP2 Pods, Dre, Jimmy, Steph lineup, and it wasn't performing. He subbed in Moses Moody, and then instantly he rewarded him with hitting some big shots. And I think that those are big building blocks for him.
Dominic Berkeley. Good morning, Dominic.
What's up, Dominic?
How are we feeling about that win yesterday? What's your confidence level looking like, Dominic, after a huge 95-85 win to go up 1-0 in the series? Good morning.
Let me tell you this, man. Let me tell you this. We all are excited, but honestly, you know, the Rockets is not the number 2 seed, man. They wind up getting there.
They are,
but I think between what was happening with the Warriors, Timberwolves, it's a sleeper team to me. That's the team that they have to watch out for. You know, we have to allow Kerr to go ahead and play this chess match, man, because it's all matchup. Look what happened when they put Adams in there. I mean, he was just
killing him.
Okay, they're going to go ahead and make the adjustments, man. I just think that everybody needs to calm down. Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, they've been there. And those guys are going to come through, man. They're not going to always hit all the shots, but in the moments that they really need it, they're going to hit them, man. And
what are we calming down? I'm a little confused. What are we calming down? The excitement or calming down the negativity? I'm a little confused.
Like I'm talking about I'm listening to you guys. I don't like what Kerr do, the matchups, and it's a chess match, man. It's just really a chess match, and everybody just have to calm down and let Kerr go ahead and do what he's doing. I mean, the guy has. I mean, he won 100 games, man.
Hey, Dominic, were we trashing Steve Kerr at all today? I don't think we are. Are you watching people do that after yesterday's win?
No. It's not a trash. Everybody's just expressing the dislikes and likes of some of the movements and some of the starters and stuff like that. All I gotta say, man, is we need to be proud of the Warriors. Since Jimmy has got here, man, it's a whole new different dynamic. Everything worked out the way that it was supposed to work out. I'm glad that they fell in the 7th seed. Just think if they had won, it would be totally different right now.
Well, I would agree with you also on the Timberwolves. Like, look, we got our eyeball on that matchup because that would be who the Warriors play
Correct.
next.
So the Warriors and T-Wolves, the only road teams to win in Game 1 over the weekend. The only 2 road teams, the Clippers, probably they tricked it off. I thought they should have won that game, but they didn't. Credit to Nuggets,
so
who are
glad
champions.
we're not playing both of those.
That's going to be a dogfight of a series.
Yeah.
That's the one where actually OKC's probably looking like, oh, great, yeah. You two just go at each other.
Yeah.
We'll pick up the scraps and blow you guys out in Game 1 again.
But here's the thing: they have a lot of veterans in both, like the Clippers and the Nugs. And I don't want to get too deep in, but there's a lot of veterans on the court for both teams. Both teams, and like
a lot of high playoff minutes. Yep.
he's been in the league a long time. You know what I mean? Like a lot of those guys on both sides know how to win games in the playoffs. So we'll get to that. But that Laker-Minnesota matchup would be who the Warriors would face. We got to get through Houston, though.
Was that the most surprising of the weekend? Probably what Minnesota did to the Lakers. Were you surprised by that?
I actually thought Orlando putting up the fight that they did against Boston.
The final score doesn't indicate how close that game was and tight.
Exactly.
Paolo looked sick. I love Paolo Banchero.
Well, I mean, Tatum hurt his wrist. You know, that's something to monitor. You know, so like
Knicks Pistons was fun. That was a good one. That was a dogfight.
Yeah.
It's just fun seeing Detroit again. They were so awful this last decade plus. They actually have hope. So again, I know round one, like in game one weekends of the NBA playoffs, it's not the same as super wild card weekend.
No.
And it's not even close.
But that win for the Warriors was a shot across the bow because you had the opportunity. Like, think about it this way. Had they lost that game, how big of a you had this one in your hands and you lost it. Now we got to find our way.
What a suck.
Fight back and win game two. Now it's like house money. And I think all the pressure now goes directly to the Houston Rockets. And obviously the Warriors are going to have to make certain adjustments to slow them down. I'm just not sure what their offensive adjustments are to free things up. Warriors are going to stay in multiple zones throughout the bulk of the second, third quarters. And I don't know where they're going to get shots from.
Well, we had, who was it? Adam Wexler, who joined us last week. He does the pre and post for the radio side for Houston Rockets. He joined Bonte and I. And he said the series is going to come down to Jalen Green. If Jalen Green can score efficiently, the Rockets can win this series. Well, we saw what it was in game one. 3 of 15 in 31 minutes for Jalen Green. 0 of 4 from beyond the arc. 7 points. A big fat poo-poo. So it was horrible.
Let me give you his last 5 games, okay? Now, a Warrior game is in there where he scored 21. His best game ever against the Warriors. He played the Clippers, he scored 5 points. He played the Lakers, he scored 7 points. He played Denver, he scored 2 points. He played the Warriors in this game 1. He scored 7 points.
And those are all Western Conference
Exactly.
contenders. Those are all big boy veteran teams.
Sophisticated veteran teams that know what you want to do.
Correct.
This is not the Utah Jazz.
No. And Dominic did say something about them being the 2 seed and saying well, they're not really the 2 seed. I did kind of feel like that watching yesterday because again, on paper, they are the 2 seed. And I'm going to give them credit because they had to take the regular season seriously. A lot of these teams, like the Lakers, for example, not that they don't, I'm not trying to say they don't take the regular season seriously, but it's not the end all be all.
No, they're setting themselves up because they know the most important time is right now.
The Warriors, the Clippers,
Celtics,
and again, the Celtics and Cavs I'll push away because they can win no matter what because they have the depth and the talent to do so.
Yeah, but it's not like the Celtics were fighting tooth and nail for months on end.
No, they weren't. But they do have youth on their side with their 2 best players too.
Sure.
I'll look at the Warriors and the Lakers in particular. They have a lot of older guys as their kind of their best players, albeit Luka is now there with LeBron.
Yeah, they're in chief mode.
They can cruise at times. So, and a young team, a team that's trying to prove themselves, is going to take the regular season a bit more seriously at times, and they are younger and fresher, and they're going to win. So, by virtue of all of that, they are the 2 seed. But I kind of heard Dominic where it's kind of fraudulent. A little bit. I felt like they were a fraudulent 2 seed watching that game yesterday. I did.
Well, again, the regular season is different from the playoffs. The regular season is just its own unique. You're playing 82 games. You don't play the same opponent in back-to-back games. You're flying in and out. And then you get into the regular season, right? I mean, the playoffs, excuse me. You get into the playoffs, and it's 7 games against the exact same team. We get to adjust. We get to practice. There's days off in between. It could not be more different, regular season to playoffs. At least in baseball, you play 3-game set against this team, a 4-game set against that team, a 3-game set against that team. And so a 7-game series, there is some semblance of that throughout the regular season. The NBA regular season is all over the place. Right. And then you get into the playoffs and it's a complete, it's officiated different.
Yep.
It's played different. The practice level is different. The planning is different. The rotations are different. Everything about it is different. So, yeah, it doesn't resemble the regular season at all.
888-957-9570, same number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Your confidence level after that game is what? And also, Dub Nation, Jimmy Butler is a Golden State Warrior. Again,
what a game.
25 points.
What a game.
6 assists, 5 steals.
How many rebounds?
7 for him, but 3 offensive, which felt huge.
Yeah.
Like every single, and real quick, the offensive rebound disparity in this game. This is another thing if I'm the Houston Rockets waking up this morning and I'm a Rockets fan. It's like, man, we dominated the glass. We out-rebounded them 22, offensive rebounded them 22-6. We had 22 offensive.
But I thought that
we had 22 offensive rebounds. And it wasn't enough.
Read me off the guard rebounding totals for the Warriors, because I thought Pods, Curry, GP2, I thought they did a really good job on the loose balls.
Steph had 6 defensive rebounds. Pods had 7 defensive rebounds. That's 13. Draymond Green, obviously 5.
How about Buddy?
Buddy Hield, he had 1. Quinn Post had 1. Keith Santos had 1. I know guards you're looking for.
Yeah.
Gary Payton had 3.
Okay.
So there you go. So, but they did.
I mean, that's 15 from your guards. Like, that's a really good game plan. And then I just look at like guard production for Houston. If Van Vliet and Green are going to play that way, they have no chance. They have no chance.
What gives you more confidence? I'll ask this question. Was it the combination of Stephen Curry and Jimmy buckets yesterday combining for 56 points? Or was it defensive performance? Because for me, like, I get it. Those two are special. That was awesome. It was their first playoff game together. I'm going away from that game saying that interior defense that they showed against that long, big, athletic team that can't shoot the ball, like, that is what I'm coming away with. They held them to 85 points yesterday, Joe. That is their lowest of the season for Houston scoring the ball. 85 points, and that's the lowest they've held an opponent all season long to the Warriors.
And the first half was the least that they had given up all year.
Dude, they held them to 34 points.
It was
34. I was watching 2001 NBA basketball again.
I thought it was the Pistons.
Right?
The early OOs
Ben Wallace and co.
I said to you guys, and I couldn't believe I said this. I go, 87's going to win this game. I think I said that at the start of the fourth quarter. And you guys all looked at me like I could feel it.
Like, this didn't respond. Like, we didn't.
These guys think I'm an idiot. And I'm like, no, I really think 87 points wins this game.
And you had Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry, and then you had the big shots from Moses Moody again. Like, you have the greatest shooter in the history of the sport on your team, and they're throwing out Fred VanVleet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just going to keep coming back to that. It is what it is.
But the other aspect to this is that the Warriors can shoot better when it comes to the hands.
Yes.
Quentin could have a moment, or at least a quarter. Buddy, God, can his buddy just do something?
They are not going to be facing, if they advance, of defense, I believe, this ferocious and this physical going forward.
Right, and so I think Post, I would give Post another opportunity. Run it back. Let him shoot. He's got to keep shooting, and I think he needs to be aggressive. Buddy can hit a bucket. I need Pods to stay confident. We need Moody to build off what he did in that fourth quarter, because I think if he can get to about 10 to 12 points, we're looking a lot better. GP2, continue to stay aggressive. If they can get contributions from the others, to me, the magic number is 100. If they're around 100 points, they're going to win every one of these games against the Rockets. It's when they're bottled up and Steph's not scoring and Jimmy's not scoring, and then the others, it becomes more imperative that they have to contribute. I don't know if they can get that done. If it's in the 90s, in the 80s, that favors the Rockets. If you can be around 100, get the brooms ready.
And speaking of that, holding the team to 85 points, Steve Kerr was damn proud of it.
You know, they're the best team in the league in the possession game. You know, they got 11 more shots than we did tonight as a result of all those offensive boards. Now, we're going to turn them over, too, you know, and our defense is excellent. I mean, we just held a hell of a team to 85 points on their home floor. So our defense is big time, and we're going to count on that. But we've got to recognize that we don't need to take chances in this series. We need to be clean with our execution and transition. We don't need to dribble through traffic. We don't need to throw lob passes, to try to get a dunk. We've got to be rock solid. And if we're smart and tough, then I think we're going to be in good shape.
And that is exactly what I came away thinking yesterday. Smart and tough, relying on your veterans and them setting the tone. That is what you need in a game one to calm the Moody's, the Pajemskis, the Quinn Post, who did look shaky at times. All those guys. Hell, Buddy Hield did too. Buddy Hield, it's not like he has a whole lot of playoff experience. He doesn't. He was playing for the Kings for most of his career, for Christ's sake, right? Like, and the New Orleans Pelicans.
I took so much. I couldn't believe how much happiness I took out of watching the Kings lose.
They're awful. Though the Kings fans were probably not enjoying themselves watching that Golden State Warriors performance last night. Kyle Draper. Kumi Los Altos wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Kumi, how are we feeling about yesterday's win? Big win.
Let's go, Dubs. Awesome win. A couple points I wanted to make about the game. We were in the bonus with 10 minutes to go in the third quarter, and we would not drive. We'd take. They were just giving us the threes. I thought that was a perfect time to have post up Butler and just get some buckets. We went on a hold spell when we were up 20, and I cannot believe Kerr can't get Kuminga some minutes. In the perfect time, Shasky had a great point when Steven Adams and Şengün are in there together. I mean, Adams is like a bigger Looney. Looney can't do anything against Adams. He's a better rebounder than Looney. And Looney was in the corner a couple times, and Adams was guarding him. Like, you don't think Kuminga could drive on Steven Adams and take it to the bucket and then dish off or have a basket for himself? I just think Kuminga needs some minutes. I think he can get some easy buckets in transition and help in rebounding because he can at least jump with these guys. And we were getting killed on the boards. But I think the Warriors will be winning in 5 or 6. I don't think Curry or Butler can play any better. They played amazing. Curry was just crazy good. And Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green are going to play a little better. So we need the rest of the cast to step up. And
Kumi,
I love it though.
Hey, Kumi, you all right? You're heavy breathing. You walking or something? Doing a hike this morning? What you doing?
Man, I was just doing wind sprints and burpees, trying to get on with you guys.
Wow, look at this guy. Kumi's setting the tone. I love that. Thank you, Kumi. 888-957-9570. Yeah, JK, like, again, they won the game. Will they need him at any point this series? Maybe if the Rockets win 1 or 2 and they give him a look that they haven't seen before, and maybe you throw him out there. Again, Anthony Slater tweeted this yesterday. He covers the team, 95.7 The Game, Warriors Insider. He tweeted this: expectation is that Jonathan Kuminga will be out of the Warriors' initial Game 1 rotation entering this Rockets series. He looms as an in-game or in-series adjustment. So we'll see if it'll be an adjustment if Steve Kerr will go to him. There might be a moment where they go to him. But yesterday, they didn't need him. They didn't need him yesterday. I don't know what you want from me.
No, I hear you. But there is like Looney is going to be trusted, right? We understand why. Looney's
he's a made man.
Exactly. But there is a reality of, like, for him to stay on the floor, he's got to bring something to the table, right? You can't just be a trusted guy in these series.
He couldn't get rebounds yesterday.
So I think that for me the big issue is, all right, they had the last game of the year against the Clippers. Now, again, this is a small sample, but 16 minutes, he's a -3. 16 minutes, he had 3 rebounds and 6 points against Zubac. He was better than the numbers would indicate, but 3 rebounds isn't great for 16 minutes for a big in this offense and in this defense. And then against Memphis, he's a -11. He only has 1 rebound and 2 points in only 10 minutes. He plays 10 minutes essentially in this game. He's a +4, 1 rebound, 0 points. I don't care about plus minus rebounding. He's got it. He's got a rebound, right? And so that's where I would say, all right, if he's not going to score, he has to rebound. He just has to.
I mean, and the guy that you would go to before Kuminga, and I think is more trusted at this point, would be a Quentin Post, who's got the size. But again, he was getting abused defensively yesterday. It's a tough matchup for him. And if he's not shooting the ball, then he's not shooting the ball. Like, that's the thing. You're talking about shooting the ball, and you need to be able to do that. And again, I think
you got to stretch Adams out of the paint.
Okay, exactly. And our boy Kumi was talking about it. Like, there was a moment yesterday where Kevon Looney was all by himself behind the 3-point line in the corner there. And just no one was around him.
To me, this is the lineup, and I love Loon. I kind
of want him to just shoot it. To be honest,
him and GP2 on the floor together, it's really tough. It's just really tough. So that's why, like, I'm not saying that TJD is the end all be all. I'd probably give Post a look. I'd give TJD a minute. Just give him a minute. Let's see, especially when Steven Adams in. Let's see what it looks like. And if it's bad, hey, yank him back off. Nothing lost. Maybe it's Gee. Maybe it's a small ball 5 and you go with Gee. Maybe it is Kuminga, a small ball 5. I don't love the Looney-Steven Adams matchup because I don't think you're punishing them. You need to punish them for playing Steven Adams, meaning you need to attack him on defense if you're not going to get rebounds on when they're on offense.
Let's go to E in San Jose. Wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Good morning, E. You're on Spadoni and Shasky. What you got, man?
Spadoni, Shasky, how you guys doing this morning?
What's up, buddy?
Great.
I wanted to talk about Draymond's discipline in Game 1. They were obviously trying to mess with him, but they were using other guys rather than whatever the hell his name is. I can't remember.
Şengün or Dylan Brooks?
Baby Braids. Brooks, thank you. They were using Şengün. They were doing it where Draymond would usually blow up, but he walked away. Like he gave him a little shot and then he walked away, which is not something Draymond usually does. And if he keeps his head, I mean, I'm not saying he's not going to get no technicals. Let's be honest here. Let's put the over under at 2 for the series, but 1.5. We'll give him 1 and a hook. If he keeps his head and doesn't get into those altercations, I think they'll be fine. They need somebody else to step up if they start messing with Steph, because they are. Dylan Brooks is already marking him and keeping his hand on him all the way down the court. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understands that if Draymond keeps his head, we're going to be all right. Thank you, boys. I'll take my answer off there.
No, I'm 100% with you. What did I text you guys in the thread? I go, Dre's just got to control himself.
Yeah.
I could feel the flagrant coming.
Oh, Ime Udoka at some point in the series is going to antagonize him and try to go after him.
But I also thought that Steve Kerr, and this is the brilliance of Kerr, he actually said, all right, no. Draymond, come sit down. Let's cool off. I need to take you out of the game. I think in times past, he would kind of let Dre play through those things, and you could see the flagrant or the tech coming, and it's avoidable. And I thought that Kerr did a really good job kind of calming down Draymond Green in that opportunity. And I give Draymond credit. Draymond did stay concerted. He had a hard foul on Dylan Brooks where Dylan went crashing in to GP2. That could have gotten testy.
Right.
And I still believe like their game plan is going to be get under Draymond's skin. And it's incumbent on him to just let it go.
Absolutely. I think we're going Zion I here. Don't lose your head. That's the theme for Draymond Green. It's a great song. Carter knows it. He's nodding in approval. He's a married man. He's feeling great. Yeah. Zion I, Don't Lose Your Head. Look it up. It's a great one.
I know Zion I.
You don't know that song, Shasky?
Yeah, I don't know. All-time beat. Come back with it at one point.
I will.
Thank you. Well, you might have to
play my Jimmy Mac. It's Jimmy time, dude.
Hey,
Jimmy Mac.
Greatest Jimmy in the history of Bay Area sports? You're looking at me like it's not even like I offended you.
I mean, Jimmy Johnson's a Hall of Famer for the Niners. I mean, you guys are all way too young, number 37.
Well, Jimmy Butler's a Hall of Famer. Is he not?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, look, this guy actually has his jersey retired for the 49ers.
Well, if Jimmy Butler completes this whole damn thing, he's definitely his jersey retired.
He might be. There's no doubt.
He might be.
I mean,
Jaime is in San Carlos. Before we get to the injury report, I want to get Jaime in here. 888-957-9570. Your biggest takeaway, Jaime, from yesterday's win was what? Good morning.
Good morning, fellas. Joe and Joe, how are you? I'm in a great mood. Just got back from Maui.
Oh, nice. You're feeling awesome.
Did you stay in Kanapali?
White Lotus?
I did, brother. I did. And you know what the funny part is? At the resort that we stayed at, I saw Zach, the quarterback, or the ex-quarterback of the Jets there with his girlfriend and his mom and family there.
Wait, Zach Wilson?
Looks like Zach Wilson. He looks like a regular dude.
Yeah.
I was like, you're not even that big.
Was his girlfriend over the age of 50?
No, she was young, but the reason why I even saw him is because I saw his I saw his mom, which she was smoking.
Continue, Jaime. What do we got on this?
You're the one who led him down this path.
I know. Okay. So my biggest takeaway is the Warriors played a gritty, grimy game that they normally lose by scoring that low. If they're going to bring in Adams and some of these bigs, put those bigs in pick and rolls and wear them down.
Exactly.
By the third and fourth quarter, they'll be done.
I totally agree.
So I say Warriors in 5 or 6, but let me know what you guys think.
Right now,
at this point, 6 feels like a disappointment, which sounds actually kind of arrogant. But honestly, it's how I feel after that game.
I'm with you. I'm in the 5-4 mode right now. 5-4. They win game 2. It's a wrap.
It's over. Like Saran?
Yeah, it's a wrap.
888-957-9570. We're going to continue this conversation. This show is flying by. When the Warriors win, well, hell, when the Warriors lose, it always flies by anyways. It's a game day reaction, and it's an all-day reaction here on 95.7 The Game. Don't go anywhere else. It's Joe Spadoni, it's Joe Shasky, we got Steiny and Good, we got Willard Nibs. We got it all the action, all postseason long, right here on 95.7 The Game. 95-85 the final. Your biggest takeaway, your confidence level. Like, I'm coming away from that game. You could go Jimmy Butler. You can go Stephen Curry. I'm going team defense was stifling yesterday. Everyone was talking about the Rockets defense. Can we give the flowers to the Warriors defense yesterday?
They ran a 1-3-1, a 2-3, a 3-2. They did man-to-man. They doubled Şengün. He had 5 turnovers.
I mean, we talk about it. Since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler, this has been one of, if not the best team defensively in the NBA. Let's give them their flowers too, man. Injury report.
The Rockets coming out to play.
They did not come out to play yesterday, at least offensively. The Giants, though, they did. Well, lost 2 of their last 3. Yeah. Are they coming back down to earth? It's just, I wasn't very happy about that blown save yesterday for Ryan Walker. By the way, that was not a very encouraging throw from one Willie Adames. Maybe he'll be better next time. We'll see. But speaking of the Giants, they had to make their first in-season roster move of 2025 over the weekend, placing infielder Casey Schmidt on the injured list with a left oblique strain. Sometime Schmidt happens, if you will. He injured the oblique taking swings in the batting cage before Friday night's game. No timetable is available for his absence. David Villar was called up to replace Schmidt. And to make room for Villar on the 40-man roster, Errar Encarnacion was added to the 60-day IL. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years, Joe.
If you had an oblique in the MLB, the average DL time, IL, whatever they call it now, is 30 days.
Wow. Well, it's the amount of torque and swing. Like, you can't, like, it's not like the NFL with certain positions where they can get through it. It's a brutal injury. Have you ever had one? You ever strained your oblique? You've hurt everything in your body. Okay.
Yes.
It's a tough one.
It's tough to sleep. It's tough to breathe, laugh. Yeah, you can't throw. You can't hit.
Man.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Hey, you're in trouble. Well, hopefully Casey is on the mend quickly. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Halfway home here on a Reaction Monday. Warriors 95, Rockets 85. We're breaking it all down. It's Spadoni and Shasky. Come on back, 95.7 The Game.
Shot clock at 5, and Pajemski right in front of the Warrior bench in the left corner. They'll have to put it into play. Finds post, catches, doesn't shoot it, gets it to Curry. Curry with 2, with 1. Fade away up and good. Curry willed that ball into the bucket, and the lead is back up to 10.
I mean,
wow. 28 for number 30.
Oh, heck yes.
Let's go. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors 95, Rockets 85. That defense was stifling. No, not for the Rockets, for the Golden State Warriors. They looked like the better defensive team yesterday. They're the ones with Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry, and they got the dub for Dub Nation. Good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. School's going to be coming out here. It's April 21st, so about a month's time, school's going to start getting out. Summer's going to be here before you know it, Joe.
Did you smell that?
What was it? The 420 was yesterday.
I can smell that. Yeah, trust me, I can always smell that.
Thank you.
I told you, the official start of the summer is Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, I'd agree. Unofficial start.
And yeah. I can now start thinking about it. Right after Easter is when I can start sniffing the end of the school year and the beginning of summer. It's the best time of the year. I don't care what anyone says. Summer's the best.
Around here, summer's very interesting because our weather doesn't really change a whole hell of a lot, at least in San Francisco.
Okay.
Which I don't mind because you can just drive over to East Bay, go to Oakland Roots game, shout out Know Your Roots, and go to the Oakland, and it's like 75 degrees and sunny. That's why I love coming in here to work, and then I go back to the Bay, across the bridge, over the Bay Bridge, and it's 75 degrees and sunny. It's what it's supposed to be today, Carter. Then I go to Alameda, play a little golf, maybe go to Walnut Creek, get a little golf action there. We need to go hit the links here soon. It's golf season for me right now. That's what it is.
How foggy is it right now in the hearts of Houston Rockets fans after having the year that they had? And I'm sure that they were thinking, we could beat the Warriors. And then the Warriors come in and essentially handle them.
I mean, if you're a Rockets fan this morning, you're getting PTSD. It's like, oh, great. Stephen Curry's hitting those shots again. Yeah, it's a wrap. They're 4-0 against us lifetime. That was the Harden, Chris Paul era, Dwight Howard, all of that. The
same way teams look at Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, and they're like, how are they going to find a way?
Right.
Like, that's the worst matchup. I know. When Buffalo sees them, they're like, we have no chance. When Baltimore's, we have no chance.
When the Niners see them, they have no chance.
Exactly. And I'm telling you, like, when you have Steph Curry and you have Steve Kerr, you are, it's basically teams have to give you the night before you can say that they don't have a shot. Now that you've added Jimmy Butler and he can be a closer to help you down the stretch, not just on offense, but defensively, being able to switch, diving on the floor, getting deflections. I thought him and Draymond were outstanding in terms of deflections late in that game.
I mean, what was the most encouraging aspect of that win for you yesterday, Dub Nation? We're talking about it, 888-957-9570. That's the same number to call or text, by the way. So again, if you're hanging out, just chilling, you don't want to call us, you can always text us, 888-957-9570. And that's courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And by the way, we are streaming as well. Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Laughing Monk probably loving this Warriors game yesterday. Everyone was shouting out Laughing Monk, Sunnyvale, San Francisco. A lot of people I know love to go there. He's got the lobster linguine. I guess it's named after Joe Shasky. The Shasky linguine. So good right now, you want to go for some lobster?
I could.
At 8 in the morning? Why not?
I could always go for lobster.
Carter, you're scoffing at that, but there's lobster Benedicts. All right, come on.
I was going to say, that's good.
There you go. That's actually right up his alley. A lobster eggs Benedict is right up Carter's alley.
I just want to know where Carter's going after the wedding this weekend. Like, when is the honeymoon?
And if you're just joining us, congratulations, Carter Chickering.
Where are you going?
Yeah, where are you going?
Jamaica.
Sandals? All inclusive?
Private jet?
Are you really?
Private jet?
I wish, Shasky.
No, it's gonna be one of those like water boats, like they fly in on like the water planes. They fly in on the water.
Are you taking Dylan Brooks with you? Because I think they'll be in Jamaica in about a week and a half.
Oh no!
Oh no!
You hate to see that if you're a Rockets fan.
I'm telling you, dude.
This morning.
I was as worried as any, and believe me, I understand it. And I'm not trying to overreact after one game. I'm asking sincerely, what is the chess move for the Rockets offensively to be able to keep up with what the Warriors are presenting?
It's literally just hitting your shots. That's it. That's all they could do. And they're a team that doesn't hit their shots in the regular season.
I mean,
they're not a good offensive team shooting the ball.
Jalen Green has had, it's got to be 6 or 7 games against the Warriors. He's really only had the one 21-point game. He's the only one that sticks out. The Warriors know what he wants to do. He wants to play 100 miles per hour downhill. He's kind of got a little bootleg Westbrook thing going.
Speaking of Westbrook over the weekend, oh my God.
We'll get to him.
The Nuggets Clippers.
The worst non-shot since the national title game non-shot.
Oh, that was Houston-esque, wasn't it?
What was he doing?
I don't know. I never know what that guy's doing. He's just getting mad at
He also made plays over Kawhi, though.
He did. He did.
But Jalen Green, if he's not going to score, and if Fred VanVleet's going to go bombs away from 3 and barely hit rim, they're in deep, deep trouble because the Warriors are not going to honor those guys from the outside. Dylan Brooks could hit 8,000 threes from beyond the arc. The Warriors will never think that that's a good shot for him. Like that, no. They'll give him that. Amen Thompson will get anything he wants from 15 feet out, but anything from 15 feet in, they're going to have 2 and 3 guys all over him. So I don't know, man. I don't know where they're going to get offense. I think Jabari Smith's the guy that needs to play more for them.
Can we put the rest of the Curry stopper thing too? Amen Thompson. I don't know. That last game, he held him to 3 points. Stop.
Yeah, Ruben Patterson thinks they should remove that name.
Stop it.
You know, guys don't know Ruben Patterson. If I say Ruben,
Mick who?
Ruben Patterson thought he was the Kobe stopper, and I think he called himself the Kobe stopper one day.
Well, the only guy
Kobe was like, "There's no one stopping."
No, there's no. Shane Battier was another one, right? Too. The hand in the face. He's like, I just try to make him work harder for it. I was like, stop. He was making that fade away in your face all the time. The only one that Kobe actually respected as like a legitimate Kobe stopper was Tony Allen. He was the guy who said he guarded him the best. So there you go. And again, Amen Thompson, God love you. You're incredible. He's a rookie. That's a tough assignment for the kid.
I'm a huge fan of his.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so much baked into this series, and I think a lot of people are like, oh, the one thing that the Rockets have going for them is their youth, and maybe they don't know any better, and they got size and they got athleticism. At the end of the day, though, we see it in the playoffs, whether it's baseball, whether it's basketball, whether it's football, doesn't matter. Golf, individual sports, experience matters.
Absolutely.
It matters. And when you have Jimmy Butler, who's 35, experienced, been to 2 finals as a best player, dragging 2 Heat teams that had no business going there to those.
And it feels like he's gaining more of like, you know what? You're right. It is my turn to take over.
Yeah.
Whereas I think he deferred a little too often early on.
And again, 10 and 19 from the floor yesterday, 25 points when they needed 5 steals, 6 assists, leading the team in steals and assists, second in scoring. Yeah, that's the Jimmy Butler experience.
Steals and assists. I mean, he's such a great player.
He's all around.
He's so much better than I thought.
He's literally what they've been missing. Again,
he's so much better than I thought.
I go back to it. It's the yin and yang, right? And Steph spoke to it immediately. He's like, we complement each other in a weird way that I didn't even know was possible. And I think a lot of Warriors fans are skeptical about the Jimmy Butler acquisition because, again, and I know you were on this, and I'm not blaming you, but when you have the opportunity to get Kevin Durant and you felt like you were going to get him, because you guys made sweet music and sweet love together,
100%.
You won 2 titles, went to 3 finals. Yeah, you want that. But Jimmy Butler was the guy you needed. Yeah. He was the guy you needed for this team, this iteration. He's better than what Kevin Durant is defensively. He is a better facilitator than what Kevin Durant was. And at this point, as a shooter, maybe not the shooter he is, but like picking and choosing his spots and be able to slow things down, he's what you needed with this team. And as a leader, again, I know we all kind of made fun of it at the time. He's been a great leader for this team. Great leader on the court.
I also thought that he adjusted really well in this Rocket game because the last time they played the Rockets, I'm looking at it right here. He only scored 13 points.
And how many attempts? Less than 10, right? How many attempts from
he
the
was
floor?
4 of 7.
7.
All right. He only had
19 times.
5 rebounds, 3 assists. But in that game, he just looked A, tired, and B, very unathletic compared to those guys. In that game.
Yeah.
In this one, with a couple of days rest, now I faced you one time, he looked so much more in control, more athletic, stronger, fit. Like he was that step ahead of them.
And he talked about that on the walk-off with TNT yesterday.
Let me hear that, yeah.
Just rest, honestly. Getting some rest, clear minds, knowing that we got one job to do, come in here, compete, and try to steal one on the road.
I like that. I didn't know that. So right after the game, I'm such a big Bonte fan, and I flipped over to the NBC broadcast to
you're
watch
a big Bonte fan now. You ignore him on social about House of Prime Rib, but you're his biggest fan.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Also, there's like this thing with Chuck that, like Barkley on the TNT stuff, like we get it.
It's a shtick.
No, I know we get it. It's kind of tired.
Some people like
it's a decade.
Again, I understand.
You can't just poop on the Warriors for a decade. Like at some point, can you break down the game we just saw?
But he knows what he's doing because that caters to the younger. Like the high school Joe Shasky would have been tuned into that because I want the national perspective. I used to do that a lot when it's like my team won. You go on Around the Horn or PTI. It's like, okay, I want to hear what the national perspective because they're talking. Again, that doesn't really matter anymore, though.
But for credibility, like, and I know that he's like, in part, it's a character. I acknowledge and I understand it, but like. Why I love the TNT postgame show is because Kenny and Shaq and Ernie and Chuck are going to break down what I just saw and give me something. Now, there can be some fun, but if for a decade, all the important Warrior games, you come out rooting for the other team, every single one of them, and you're just going to stay on this island of, well, the other team's going to figure it out. And then you just get mad at the team that you picked to win, didn't perform. It's just, at some point, can you just analyze the game I just saw, Chuck? That's all I'm saying. Like, it's been a decade of it. Like, we get it. We know your stance. Let Kenny kind of break down the game I just saw.
888-957-9570. That's what we're doing this morning and all day long right here, 95.7 The Game, breaking this game down. Warriors 1-0 now. They have snapped a 3-game, game 1 losing streak dating back to the finals a couple years ago against the Boston Celtics.
Crazy.
When they won, they lost that one. Obviously lost game 1 to the Sacramento Kings and then to the Los Angeles Lakers. So that was their 3-game, game 1 losing streak. but they snapped it and are now 1-0 heading into game 2, which will be on Wednesday, which now feels like a must win for the Rockets if they have any hope in this series, because they're not winning 2 in Golden State. They're just not.
How much time by fans, by the station, by the media, the hand wringing over seeding for the Warriors, right? And like, I get it.
I wasn't one of them, but I hear you. I felt
the rest, I think, was the most important. Like for me, like the part of avoiding the play-in was the rest, right? And there's a difference between the Friday night game and the play-in, which Memphis looked like they had no chance. They were had the Warriors played Friday night, I think that they would have looked closer to what Memphis looked like than whatever they looked like against the Rockets.
I think they would have gotten blown out as well. Might not have been by 50, but maybe like by 20.
Well, they wouldn't have looked good.
No.
And that team needed rest. That being said, I 100% subscribe to the we just look different in the playoffs. Well, I've always felt that way. But getting there was always the difficult part. Right. But we did all this hand-wringing on seeding. Seeding doesn't. If you win game 1 on the road or even game 2 on the road, you have now seized back home control and home court advantage. And so the Warriors right now have all of the momentum, and they're going to have to face a team that's going to be desperately clean for their season.
Absolutely.
And they're going to come out fighting. But that being said, I love their energy because early on in this game,
they got punched in the mouth early.
They did, and they bounced back.
Şengün had a sick dunk. I know. I think we all forgot about it.
Wow, that's right.
He
I forgot
dunked
about
over
that.
Draymond. It's like, oh my God.
How about the Tari Eason block on Jimmy Butler?
That was sick. After he turned it over
that
and
was
then he
a
recovered.
Sweet block.
That was, again, they show the signs and flashes like, wow, this team could be something. Well, they just can't shoot the ball, man.
Well, that's where Steven Adams is going to continue to be a load. I don't think their disparity on the glass is going away.
No.
Because they've got the size. It's how can you exploit them on the other end?
He's absolutely a big load there. David in San Francisco wants to join in the conversation, 888-957-9570. Good morning, David. How are we feeling about that win yesterday? What's your confidence heading deeper into this series now after going up 1-0? Good morning.
Hi, guys. Thank you for taking the call. And let me just start by complimenting your colleagues. I listened to the game on the radio. I was driving, and I just really thought it's Tom and Tim, right?
Yep. Tom Tolbert, Tim Roy, right here, 95.7 The Game, Odyssey app.
They were outstanding. Tolbert especially. I mean, Tolbert's just so solid. It was really a delight to listen to the game on the radio as opposed to watching it on TV. There's a lot to unpack. Let me react to something one of you guys said about Kevin Durant. Been there, done that. I don't think there was any disappointment among the fan base when we didn't get Durant. And while I did share a lot of people's skepticism about Jimmy Butler, primarily because of all of the bad press that was coming out of Miami, it's turned out he's been a great teammate. Period. Hard stop. Great teammate.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Obviously is vibing with everybody, especially Draymond. That's clear from what transpires on the court. And he's just an amazing addition. He's such a baller. Guy's just such a baller. Great game. Very exciting. Lots of back and forth. I guess, my biggest concern, what I took away from the game was that they hung tough and they were able to keep the momentum, keep the thing going. And, granted, we got 3 older players against a relatively young team. And my worry going forward is that they're able to, keep that momentum going, fitness level, the endurance, when you cross into your 30s, you start slowing down, you lose a step. And I guess my biggest concern is if we come out of this, series with a W and go on to round 2, can they keep it going?
So here's what I would say to you. Here's what I would say to you. They played 9 games in 15 days. Okay.
9 times.
That was into the play-in. Okay. So 9 and 15. Okay. Starting today. All right. As in yesterday, excuse me. Starting yesterday. That's 1 game, 1 day. They won't play for another 2 days after that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't play again until Wednesday.
There's no more back-to-back.
Monday, Tuesday. That's 2 full days off. Then you have Thursday, Friday, 2 more full days off until Saturday's game 3. They will have played 3 games in an 8-day span or whatever it is, as opposed to 9 and 15. 9 and 15, which is what they had coming into this. So right now, the schedule's in their favor. Now, It's up to them to take advantage of the days off and to continue to rest, rehab, whatever it is, come out and execute in these games. There's no doubt about it. My other big takeaway, which obviously his point about the big three, everybody knows that. Without the big three, they're in trouble, right? We know. But the other guys are going to have to step up. And that's why I thought Moses Moody's 2 big buckets late in this game, Podziemski making big plays late in this game, those were critical for this team. If they want to go anywhere, Moses Moody is going to have to hit shots to stay on the floor because we know where Kerr's going to lean. He's going to lean GP2, right? And GP2, God bless him, during the bulk of the game, he's going to attack, he's going to shoot. But late in games, he's not a guy I want shooting corner threes. No. He's just not. I trust Moody's shot, even though the shot hasn't been better. Pods, the activity level, that's a carryover. I know every game he plays in, that activity level, his activity on the glass, deflections, diving, just being a pest, that is there. But I want him being assertive offensively, taking the middies, taking the open threes. He's got to find his shot from beyond the arc. And that's why the 3 early threes in the first half were critical for him, having confidence going into the fourth quarter.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. What gave you the most confidence coming out of that win yesterday, Dub Nation? We're talking about it all show long. And you know what gives me confidence? It might be the simplest answer. I mean, we got Stephen Curry, and they don't. Here's Steph after the game talking about his teammate, Jimmy Butler.
Our system is the same, but we do have basically like Peyton Manning at the line. You have your audibles where you can go to the Jimmy playbook, if you will, and like I said, get him the ball at all 3 spots, whether it's pick and roll, whether it's at the elbow or on the block. So we're still learning each other and where those sweet spots are, depending on how teams guard us. But that is a great safety net to have. If they're going to pressure me full court or try to take away the off-ball stuff, that you have somebody that can create shots on his own.
Is Steph yelling out, Omaha?
The hallmark of this team is IQ.
Yeah.
Right? So if you look at all the guys that can play on this team or not, I think, basketball feel, IQ, for the read and react, for what they want to do offensively, but also defensively. They were in a zone yesterday. I thought they did a great job shading off of non-shooters, doubling Şengün at opportunistic times when he put the ball on the floor. Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, boxing out is going to be big. But the guards, I thought, were active. They were trying to rebound. It wasn't for a lack of effort. Just Steven Adams is a load. He's a straight-up load. But their IQ is the most important part, and that's really what makes or breaks guys in this system.
Well, there's levels to this stuff. Like, all due respect to Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams and Dylan Brooks as the veterans on that
they're
team.
They're fringe role players.
They're not the veterans that a Draymond Green, a Jimmy Butler, a Stephen Curry is. They're just not. They're not the same level of players. And you know what? That's literally what it is. Şengün's a very good player. He's an all-star.
I actually really like him.
He's really good.
He has great touch.
He does. And I thought, without him, they're getting cooked. He is their only weapon on offense right now, consistently. That being said, it's not enough. It's just not. And coming out of that game, I'm feeling a little bit greedy this morning, Joe. We'll get to game 2 because we have a couple days between now and then, but I'm getting greedy. I want to step on their throat. I want to give them zero hope, and I would go all out to win game 2, knowing I have 2 home games.
Totally agree.
And I want it over. You know why? Because I have a again, you're looking ahead here, and I'm not trying to look too far ahead. I get game 2, I'm up 2-0. I can get greedy. Maybe it goes 5, maybe. And then I'm looking at that other series with Minnesota and LA. Yeah, how about you guys? Now all of a sudden, they're the teams that take a pound of flesh out of each other. We're talking about the Rockets taking a pound of flesh out of the Warriors. I'm waking up this morning saying, man, maybe just maybe we can get a lot of rest. Again, there's so much between now and then. We're not going to get too far ahead of ourselves, but that's how I'm feeling if I'm waking up as a Warriors fan this morning. How can I not be full of confidence? How do you come away from that game not feeling like, we're winning this series? That's how I would answer. Barring something major happening, knock on wood, injury-wise, I just don't see how the Rockets can score 4 times in this series and win 4 games. Oh, hell, can they even do it 3 times and push it to a 7-game series? I don't know.
The hardest part of the season, I'm telling you, the 9 games in 15 days felt like the hardest part of getting in, at least for right now. Getting in was a more difficult task for them than I think this series is going to play out. They've got to handle business. They've got to work on a lot of stuff. I think there's plenty to clean up, but I'm really encouraged, and I think they have an awesome opportunity to come back home 2-0.
Real quick, before we go to the break, I do want to touch on this, and BPA, Jim and Berkeley, we will get to on the other side, I promise. 888-957-9570. We talked all week long about this matchup. I shouldn't say all week long because we didn't know the matchup until, what was it, Wednesday, Thursday? But we talked half the week long about the size and athleticism advantage. Is that still something that you fear after yesterday, Dub Nation, the size and athleticism of the Houston Rockets? Because I saw some interior defense yesterday from the Warriors that gave me a little, man, maybe this team can go through all the way through the Western Conference Final. Maybe just maybe they can. With that level of defense, now baked into that equation is the offensive ineptitude that is the Houston Rockets yesterday. I don't think they'll be that bad, but I do want to give the credit to the Warriors there a little bit, right? We're saying all this negative things about the Rockets offensively. A lot of that was because of what the Warriors were doing defensively. And Steve Kerr was talking about the size and athleticism advantage for the Rockets, and that the Warriors were able to neutralize it.
Well, I mean, that's obviously their advantage in the series is the size and athleticism and the offensive rebounding. They had 22 of them. We can be better for sure, but they're going to get offensive rebounds in this series. They just are. So we have to keep playing. You know, the possession doesn't end until we get the ball, so we got to keep fighting. I thought there were several loose balls that we didn't grab with two hands with force, so we'll look at those, similar to the Clipper game last week where the ball's bouncing around. We're trying to bounce it one time, or maybe we get a rebound and we're so anxious to get in transition, we throw the ball away. We can't have those. If it's a half-court game, I really think our defense can get the job done in this series.
And they did yesterday.
Joe, I just did all the math right here. They played 9 in 15 days to end the year. They will have played 4, if the first 4 games of this series, through the first 4, it'll be over a 12-day period. Think about the difference. 9 games in 15 versus 4 and 12 with significantly less travel.
It's a huge difference. 888-957-9570. That's the same number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Brian of Palo Alto, Jim Berkeley will get you on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. We're rolling. Warriors up 1-0 for the Houston Rockets in round 1 of the Western Conference.
Draymond in no hurry. Hands off to Curry. Reverse pivot. Spins down the lane. Underhand scoop. No good. Rebound. Butler goes back up and in. Jimmy Butler. And the Warriors with a rare offensive rebound basket of their own. And just like that, it's back up to 9.
Dub Nation, it's Quinton Post. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Quentin. So we got Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky, and Fat Joe on the rejoin.
Joey Crack!
Hey, I said my Shasky's don't dance. We just pull up our pants and do the Rockaway.
You saw what I was doing there. Good job.
Let's go. Let's go. Warriors postseason coverage, by the way, brought to you by the Agape. I like how you have to spell it out, too. Do some of the hosts not know how to say Agape? I believe that means love, if I'm not mistaken. Golf tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. Again, a week from today, the Agape Golf Tournament. Steiny and Goo going to be broadcasting live from 10 to 2. And if you want to play, go to 957thegame.com and click on the events tab to sign up. And all proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. That is a great cause. I chuckled in between there because I was just picturing, did Goo do the ceremonial tee shot? Was that last year or the year before? And is he doing it again?
I think it was last year, and he shanked it.
It was all, no, he chunked it. I think that's what happened. It might have
hit the ball?
That's the worst. I will have Goose back here. There is nothing more intimidating as an amateur sports player, Joe, you can attest to this, than at the first tee in front of a bunch of strangers.
It's the worst.
You just have to hit it. Just hit it off the tee. If it slices, if it hooks, whatever, don't chunk, don't top it, don't miss it. That's the 3 outcomes you do not want out of the first tee.
The 3 untrue outcomes.
You would rather hit a big hoopy slicer.
Yep.
Just get it off the tee.
Yep.
Just get off the tee.
That's it.
I was playing at Dublin Ranch one time. I don't even know if that's still around anymore, but
I think it is. Dublin out in East Bay?
Yeah. And my brother and me played in this tournament. It's the first tee. There's like 100 dudes. Just we don't know any of them. Yeah. It's me and him in the group with 2 randos. And my brother topped one, and it didn't even get off the box. And the poor guy was stomping back to the cart to slam his club in to go get a 3-wood.
Was it best ball, at least?
No, this is an actual, play your ball all the way through the tournament. And I was cringing on his behalf the entire time, and it was in front of everyone, and every swing, he was just chunking it down the first hole. And he picked up like an 11 or a 13 on that first hole. He's like, I'm done. I'm out. I'm ejected. Before things even started.
He pulled a Luka Doncic on court. I'm tired of this. I don't want to play anymore. Sulking. Steiny had the nerve of me to say, I think over the weekend, we were on a text thread. He's like, Spadoni, you're the Luka Doncic of fans when it comes to your sports fandom. He says I quit too easily. Is that true, guys?
Does Steiny have a fandom?
The Wolves. Chris Finch is his fandom. He says the Wolves are howling.
He's not allowed to be a Hawks. Neither here nor
Travis Schlenk.
I'm in too good of a mood today because of the Warriors.
Well, the Hawks, bring up the Timberwolves, by the way. Big win for them over the weekend. I think it was the second most impressive win, or probably the first most impressive win. First most, it's kind of redundant. The most impressive win of the weekend, I thought, of all the game ones, was the Wolves to do it in La La Land, where the Lakers have been really good, and to kind of blow them out. The Lakers had like a 10-point, they had a pretty hefty lead early on in that game.
I don't think highly of the Lakers, but continue.
I know you don't, but I think a lot of people do. I saw a lot of people saying Lakers Celtics. Everyone wants to pour that into the equation. I don't see it, first of all. I thought that was the most impressive victory. Naz Reid looking great. Warriors killer, Lakers killer, it doesn't matter. And Anthony Edwards, I think, reminding everyone, he's that dude. When come playoff time, that is a guy that strikes fear into my soul. And I thought what the Warriors did yesterday was the second most impressive. 85 points for the 2 seed. He held him to 85? Incredible.
First to 100 in every one of these games. If you can get to 100 the next 3 games, I think you're going to sweep.
I think that's a great call. First to 100.
I'm dead serious on this. That Houston is basically trying to get you in a rock fight.
What is that? Who is my guy for the Lawler's Law? First team to 100 wins kind of a thing? That's what he used to say.
But against the Memphises of the world, they want to score 120, 125. The Clippers, for example, even though they'll pick and choose when to be methodical. This Warrior team absolutely, can and has the ability to score, but because of the pace of the Rockets, they're going to try to walk. They're not getting any transition buckets. The Warriors, if they can limit turnovers, you're not giving up transitions. Now you're able to set your zone defense. They're not going to be, hey, we hit 18 threes in a half or in a game, team. That's not who they are. But they are a team that will fuel their transition game with turnovers and jumping the passing lane. So they've got to play ball control, the Warriors, that is, and they can't turn the ball over. And they've got to at least not be as bad on the offensive glass and defensive glass as they were in this one. They have to be better. They're still probably going to get out-rebounded in both categories, but they've got to do a better job. And then the last thing, Joe, is stick to their zone principles. Know who the personnel is on Houston, who needs to be honored. Jabari Smith, needs to be honored from three-point land, and that's about it. As I burp into the microphone accidentally.
That was an
came
elite,
out of nowhere.
Real quick, I just had to. That was an elite talk through the burp.
It just came.
Good.
I just had to power
You
through
talk
it.
through your yawns, but you talk through a burp too. That's a true radio professional. I was impressed. I liked the Warriors last night. You're grinding through it.
Unlike some, I admit I did it. And
That's
I just
okay.
keep it moving.
That's all right.
My best work is my worst work.
That's okay. Brian and Palo Alto, I'll cut to you in a second.
I keep coming back to this. That game
I keep
was
coming
huge.
back to Stephen Curry and
Well, he's
Jimmy
amazing.
Butler.
I thought his layups were as fun as the threes.
I think we got the layup package here.
I thought the layups were incredible.
You want to hear a montage of it?
Let's
How
hear
it
it.
sounded?
Yes.
Let's go.
God, what a win.
I love that. Did you make that, Sam? Good job. That was a nice little fade out there.
Yeah, it was really good.
I love that. The NBC on the NBA.
Hey, Sam, you're doing a great job
today,
He is doing a hell of a job. Sam's been crushing it the last
Some
few
would
weeks.
say
He's been
you're the
locked in.
Brandon Belt of cutting up sound.
You mean a two-time champ? I'll take two-time champ.
Relax.
He's
It's the show within the show, by the way. If people don't know what happens behind the scenes.
Oh, they know.
These guys were yelling at a break today of all days about Brandon Belt's legacy as a San Francisco Giant. Both of you shut the hell up. I'm not hearing anything about Brandon Belt today.
It was started
Stop.
because I saw a picture of two real first basemen that popped up. It was Will Clark.
That's the reason I get pissed.
And Keith Hernandez. And I said, those are real first basemen.
I thought you were going to go JT Snell. It's
Well,
not-
he also threw out the ceremonial first pitch for the Anaheim Angels because he was an Angel.
There you go.
Traded for, I believe, Alan Watson back in the day. Giants lefty prospect.
I'll believe you. Sure.
Yeah.
There you go. The rally monkey still give you nightmares?
Mike Trout's so good.
Well,
That's the reason I get
He actually
pissed.
hasn't been that good.
No, he wasn't in the series.
But against the Giants, he was Mike Trout
Trade
again.
for him.
I'm not mad at it. Brian, Palo Alto.
What's up, buddy?
Good morning.
What a win.
How we feeling?
I'm good. Expected to win that game, but yeah, I'm gonna say I think you gotta give Kuminga a little bit of run. I really do, and I think Buddy.
Oh no!
With what's that?
That was a drop that Sam played that said, "Oh no!" But I think where you're heading here, Brian, is a conversation we're going to have. But continue.
Keep going.
Yeah, I just think with post Buddy, Looney were unplayable last night, and you have to make adjustments as the series goes along. And those guys did not, in my opinion, contribute in any way. They were liabilities on the court. I think Looney is just done as a player. And getting a guy a little bit more athletic, I mean, you have to see, can you get good Kuminga, right? And if you get good Kuminga, I think there's upside in that. You have to find out if you can get it.
What,
right?
Brian? Real quick.
Maybe you don't. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you
Yeah.
off there because you're on fire. What does good Kuminga look like right now with this team? What would a good Kuminga performance be against this Rockets team for you?
Attack the rim, defend, rebound. That's it.
I'm so with
And
you. On
if you're wide open on a three, you shoot it with confidence.
Yep.
Hopefully it goes in. And but I mean, Buddy he was awful.
Yeah.
I mean, it was embarrassingly awful. And I think you got it right. That's three guys that are maybe unplayable. And so you got to be, Kerr, this will be a good test for Kerr. Like, maybe it really is just something personal with Jonathan. It's not personal for me. I just want him to play better. But, Yeah, you could use a little bit of help because we're really dependent on Pods and Moody to give us a little bit of juice in addition to the main guys, and there's really not a lot of other options there. So
I would agree.
Take. Yeah.
I think
Thanks, Brian.
What your overall take is, so like, let's take the name Kuminga out of the comment, because when you bring up Kuminga, it's polarizing. All right, so just take that
Jonathan Kuminga.
Take that name away. There are combinations in this series, like for right now. Nobody wants to hear this because we won the way we did, and he had moments down the stretch. I don't think this is a great Draymond Green matchup. I think Şengün and other guys like Şengün have given him fits for over a month. And that guy's huge. And he's really good around the basket. He's got great touch. It's a tough matchup. Now, that doesn't mean Draymond's not awesome. He's awesome. But he's going to get in foul trouble. Like that is a match
yesterday, yeah.
Right? That's a matchup that could give him problems going forward. You might need a backup 4. All right? The GP2 Looney Hield combo, which they went with when they were up 52-68, okay? They subbed in Looney for Draymond Green. It was Jimmy, Buddy, Kevon, GP2, Steph. There were some very clunky offensive possessions. Now, I don't want to lose my mind. It's only a couple minutes. Then they sub out Steph Curry, and they sub out GP2. And it was Gee, Looney, Jimmy, Pods, Hield. It wasn't good either.
No.
Okay? Now let's keep going. Then they went Post, Looney, Jimmy, Pods, Hield. And that wasn't good either. All right? So the point that I'm getting at is whether it's TJD, whether it's Quinn Post without Kevon Looney, whether it's Jonathan Kuminga, whether it's Gee as a small ball 5, I think they're going to have to utilize 3 or 4 different guys in that 4-5 spot and just try to see what's working on a given night and play a little more offense versus the defense.
Who's got the hot hand that night? That's basically what it is.
That's exactly where I'm going.
Yes.
And so to his point, if it is Kuminga for a minute or two, so be it. If it's Gee for 6 or 7 minutes, so be it. If it's TJD for a minute to see if he's got something, I'm open to any one of those guys. I just think this is a tough matchup for them, whether it's Looney, whether it's Post, whether it's Draymond. It's Şengün and Adams presents difficulties.
And I
try something else.
And I trust Steve Kerr to get the right movement, whatever you want to call it, the right formula out there to win in any given series. You know why? Because he's only lost one Western Conference series in his entire tenure as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. The guy knows what he is doing when it comes to the X's and O's. Now, this is a little bit different, and this is a different iteration than anything he's had before because he has a lot of guys as first-time starters and first-time playoff performers. I'm looking at Pods getting a lot of minutes, being his first time starting. Moody's had a cup of coffee, but not really having any true playoff experience. He's got again.
That's why I thought that's why those 2 shots were big
Correct.
for him.
Gee Santos, Quentin Post.
Yeah.
I'm not
Gee
coming.
Was good yesterday.
I'm not coming out of that game. I thought so too. Quentin Post, I know he got roughed up a little bit. It wasn't his best performance.
No, but they're going to need him.
They're going to need him at some point. Buddy Hield's a guy I'm looking at. He's a veteran. Like, hey, I need.
But this is the Buddy experience.
He's gonna have some opportunities here, and Steve Kerr's gonna keep giving him those opportunities because what he's shown in his career is that he is a very, very good 3-point shooter. Let's just call it what it is. He has not been a very, very good 3-point shooter for the Golden State Warriors.
No.
He just hasn't been.
But here's where, and I've heard a lot of rhetoric about, and again, let's remove the name Kuminga, but you've heard, hey, Draymond, JK, and Butler, it doesn't work offensively. I kind of agree, right? Okay. Yeah. So again, move off the Kuminga name. You know what else doesn't work offensively? Buddy, GP2, and Looney. I've seen that combination now for about a week or two in various other machinations with Jimmy or with Steph. I don't think that works either. Stop going to the Looney, Buddy Hield, GP2 combo. One of those 3 can't play with the other. So just stop going to that one. If it's Gee, go to Gee then. Let's see if Gee works. If it's TJD, let me try TJD.
Gee Sanchez in there.
Gee Santos yesterday.
Look,
Put some respect on his name.
Forget the name Kuminga for a second. I just think the Looney, GP2, Buddy Hield combos, it's not good offense. And also, they're not getting rebounds. right? If they were defensively, stalwarts, I'd be like, all right, hey, they're bringing something to the table. So that combination for me is not working.
If you're not scoring and not getting rebounds in this series, then you're not really doing a whole hell of a lot.
That's kind of where I'm
basically what it is. And we know with Quinton Post, he's not going to be a elite defender in any stretch of the word. 11 of 20 were the Rockets at the free throw line. So that was something that they were able to get to, but they couldn't convert. The Warriors, on the other hand, 11 of 14 overall, driving into the paint, right? Getting that. And I thought we played the Stephen Curry montage. Jimmy Butler being able to do that at times, finishing around the rim. And I get it. It sounds counterintuitive, right? It's like, wow, there were a lot of bigs there. So wouldn't you think you want to attack them on the outside? No. You got to honor them inside too and go at them and set that tone in these games. And I know Pods, when he gets around there, he's crafty at times. Him finding GP2 had a couple of layups there as well at times. That was impressive to me.
The other lineup that wasn't working for them, they went Post, Dre, Steph, GP2 Pods to open up the fourth quarter. Okay, they had a 10-point lead. Then they subbed out Quinton Post, put Jimmy back in. And the Jimmy, Dre, Steph, GP2 Pods lineup wasn't looking so hot, right? And this is where I give Steve Kerr a tremendous amount of respect.
Tremendous.
He went right back to Moses Moody, and Moses Moody hit big buckets and got a couple of big rebounds. So, look, this is part of the tinkering. This is part of the chess match. You're going back and forth. This is working. Okay, now it's not working. Let's go in this direction. Now this isn't working as well as I wanted to. Let's take this guy out and put this guy in. And on any given night, depending on who's hitting and who's not, and then what the Rockets do against you. Yeah. Look, Joe, they could easily be down to only 7 guys that they trust come game 3. Or it could be 11 guys that they trust. Who knows how this thing's going to work itself out?
It's the hot hand, right? 888-957-9570. I'm coming away from that game wanting more Guy Santos. I'm coming away from that game wanting Pods, shoot a little bit more. I mean, not shoot more, but he did 13.
I want him to just be assertive.
Be assertive, right? I'm coming away from that game, for Brandon Palo Alto, for some people are saying, you know what, maybe we could see it, Jonathan Kuminga. There's every single game, and that's what we love about the playoffs and playoff series in particular. Every single game is its own chess match within itself.
Yes.
And you can't take everything. You can take bits and pieces, and it's how it unfolds throughout a given series. And that's why I think, again, throughout these playoffs, and if they advance, you're going to keep looking back at the head coaching matchup for me. I got Steve Kerr, and Ime Udoka is a good coach. He is. He's not Steve Kerr. There's not a lot of coaches in this league that are on his level that have seen the things that he's seen, not only as a coach, but as a player as well. He's been through these things before. There is no one that I trust more in a given situation and given series than Steve Kerr. I know a lot of people like to say the otherwise. Oh, he's not an in-game tactician. Oh, he can't do this. Oh, but the play-in loss. Oh, but the loss of the clip. Stop. Don't overthink it. But don't overthink it.
Joe, within this one game, their best lineup over the last, let's say, 2 months, right, since the Jimmy trade, has been Pods, Moody, Steph, Dre, and Jimmy, correct?
That's their starting lineup.
Okay.
That's what's been their bread and butter.
Okay, well, that started the game off not well. And I thought that Houston did exactly what they did in the last time that they played him. Şengün was guarding Moody, and they laid off of him, and then they put Van Vliet on Dre, and the Warriors were in a big deficit.
Can you go at Van Vliet more, by the way?
Draymond's the guy he's guarding Draymond, and so Dre's got to be assertive offensively.
4 points, and I'm looking at Draymond here, but and he had like a little tear, like a little floater.
He needs to do more of it.
He needs to do more of that, and I look at that matchup in particular, size being the Rockets, and strength and athleticism, when they're throwing a 6-foot old Fred
you got
Van
to
Vliet,
attack him.
You got to attack that
and
guy.
That's why I say
isolate him.
Same thing about Steven Adams. If he's going to play on defense, you've got to get him in the action and going downhill. He's slow. But my point was that starting unit has been great. Well, it didn't start off the game great. And then he subbed in GP2 and they went on a little run, right? And so GP2 was good. Well, they went back to that GP2 Pods, Dre, Steph, Jimmy lineup in the fourth quarter. It wasn't doing really well. They went back to Moody, even though the early part of the game it wasn't working. And then Moody obviously cashed in some opportunities. So within the own game, within the same game, you're going to have some lineups working and some lineups not working, depending on the flow of the outcome.
Absolutely. Mark is in Berkeley, wants to join in the conversation. React to game 1, 95-85 in favor of the Golden State Warriors as they snap their 3-game, game 1 losing streak in the playoffs. They had lost to the Celtics back in the finals. They had lost to the Kings and then the Lakers. Now their first game since that Lakers series in the playoffs, they win in H-Town. Good morning, Mark. How are you feeling, man?
How you guys doing?
Great.
Who do you think can you hear me?
Yes.
Who would you rather play, the Timberwolves or the Lakers?
Can we beat the Rockets first?
Oh, that series is over, my friend.
The arrogance is here.
Oh my God.
The arrogance.
Shooters. The Rockets can't shoot, man.
Yeah.
They're bricking. They're no good. Van Fleet, they're garbage. You guys don't know. Wait till we play somebody hard.
So
you'll see.
Okay. Now
I'm already up.
Entertain me. Who do you want?
Who do you want then, Mark?
I want to play the Lakers next. I want to play the Lakers next, and then I want to beat. I hope the Thunder get thrown out by somebody, and if they don't, we're in trouble.
The Thunder. I'll say this, and Mark,
I love the
Mark
arrogance,
is feeling it,
and then immediate white flag of if the Thunder don't get thrown out, we're in trouble.
You know what? I'll go to some callers.
I love that.
Let's throw it out there. How arrogant are you feeling after that win?
God.
What is the arrogance factor right now, Dub Nation?
Win.
One game. What's the arrogance meter at for you?
We might play on Friday. To we're probably getting kicked out of the playoffs. To one game against the Lakers. The Rockets are done.
Yes.
It is pretty fun,
right?
Because I'm not going to lie, that crossed my mind too. Watching last night,
you should. Well,
I felt like a witch because I was ready to grab the broom and then just go around the living room.
I don't want to toot my own horn, and there's a whole series to go. I did say on Friday, my final thought when we were all giving our predictions.
You gave it,
I said the Warriors are going to sweep.
You really did?
I said the Warriors will sweep them. And
how was that received?
Oh, Bonte scoffed at it, of course. You know
what?
He's like, oh, you're not giving respect.
Bonte?
It's just, well, no, it was TV Bonte. You got to give respect. See, the Fred Van Vliets of the world. Yeah. He's a champion.
Well, he also wants
it's a
7
championship
paychecks.
mindset.
He wants to make sure it's a 7-game series for the paychecks.
I'm not mad at it though. Hey,
it's smart.
Businessman Bonte.
It's smart.
But I said sweep, and again. I stood by that. I'm going to say that. But again, it's a whole series we have to talk about. But I'm not going to get mad at Mark for feeling that way. What is your arrogance level right now, Dub Nation, after that win? Are you still showing respect to the opponent? Are you saying, no. Let's go for the throat on Wednesday and kick them while they're down, sweep the leg, Johnny Lawrence, right? Cobra Kai, Johnny LaRusso.
USA Today. I'm reading all the preview stuff over the weekend, and I'm like, wow, what's everyone picking? And it was all over the place. Like some of the ESPN people picked the Warriors, some didn't. USA Today, Rockets in 5, Rockets in 6, Rockets in 7. These are people that you've never heard of. And then
people were really picking the Rockets in this series?
Lorenzo Reyes, Rockets in 5. Boy, Lorenzo, how you feeling this morning? Like on the real. I don't know who this guy Lorenzo is, but he writes something for USA Today. Heather Tucker, Rockets in 6. James Williams, by the way, the most cowardly thing you can do. Rockets in 7. It's like you have no faith in them. You're like, there's no way. Jeff Zilgit.
These aren't real people. I don't believe in any of these names.
This is AI?
Yes, this is ChatGPT predictions.
USA Today AI. They all were picking the Warriors to lose.
Why?
I don't know.
No, seriously, heading into the series, why would you pick the Rockets? They can't score the ball. They can't.
Well, they were the 2 seed, Joe.
I don't care if they were the 1 seed. They can't do anything offensively other than give to Şengün and hope that he has a good game and has an efficient game. But if he gets in foul trouble, they're cooked.
Well,
they're cooked.
The Warriors have to stay level-headed, and they have to continue to execute because, again, they had a 20-point lead in this game. It was down to a 3-point game, 73-76. And look, your throat was a little scratchy if you're a Warrior fan. You're getting a little nervous.
That was just the allergies. I took my Zyrtec, and then they went on a run, and they were fine.
I have to believe that there's no way they could shoot that poorly moving forward.
They're not going to shoot that poorly, but I do think what the Warriors showed yesterday is what's going to give Rockets fits the most in the series. It's their defense. I think we underrated the Warriors' defense a lot heading into this series because we were giving all the credit to Houston for their defense, rightfully so.
Yeah.
They still have a very good defense. I'm not saying they don't. But at the end of the day, if the Warriors are going to play that defense against an already offensively challenged team, Joe, that's not a recipe for success for them. No. It's just not. And they were hanging their hat on size. Well, they out-rebounded the Warriors offensively on the offensive glass by 16. 16, and they lost by 10, and they were down 23 at one point. I'm sorry. This is the radio host in me, and I get it. I'm selling the series. I'm not calling it right now, but it's very hard for me after that game yesterday to find a pathway for that Rockets team to win this series.
But here's what I want to ask you, because
there's very difficult.
Not that you've been as high on the Warrior team as me, because I'm insane. Like, in 1 minute I love them, the next minute I'm like they're going to lose right away. But I don't just believe. I know that they can win a championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on this. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. I'm not even. This isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get clipped online. I'm being dead serious. So how did you go from I don't know about this Warrior team to all of a sudden now one game? Because it is surprising.
Oh, well, I know. Well, that was about winning the West and winning Western
I'm talking
Conference.
about this Rockets matchup.
Well, I've always felt confidence about this matchup against the Rockets.
Yeah,
That's
you
why
wanted
I said
this before the play-in.
Yeah, because again, I don't want the Lakers or the Timberwolves or the Clippers in the first round. I don't want to mess
or the Nuggy Nugs.
Those, you saw that. You saw that over time.
No part of the Nuggets Clippers.
Now, and I might be
no part of that.
I might be backtracking and say I should have jumped on your boat about the Lakers, but again, maybe the Lakers win game 2.
We'll see.
We'll see. Like LeBron, he's 40. He looked his age at points in that game. Luka, Austin Reeves. I don't know. I don't know yet with that one. But
I think the Lakers are a work in progress.
I'll give credit to the Minnesota Timberwolves, who I think a lot of people are sleeping on.
They scare me now.
They are really good.
Yeah.
They were in the Western Conference Finals. That's a team with Anthony Edwards and Naz Reid in particular that has given the Warriors fits in the past. That being said, I always wanted this matchup because I think the Rockets, what they present to the Warriors isn't what other teams isn't on the level of what other teams can.
But they have Şengün. They have Şengün. They have the one thing that
you need more than one player against this Warriors team. But you know why? Because the Warriors have 2 of those guys offensively that can get it done. And I know for the longest time it was, the offensive Jimmy. And I was a part of that. It's like, man, when are we going to see this Jimmy Butler?
He's been unbelievable since the Clipper game.
He's playoff Jimmy.
He's been activated.
He's been insane.
Yeah,
that's the guy that you can.
Insane.
He is going to get you.
He's been insane.
I could plug in.
That's a good point.
I could plug in 20 plus points now every single game for Jimmy Butler going
since
forward.
The Spurs game, 28, Trailblazers 24, Clippers 30.
Yeah.
38 against the Grizzlies, 25. Here's the best part. Listen to this. Since April 1st, 38 minutes against the Grizzlies, 36 minutes against the Lakers, 34 minutes against the Nuggets, 33 against the Rockets, only 20 against the Suns, 38 against the Spurs, 28 against the Blazers, 48 minutes in an overtime game against the Clippers, 40 in the play-in game, and last night, 42 minutes. He's playing an absurd amount of minutes. This is playoff Jimmy.
Well, and again,
he's been unbelievable.
And he spoke to TNT after the game yesterday and he was saying this rest, those last 4 days off was the key.
Just rest, honestly. Getting some rest. Clear minds, knowing that we got one job to do. Come in here, compete, and try to steal one on the road.
And here's more from him, again, talking about his guy, Bruce Wayne, Batman.
Like I always say, Batman comes out of nowhere. You never see him coming, then he just falls from the sky, from a building, behind a door, and does some incredible things, man. He's going to be the reason that we do win it all. We all know that, but we got to protect him at all costs.
And they're getting the last laugh over the Joker that is Dillon Brooks yesterday.
When Steph hit that three, that crazy three, the camera immediately cut to Jimmy on the bench, and he was like, "Are you blanking kidding me?"
I was like, oh, wait, that's what it's like to have another player on my team that can do these incredible things.
Another Hall of Famer is amazed by what someone else is doing. I think that like us, like fans, you watch someone's career play out like across the country or whatever, and you're like, oh, that guy's really good. You know, he's awesome. He's an all-time player. And then you watch him every night. And I know this happened to me for Kevin Durant. It's like, oh, no, he's so much better than I knew he was great. But he's so much better when he's on your team and you get to watch him every single night. And I feel like Jimmy is getting an up-close, opportunity to realize, like, yeah, I knew Steph was great, but I didn't know he was this good.
We were almost a game away from having a couple of years ago when they had that finals run for the Warriors, that championship run. We were a game away from maybe having a Jimmy Butler Miami Heat squad.
I remember that.
And I think everyone would have said the Warriors would have smoked him in that series, just given where that team exhaustion level was, Jimmy Butler in that game 7. But obviously the Celtics got it done, and it is. But it's crazy how things work out, right?
It really is.
Here's more after the game. And by the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Stephen Curry, the Batman that Jimmy's referring to, talking about his Robin, if you will, Jimmy, and their first playoff game together.
Just a continuation of what it's been like since he's been on our team from February. He has a knack for big moments, even if it's not him, finishing the play. Yeah, he hit a big shot at the elbow, but just a guy that is composed with the ball, his poise out there, his presence, and if they're going to swarm and try to take me out of plays, and in the half court at times, you have a guy that can create, a lot of looks and defensively as well. He plays way bigger than his size, so just. It's obviously a great addition, and it has been since February, and we want to continue that.
His instincts on jumping passing lanes, getting the loose balls, diving on the floor, he's a monster. And then offensively, what I love is this. He has this right-handed in and out move that he does to get to his shot. Like he kind of baits you in. It's not this spectacular crossover or anything like hot saucy like the way Steph would do it.
No, it's throwback ISO ball, which I love.
So sick.
Like I hate to again.
No, I said it in the thread. I go, I want ISO Jimmy down the stretch, and we got a bucket. Did we not?
I said it to Bonte on Friday. I was like, God, listen, I get it. Dub Nation, you guys all love your ball movement. It's won you 4 titles.
There's a time and a place.
No, be honest. You missed a little ISO basketball when KD was here doing his ISO one-on-one. It's like just clear out. Give your stud the ball. He'll get you a bucket. Let's go home. I love Steph. That's not his strong suit. ISO ball at times. It's not. That's not his thing.
His little turnaround though is automatic.
Oh, you mean
whatever that little when he backs you down and he knows he has the size on you.
Yep.
His little back around fadeaway is
the rare time when he does on a Fred VanVleet when he has size over someone.
And it's just nothing but net.
Well, and when he's doing this, it also is just it drives it home even more.
As I said, 18 apiece. He'll dance. He'll throw up a shot. Oh, goodness. Are you kidding me? Geometrically, that should not have happened. Wow, what a shot.
God, I love Kevin Harlan.
That was the Steph shot?
Geometrically, that should not have happened. He's so damn good.
How about the one where he hit where he barely had the ball in his hand? Oh. He was on the logo, the corner side logo, whatever.
Exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and he just flung it up, and I was like, wow, Steph, he's just unreal.
Must be nice. Must be nice to just be able to do that with the basketball.
What did they say? Billy the Kid had the fastest gun in the West?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Steph has the fastest gun in the. I mean, his trigger is just so quick.
Billy the Kid, who Bill and Ted, obviously an excellent adventure, abducted.
Yes.
I think it was their first abduction. Him or Socrates was one or the other. No, it was Billy the Kid because then they went to Greece and then they got to the Queens. Oh yeah, there you go. I love Bill and Ted's. But whenever we say righteously brewed for Laughing Monk, I think of Bill and Ted. Righteously triumphant, bro. Come on. That's a great class. It's a classic stoner. Yesterday was 420. A lot of people are probably watching it, right?
I love it.
Yesterday
was a phone booth.
There you go. Right. Yeah, there's no more phone booths anymore. Great movie, by the way, with Colin Farrell. Did you have a good Easter? Real quick. Was it nice?
Of course. I had a great Easter.
I mean, it capped off amazingly. It was perfect, but church, everything, all that.
Everything was great.
What do you guys eat on Easter?
Well, we did sushi for lunch with Grandpa.
Interesting.
It was a last minute thing, and so
it's fine.
And then we went over to Michelle's side of the family, and they had that's this I guess it's like a frittata of some sort. This egg ham thingy. I forget where it was from.
Nelly frittata.
Oh my God, it was delicious.
There you go. You know what else is delicious? Jimmy Butler.
Who's delicious?
He's delicious. On the physicality last night, Jimmy Buckets.
They're an incredible team, definitely a physical one. But I would like to think that we don't back down from any challenge anyways. And we met brute force with brute force, maybe a little bit of finesse in there as well. But I think we handled their pressure incredibly well, knowing that coming out the next game is probably going to be 2 to 3 times even more physical.
Oh, it's going to be physical. It's going to be a dogfight. Wednesday's a must-win for the Houston Rockets. And we got 2 days to prepare for that, so we'll leave game 2 for then. But it's going to be a dogfight. And they're going to throw the kitchen sink at them. I expect technicals. I expect Ime Udoka to be going nuts. I expect him to be talking smack with Steve Kerr. There's going to be everything baked into it on Wednesday because it's turned into, just given how that game played out yesterday, it's an absolute must-win for Houston. If they have any shot in this series, any shot.
Draymond has got to control his emotions. And I love the way Steve Kerr handled him in this game. I thought there were specific opportunities where you could feel Draymond's frustration boiling over. And he did the unnecessary little shove on Şengün, which wasn't the end of the world.
It was whatever, yeah.
But Steve was like, all right, come sit down over here. Let's calm this down. Let's limp this. But I thought it was really smart by Steve.
888-957-9570. We were talking about tandems, Joe, heading into the playoffs. What tandem would you like the most with all the NBA teams, and we were doing like a little ranking. I think Randy and I were doing it, and I think it was LeBron and Luka, Tatum and Brown, right? I didn't put Shai Gilgeous and whoever, player X or Jalen Williams.
Chet looked pretty good.
I don't know who their number 2 is at the time.
That's the beauty of that team. They have like 3 number 2s.
Yeah, but also, let's see it, right?
No,
but
I hear you.
Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, right? Like that'd be one, and Harden and Kawhi.
Although Aaron Gordon and Jokic on that pick and roll is pretty nasty.
Yeah, it's pretty gross, right?
God, I love watching Aaron Gordon and him play.
Again, I took Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry, and yesterday, like it solidified that for me. Like what those players complement with each other, I don't think any other tandem does in the NBA outside of maybe Jason Tatum and Brown. But again, they're interesting, those two. And again, the Celtics won. They pulled away late from the Magic.
But it was Derek White and everyone else looked great.
But they don't they play off each other, but not really. Like
well, it's
whenever
your turn,
I watch
my turn.
Correct.
They remind me more of an OKC offense with Russ and KD than they do.
That's a great call.
Yeah, but also when Derek White's hitting and Pritchard's hitting and all they're almost unbeatable.
Well, let's real quick. It's the East.
I know, but they're a very good team.
Take a step. It's the Eastern Conference. Sam actually had a great question this morning as we're reacting to the opening weekend of NBA playoff basketball. It's like, is there one Eastern Conference series you care about? No. And I said, care about strong. Like one that I think will be fun is the Pistons and Knicks. Like that came down to the end. It was physical. It's fun. Like those are 2 iconic franchises.
I care more about the Ottawa Senators hockey game that was on in between the 2 basketball games.
You were not locked into Ottawa, Toronto. Stop it.
I was.
Stop.
Maple Leaf crowd was going crazy.
The Battle for Ontario, is that what it's called?
Yeah. Michelle's Uncle Danny was having a great time watching
Sam wanted
hockey.
to chime in so bad right there.
You're going to like this. I watched Liverpool take out Leicester.
Leicester City.
And they got relegated.
To what do you know what it's called? What's the
out of the Premier League.
What is it called? What's the other league behind it?
I don't even
The Championship League.
Okay, so yes.
There you go.
So them and 3 other teams are now out.
Leicester, by the way, real quick, for those of you who don't know, and it goes to English Premier League.
Sports day.
Leicester might have had the most improbable run in the history of sports. If you just go by the odds, when they won the Premier League, I want to say like a decade ago, it was one of the greatest Cinderellas in the history of sports. No one cares because it's America and it's English Premier League. But I'm just telling you how improbable that run was. Beating the likes of Man City, the Liverpools. Think of if I don't even know the comp. Maybe it's the Jacksonville Jaguars. No, seriously.
Winning
the Super Bowl.
They were like 350 to 1.
Yeah. It was insane. The start of the year. It was insane. But
like the 2010 Giants.
There you go. A little bit. Like that would be kind of the comp.
Beating the Phillies, beating the Braves.
Right. And it's a little different because it's Premier League. It's like a regular season. There's no playoff bracket. It's not like the Champions League. But again, you were talking about Leicester City. I had to bring that up. How improbable would it be for the Golden State Warriors to win in this thing? After yesterday, it's a little bit less improbable for me. You got to be feeling. How could you not feel on top of the world right now after that win?
It's as good of a win that they've had, and they've had some great wins. I mean, they had a 3-game stretch that was as good as any 3-game stretch they've had in 3 or 4 years.
Best win since probably Game 7 against the Kings in that opening round series.
But do you know why I'm so encouraged? Is because I actually think there's like a dozen things that they could do better in the next one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I know like they had multiple leads. I didn't even think none of the ancillary pieces were really hitting. Moody didn't hit until late. Pods went long stretches without hitting the bucket. Quinn Post was kind of awful in this one. Moody wasn't great. So Buddy was a net negative. GP2, he was okay at times. And then I thought he's played himself off the floor by the end of the game. They can play a better game. Draymond Green wasn't great yesterday. Now, situationally, he had his moments. It was really Steph and Jimmy. I think the team can play better, if that makes any sense at all.
By the way, you mentioned Draymond Green. He appeared in his 158th career playoff game with the Dubs.
158?
That tied Klay Thompson for the most in franchise history. 158th career playoff game, tying Klay Thompson for the most in franchise history. Steph doesn't have that?
Well, because he was
out. That's
been
right.
hurt a
He was
lot.
hurt. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's incredible longevity from Draymond.
Speaking of Steph, here's another one for you.
That is like, because most people would have bet against him physically over the years.
No, it's a great point. Well, I think a lot of us heading into the season is like, I don't know what I'm going to get from Draymond.
I didn't think he'd get 65 games.
You guys made the bet, like the House of Prime Rib bet about 65 games because there's technical fouls, there's ejections all baked into that. The body holding up. The guy's he's the only like big guy on the starting lineup.
Şengün's got a foot and at least 50 pounds on him.
He does.
Right? At least.
And he was still making him work for that.
I don't think people understand how difficult Draymond's job over the last decade has been ridiculously difficult.
And I think if you were somewhat skeptical still, even though you won one game, I know Mark and Berkeley's flexing his muscles because the Houston Rockets, I do think the Warriors win this series. And now it's about how do they do it short? Do they do it long? Like taking care of this thing early, I think will pay off huge because of the rest. We'll get to it on the other side. 888-957-9570. We got 1 segment left. This show has flown by. Your takeaways, your confidence level. What do you want to see more? Did you want to see some Jonathan Kuminga yesterday? Did you want to see less of Quentin Post? Do you want to see less of Kevon Looney? Do you want to see more Guy Santos? What were your takeaways from yesterday's win over the Houston Rockets as the Warriors move up to 1-0 on the series? They are back in action Wednesday. It's going to be right here on 95.7 The Game. Your coverage there. It's Spadoni and Shasky. We're rolling, and it's going to be brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Are you kidding me? Oh, heck yes.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
I love it. This is a great song.
It's Rolling Stones, baby.
Yeah, it is. I know. Let's go. This is what, Casino? They have
Give Me Shelter.
Yes. No. I'm saying Casino, the movie.
But also Vietnam, what movie is it where they're playing it, where they're flying over Vietnam and all the smoke is going off?
Is that Apocalypse Now?
It might be. I forget. There's a movie where they're in Vietnam. It might be Forrest Gump.
Okay, it might be Forrest Gump.
It might be Forrest Gump. Is it Forrest Gump? It is Forrest Gump.
Stole all the Academy Awards from Shawshank
No, I think that
Redemption.
was Fortunate Son, wasn't it, that they played?
Fortunate Son, that's right. Yeah. Creedence Clearwater Revival. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about right now? I'm talking about the Golden State Warriors 95-85 victory over the Houston Rockets. And what you're feeling best about heading out of that game one scenario and that you could take away for the rest of this series, Joe. For me, it was my big dogs stepping up when I needed to. Like for me, it was, and I get it, Moses Moody had a big shot, big answer, which was for the mentals, that is huge. And if you want this team to get where they want to go and where you want them to go, which is a deep finals type of run, the others are going to have to contribute more. They're going to have to step up more. But you know what? In this series alone, it's going to be different in everyone, but in this series, I know I have the best two players on the court when they are on the court together at all times. That's Stephen Curry. That's Jimmy Butler. They combined for 56 points in their first ever playoff game together. So if anyone had these questions of who's going to have the last shot, is it his ball? Is it his turn? It doesn't matter. It seemed so seamless, right? This whole thing with Jimmy Butler being a Golden State Warrior, it's almost too good to be true with how well it's gone.
It really is.
I keep expecting something to blow up, something bad to happen.
That's a good point.
But it's great, and it's good, and they're riding the wave.
I mean, I'm just looking at like some of these Warrior things down the stretch with 5 minutes to go. Jimmy Butler steal, Jimmy Butler cutting layup, Pajemski steal, Moody jump shot, three-pointer, Pods rebound, Pods tip layup, Draymond gets the rebound, and he puts it back up and in. Draymond pulls up for a shot. They miss it. Warriors get another rebound. Like, it's just... They were excellent down the stretch, and I think I keep coming back to this is the moment I was looking for. Jimmy Butler rebound, coast to coast, Jimmy Butler put back layup after pushing it forward, and then Draymond Green rebound, boom, Jimmy Butler step back ISO shot, Pods the driving layup, Butler another steal, Butler another dunk, game over, 82-95. That's all she wrote.
I just want to hear this again.
As I said, 18 apiece. He'll dance. He'll throw up a shot. Oh, goodness. Are you kidding me? Geometrically, that should not have happened. Wow, what a shot.
He was in his bag yesterday, Kevin Harlan, TNT, Reggie Miller on the call. And I think we have the call. I hope it's not on my board. Do I throw it to you, Sam or Carter? I want the call, and let me know, thumbs up when you get it, of the Rockets announcers. I think it was FanDuel Sports or whoever has the package over there. Let me know that too. I should be able to, I want to credit them where credit is due. But I know they were pulling their hair out saying, are you serious? Not again. Like the Rockets, they're looking at the Warriors with just so much PTSD. Like you look at the dentist, Joe, like the Rockets are looking at the Warriors and Stephen Curry. Just, oh God, not again. Here's my shot of Novocaine. I'm just going to have to take it. And that's Steph hitting these three-pointers. Thumbs up. Give me the Rockets call of it.
Curry, well defended by Green. Wow. Oh my God. That is vintage Steph Curry. Incredible. Just an incredible shot maker. Now to Curry. Got to pick him up. Shakes loose. Oh my goodness. Beats the shot clock. Steph Curry with 28, his fourth three. This is unreal, Craig. I'm just telling you, man. I got PTSD from seeing this dude too many times in the playoffs. I just go to admit it. Comes into Curry on the bounce, launches deep one. Oh my goodness. And he hits it from the Y at Toyota Center.
Hey, and that was the opposing guy.
That was incredible.
And he was still just
And he's got radio voice.
He does. Well, that's Craig Ackerman from Space City Home Network
Space City Home Network. What an incredible name.
I kind of love it, actually.
I love it too.
And I love the Space City.
Houston, we have a problem.
Well, they do. And his name is Stephen Curry. And Jimmy Butler. They have two problems. They have two different asteroids heading towards the planet. Was it Deep Impact? Yeah, that's what happened yesterday. Deep Impact at where do they play? The Toyota Center, wherever the hell it is. Yeah. Night in that game. Wow. That was a night shot, and it was in the third quarter, I think.
Look at Steph. It's just incredible. I know the threes are going to get all the headlines. I thought his driving to the lane and some of the high arcing kisses off the backboard for layups were incredible.
Well, let's talk about that.
Incredible.
Steph Curry talked about what got him going offensively after the game, Joe.
I think you just got to feel like we've been practicing for a couple of days, and it's kind of hard to simulate that playoff intensity and energy and speed, and then their physicality, athleticism. So first 3 threes I had, I liked them all, just a little rushed, and then started to get to the basket a little bit, taking their pressure and taking what was there. Obviously I made some tough ones from outside, but you don't dwell on rough starts. You just stick with it and hope the game turns.
Early in the game, there was about 5 to 6 minutes of ugliness from the Warriors. No subs, no timeouts.
Şengün had a dunk. They were feeling it.
Yeah. They're up 13-7. And then there's this automatic kind of like stoppage of play for television. They come out and they put GP2 in and they take pods out. And they went on a little run. GP2 on Jalen Green, and Steph was trying to get going here. Steph hit 2 back-to-back layups, and Ime Udoka came flying onto the court and hit the most aggressive timeout that I've ever seen. He was furious. And it was because all their guys were trying to close out on Steph. And he just went right in between them and was like, oh, you guys want to run me off the 3-point line? Fine, I'll go straight in for the layup. And he had 2 unbelievable layups. And I do feel like Ime saw it coming a mile away. And then he tried to call the timeout and it was too late.
Dare I say, this might sound sacrilege, because, again, Stephen Curry scored 31 points yesterday, and that's his 59th career 30-point playoff game, the most in franchise history.
Wait a minute. How many 30-plus point games?
In the playoffs, Stephen Curry has 59 30-point playoff
59.
Games. 59.
That's incredible. Against the best teams, the best defenses.
It doesn't matter what you throw at him. But dare I say, I might have been more impressed with his defense on Jalen Green yesterday. Does that sound crazy to you? Like,
he did a really good job.
He was guarding Jalen Green pretty freaking well.
I thought he rebounded really well, too.
He did. Hey, he talked about that defense on Jalen Green. Because you know what? He prides himself on that. I know. I think he gets an unfair amount of blame and criticism, but when we talk about these top 10 discussions and it's both sides of the ball, and I think we crush him for his defense because it's not as good as his offense.
I don't know. Did you watch Jokic?
Again, well, I hear you, and he gets the benefit of the doubt because he's just a big
I know,
boy.
and everything runs through him.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not crushing Jokic, but again, he ain't a great defender.
The proof is in the pudding. Jalen Green went 3 of 15 yesterday overall.
Yeah,
Stephen Curry was guarding him for a lot of that time, and Steph took pride in that.
We just try to make it tough on everybody. Point of attack defense, trying to fly around, contest shots, and just stay solid on that end of the floor. Our biggest area of improvement, obviously, is just getting offensive rebounds, because we felt like we, were swarming the ball, flying around, making, second, third efforts, and we just gave up a little bit too many. They had 22 offensive rebounds. So for us to win a game doing that is great. Jalen's probably going to play better in the next game, but you just got to continue to be relentless and just play with energy, send bodies. And it takes all 5 guys who are out there on the floor.
Again, 31 points. Stephen Curry was incredible yesterday. He led all scores. But the defense for me and him taking on that assignment at 37 years old. How old's Jalen Green? 21, 22?
21, yeah.
Like, 22. That says a lot to me about Stephen Curry and where this team is at mentally. For him to have that assignment and take pride. Because you know what? There's a lot of players in the league that just slack off defensively because they need to put all their offense. Luka, exactly. You mentioned Jokic. Not that Jokic is slacking off.
Trae Young.
By the way, speaking of Trae Young, the Atlanta Hawks, according to Shams Charania at ESPN, have fired their general manager Landry Fields. Wasn't Landry Fields a quarterback?
He was a Stanford player.
No, he went to Stanford, played
You're
for the
thinking
Knicks.
of Landry, who was
Jones.
the Oklahoma.
I'm thinking of Landry Jones from Oklahoma. Thank you.
Number 12.
Thank you. But I knew the name. He did something. He go. Grant Liftman getting the promotion out in Atlanta.
Oh my God! If Grant Liftman is the GM of
the rise of Liftman,
no
baby.
Way.
Friend of the station, friend of the program.
Is that incredible? Really?
Trae Young, you think he might be on the move this summer? We shall see. By the way, they stink. They lost to the Heat.
They've been in the play-in every year.
They're cooked.
It's just incredible.
They're cooked.
It's impossible to do.
Yeah,
They'll get to the Lakers.
No, they got little two guys that don't play defense and cry.
3.
Oh,
that would be 3.
Again, the second best performance of the weekend was the Warriors. The first was that the T-Wolves just dominating the Lake Show. Only 2 teams won on the road this weekend. The Warriors are 1, and the T-Wolves. And if they keep winning, they will be on a collision course here in a couple weeks. But we will keep it right here. I thought Stephen Curry's defense was incredible yesterday, Joe. And he's not gonna do that every time, as he said. But for him to take pride in it at this stage of his career is incredible for me. I look at him a little bit differently after yesterday. Not that I never looked at him like, oh my God, Steph, he doesn't take care about defense. No, but he was up for it, dude. That was cool.
He had some big rebounds too, and I thought he had some big strips and deflections. The whole team, just their off-ball IQ defensively is just through the roof. They're not falling asleep as much as they used to. The number one thing for me when I'm seeing this Warrior team and the way that they were playing yesterday, and they know the personnel of the Rockets so well. Now that they've been able to study them for multiple days, they went 1-3-1 on zone defense, 2-3, 3-2. They played a little bit of man. They doubled when Şengün caught the ball. After like the first 6 minutes, they're like, all right, Şengün catches the ball in the paint. We're going to double him. And anyone who's left as a kick-out option, no problem. How many bad end of the possession clock shots did Houston settle for?
Oh my God.
How many?
The amount of Fred VanVleet chucks that I saw.
Unreal. And like high in the air. And then
he's 6 feet tall. Yeah, he's got
how many Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, I'm crashing into 3 guys who are standing in the paint. Layups did they settle for?
Oh, so many. The amount of times I saw him, Tari Eason,
I like Tari
Amen
Eason.
Thompson, all those guys. No, I like. Listen, there's a lot to like about that Houston team, but at the end of the day, you got to score the damn ball.
They don't shoot.
They just can't shoot the ball.
And I don't think that Dylan as your leader, it's just, you're laughing. It's just, I just said, you can't be your leader. He can be your second or third best player in terms of leadership. But
that phrase alone is enough to make us, Dylan is your leader. Like, that is ridiculous.
Make me to your leader. Hey, Kathy's in Piedmont.
His entire game is trying to get under your skin. And that's really what it is.
And he doesn't. He doesn't get
it. Yeah, but that's an off the bench type. Like Pat Bev, to be that kind of guy, you're a 4th or 5th or 6th best player on a team. You can't be a 2nd or 3rd best player on a team.
Kathy, Piedmont. Good morning, Kathy. How are we feeling about that win? How confident are you that the Warriors are going to win this series now after going up 1-0?
Well, I'm thrilled about the win, and I'm not to be a downer, but I want to remind you that we could have blown a 24-point lead, that we came very close to blowing a very substantial lead. And when it got down to 3, I was shaking in my boots. And I think that I'm shocked that Looney so underperformed. Remember a couple of years ago, he was like a rebounding maniac. What happened to that guy? And, Looney and Quentin Post did not, give anything to the team yesterday. So we have to do better because, the other guys are going to start doing better.
All right, fair enough, Kathy. And she said it right there. What's the difference between a couple years ago, Kevon Looney? You just said it. It's a couple years ago.
Yeah, there's also matchups.
But players change. Like Kevon Looney, say what you want. Like he's an all-time Warrior. We get that. There's a lot of wear and tear on that body right now, and he looked like he was laboring at times yesterday. And then in these kind of matchups, he might have a game here or there that you look back and say, Loon Dog, there he is. Yeah. But the consistent Loon Dog that we saw a couple years ago in that first round series against Sabonis where he was getting 20 rebounds, I don't know if he's that same player anymore. I don't know. And again, to your point, Şengün's a load. Steven Adams a load. He's a physical guy. Sabonis isn't a physical guy. So there are a lot there. And again, I'm not burying Kevon Looney. He might have a moment here or two to go in these playoffs. It's going to be by association here for the Warriors for some of these other guys. We were talking about the hot hand. Maybe there is going to be a game where Looney's the hot hand and you ride it. Santos, Post, Hield, Payton. There's going to be moments. Maybe there's a Kuminga game at some point. someone's going to be called upon, and you're going to have to ride that hot hand. Yesterday it wasn't Looney, and it wasn't Post. It just wasn't.
If I took out the Phoenix game and the Spurs game, his end of the year in terms of like just plus minus, because he is a guy that like he'll connect a variety of lineups and he is useful in very specific moments. But like if you just take out some of these Spurs games and the Suns game, he has not been good. No. But will they need him in a different matchup? Sure. That's why to me, like this is just a really bad matchup for him. Like I would try TJD for a minute or maybe go back to Post. I think Post gets too bad of a rap. And I think we give a little too much to Looney in general. And I think that Post gets a little unfairly critiqued.
Well, the guy's been a professional in the NBA for what, 4 months?
Why do we let Buddy Hield skate on this conversation?
Well, because
what do you mean?
He gets no criticism at all when we're bagging on people who played a bad game. And when was the last great game Buddy Hield had?
Months.
I mean, he's been awful.
Well, no, Buddy Hield actually had a really good game against the Rockets when they lost.
That's right.
He actually had, he had a really good game,
right.
But it was an L. To your point, though, Carter.
He did hit a big second quarter three.
Well, again.
But then there was nothing.
That was one shot?
No, but that wasn't even a three. It was a 2-point.
I'm glad you bring him up because I actually think that like there's a commonality. We've made this big deal about, I'm talking about the coach and fan base. Kuminga, unplayable with this lineup, this lineup, this lineup. What's the optimal lineup for Buddy Hield? Because he looks terrible with GP2. He looks terrible with Looney. He looks terrible with Jimmy.
Let's just call it what it is. He looks terrible in any lineup where he's not shooting the ball.
But he is hustling, though. I will give him that. Like, he does try, I think. It's not, I don't think it's a lack of effort.
You're going Reggie Miller on Fred VanVleet yesterday? He's trying out there.
Well, there are other guys that have played that, they pout and maybe they don't hustle after the ball.
He is a good teammate. Like, I'll say that. And to your point, Carter, like,
the guys like him.
I'm not looking too much in. I don't want to.
No, but we're going to have a conversation where he needs to not play.
Well, yes, there is something about being a good teammate, and he keeps getting consistent minutes. And maybe Jonathan Kuminga he got benched. Like, I'm not saying Kuminga's a bad teammate, but there's something to being a great teammate where you get rewarded for it. And again, I hear you, Carter, and I hear a lot of people getting the Buddy Hield thing. Fact of the matter is, and that's why we talk about it, Joe, and we don't really like stay on it. Kerr clearly likes the guy, and he's going to say on the.
But he has the skill set that they want, that they need, which is shooting. Like they do, they need more. shooters.
He is. I know we laugh at it.
They need more shooters.
Historically, the last 5 years or so, one of, if not it's him and Steph made threes.
I'm going to look up what he's shooting over the last month. You keep filibustering.
I'm just saying.
No, I know. I want to look this up. I think
there's at some point the Buddy Hield historically has to show up. There's just it just has to.
But you also have to recognize that in the last 15 to 17 games, whatever, Moody's been under 30%.
Yeah.
From three. And Buddy has been awful, right? So it's like both those guys can't be net negative shooting simultaneously. One of them has to step up.
So the last 10.
Oh, who are you like, Buddy?
Buddy.
I'm looking at it too here.
He's shooting 36.8% from the 3-point line, which actually isn't terrible. It's way more than I thought it was. That's his last 10. He's averaging 20 minutes, shooting 42% overall, averaging 10 points. That's Buddy Hield. So I know, it sounds insane. You say it like that. Carter's face, he just dismissed all of it. I hear you, though.
How is he shooting 37% the last 2 months? I'm looking at it right here.
I'm just presenting the facts.
But I don't even know how. Like, it's the ugliest 37% I've ever seen in my life.
Well, because he's not attempting. Like, the ones where he's not attempting a lot, he's only, like in missing. Like, 1 of 4 or 1 of 3, and he's not attempting that many. So when he's not shooting well, he's missing in a low percent or a low quantity. When he is shooting well, it's in a large quantity.
Well,
he's missing small.
Like in baseball, when you go like, hey, that guy's streaky, right? I'm not triggering you, Sam, but like Brandon Belt would be awful for a full month. And then he'd have a 10-day streak where he would be red hot. I feel like Buddy is similar. Like, every single time out, is he, 4 out of 10? No, he's not. Like one game, he'll be 4 of 6. The next game, he'll be 0 for 6.
Right.
The next game, he'll be 0 for 8. And then he'll be, 5 for 7 or whatever. Like he's all over the map. He is streaky as hell. And then I look up and I'm like, how's he a 37% 3-point shooter? He's all over the place.
He's all over the place. Speaking of all over the place in a good way, I haven't heard from her. The roaster of the year last year.
Who is
we
this?
haven't heard from her in a minute. You know who that is.
Oh, Tony?
Tony.
Where has she been?
Is in Oakland. Wants to join the conversation. Tony, good morning. Where have you been? We're entering the twilight zone. Talking about getting in the zone. Are the Warriors in the zone right now, Tony? Let's go.
I didn't have a reason to call in because but now with this Butler dude, he's got the stuff. And, he's so lucky to be around Curry because together, like when Curry passes or they can feel it more and it goes to the whole team. This is what I've been talking about. I think they could go all the way.
Okay, what is it about Jimmy Butler, Tony, that you love the most? What is it about Jimmy Buckets? Is it the mindset? Is it the attitude? He talks about Stephen Curry being Batman. He looks like Batman himself sometimes.
This dude can be of divinity. He can find it. His presence is unbelievable. He has a calm, because he becomes of the superstructure. I mean, this is why I'm calling in. I have to watch this dude. He just, he has what everyone's looking for. It's like Curry, right? And then together, they just, it's like when someone good who has it passes you the ball or you're playing tennis with them or whatever, you feed on each other and it just becomes this huge monolith of presence. It's just unbelievable.
Would you be involved? There's all this spirituality and all this stuff. Are you going to help the Catholic Roman Church, figure out who the next pope is? I think you'd be great for that. You'd be up for the task.
Well, I saw that movie, I don't know, where they have that conclave and then they, everyone's trying to whatever get in there. But the thing is, I think the presence of, because, I can feel who has it, right? And I would say, but most people wouldn't like this, that Curry and Butler together, they sort of, I shouldn't go there, but they have a lot of presence, right? And it's what everyone's looking for. That's why they go to sports, because, hardly, most people don't believe in much, but they go to sports to feel something. And then the dynamic. I can't believe most of these other basketball players, I hate to say it, are so boring. They don't have any presence, right? They got athleticism, but there's no presence. But now we've got this dynamic duo, and it will just grow, bigger in time between Curry and Butler. They'll start to, it'll be more magic. I think they could go all the way.
There you go. That's Tony in Oakland. You know what? I miss getting into the zone, and we were in the zone right there. I didn't know you were going Pope on me there. I was very concerned. I don't know where Tony was going to go with it. You brought up the Pope on R.I.P.
When I think of spirituality and connecting and getting in the zone, I think of the selection of the Pope.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. I remember because I went to Catholic school when Pope John Paul II passed, and it was a thing. And they do the white smoke when they elect the new Pope out of the Vatican when they have a decision. And I want to be careful. I don't want to go down this line, and this we're not joking or anything like that. But the first thing that Carter Chickering says to me when he hears it this morning is, "Yeah, they got odds on who the next Pope is going to be." It's like, dude, the guy hasn't even been buried yet.
In fairness, I told Carter about those odds.
Oh my!
So do we have do they have the next five, like the next that are up?
Pietro Parolin plus 350.
Paisan?
Yeah, he's the favorite.
Paisan?
Really? He's also the Vatican Secretary of State.
Do we have anybody from America in the mix?
No.
I'm just asking.
You know what? Hey, Cooper Flag. 888-957-9570.
You know what? We should get Father Patrick on at some point. My boy Father Patrick. We should get him on.
Yeah. And break down this conclave here, Father Pat.
Absolutely.
Right.
Who would be the closest to the most holy here at the station?
Well,
no one.
Yikes. That's a loaded question right there in and of itself. There's actually sneakily a lot of Catholics.
No, I'm not talking about cigarette smoke bellowing out of the look corner office. I'm talking about like white smoke and you selected the Pope.
Well, I don't think any of here. We're all sinners in the hands of an angry God here at 95.7.
420 landing on Easter. The amount of Snoop Dogg in the Easter Bunny outfit, smoking weed memes that I saw yesterday were out of control.
And it was WrestleMania on top of that. And Stone Cold Steve Austin ran over a fan in his ATV. Did you guys see that?
Is the fan okay?
Well, I would milk the hell out of it. It's like an older woman, I think, fell over, got knocked over by the ATV. Hey, dollar bills, right? We only got a couple minutes left here. 888-957-9570. We're feeling great. To Tony's point, Like, she hasn't called in because she hasn't felt a connection with this team for a while. How can you not feel connected with Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry? And I'm taking them as a tandem over anyone else in the NBA. Yeah, I'm looking at Luka and LeBron. I'm looking at Jamal Murray, Jokic. I'm looking at Kawhi, Harden, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. No. I'm going Steph. I'm going Jimmy. I got those guys. I got Batman and Robin. And you know what? They're relying on their playoff experience.
I mean, we're familiar with this building, but there's not really much to, there's nothing really relevant to this series other than, you're used to the building and the energy here. They're a different team. We're a different team. And just the idea of what it was going to take to beat this particular team tonight was just a grinded out type of performance that we had. And, thankfully we got it done. So I think our overall, me, Draymond, Loon, Jimmy, in Miami and other places, like that playoff composure and experience in general allows you to kind of withstand the runs a little bit and not get flustered. So we rely on that more than any of the history here.
And I think for me, as much as he's talking about Draymond and himself and Steve, that's why I thought the Moody minutes down the stretch were so vital for his growth for the rest of the playoffs. Like, you're looking at a young Houston team that they need Amen Thompson to go through this learning curve right now. They need Şengün to get his feet wet in a playoff series. Now, obviously, they'd like to win. But I'm talking about for their longevity and their Rockets career. Like, they're seeing who's a keeper, who's not. The Warriors, if they want to win, not just beyond this series, but deep into the playoffs, Moses Moody, these are invaluable opportunities for him to gain confidence. And for Podziemski and Quinton Post and all these young players, these are vital reps and moments in these games. And that's why, like, as much as it's about Steph and Jimmy, like, I thought those two Moses Moody hits, those buckets he got, and then that Podziemski tip, those are the moments that I think are really going to propel them forward in the coming rounds, if they can get that far.
Jimmy Buckets talking about the confidence that comes with winning game one.
I mean, our confidence hasn't wavered at all. I would like to think, since I've been here at least, we know that we are an extremely good team as long as we don't turn the ball over and we get shots on goal. We had a job to do, come in here and win one, and we got a job to do in 2 days or something like that to win game two.
Step on their throat in game two. Go up 2-0, heading back to Chase Center on Saturday night. Yeah, you win that one? Yeah, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
They cannot, and we have 2 days to chew on it, but they cannot allow the emotions of the arena and the players on the Rockets to get into their heads. They have to win the psychological war, and I'm talking about none of the extracurriculars. Draymond. We know how important Draymond is. The last thing that they need is for them to blow a game that's self-inflicted because they get into that part of the war.
I'm glad you brought up Draymond. We have yet to hear from him after the game, but I thought he had a great point. And you know what? This is a new element that Draymond is dealing with. He talks about a guy on his team now that is a calming force.
Who's that?
On the court. He's talking about Jimmy Buckets being the guy that calmed him down.
Interesting.
There were several moments, where they cut the lead to 3 one time. They cut it to 7 and, with a chance to, push it over, push it further down. But, did a great job in getting Jimmy the ball. It always just settles the offense down. Even that last one he hit over Şengün. That's what we want. And I think we got to do an even better job of making sure we're getting him the ball. But overall, man, he's such a huge calming force for us. Just calm everything down, get us to our spots, and get us a good look.
I hope he keeps pronouncing it Şengün instead of Şengün, just to get under his skin if he hears it. That's next level irritant from Draymond that I respect.
There were two
I choose to believe he knows how to pronounce it, but he's just doing it on purpose wrong.
Draymond, everything he does is calculated, except for losing control on the court. He made 2 sick passes to Steph Curry. One was over the top, like a teardrop. I don't even know how he fit it in there. Yeah. Dre. I'm talking Dre. Yeah. He did a really good job facilitating the offense. But I think they're going to need him to hit a couple floaters and a couple deep ones to keep teams balanced on defense.
Right, and Reggie Miller brought that up yesterday when he missed one of the floaters. He made one of the floaters. He's trying to dive into the lane. I think it was Pods that missed a running floater. And Pods actually usually been pretty good at those little teardrop ones. He got the lane.
He got Amen Thompson, like he need him inadvertently right in the quad.
Right, yeah, that one. Well, that was the one that They got the foul call, and then he immediately does the challenge. I was like, no, Potts, you don't challenge it.
You got the call.
You got the call. And then the Rockets challenge, because it was kind of like a ticky-tacky one right there. They went with what was on the court. I thought the one where he pulled up, I thought that might have gotten reversed where, or did they challenge that one? Where he did draw a charge that I thought he slid in just.
Yes.
I know those are the ones you don't like.
I hate those.
Yeah. So,
but to be fair, that's not defense to me. That is like, I am trying to bait you in to a foul call. That's not, I'm trying to stop the ball. I just hate that. And it's hard to adjudicate that one. I hate that call.
You know how I know this team is up for it and going up 2-0? Because the mindset. Because Draymond Green talking about after the game that they're not satisfied with this one.
It's very satisfying to win any road game, any playoff game in general, but definitely a road playoff win. I think we can play a lot better. That's the encouraging part about it. I don't think we play very well at all, but still got to find a way to win, and we did that with our defense. Held them to 85 points. So playoffs, it don't matter how it looks. You just got to find a way and then get better and come back, with an improved team the next game.
And they're going to get the kitchen sink on Wednesday. You better believe it. There's going to be technicals. I don't know what the over-under is. There's going to be some bodies flying. There's going to be a very aggressive Houston Rockets team because if they know, they do. If they're going down 0-2 heading back to Chase Center, it's over. It's night-night. It's see you later. Good luck. All we have to know at that point is it going to go 5 or is it going to go 6? That being said, it is time for Fast 5.
Oh, heck yes.
Oh, heck yeah. Where's Janet Mountain View? Is she fired up after that win? Why not?
I'm 100% with Draymond. There's not a doubt in my mind they could play a lot better. That's what was so encouraging.
Oh, heck yes.
They did so many good things, and then they also did enough things that I think they can adjust and tinker and work on and get better. I just feel really confident with where they're at, and we'll break it all down. But my final thought is this. They continued to cut to Mike Dunleavy over and over and over again. Mike Dunleavy, just did a great job finding talent in random spots, whether it's late in the draft, late in the first round, making bold trades, sticking to his basketball convictions. Some of the best moves are the ones you're most uncomfortable with. And him talking Steve and Steph and whoever into the Jimmy Butler thing, it's been a grand slam. It's just been amazing. So thank you, Mike Dunleavy.
Brandon Pajemski, playoff starter. Quentin Post, playoff rotation as a rookie.
How about the extension on Moses Moody early?
Guy Santos, Moses Moody.
That's a good deal. It's a really good bargain deal for Moses Moody right now.
Absolutely. Carter, newly married Carter Chickering. Now, did she take your last name? Is that set in stone?
She did.
Okay, that's good. Well, you never know. You have to ask these days.
Tough last name to take, but
Chickering. There you go. It's a great last name.
Thanks,
what is that?
bud.
Like Dutch or something?
English, very English.
At least in hyphen.
There you go. All right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
My final thought of the day is I want people to stop saying that Şengün is baby Jokic. I just
Who
think,
said that?
I've heard it from so many
That's
people.
fake news.
And I just think it is such a lazy take. I'm sorry, but the guy, if he was really that good, would have looked at that game and said, all right, I need to take over here.
I heard
'Cause Jokic
Sabonis.
would've.
I heard Sabonis.
Brad Miller more than Jokic.
I like
Jokic
that.
is one of the best players the
You
game's
guys have
ever
never
seen.
heard him called baby Jokic?
No, Şengün is more on the liking of Sabonis, and I think Şengün's
I
better than
would agree.
Sabonis, but I would comp him more to that style.
Well,
of
that's why I
player.
said Brad Miller. I don't know if you guys remember Brad.
No, I do remember Brad. But
Yeah.
I actually think that Şengün, I said it earlier in the show, I was like, he might have to shoot the 3-ball a little bit more. Like, if he can actually hit it,
Well,
they might need him to. Well, Fred VanVleet's like 0 for
I know.
50. Good God.
He's not Jokic.
He's still missing. I think I just saw clank off our building. Sam, what you got? Giants lost 3 of their last 4, by the way. It's not looking good.
But no, on that geometrically impossible shot that Steph had last night, Carter, if you could play that for me, please.
As I said, 18 apiece. He'll dance. He'll throw up a shot. Oh, goodness. Are you kidding me? Geometrically, that should not have happened. Wow, what a shot.
My favorite part of that was afterwards, Joe Lacob getting up and yelling at the ref, asking for the foul. Like, that's my owner right there. You demand that we get that foul call on Steph Curry. I don't want players asking for fouls. I want my owner standing up and asking for fouls. That's why Joe Lacob's a cut above the rest.
So if I'm just hypothetically, Larry Bear.
No, only Joe Lacob's allowed.
Okay.
Joe Lacob is one of one.
If Jed York is in the end zone.
No, only Joe Lacob.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
No, it's only Joe Lacob.
Because you like Joe Lacob.
Well, yeah, he's the best owner ever.
The greatest owner. My final thought, it was right there. I'm sorry. It was right there. My final thought is Lakers are losing to the Timberwolves. That is going to be the biggest upset of round one. The Lakers are not going to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. I saw enough in the one-game sample size where I think Naz Reid, Anthony Edwards, and if you're getting 24 quality minutes from Rudy Gobert, and I come away from that game saying, wow, Rudy Gobert actually looks pretty decent. Yeah, that's not a recipe for success. Night, see you later.
Are you reverse psychology us?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just saying,
no one loves a reverse jinx more than Joe Spadoni.
That was. I don't know what you guys are
feels like 2023 all over again.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Stanny and Goo next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I know everything.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
As I said, 18 apiece. He'll dance. He'll throw up a shot. Oh, goodness. Are you kidding me? Geometrically, that should not have happened. Wow, what a shot.
That's why you wanted to play the Houston Rockets in the first round.
You think?
Warriors 95-85. They beat Houston in game one, and it was a rock fight of sorts. Good ball game, though. I don't know about you, Goo, but I can watch games like that.
No, that was a throwback from the past, and the bottom line is the Batman and Robin and Batman tandem that is Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. They're going to take this team to the promised land or not. And yesterday it got off to a great start, Steiny, and I just got to tell you, Jimmy Butler was phenomenal, but Steph Curry making those shots when they need it most, and he did it 3 times, one with Jalen Green on him, one we just heard. It's just incredible, and I know they didn't get 100 points, and I'm going to say this to you real quick. I had the Warriors in 5. Defense wins championships, and I was just blown away by the tenacity, the intensity that the Warriors defense had collectively yesterday to hold the Rockets to 85 points in a playoff game. Man, I didn't have that on a bingo card.
Yeah, by the same token, I thought a lot of things played out last night like a lot of people have talked about. It was the Rockets defensively. They got after the Warriors early in the game, and then the Warriors get a little used to it. They make a run, they get up 23, and then they're able to hold them. They're able to hold the Rockets off. But we can see the Rockets' athleticism. We can certainly see their youth. We can see the Warriors' experience, and we can see the Warriors' veterans doing their thing. We said that the Rockets are challenged offensively, particularly in the half court. We saw that again last night. Yeah. And then Butler and Steph Curry bring it home again with just enough help from the role players, Pods, and then Moody came up with a couple big shots. And so the Warriors take a 1-0 lead against the Rockets. And it's going to be, I don't know if it'll be this low scoring for the rest of the series, but I don't know that the Rockets can score a ton of points against the Warriors, and because of that, they better defend at a really high level.
Yeah, no doubt. And I thought about you all day, Steiny, watching this game, or all night, in regard to what we did, the exercise that was the numbers for Jalen Green, the starting backcourt for the Houston Rockets, and Fred VanVleet. They had been horrible against the Golden State Warriors. And yesterday, Steiny, again, collectively, those two together, 7 of 35 from the field, 2 of 17 from 3. And then I got to give Houston credit for being within 3 points at the end. With all that said, making it somewhat of a close game, but that continued. And the bottom line, Steiny, you mentioned it, their half-court offense, they were 28th in the NBA, 21st or 28th, which is terrible, but that reared its head. But you got to make shots, and I just don't believe if you're going to beat the Warriors, you got to make shots, and that backcourt continued to be MIA. That was the story, Steiny. Those two guys could shot you out of it.
Yeah, I'll go more specifically to Jalen Green.
Woof.
Because let's talk about the 4 best players in that game.
Give it to me.
Steph Curry.
Yeah.
He was great. Jimmy Butler. He was excellent.
Check.
Şengün. He was very good.
Ballin'.
Jalen Green. He was terrible. And that's the difference in your ball game. As far as, one of the differences in your ball game.
Steiny.
But, you were talking about tandems on Friday, and the Rockets tandem let him down last night. Not because of Şengün, but because of Jalen Green. And, you wonder, you kind of wonder what the Rockets are going to do to try to score more points. And I think the only way they can is to try to up their defensive intensity and cause more turnovers than they did. They only caused the Warriors 11 turnovers, and they committed 16. So let me tell you, if the Rockets are losing the turnover battle, and we know they're not offensively efficient, then as long as you keep them limited at least on second shots, you're going to win the game.
Yeah.
And the Warriors lost the rebounding battle, but you know what? They're going to lose the rebounding battle in these games. It's just the nature of those two big guys, Şengün and Steven Adams, who played 20 minutes last night, but it's not something the Warriors haven't overcome in the past. So you got to give a little something up to get, and the Warriors do that on Sunday, Easter Sunday, 95-85.
Yeah, and we had talked about the third score because only 3 Warriors were in double figures, Stoney. The third score for the Warriors, and you had told me in the green room when Houston's missing shots like that, you almost don't need a third score, but I just want to give plus 17, Mr. Brandon Podziemski, all the credit in the world, Stoney, 14 points, a big tip late in the game to where he tipped it and Draymond got the ball and made a layup. But my fear for the Rockets going into this series and why I was so convincing in regard to the Warriors in 5 reared its head, and game 1 was Exhibit A. And if you're into the box score, what can the Rockets do more outside of make shots? You out-rebounded them by 16. You got to the free throw line more. You attempted more field goals. But, Stoney, do I sound crazy? If the Rockets didn't do anything, I believe, with those extra shots because they couldn't hit.
Exactly. I mean, if they don't shoot, they're not going to win. And they don't even have to shoot out of their minds. But last night was just an unacceptable offensive performance. That they're not going anywhere if that's all they can do on the offensive end. And the Warriors, they played really smart defensively.
Man.
They switched up a lot of man and zone in the second half. They camouflaged their looks, which is a terrific strategy going against a team that's as young as the Houston Rockets. And the Warriors, kind of their experience, I thought showed through in game 1.
Yeah, and styles make fights, and this was a throwback. What did Kerr say? He thought it was 1997, and it was a rock fight, but the bottom line is the Warriors showed you, Stoney, they're not front runners in regard to, it's 3-pointer bust. They won this game. It was physical. And at the end of the day, moving forward, if I'm Houston, you didn't ask, Stoney, I'm doing everything under the sun. And I know, Steph, the final 5 minutes was a little quiet, but the bottom line is I'm doing everything under the sun to keep to whoever else in a Warrior uniform is going to beat us, not named Steph Curry. He can't have 31. And young Thompson was getting a lot of fanfare about being, a Curry stopper. And we've Allen from Memphis and Dellavedova, those guys don't exist. It's not a real thing. So he didn't say he was going to do it, but I thought that was kind of bland, the Rockets' ability to try to take Curry out the game because it didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I keep coming back to on a game like last night. We can talk about the Rockets' offense being challenged, and we can talk about Butler, how good he was. But
Jimmy,
that game, it's still won by Steph Curry, as far as I'm concerned.
No doubt, man.
He's such a demoralizing player to go up against, and you could see it a few times last night when he made crazy threes, and the Rockets just are.
What do you do?
Putting their palms up and shaking their head, and he had about 5 scores, a bunch of them that were threes.
Yeah.
That just came at times when
I'm with you.
The Rockets were in a position to do something, and then they weren't able to finish it. But there were a lot of interesting plays in that game that I want to get into. There were a lot of different contributions in that game that I want to get into. And game 2 is now Wednesday at Houston, and you figure the Rockets got to win that one. Otherwise, we could be looking at a short series.
They played 8 guys, the Rockets did, Stoney. I didn't have that on a bingo card as well.
And the other thing is, that Steven Adams was he was good last night.
I told you he should play more. What did you say?
He can't. He got too tired. I mean, he was so tired. He's not used to playing that much. And if that's like the one thing, if they're going to try to play Steven Adams, they got to try to wear Steven Adams down because he was a factor.
Yeah, he was.
He did a real nice job of not only clogging the paint, but like he's got the smarts to at least have an idea of how to run a guy off the 3-point line and force him to play inside the arc. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors win 95-85. And how you feeling about that one, Warrior fans? Yeah, it wasn't the prettiest thing in the world, but hey, you're up 1-0, and you won a road game, so you already took away their home court. Great start for the Golden State Warriors. Great start for Curry. Great start for Butler. And these playoffs are rolling. And we had a full weekend. We'll talk about all the games. But how you feeling about that game, Warrior fans? What'd you like? Because I think there was a lot to like in that game.
I'm with you.
888-957-9570. Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 12th at Stone Tree Golf Club. It's presented by Atco Pest Control. That segment also brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
bounce outside to Curry. 5 to shoot. Steph ripped it through on Jalen Green. Goes to his right. Out of bounds. 3 is up. And he hit it! Oh, my goodness. Falling out of bounds right in front of Warriors owner Joe Lacob. A miraculous 3 by Curry on Easter. 64-41. Oh, man.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, Steph.
The chef.
Come on, man. You got to be kidding me with that shot. That shot was unbelievable. He had to jump out of bounds.
Incredible.
To get it off.
And it was incredible defense. But, Steiny, I got to tell you, I keep saying this to you. When it's prime time and Steph is playing, I got like Olympic goosebumps again, just him showing the world just how spectacular he is on shot making.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's stupid crazy.
It's incredible. I'll tell you what, here's a play I want to talk about. Because I'm not really sure exactly what happened, but I'll tell you what I think happened.
Right.
And then people can tell me if they thought the same thing or not. Because I thought it was a big minute stretch. So Podziemski drives to the basket with 6.5 to go, and they call a block on Amen Thompson. And I don't know. I'm pretty sure Pods looked at the Houston Rockets bench and was like, go ahead.
I dare you.
Challenge it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. And Udoka ends up challenging it. They lose the challenge.
Yep.
And then they are left with one timeout in the last 6.5 minutes. Further, a minute later, there's a play where the ball goes off the Warriors. They get to retain the ball because the refs made a mistake, but there were no challenges left.
Went off Andre.
And then Curry makes a 35-footer, and boom, it's 82-75.
Like that.
Just like that. And those are the kind of plays that just demoralize a team when they're making a run.
Yeah, no doubt.
And Curry did it a few times last night.
And if I was in the Rockets locker room, right, like this is not your standard 2 versus 7 to me, because I feel like the Warriors going in were a better team, but it is what it is. But if you want to beat the Warriors, Steiner, you can't shoot 39% from the field. You can't collectively shoot 20% from deep. And then this dessert. You can't shoot 55% from the free throw line. Like, that's not button up. And yet you were within 3.
Well, and the other thing about this game and the Rockets offense is here's what I'll allow. Oof. It's their first playoff game. A lot of those guys' first playoff game, and it looked like it. And I thought essentially what happened was the Rockets did what I thought, which was they were gonna come out with their hair on fire. They were gonna try to get up into the Warriors, and they kind of did the first 5 or 6 minutes. They were up 13-5. But the Warriors settle in, and they get it to about 3 by the end of the first quarter.
Yep.
And then I think that's when it settles in on Houston that,
boy,
we got 3 more quarters left. We're only up 3. And they look like they're settling in a little. And that's when I thought Houston really began to show their inexperience on offense, because you could tell they were feeling the pressure of, as they were getting down 23, they just didn't seem to have anywhere to go.
Yeah, and that is kudos to the Warriors defense and Jerry Stackhouse. Like, Steiny, I'm not just hyperbole here. That was intensity times 1,000. We know the Rockets defense gets after you, and a lot of credit goes to the youth, but the Warriors match their intensity defensively, and I don't know why I'm acting surprised, because since Jimmy Butler's come to town, defensively, this is one of the top-rated defense, so it was on display. But for you to say after the first 12 minutes the Warriors were down 3, I just felt like Houston had to be saying, we should be up 10. That should be greater. It wasn't. And again, I don't know what offense the Rockets are trying to run. I saw Jalen Green with the ball at the top of the key going towards midcourt as opposed to going to the basket like they did so well the last time these two teams played. But, I mean, man, that was an old school game. And to hold Houston under 100, that was impressive. And now I can look at you, Steiny, and say to Evan or anybody, it's not just the Warriors' offense, it's their damn defense, man. Well, and it was on display for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from the Warriors' defense, but we saw the challenges that the Rockets have offensively. Yeah. They have one polished offensive player,
Sengun,
and that's it. And I was also thinking about this last night. The Warriors sometimes struggle with point of attack defense, and there were times that Green and Amen Thompson got to the bucket or got into the paint. But again, it's the Warriors still made them make a play from inside the key, and they just, I feel like they missed a lot of shots at the rim.
That happened.
That I don't know why. Maybe, was it jitters? Maybe. Was it the Warriors contesting? Probably had something to do with it. But I just thought the Rockets at some point in that game knew that they were really having trouble scoring. And then it feels like every time the Warriors get a bucket, it feels like more than 2 points almost, because it takes so long and so many possessions for the Rockets to score.
Yeah, and I'm going to go Gary Payton a second real quick, Stoney, because it's just like, I don't want to say an embarrassment of riches, but we know what he is. But that first quarter was clunky. They were down. And when you bring him in the game, man, you just feel the difference. Just from a defensive standpoint, his ability to finish. I'm not saying yesterday was his best game, but 16 strong minutes. And the Warriors played 10 guys to Houston's 8. And again, if Houston, I don't know where they're going to get their offense from in the next 48 hours, but I got to feel like the Warriors are feeling pretty good, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Devin in the Uber to get us started. What's up, Devin? How you doing, man?
Happy Monday. How y'all doing, man?
Hey, game one. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, game one. We've been here before, so we're not gonna throw a celebration yet. But what I will say is this: I want to give credit to the Rockets. They were there. This series is about youth versus experience. And I think that they thought they had it in the beginning. What I love and appreciate, the experience showed in multiple ways, right? There was a couple instances Steve could have called a timeout early, right? Because it was getting dark early. And he was like, hey, ball up top. Y'all going to play through this. I'm not going to save y'all. And that would have hyped up the crowd. That would have gave the Rockets more momentum. They would have felt like they had their backs against the wall early. What did? We fought. And I loved it. We didn't celebrate. We would score, just chipping at that deficit until, we turned the table. So I loved it. The experience also showed when the Rockets started killing the deficit, and we just kept the poise. And that's what I love about this. Like I said, we've been here before. The poise was there. Draymond did scare me a bit. I'm like, come on, Dre, don't act up now, but the poise was beautiful. I want to see it again. This game's definitely going to be tougher, but I definitely want to see it again. Speaking on Jalen Green before I go, he reminds me, and I know I don't want to bring up the name, but he reminds me so much of Kuminga, to where, yeah, there's talent there. Yeah, there's raw talent, but the IQ isn't there. Jalen took some ill-advised shots that just killed his team, and that reminds me of Kuminga. Sometimes the IQ isn't there where he should have swung the ball, or he should have shot, or you should have drove, and sometimes I think he's so much in his head that he just freezes the offense a bit. And so they're for those of y'all that, I'm not saying Kuminga wouldn't have scored and defended, but in these pressurized games, like, it get real under them lights, so we have champions on our side. I had us going at 6, giving respect to Houston, maybe 5. I don't think we'll sweep them, but we'll see. Let's go, Dub.
Thanks, Devon. Appreciate the call. 10:26.
Wow.
10:26, our first Kuminga mention.
Paid over.
We're getting better.
10:26.
Yeah.
Getting further and further away from the start.
Yeah, I thought the Warriors know how to play Jalen Green, too. They sag off him, and if he's not making shots, all he can do is – he felt like he was driving into traffic a lot last night. Why are you shaking your head? Do you agree with me there, Evan? Or you disagree with me?
No, I don't disagree with you. I'm disappointed just having to watch him play offense. It's just disgusting.
What about Fred VanVleet?
And you had the numbers before. You had him before.
VanVleet
hit his first shot.
Yeah, that was the worst thing that could have happened for the Rockets.
Oh, man. I'm like, Stoney, you called that. So I know the the info that you provided in regard to how bad they both, Van Vliet and Green, had been collectively. But I was tingling watching the game like, oh, this is a continuance. Yeah, those weren't playoff games. But for you to sit here and talk about a 2 seed, their forward is the most polished guy. If they don't have a guard that you can't count on, Steiny, which they don't, you're not going to beat Golden State. You're just not.
Let's go to John in Daly City. Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey, good morning. Go Dogs, first of all.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I want to talk about, in the segue to defense, I'll talk about Steph Curry, 2 things about him. Nobody talked about the defense on his side yesterday. I think he held opponents to under 30%, 25%, if I'm not mistaken, and he was the primary defender, getting rebounds. And the second thing about it is, it's frustrating as a Warriors fan. He's getting mugged. He's getting yanked. He's getting pulled every game. And I don't know what the refs has got against him, but, come on. There's got to be some investigation on that. But I'll take it off the air. Go Dubs.
Well, yeah, the chef was cooking, Stoney. He was in the kitchen, 31, and some mesmerizing shot making to bring it home, man. And Jimmy Butler, second player in this century, Stoney, that had 25, 5, and 5 steals. We're trying to get the other. He had more than that, but the 5 steals, man. This dude's been a godsend, man.
In the last 7 games against the Warriors,
give it to me.
Fred VanVleet had gone 19 for 82 from the field.
Stop!
That's 23.1%. He was so bad yesterday. 4 for 19. Now, over the last 8 games, he's dropped down to 21% from the field against the Warriors. Yikes. He's 23 for 101.
Yikes.
I could keep going if you want.
Man. Oh, my goodness gracious. I mean, I guess he's going to be the guy I'm going to drill in this series, but he shoots the ball. It's like it's not going in. It's just like it's just doing.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Shattered glass everywhere.
Yeah. His shot is just an offensive rebound.
It's just bad. It is very bad, Stoney. And I got to go back to my boy from Fresno, Jalen Green. Stoney, it's like he's fighting himself. It's like he's in a straitjacket,
first
man.
Playoff game.
I get it, but it's what you're doing with all that athleticism. You're just a crash dummy almost. Well, dude, relax. I get it. I get it.
That's the theme of the series. This was the first playoff game for Jalen Green. He was not very good. Şengün was really good.
Oh, he was great.
It was his first playoff game, too.
It was, but I get the sense Şengün's more polished, obviously, but
he showed up.
I'm not saying you can't play well in your playoff debut, but I thought Jabari Smith Jr. was awful.
3 shots
last night.
3 field goal attempts from him.
Who else do they have? Dylan Brooks, obviously, is a veteran. He was mediocre. He didn't really stand out.
3 of 9 from the field for Dylan.
Yeah, that's not very good. So,
for them, it's actually damn good.
They shot 39%. They almost got to 40.
Because they got 22 offensive rebounds.
And they went
6
4
more
for
field
21
goal attempts
on second shot attempts. So let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, Sonny, hey, Guru.
Hey.
Best defensive game of the year, baby. You know, as I'm watching this game, man, the quarter goes, it's 12 minutes, but it's by in 5 minutes. The game is so speeded up right now. You don't have much time. You got to take care of business, man. And let me just tell you, that third quarter shot from Kerr with 6:52 left, that shot when he shot, his feet were all over the place. I didn't think he was going to make this shot, man. That was the biggest basketball assassination I've ever seen in my life. There's nobody who can make that shot except the chef, my friend.
Well,
now I want
hold on.
I want game.
Meadowlark Lemon might be able to make that if he shoots a hook shot. Because that would have been on Meadowlark Lemon's natural right side. He could have rolled right into it.
Oh, man. And now I want to be greedy, guys. I want that second game so bad I can taste it. We play defense like this. They can't beat us, man. You have a good day, guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Tommy. Appreciate the call.
Just feel like the Rockets, Donnie, it comes down to class. They're just outclassed in regard to, having the necessary offense to bring that home. And with that said, I'm sitting here talking to you, and I'm not dogging Houston. I'm impressed in regard to everything that went wrong on the offensive end, especially in the half-court setting, to still get that bad boy to 3 points. And I thought Pods and Moody made the play of the game. Warriors up 4 with about 6 minutes left, 77-73. You feel like the building's coming alive. I thought Pods traveled. They didn't call it. Kicks it out to Moody, and Moody does his first bucket of the game, Stoney, little fadeaway. Like, little plays like that are huge, man.
Yeah, the Rockets bench was going nuts on that play. I thought Pods walked too.
Yeah.
But then Moody makes a tough shot. Moody may have had the 2 biggest shots of the game.
And the 3 on the other one to put him up 7.
Yeah, that put him up, I think, 87-80.
Yeah,
Moody's 3-pointer made it
2:27 left.
87-80.
Yep.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors take a 1-0 lead in their best of 7. Terrific defensive performance for the Warriors. And as good as it was, I do think you got to just keep in the back of your mind that the Rockets had a lot of guys making their playoff debuts. Again, it doesn't mean you can't play well, but just take a look at what the Warriors' young players did yesterday. I thought Post was a little overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Pods was pretty good. It's pretty good. 5 for 13. I thought Moody was okay till he made his big shots.
How about Buddy?
And, hey, I'll tell you what, Buddy Hield was defending. And I know people might laugh at that. Buddy Hield is playing. He's playing as hard as he can.
Yeah.
And he missed his 2 threes, but.
And did an ill-advised lob. I thought Kerr was in his bag, Stoney. He was letting everybody have it, coming from a good place. Even Steph and Dre, when they had that turnover in the second half, he was yelling, poise. But Kerr, if you listen, Stoney, I don't know what broadcast you listen to, they would do the where he's talking to the players, and we could hear he kept saying and reiterating they can't score on us in the half-court setting, and that was real. So don't let them get out and run. Don't help them. And the Warriors just they had them in straitjackets the whole 48 minutes.
Yeah, Rockets didn't play well, but you got to give the Warriors some credit for that. Absolutely, and that's to me. I mean, I'm not. It's kind of an experience game right there. The 3 Warrior veterans brought it home kind of for the Warriors. Now, that doesn't mean they didn't get big plays from Moody or Pods or anybody else that came in, but that was 3 high-level NBA veteran players who took advantage of a young team in a lot of different ways and got them a little bit frustrated. Got Houston frustrated offensively, and then once that happened, the Warriors felt like this team can't score a ton of points on us. And that's why, to me, if the other team doesn't score a lot of points, that's where Curry's even more of an issue. Because back-to-back threes against Houston are like back-to-back-to-back threes against a really competent offensive team.
Yeah, and Jimmy Butler in 42 minutes, Donnie, if I'm the Rockets, I take it all day. This stat only got to the free throw line 6 times. So, it wasn't where you couldn't stop him or figure out. And I know Adams was kind of shutting off the middle at junctures of the game, but to only have Jimmy Butler, the free throw merchant, get to the charity stripe 6 times, I was like, tip of the cap to the Rockets, but yet they just couldn't shoot themselves out of a bag.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Professor in Pleasanton. Hey, Professor, how you doing?
Hey, fellas. Great show. Great game. Hey, we know that Houston's going to make some adjustments. They have to, right? My question to you is, it seemed like their double bigs work well. I think they're going to do a lot more of Sengun and Adams. And my question to you is, how do we adjust to that? So this is just my thought. Don't hate. But, if Butler's playing 42, Steph is playing 39, Dre is playing 36 minutes, how do you combat that? What do you think of J.K. coming in and running those guys? Because they want to play half court. J.K. is going to run, and that's how you combat those double bigs. They can't get back. They can't guard speed. The only way you can get out of those double bigs is speed around them. Do you think that J.K. might be something in the quiver that we can fire at those guys?
It's not the first time I heard it, Donnie, but go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because, at least not right now. And the reason I say that is because the Warriors looked pretty good last night. And Butler played, I don't have the minutes in front of me, but Butler 42, Dre and Steph 36, 37.
40 for Steph, yeah.
Okay, 40.
37 for Dre.
Right. And if the Warriors had a game Tuesday, I think that'd be a fair point. But this is the benefit of this first round. You don't play till Wednesday. I got to believe they're going to play almost the same amount of minutes. Then they get 2 more days off. So they have got a lot of rest in these first 3 games. So I get the feeling that the way Steve Kerr's coaching, he's not going to give away any wins if he thinks his big boys are rested or feel pretty good. He's going to play him a lot of minutes. And I think we can count on that Wednesday and Saturday. And then we'll see moving forward because they got to play then the following Monday, right, Evan? I should know this off the top of my head.
Yeah, Wednesday, Saturday, Monday.
Okay, yeah.
Every other day then.
So there you go.
But for him to get his 3rd DNP real quick, Steiny, if now all we're holding on to, the Kuminga fans out there, is, okay, if guys are exerting so much energy, the only way he can get in is dispel guys, then the JK experience is come to a screeching halt, and that's what it looks like, Steiny. And again, another one yesterday. I don't see him reemerging. I could be wrong. Somebody gets injured. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But, I mean, man, you can hold out hope all day, but, man, I think game 2 will go a long way in regard to how it plays out, one, with the outcome. But if you're telling me Jimmy can handle 40 minutes, the rest of these playoff series, and that's scary. Nobody wants to do that. But the fact that this is the 3rd in a row for him, I think that ship has left the dock, man, that boat.
Yeah, and I feel like last night, watching that game, I really do feel like I saw why he's not playing. And I can talk about it on the other side, but there was something in the second half specifically that made me think, okay, now I'm starting to think I know what Steve Kerr is not seeing as far as Kuminga goes. But listen, here's the other thing. Sometimes in these playoffs, I know it's impossible to imagine now after that game, but there are blowouts in a series. And let's just say the Warriors come out Wednesday and they're feeling like we got house money, and let's say the Rockets run them out of the gym. Well, you know what? Kuminga's going to play in that game then. Kuminga's going to get playing time to save minutes for the big guys. And again, I get how you watch last night's game and say, well, the Rockets aren't going to be able to blow the Warriors out. And you might be right, but that's maybe where, Kuminga can save some of the big boys some minutes.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will see. Or we won't. 888-957-9570 is the number. How'd you guys feel about that game last night? Warriors go up 1-0. They're one of only 2 teams so far in the playoffs that have won on the road. Minnesota was the other. Timberwolves beat the LA Lakers, and the Rockets the Warriors beat the Rockets in Houston. And of course, if the Warriors advance, they play the winner of the Timberwolves and the Lakers, and right now Minnesota's up 1-0 in that series. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Tell me what you thought the key was last night if you're a Golden State Warrior fan. And does are you more encouraged by the 23-point lead, or are you a little concerned about it got down to 3? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
You can stop asking that question. You don't have to ask that again.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water.
They looked like they couldn't score against this team.
Lights too bright.
But I do not believe in momentum in a series.
Are you saying Houston's not dead?
No, I don't think they're dead.
Right.
I mean, obviously they'd rather won game one, but maybe they get... The more I think about last night's game, I think a lot of it did come down to, that was a team making its first playoff appearance, and maybe they learned some things.
Well, you better take the ball. Like, if I tell you I had a problem with Udoka and Houston's approach to Steph, like, game two better be anybody, Jimmy Butler included, can beat us, but the chef. And maybe they're holding that in their back pocket. But
no, they're not.
There was a sequence in the game, Stoney, late in the game. Steph hits the logo. The ball went out on Draymond Green, but unfortunately they didn't have a challenge, right? So it's 6 seconds on the shot clock. The game is right there. And I'm just thinking to myself, CYO defense.
Well,
how can Curry how can he just be so free to where he walks into a three, a dagger? Come on, Houston, you got one job. Anybody can make that shot, but it can't be the chef, and he made it.
Well, look.
Talk to me.
I've been watching, what is it, his 16th year, Curry? Doesn't matter. 16 years I've been watching this guy.
Yeah.
And you just cannot, like, it's so much easier said than done. It just is. And I looked that shot up because that was a big shot.
It was humongous.
It was 34 feet. It was a 34-footer.
With 6 ticks on the shot clock.
Look, when you have a big out there, I just remember there were about 2 guys out there. I think one was big. It's just really hard for them to get out there. There was a guard in the vicinity who should have been up further. I think it might have been Green, but I can't quite remember. But look, I mean, if Steph makes those kind of shots,
night,
you're going to have a lot of trouble beating the Warriors. And I'm hard pressed. I don't know what was 12 for 19, something like that from the field. It's just not easy to shut him down or to take him out of a game.
Yeah, you're right. 12 of 9, Stoney. 5 of 9 from deep. So, only 2 free throw attempts.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't. sometimes you got to just tip your hat to greatness.
Now, I'll say this to you, just from the Rockets, when I said Friday, when I was giving my Warriors in 5, and I say, some teams aren't button up, but for Thompson to go to the line on the first possession of the game, and I know it's early, Goo, but it was just symbolic, man. I understand you don't have the best half-court offense. I understand Van Vliet and Green can't hit the side of a barn against you. But to go 11 of 20 and leave 9, and I know you're not going to go 20 of 20, Steiny, but to miss 9 free throw attempts, that's part, to me, of not being buttoned up. If you're trying to pull this off, you gotta make your free throw attempts. And 11 to 20 is not going to get it done. 55%.
Yeah, I think that's
just who they are.
No, I think it's a team that's in the playoffs for the first time. I think they were tight. I think they were tentative. When a team goes 11 for 20 from the line, that tells me that they're tight. They're just a little bit tight. Yeah. They're not. The Rockets found out yesterday that the playoffs are different, and I think some Warrior young players found out yesterday that the playoffs are different. Problem is, the Warriors had 3 great players who understand that the playoffs are different, and they played to that standard.
Yeah, and just Draymond, Steiny, I don't think the box score I'm looking at is 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, 4 points on the night, but I don't even think the box score does him justice for what he was doing, like a big grizzly bear, knocking the ball at a guy's hands left and right, just playing hellified defense and being strong in the paint, man. And that's who Dre is. But that wasn't a box score game for Dre. You had to watch it to understand what he was bringing to the table and the impact he had on the game. Dude's an anchor down there, Steiny.
I mean, he made, I don't know, at least a half a dozen plays down there where he prevented scores. I'll tell you what, if I had to give a scouting report to any team playing the Warriors, especially in the playoffs, you cannot go at Draymond Green.
Wow.
Because now is where his reputation as a defensive player of the year candidate comes in. The game's allowed to be played more physical. They don't quite call as many fouls, even though the Warriors were in the bonus with 2 minutes into the third quarter.
I've never seen that. 10 minutes left in a quarter. Go ahead.
But look, Draymond Green on 50-50 plays is going to get the benefit of the doubt. I don't understand why players don't understand this. You have to give this guy defensive respect.
Yeah.
He makes too many plays around the rim because he's more instinctive and more athletic than you think, and he's smart.
But you can't be afraid of him, and I'm not saying the Rockets were, but you were testing the bear, and you got beat. But I'll tell you what, Şengün took it to him, Donnie, on that. I thought that was you don't see that often, but that was a spectacular dunk.
Was that the dunk in the first quarter?
Yeah. It might have been
where Şengün got it and Draymond was already kind of under the basket.
That was it. That was the one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if that's the way to attack Draymond when he's late on help and he's the last line of defense. But I don't know. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Lee,
what's up, Leroy? How you doing?
Hey. What's up, Steiny?
Hey,
what's up, Goo?
You saw it last night?
Steiny, Oh, man, I love the game. I mean, my confidence is growing and growing. And, Steiny, earlier you took a little of my thunder because I'm watching the game, and I said this quote to myself, man, is Buddy Hield buying into the defensive side of the ball? Because he's out there balling defensively. So, Steiny, I did see that.
I thought he was really trying hard and not doing a bad job either.
He is really trying hard. No, I saw that. And, I just somehow I got in a group text with some deacons at my church. And I don't know how, and I just get these random texts. And I'm looking at the text yesterday, and 2 of my deacons were going back and forth. And one of them said, tough win by the Golden State Warriors. And one of them said, experience is key. Experience plays a big part. And I looked at those two quotes and I said, wow, it was really on display last night. The toughness and the experience. And I got to give it to Pods. He took Dylan Brooks' heart yesterday. I mean, every chance. I saw him go to the hole on Dylan Brooks one time where Dylan Brooks thought he was going to punk him, and Pozinski went right to the hole, right in his chest, and laid it up. It should have been a foul, and Dylan Brooks just put his head down. And whoever thought Pods would punk a Dylan Brooks, but that just speaks to the toughness that I think, the Warriors already had, and then adding Jimmy Butler just made them tougher. So, man, I am really encouraged. Hey, if this toughness continues, and, of course, that championship medal, that experience with Kerr and Curry and Draymond, if that keeps going up and up, man, look out, league. Look out.
Yeah, Leroy, thanks for the call. Hey, by the way, we just got some terrific news. What do we got? We got a guest coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. Who we got? Moses Moody.
Hey, man. Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors.
Moses Moody is going to join us at some point in the 12 o'clock hour.
There it is.
He hit my way of thinking, hit the two biggest shots of the game last night. Both after the Rockets had cut it to 4. He made a fadeaway jumper from the wing that put him up 6, and then later on he made a 3 when they had cut it back to 4 and put it back up to 7.
His defense was stellar too, Steiny.
Moses Moody going to join us at 12 noon or 12 o'clock hour. We're going to have to wait for them to finish practice, and he'll get all ready. So the 12 o'clock hour for Moses Moody.
Yeah, I thought Pods did well, Steiny. I really did. It wasn't just about the offense, and he was letting Dylan Brooks know about it when he was finishing. But the Rockets, the scouting report is as bad and overzealous as you youngsters are trying to go to the rack, find where he's at, and they just run into him, and it's a charge. So it's just funny that continues. But Leroy says something I want to run by you, Steiny. And unfortunately, I don't think Kuminga, I'm bringing him up just from this vantage point. Buddy had to buy in. It's like, how am I going to remain on the court? How am I even going to get my number called if my shot's not falling? But before that, I got to buy in with Dre on the court, giving it to me if I do any wrong on defense, and the cameras will catch it. Jimmy Butler will do the same, and for that matter, Steph. So kudos for Jimmy for knowing, Buddy for reading the room, knowing, if my shot's not falling, and it didn't yesterday, am I going to be a liability or a turnstile on D? And last night he wasn't.
And
he figured it out. You know what I'm saying? I got to scrap.
In his minutes, he was +7, so it wasn't like the Rockets went on a run when he was on the floor.
Just that bad alley-oop to Butler.
You're listening tonight. Butler could have come down. He could have caught it and come down.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. You're listening. He could have.
Yeah.
Buddy doesn't get the missed shot for that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. If you watch the second half of that game, I think we might have gotten, and again, we got to be conscious of this, but since the name was brought up, I'll bring up the name, and then we've got full lines of people that want to talk about other stuff. But think about that second half and the Warriors defensively. What were they doing defensively? To me, it looked like they were in and out of zone. They camouflaged some of their defense. There were times when I thought the Rockets didn't quite understand what the Warriors were trying to do defensively. It felt like the Warriors were in a spot where they were changing defenses virtually every possession, and I think that's where Kuminga's challenges come. In a situation like that, where you've got 5 guys tied in on defense, and one possession they may be in a 1-3-1 zone, the next they may be in their man and they're switching everything, the next they may be in their man defense and they're not switching anything, and it's a lot to keep straight, and you got to have guys that absolutely positively know where to be. And do I know this for a fact? I don't know this for a fact, but
I think you're onto something.
But that I gotta believe is something that Kerr is aware of, and in a situation like last night's game, you gotta know that the players on the court can make those kind of snap finger judgments that win games for you.
Yeah. Hey, Stoney, real quick, because you had mentioned it before the last break. My buddy just got out the car. He was trying to be a part of the ATCO golf tournament. Can you just briefly tell him what it is again next Monday? I was like, man, he's excited about the golf tournament. So I'm like, man.
Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by ATCO Pest Control. That segment was brought to you by Cash Creek.
And we'll be out there. We'll be broadcasting.
I am a dumbass. Isn't that what Barkley did?
You are Ron Burgundy.
Yeah, that's right.
Burgundy, my man.
Barkley did that too. Do you ever see they set Barkley up?
Nah.
Yes. So,
we'll be out there remote. Willard and Dibbs too.
So it's not at the same place it was at last year?
Yeah, it is.
Up in Marin?
Yeah. Well, they tricked me and hitting the first. Yeah, that one.
I didn't. I didn't really care.
I lost. I'm out.
All right, let's go to Antonio in Oakland.
Oh, he's happy.
You think?
What up, hey?
Hey, what's up, you guys? You know, Warriors, big-time basketball, championship basketball. You know, it was the Rockets' first playoff game, but at the end of the day, what do we hear? Oh, the Rockets are the most athletic team of all time. The Warriors are old fossils. How are they going to stop them? How are they going to score on them? You know, at the end of the day, though, man, like, I'm not worried about none of this, man. Jimmy Butler been proving to everybody that he can score. Remember last week or the week before? Are you worried about his scoring? He's passing so much. Look like he can score to me, right?
Man.
Yeah, he can. So at the end of the day, man, it's going to be Warriors in 5. And at the end of the day, Houston, you have a problem. Go Golden State, baby.
There it is. 15 left. Antonio, the number's 15.
Yes, exactly, man.
Yeah.
One game at a time. We're going to get there, though. Trust me that.
Yeah, it's a good thing I like Antonio. Cut him off because I don't want him to. Yeah, hang up on him so I can rip him.
Oh, well, come on. It's Victory Monday.
I mean, you know what? I love Antonio.
Yeah.
I'm glad I met him.
Curry lookalike.
I know that he's optimistic, and I know he loves his team.
Yeah.
But, like, where are we talking about the Rockets are the most athletic team in history? Who said that?
It was filibuster
Please.
for him,
But that's what gives Warrior fans a bad name.
Please.
We're the old fossils. No, you're experienced and you have an older core. You also won just one game, Antonio. Act like you've been to the postseason before. You aren't the Houston Rockets of fans. You're the Warriors of fans. So, shouldn't be this excited after taking a 1-0 lead.
Yeah. Well, that thing was getting a little sketchy. Hey, I want to ask you a quick question before you get back to the calls. In regard, when you look at 95-85, old school game, right? Throwback. Sonny, and it obviously didn't matter because Houston didn't win. But what if I told you I felt like the pace favored them? From start to finish, like you couldn't draw it up better for the Rockets, but they just didn't do their part in regard to shot making. Anytime you hold the Warriors under 100 points, and they've done it before, but I just thought last night when it was all said and done, like, they got to be kicking themselves like, dude, the pace, I thought it favored Houston wouldn't have it any other way. They just couldn't make buckets.
If you would ask me what the pace was, I would say, I'm not really sure. It was, the Rockets got a lot of second chance opportunities, but even on those, it's like they take a shot, they miss.
Yeah.
Adams gets the rebound. He's not dunking those for the most part. He's kicking it back out. And guess what? There's still not a scramble situation. So there they go. Steven Adams kicks it out to Van Vliet, who stands there, and it's like, well, they're back in the half-court offense again. All they did was get an extra possession, but extra possessions don't kill you if you're not scoring on
They definitely are running the pregnancy offense. It is a labor, man, just watching them try to get busy in the half-court setting. It's a oucher.
Let's go to Cameron in Antioch. Hey, Cameron, how you doing?
Good morning. Doing good. How y'all doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Okay. I ain't been on in a while, man.
All right.
Before I get to the game last night, Steiny, did you apologize to Steph?
For what?
For saying he doesn't need a second option. He's done. There's no point to give him an option, give him somebody.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Steph.
I'm just asking.
There you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Okay, so about the game last night. It was a cool game. But let's not forget the fact that we blew a 20.3 lead. And why did we do that? From Kerr with these 3 to 4 guard lineups going away from what had us winning in the first half. Guy Santos only playing 1 minute in the second half. No Kuminga minutes. We know the reason why. But, that's crazy. We still got to worry about Kerr doing these crazy things all the time. Even though we won, we can't sit on the fact that Kerr still be doing crazy things, not putting us in the best positions to win.
Well,
it's insane.
Cam, thanks,
go ahead,
Cameron.
I said Kerr was one of the stars, I thought. And what did you tell me?
How can Kerr be a star when we blew a 20.3 lead?
But how did you get the lead? Does he get any credit for that?
Big by playing positional size, by Guy Santos coming in the second quarter, doing all the small things, making the small plays, and then we go to a small 3 to 4 guard lineup, and we start getting cooked. We was already getting cooked on rebounds. Then when Kerr decided to do what he did, we start getting cooked. If Ime did not take Adams out in the closing lineup, I don't know if we would have won that game.
All right,
now that's interesting.
Cameron.
Go there, Stoney.
He couldn't play anymore.
Man, when I'm in the lab again tonight, you said he was gassed. I'm reading the thing.
Evan said he had played 10. It's like he played 10 straight minutes. Look, what are his minutes for the season? Let
me find it. But man, the 20 minutes, Stoney, he was a factor.
Yeah, he was much better than I thought.
18 minutes. Excuse me, Stoney. 13 minutes on the season.
And how many play last night?
20.
And 10 straight, I think, in the second half.
13.7 minutes for him on the season.
650, darn, I'm disappointed in you, Steiny.
Uh-oh.
I know it means nothing to you, but really, I respect what you say. And to say that Kuminga can't get 10 minutes because he doesn't have a clue about defense is crazy. I respect everyone who does that. But look at the DNPs, all of Kuminga. I'm sorry, I said it as nicely as I could, and I did not say he has no clue defensively. In fact, I don't talk like that about Kuminga anymore. I say I think that's one of the challenges that Kuminga's having under Steve Kerr. And it's like, if you can't handle that, I don't know how, I don't know how else to be nice about it.
Yeah.
Let's go to Scotty in Pleasanton. What's up, Scotty? How you doing?
I'm doing good, fellas. Steiny Glue, thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Dude, you got to be excited, man. This is exciting stuff, right?
Yeah, 15 left, baby.
If you look at our young guys, go ahead, man. Sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, no. You look at our young guys, they didn't perform very well. You look at Houston, our defense had a lot to do with that. If I told you we were going to win this game by holding the other team to 85 at the early part of the season, you'd probably be shocked. So our defense is really clicking. Moses Moody really impresses me. He had not a very good three-quarter game as far as offensively. But he did the little things, 50-50 balls, disruptor, played solid defense on ball. You look at GP2 with Moody. Man, I think Moody is going to be like the Iguodala of this team that Kerr was looking for. And then you look down at the lockdown defensive lineup at the fourth quarter, you're going to have that team that's going to potentially take them to the championship. Our team didn't do very well offensively either if it wasn't for Butler and Curry. Those guys like Podziemski and Moody hit some big shots late.
Yeah.
And even post. He didn't have much of an offensive game, but you see him in the middle with his size. He gave Adams some trouble as well as Sengun some trouble. So I think overall it was an okay game. The big challenge this team's going to have is Curry's a little bit more age. He's going to have a letdown game because he's just going to be exhausted. We got to figure out those other guys picking him up.
Scott, I think you hit the nail on the head. And that was another thing I had written down. It was that, yes, can Curry and Butler, like how far can they carry him like this? And I don't know how far, quite frankly. I really don't. They still need a third scorer. But last night, you give up 85 points. You don't need a third scorer. You don't need a third score if the other team only scores 85. You need a third score if you win 113-108.
But you did have one, though, Snotty. Pods had 14.
Yeah, but they're going to need more than that.
Okay.
They're going to need to score more than 95 points
I totally agree with
against
that.
a competent offensive team.
But as much as I was fat-mouthing with you Friday, had you told me, Goo, Game 1's point total is going to come out to 95 for the Warriors, Stoney, I would have been in a caddy driving home like, man, we're down 0-1.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm being honest, man, and they shut Houston's water off. Tenacity, and we got Moody coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. I can't wait to ask him, Stoney, what goes into staying ready? Like, he hadn't had a bucket, and that fadeaway on the Pods feed was humongous. And then for him to back that up with the 3 in the corner from Pods again, like, man, that's what it is, man. But to answer your question, 95 points and 56 between Curry and Butler. I mean, you couldn't draw it up better at the chalkboard.
All right, Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. Steiny and Guru are going to be there live from 10 to 2. And if you want to play, go to 957thegame.com and click on the events tab to sign up. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hello, everybody. We've got Dr. Asibe with Tri-Valley Vasectomy.
to his right. Out of bounds, three is up. And he hit it! Oh, my goodness. Falling out of bounds right in front of Warriors owner Joe Lacob. A miraculous three by Curry on Easter. Oh, man. Finds post, catches, doesn't shoot it, gets it to Curry. Curry with two, with one. Fadeaway up and good. Curry willed that ball into the bucket. Jamski looking for someone to throw it into. Finds Curry. Curry, quick three on the way. Good from about a step across half court. Just ridiculous.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors take game one, 95-85. And their defense was very good. Their offense was good enough. They forced Houston into more turnovers than they committed. That's a recipe to win. Wasn't perfect. They got up 23 on that crazy shot by Curry. Pretty much the shot of the game.
Yep.
In terms of absolute mind-boggling how it goes in. And the Warriors go. I will say this, and because I've noticed a lot of optimism.
Rightfully so.
We know one game does not a series make. And let me take you back to 1987. NBA Finals. Not quite a perfect analogy, but it was back in the Celtics and Lakers rivalry period. And game one was on Memorial Day. And the goal on the Boston Celtics beat the Lakers 148-114. It's called the Memorial Day Massacre.
Yes, sir.
And in that game, if you really want to dig deep, you'll find that a player named Scotty Wedman, who could shoot the eyes out, he had 26 that night, 11 for 11 from the field, 4 for 4 from three. Celtics lost in 6. They lost in 6. So series can still change.
Well, yeah, but they had a guy named Magic, Kareem, Cooper, Worthy, and unfortunately I'm going to be quiet because I'm going to save
you won't be, but go ahead.
Hey, I'm just telling you, Jalen Green, you better fix it because there's a guy lurking out there named Kevin Durant. And if somehow you guys flame out and you continue to have Warrior-itis, I'm telling you, man, that team is good. They just don't have the luxury that the Warriors have times 2. And that's a guy that can get on the elbow, top of the key, can post you up, and looks to get others involved. That, my friend, is the definition of Jimmy Butler. And then you got Stephen Curry to do what he did, one of the greatest closers ever in the association. And I don't know if you caught Barkley on the postgame, Stoney, but they were playing the highlights of his shots, his daggers, and Barkley was like, having fun. That was luck. And everybody else, Kenny, Ernie, and Shaq were like, nah, bro. Dude practices that. I mean, Steiny, the skill and the mental fortitude to be able to hit those shots, and while the ball's in the air, you're thinking, what if he misses it? But he trains them, and it's uncanny, and he's got it mastered. And that's why they call him the chef.
Let's go to Fleet in Oakland.
Fleet.
What's up, Fleet?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Man, we wanted to see the Houston Rockets. Everybody was talking about, oh, yeah, this is going to be an easy one. That's a good matchup. Warriors got Houston. They're going to win. Now we playing them, and everybody making all these excuses for Houston. We knew that they didn't have any shooters. Jalen Green averaged in the last 5 or 6 games 2, 5, 7. How you can be a superstar or a star player and you only putting up 2, 5, and 7 points in a game? Come on now. Like, we giving Houston all this credit, like, the Warriors, if this guy did this and this guy did that, Warriors been playing good defense since they had Jimmy. Jimmy is a star. Steph is a transcending player. Draymond Green is one of the best defensive players in the last 10 years. So what is we talking about? Like, Warriors should win this series. I'm happy we didn't see Denver or the Lakers.
Yeah,
because we would be having a different conversation, because I think it's too early to see them right now. If we see them in the next, hopefully Warriors make it out this round. I'm not counting my chickens, but I'm just saying, if they make it out this round, Steph and Draymond, they get greedy, and they should be playing in the finals.
Fleet.
If they make it to the second, I'm saying, if they make it to the second round, from being a Warrior fan and watching them all these years, we know if the Warriors get out that first series, 9 times out of 10, they're going to win that second series. Because Steph ain't trying to go home. If he can get another championship, we see a whole different Steph. And guys, I know it's a lot of people calling, but y'all got to go off history. I don't know anything else from Steph but winning championships when he get a chance.
Philippe, what did you have this going before yesterday's game? How many games did you have this series going?
I said I don't know, but I'm gonna tell you like this: if Warriors win this second game, they coming home winning that third game. If they win it, you better not let the Warriors win the second. It's like this: we all been watching the Warriors. We know if you let the only person beat us is an all-time great, and that's LeBron James. Outside of that, LeBron James is probably the best player ever lived, outside of Jordan. So we talking about the greatest player had to knock Steph off, him and Kyrie. Outside of that, ain't no Jalen Green finna get him out the playoffs. And then in the next round, if they see Minnesota, Anthony Edwards ain't getting Steph out the second round because they're going to beat the Lakers.
Thanks, Philippe.
Yeah.
Let's not worry about Minnesota or Lakers.
Well, they got their hands full, both of them. Stoney from the 650, I'm curious to get your answer. I think I already know it. Stoney and Goo, can you name one Rocket player offensively that scares you? I can't. And as much as I respect Şengün, it would be Jalen Green after that, but they don't scare me. What would your answer be?
Well, the only guy that would scare me is Şengün, but he doesn't scare me because I don't think he alone can beat the Warriors, and clearly the Warriors are going to be there. It feels like they're willing to live with stuff from Şengün. Yeah. I mean, the one guy that I think could be a wild card, but I couldn't stand the way he played last night was Jabari Smith Jr. He didn't understand how intense these games are.
Yeah.
And
he got cooking late a little bit, a couple drives to the rim.
Yeah, he had 4 turnovers too. And the turnovers for him, like they're letting, when a guy comes down with a rebound, they're letting guys smack at it and pull at it and grab at it.
No doubt.
It's like, and the refs didn't call that either way. And I thought the Warriors did a real good job of
Draymond especially
of just kind of
using that.
Yeah. Let's go to Joseph in Richmond. Hey, Joseph, how you doing?
Hey, guys.
What's up, man?
That was a great game. That had everything in it, highs and lows. But the only thing I would say is y'all need to tighten up on the defensive end and get those defensive rebounds because that's what kept them in the game. Other than that, keep doing what you're doing because it's working. And hell, give them a taste of their own damn medicine. Double Green. He seems to be real erratic.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I mean,
erratic is being kind. I got to say, I want to defend Jalen in this sense. Houston had their seed locked up like a week or maybe 10 days, Stoney, but a lot of run is getting made of his last 3 games of the regular season. One of those games and his minimal scoring output, Jalen Green scored 5 against the Lakers, but he only played 15 minutes, but that's neither here nor there. The bottom line is what we did 10-2 Saturday. You did it. Just basically going to find his efficiency, his numbers against this Warrior team. And right now, Stoney, it's fair to say they are his kryptonite for whatever reason.
All right, coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, Moses Moody's going to join us right here on 95.7 The Game from Houston. Warriors practicing as we speak, and once the practice is over, Moses is going to join us. He might have hit the 2 biggest shots of the game last night. A nice fadeaway from the wing and a 3-pointer in the corner, both of which he made after the Rockets had it down to 4. Oof. So Moody coming through with some big plays last night, and we'll have him right here on 95.7 The Game between 12 and 1. So obviously don't go anywhere. Let's go to Eric in Fremont. Hey, Eric, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Hey.
Hey, Guru. Hey, I'm a Colt and a Gladiator, too. What is it, man?
Say it again.
I said I'm a Gladiator and a Colt, too, bro.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Chabot and Logan. That's what's up, brother.
Yeah. What is it, man? I play football with Stevie and Huey.
There you go, my man.
Lillard. But anyways, all I got to say is, man, I know it's game 1 and all that, but everybody keeps saying, oh, we've seen this before, blah, blah. Okay, I just got to be with Stoney on this. Like, this is a different damn
sorry about the language, game, because it's the playoffs. They're going to go slower and everything. And, my son just barfed on me. I got a newborn. Anyways, man, like, everybody need to chill out. Like, I know it's game 1, but still, like, if we win game 2, then we can start talking. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be on that Charles Barkley level. You know what I'm saying? Because Steph Curry, that was lust.
Well, he makes it. Thanks,
Okay,
Eric.
yeah.
And he
Come on
he
now.
gets lucky in a lot of games over a lot of 16 years.
And I'll tell you what, somebody else rose yesterday. Happy Easter, but the chef also
Allegedly.
rose too. hey, too much of that. Some people were talking
I don't
to me.
care.
I'm just telling you, care for me.
No, I won't.
I'm not a heathen.
I went to Catholic school. I'm allowed to talk
What does that
anyway.
mean?
It means that you know what it means.
Hey.
There's certain
I don't
words
know.
you can say that I
Hey.
can't, and there's certain feelings I have that you can't express.
It's a tough day in the religious world, so
Yeah.
let's just
That's true.
No doubt.
take a little easy.
R.I.P. to the Pope.
Yeah. All right. I'm not going to joke about that.
By the way, was that kid in his car Fred VanVleet? He said somebody was throwing up
I'm
on
going
him.
to give you a 3. I was slow to the draw.
I thought he said my son just brought me something,
They
and
said
then
he
he
just
said I
barfed
had a
on me.
newborn. I didn't-
Again, I got to say this after your exercise Friday at 19-82. 7 of 35, the Rocket backcourt, 2 of 17 from 3. Imagine had that number been 10 of 35, maybe 11, maybe we're talking about something else, but they can't shoot, Steiny. They can't beat the Warriors.
I think Van Vliet's 3-point percentage went up.
What did he shoot from 3 yesterday?
What was it, 2 for 13?
No, it went down.
No, hold on. I got Fred.
He was 4 for 19,
Yeah,
2
look
for
at
13.
2 for 13.
So both numbers, he came in the last 7 games shooting 23% from the field and 20 from the three-point line. Those percentages went down after last night's
You
game.
might want to give Jabari
my
Smith
God.
Jr. some of those shots. 13.
I'll tell you who we need if we're Houston. We need Reed Shepherd.
Look at you.
Like this poor man's TJ McConnell.
It is interesting. If you look at their team from just the regular season, their 2 best 3-point shooters, I think, are Aaron Holiday and, Dylan Brooks is good, but like Jeff Green.
Yeah. Holiday didn't get a minute. He
none
was
of
good
them
against
play.
the West last time. Udoka, man.
Aaron Holiday stunk in that game before.
No, he had a couple buckets. I can hear Fitz in my. I'm telling you, I was in the
last
lab.
game or the one?
Oh no, the one that they beat the Warriors. That Sunday, a couple Sundays ago, and Fitz's line was like, he just plays good against the Warriors.
Oh God,
yeah. He didn't see the floor. Either did Jeff Green.
Well,
I know he's hot.
If Jeff Green, if he plays, they're out of.
Yeah,
they're out of answers.
I mean, based on the Warriors, I actually think the Rockets, they don't need to go big. They need to go old.
Man, they just, boy, that was a rock fight, Steiny.
Let's go to Chris in San Carlos. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, boys? How are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wanted to say, obviously, Warriors, that's great. It's a great win. It's awesome waking up feeling confident with what they did last night. But at some point, I think we should just take a step back. Young Rockets team, veteran Warriors team. We have Steph, you don't. Throw Jimmy Buckets in there. They did what they were supposed to do. So nice job, good win. But, like, the whole showering and the feeling of, like, who we matching up with in the finals, it's like, okay, they did what they were supposed to do. That's great. That's what the Warriors do. Also, what I would say, looking forward, I would look for a heavily favored Houston whistle in Game 2, and the officials take over, and it goes 1-1. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
And we'll see.
Yeah. Russ let him play a bit last night, Sonny.
So Aaron Holiday was terrific in that game at the end of the year against the Warriors.
Talking about the game.
Huh? He made one shot. He made a 3.
Hey.
He made a 3.
I'm just telling
in
you.
11 minutes. Oh yeah, he was unbelievable.
Talk to Fitz.
I'm not going to talk to
40.
Fitz. I'm
Bring
not
up
gonna
his
talk to
career
Fitz.
against the Dubs.
Okay,
That's
what
what
you
you
do.
do.
With these people.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. For him to say it, there had to be something there.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Just because you make a 3 against the Warriors doesn't mean you have their number.
Until we're going to put them on the autopsy table.
Well, what of yesterday?
Boy, man.
They made 1 3. It felt like the entire second half.
6 of 29. Yeah. Ain't going to get it done.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors go up 1-0 against the Houston Rockets. How we feeling about it, Warrior fans? I know it's just one game, but it was a good start to the series. A lot of stuff that we talked about before tip-off kind of showed itself. Other stuff didn't, but we felt like the Rockets might be struggling to score, and they did last night. The Rockets' defense was very good against the Warriors.
Yeah.
I got to believe that if you told Udoka you can hold him to 95 points a game, he would take that right now. So from that respect, the Rockets can feel pretty good about their defense, but their offense has got to improve. This is Steve Kerr after the game talking about, well, I'm just going to play this because it's a back and forth with a reporter.
You guys are as physical as you need to be. Did you prepare them for just time to be as physical as possible? And what did you think about just the physical nature of this game?
Did I prepare them for...
Did you say this is going to be physical? So
no, I didn't mention it at all. I totally forgot to tell the team that Houston is really physical and great on the glass. But thanks for the reminder, and I'm gonna mention it before game 2.
You should.
All right, Steve.
A little tongue. I like it. They call that back and forth in the business.
This is on the size and athleticism advantage for the Rockets.
Well, I mean, that's obviously their advantage in the series is the size and athleticism and the offensive rebounding. They had 22 of them. We can be better, for sure, but they're going to get offensive rebounds in this series. They just are. So we have to keep playing. You know, the possession doesn't end until we get the ball, so we got to keep fighting. I thought there were several loose balls that we didn't grab with two hands with force, so we'll look at those, similar to the Clipper game last week where, you know, the ball's bouncing around. We're trying to bounce it one time, or maybe we get a rebound and we're so anxious to get in transition, we throw the ball away. We can't have those. If it's a half-court game, I really think our defense can get the job done in this series.
All right, so that was Steve Kerr talking about the Warriors being at a disadvantage athletically, and
go ahead, because I got something.
Listen, I know. I have a feeling I know what you're going to say, but I kind of like him saying, they're going to get offensive rebounds. Steiny, how come?
Oh, no.
Because they're huge and they're athletic. And that's just one of the things they do. They're good at it. You try to limit it. And if you're going to defend like the Warriors did last night, I don't think a couple extra shots are going to hurt you.
No, and it didn't last night, but that's not where I was going. You came in hot a couple weeks ago, and I loved it. You said, you know what, Goo? And you teased it. You know what I'm sick and tired of hearing? And my garbage goes out tonight. The garbage man comes Tuesday morning. But you know what I'm going to put in that garbage, Steiny? I'm so sick and tired of the word athleticism. If you don't got smarts behind the athleticism, I'm retiring it. Don't miss me. Athleticism is at the 24-hour fitness and LA Fitness. You can see that. But if you ain't button up and smart and bringing something else behind it, it's nothing. And that's what the Rockets are.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for finally understanding that.
I mean it.
Thank you.
Okay. What? You got to have something else with it.
Okay, just don't, keep that thought. Keep that same energy.
I'm sick of it, man.
Until tomorrow.
No, I'm just Evan. Houston, Steiny, they got more shots, more free throws. What? At some point, you got to put it in the hole. You just do, man. And they need a bucket getter, man.
How long have we been working together?
About 7 years.
7 years, Evan. 7 years.
I feel like 8.
I feel like
it feels like 8 sometimes, Evan. 18.
I feel like call it constant nagging, call it incessant.
You don't need to take credit
opinions,
for it.
But I feel like
I'm sick
it's
of
all
it.
been worth it.
Do you feel like we just witnessed a breakthrough?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I think Kuminga has a lot to do with it. The L that I'm taking on him, it starts there. That was the embryo of where I'm at. It's just you got to have something else, man. You just do.
Are you beginning to find out what made your high school career fizzle? Because you were very athletic.
Now, why'd you have to go and do that?
And I'm feeling some type of way. No,
you say you had the ha-ha, right?
I believe I did, not in games.
So what, how come?
Stage fright. I had stage fright. I was scared.
All right.
Nervousy.
Yeah, like Amon Thompson at the free throw line.
Dude, how many missed dunks does he have with the great move, Cinnamon, in a two-handed? It just doesn't go in. It's uncanny.
He almost caught like 3 bodies yesterday, but just could not go one floor higher.
Yeah.
Şengün did, though.
Boy. I didn't say Dre. That was a dump. I said Dre. That's all. Just pointing out it was a good move, man. And he threw it down, big fella. That's my Bill.
By the way, Moses Moody coming up at the 12 o'clock hour. He's the starting. What position's he playing now?
I don't know.
Point forward? Power forward?
That's Jimmy.
2 guard?
He made 2 big shots, man.
He only made 2 shots.
They were big. Tom Hanks.
What was I going to say? I forget. Something about athleticism.
Well, you know what? I don't want to make it about me, but I will because we got a minute. Shame on you and Evan. I thought you guys were really pulling my chain. I was here Friday and put my gambling reputation on the line. And not one person has thanked me for the Miami Heat winning that game Friday against Atlanta Hawks. But you don't have to say anything. Either do you, Evan. But I mean, I went out there and boy, they got it done. Just free money. You're welcome. Everybody.
Dude, they won in overtime.
Yeah, they won. Hey, they won, Stoney. And you couldn't wait. You thought Atlanta was going to win. I felt like you were in a Hawk jersey as I watched that.
The Hawks just fired their general manager, Landry Fields.
It's that time of season, yeah. And our guy from the Bay.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I can't.
Well, Landry Fields went to Stanford. So.
No, and there's somebody else that lost their gig.
Yeah, doesn't really affect me what's going on in Atlanta.
People call it your Hawks. Nope, he left.
Right. I don't have a team. I have a league.
You got a team.
Oh, you have a team.
Yes, sir, baby. Anytime you trade jerseys and swap them, you got a team.
Yeah, GSW.
Who calls them that? Dub Nation.
Like this has been a stunning recent development. It really has been, and I don't think we can understate it. What a day of growth for my partner.
Yeah.
What a day of growth. And now, this may be the end of the show. Because now we won't disagree on this anymore, but Guru has just said.
Oh, man.
Guru has just said that you need more than athleticism. And I feel like my good hard work and best intentions has paid off.
TBD.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Like I said, we'll have Moses Moody in the 12 o'clock hour. On the other side, we'll take more of your calls. 888-957-9570. Warriors on to game 2 on Wednesday. Mm-hmm.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Employee pricing for all is on right now at Serramonte Ford in Colma. You pay what we pay. No markups, no nonsense. Stop by Serramonte Boulevard or shop 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, from America for America.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
I will never get duped again. Jimmy Buckets!
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
All right, Warriors take a 1-0 lead against the Houston Rockets. First round, best of 7, game 2, Wednesday. You can hear it all right here on 95.7. The game tip-off at 6:30.
Little rest.
It's late. It's late.
What, you got to get in the bed?
Well, last night I didn't go upstairs till about 9 o'clock.
That's pretty late.
For me on a Sunday? Are you kidding?
You had a good Easter? Nice spread?
I golfed.
No, did you eat? No mac and cheese?
I had
prime rib?
What did I eat? Oh, I had you know what? I played golf and I was done at about 12:30.
Okay.
And I actually had an omelet. Ham, cheese, and sausage.
But for Easter dinner?
Last night I had rice and some shrimp.
Okay.
And some pot stickers.
Sushi?
No sushi. The shrimp was cooked.
By the way, you know the Warriors are 20-1 all time in series under Kerr when they win game 1.
And we had the guy called Rippin' Kerr. My man.
I mean, lock it up.
Yeah, it's just, it's stupid dumb. And they showed, I don't know if you caught Mike Dunleavy in the crowd, Stoney. Obviously, he was at the game. But I'm going to just say this, state me obvious, because I'm feeling it. And I'm going Beyonce. I am drunken in love with this Jimmy Butler move. We've already experienced getting out of the box, almost getting to the 4th or 5th. But, Stoney, the further we get down the road, and I think we're going to get down the road with this Warrior team, we're going to look back and say this was the greatest in-season trade ever in NBA basketball history. And how that will get loud is the further they go. But if somehow they can pull this off and just get to the finals, I mean, there's no denying it, man. Dude has changed everything. And the guy that I think he's changed the most was the guy that I was starting to question, and that's the chef in regard to the spacing issues. But now he's opened up everything, man. That's all.
Let's keep in mind that, the Warriors didn't have a great end of the season, but it worked at, it certainly looked, look, that was why you want Houston. Last night's game is why you wanted Houston and not the Lakers, and certainly not Oklahoma City.
Or Denver.
And
I'll give you that.
The good news, though, is, hey, did the Warriors get a break by drawing Houston? Yeah, of course they did.
Hell
but
yeah.
in this year's Western Conference playoffs, let's say the Warriors beat the Rockets. Who's easier, the Lakers or the Timberwolves?
I'm going to say the Lakers.
I don't know. I have no idea who's going to be a tougher opponent. I think they're both good.
All right.
And
it won't be Houston either one of those teams.
And then let's say they win there. Who are they going to get? Denver, the Clippers, OKC?
Yeah.
I mean, then one of those three.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't care what happens. The Warriors are going to have to beat some good teams on the way in, no matter how the bracket falls.
Yeah.
Let's go to, oh, boy.
It's a good day. It shouldn't be any old boy.
There's a guy, Juan, and the comment is, you guys make him mad. We make this guy.
Let's hear him.
He's pissed at us for some reason. Hey, Juan, how you doing?
Good. I'm sorry if I'm so straight, but anytime that the Warriors lose, you just trash the Warriors, especially in the middle of the season when we're not doing well. Oh, trade Kerr, trade this and that. Without the new player we have, we beat the best teams. So you got to be patient with the team, and then also when before the game with the one we beat now, they're not athletic, they're not here, they're not there, and put Kaminga and all this stuff. Be patient, guys. They're going to win. They're going to go all the way to the top.
Yeah. Hey, Juan, I don't want to cut you off, but your boy here, we're tandem, but I predict him to go to the Western Conference Finals, so I've been believing.
Well, not when they were losing. Not when they were losing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Juan.
No. They want to trade Kerr. They want to trade Curry. They want to trade everybody.
Yeah,
I listen to you every year, every day.
Juan, that was pre-Jimmy. I was down, but man, they've done a hell of a turnaround, wouldn't you say?
Okay. No. Well, but don't be so harsh on the Warriors, on my boys.
Okay. So yeah, he's sorry.
Now that's tiny.
Guru's sorry.
That's when
Thanks,
I get
Juan.
lumped in, man.
Appreciate it.
I'm the friend that doesn't do drugs, but I hang with the guys that do, and they just lump you in and think, I'm not guilty by association. That was you.
It didn't sound like it was me.
I caught a stray. I'll be all right.
Thanks, Juan. Appreciate the call.
Moses, what you gonna ask him?
I'm going to ask him questions. Moses Moody coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. We'll find out when. He's got practice. I don't know how hard a practice it's going to be.
Man.
They get together. Steiny, Houston's way better than the Lakers. Come on. Ooh.
Stop
I wouldn't pencil in the Lakers just yet.
Me neither.
Just yet.
I'm catching hell for picking them in 6 from my boy Silk Basie. I was like, it's one game, but it was a bad look for the Lakers.
You feeling good, Steiny?
No. Why would I feel? I'm not like you guys. I don't think a series is over just because you win one game.
Well,
they made every shot. They shot. What'd they shoot from the 3? I'm talking about Timberwolves.
But what about defensively? They gave the Lakers fits.
Okay, and game 2's tomorrow.
All right.
Everything will change tomorrow. And I'll be damned if I'm going to mouth about the Timberwolves when we got Spadoni in here. See, you know what? This is where you see.
Oh, you're taking your glasses off.
This is where you see.
Put your glasses back on.
This is where you see. Carter, this is where you see who I really am. You see, I wouldn't come in here saying, this series is over. Lakers stink. Oh, God, did you see we did the Luka? Oh, we took Jackson Hayes right out the game. Oh, boy, Finchie, absolutely.
He was in his
coaching.
bag.
Because Naz Reid made 7 threes.
That's not all the story. I'll just tell you what, you mentioned it, and I know it's game 1. This series is not over. But the world saw why Vegas had the Warriors heavy favorites, and they're a 7 seed on the road. And look at what happened in 48 minutes. But I'll say this. Anybody else, whatever team is lurking out there, they're not the Rockets in regard to those teams that are options. They got guys. And unfortunately right now, it's great, and a good story as Houston is, young upstart, they don't have that guy offensively, Steiny. And I think that it's bigger than just offense, but when you don't have – what the Warriors have a surplus of with Jimmy and Steph, you don't got a chance. So I'm not even mad at Houston. For them to get it down to 3, I'm like, that's lightweight amazing, but they need a bucket getter, and the Rockets right now don't have that.
And maybe one will develop interior for the Rockets. I mean, that's the other thing. Outside of Şengün, by the way, Şengün's got a chance to be really good.
I don't disagree.
He's good. He's a good player.
Yep.
And I really thought, I texted this to Evan because I got 3 different threads going on, and Evans tends to be.
So you and Evan got a thread? Just with you two?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not a thread if it's just 2 people.
Yeah, it's just a text.
But where I'm going, Evan, sit this one out is, so you got Evan material that I don't get.
That's correct.
All right, that's cool.
That is correct.
Yeah.
I got levels of seriousness to my text threads.
Not a problem.
And I save my serious takes for Evan Giddings.
If it makes you feel better, Goo, there's too many for me to respond. I just let him go.
Poor you.
The most impressive thing about Şengün is he's trying to do the right thing out there, even on defense. I mean, he's plays with effort.
Kept him in the game.
He's a good player. He's got a chance to be really good. And especially in about a year or 2 when he doesn't have to go up against Draymond anymore. Well,
and when they trade Jalen Green.
Kevin Durant's coming to H-Town. Put it in a cap.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's a guarantee for what?
No, it's not even a guarantee.
No guarantee.
It's just kind of funny if you just think about it and close your eyes, Donnie. He's exactly what they need, and I'll just leave that there. How you get him and what you got to give up.
Another skinny wing guy.
A champion.
Oh, now he's a champion. It's so funny how he's a champion when you want to call him a champion, but when you don't want to say it, Steiny, he doesn't have a ring without Steph. Okay, which one is it today?
He is what they need.
Let's go to Kevin in Louisiana. Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Okay, how you doing, Stanley?
Doing well, man.
That's good. Look, like I told the guy, I'm originally from San Francisco. I was there when they had Phil Smith and everybody.
Wow.
We have a dynamic team. Thank God for Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler said an interesting thing, and he said it for this is about the third time. We have to protect Steph Curry. Steve has to do that, as well as incorporating others. Kajimski and Moody, they did a great job last night. You got to incorporate the others down the road for us to have a successful run. But I'll give it back to you. Thank you for letting me call.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. Thanks for calling in. Don't be a stranger. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. By the way, coming up in the next hour, Moses Moody. He's practicing with the team down in Houston right now, but he's going to join us at some point in the next hour. If you want to jump in before Moses, 888-957-9570 is the number. And as far as Kevin in Louisiana is concerned, how were the role players? I mean, they did what they had to do. Moody made the big shots that he was asked to make. Pods was involved a lot. It was Pods a mixed bag, but I thought he was pretty good, all in all. And I think that one of the things the Warriors have going for them in this series is that one of their weaknesses, I'm not sure if the Rockets can exploit, and it's the Warriors' point of attack defense. Yeah. And the reason that I'd be concerned if I were the Rockets is because the Warriors just, especially when Green has the ball, they're just packing the paint. And it seemed like even if he got by his man, he's dribbling in a crowd or he's in a crowd, and there's, and he's not adept yet at making
the right play
off the, when he gets in there.
A lot of times it's like 1-on-5. It's like he doesn't understand. Like, you're right, I'll get past my man, but I want to shoot just to shoot. But to speak about the Warriors' other, Steiny, and I know, again, offense didn't rear its head at all, basically, in this game by both teams, but the Warriors got to get more than 14 points from their bench. It was good enough last night, but moving forward, you'd want that number to be higher. And Buddy Hield's a big part of that.
This is Steve Kerr on the overall defensive effort.
They're the best team in the league in the possession game. They got 11 more shots than we did tonight as a result of all those offensive boards. Now we're going to turn them over too, and our defense is excellent. I mean, we just held a hell of a team to 85 points on their home floor. So our defense is big time, and we're going to count on that. But we've got to recognize that we don't need to take chances in this series. We need to be clean with our execution and transition. We don't need to dribble through traffic. We don't need to throw lob passes, to try to get a dunk. We've got to be rock solid. And if we're smart and tough, then I think we're going to be in good shape.
All right, that was Steve Kerr.
But he got astray in that one, huh?
Which one?
We don't have to throw a lob for a dunk. The one where he set Jimmy out to dry on that one where he got blocked. Fast break.
Kerr was going at everybody last night.
I love it.
Equal opportunity. He's coming down other players' roads. This has got me confused. Steiny, you don't like defense, I see. From the 415. Please explain. I don't know what. Is it because I said Şengün tried on defense and is trying to do the right thing? I mean, he's only 22. He's a good player. He's going to get better. And he's got the kind of size where if he's smart, he's going to be able to be a very competent defender just because of how big he is. Look at Steven Adams.
I like him.
He impacted that game defensively last night. There were times when he's standing in that lane and you just can't get in there.
No doubt.
Or you don't even want to go in there because he's so big.
Yeah.
So,
and I thought that helped the Rockets kind of close the gap, Steiny.
Let's go to more Steve Kerr. How is Steph?
He was incredible. And, with that type of pressure on him from Thompson and others, he just made some amazing plays and obviously carried us offensively along with Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, how many times can you say he's great?
Man.
No, he's great.
16 years.
How great. He's really great. He's one of the greatest. He's great. Well, how great? He's great.
40 minutes, man. And Stoney missed his first 3 threes, and then 5 of his next 7 makes were, under the rim, him driving to the rack. So you got to give him credit, man. He was using the mid-range too.
Yeah, what got him going?
I think you just got to feel like we've been practicing for a couple of days, and it's kind of hard to simulate that playoff intensity and energy and speed, and then their physicality, athleticism. So first 3 threes I had, I liked them all, just a little rushed, and then started to get to the basket a little bit, taking their pressure and taking what was there. Obviously, I made some tough ones from outside, but you don't dwell on rough starts. You just stick with it and hope the game turns.
Yep, and it did.
No doubt.
It did. Steph Curry, what did he finish with, 31?
Yep.
I guess I should have memorized the box
12
score.
of 19 from the field, Stoney. 5 of 9 from deep. Yeah.
Let me ask Warrior fans this, and I get it. It's a little different for you guys, but did you like the game? Did you like 95-85? Did you like that buckets were tough to come by? Did you like that they were letting both teams play? Or would you rather watch 125-120?
No, I needed this. And
I really enjoyed it.
I did
really
too.
think I loved watching last night's game.
A different style, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they met defense with defense. That's what was so great about it. Like, damn, we keep talking about these other teams, but I kind of have been ignoring the fact of, since again Jimmy Butler coming to town, this team is a number 1 defense, and it showed that yesterday.
This is more Steph Curry on shutting down Jalen Green.
We just try to make it tough on everybody. Point of attack defense, trying to fly around, contest shots, and just stay solid on that end of the floor. Our biggest area of improvement, obviously, is just getting offensive rebounds, because we felt like we, were swarming the ball, flying around, making, second, third efforts, and we just gave up a little bit too many. They had 22 offensive rebounds. So for us to win a game doing that is great. Jalen's probably going to play better in the next game, but you just got to continue to be relentless and just play with energy, send bodies, and it takes all 5 guys who are out there on the floor.
All right, that was Steph Curry talking about what the Warriors did defensively. And, I mean, I don't think they did a lot other than they did switch it around defensively in the second half, going between man and zone. But
that they did.
When they were playing man, I think you just stay solid on the Rockets.
Yeah. I didn't feel like we were watching the Clipper game or the Spurs when, Harden and Kawhi, greats, and even the young Castle were getting what they want, Johnson. But I didn't feel that at all yesterday. And Stoney, I know we're different on rebounding. I think it's a defense. And it's like, well, how can you play great defense if you give up 22 offensive rebounds? But that's because Houston couldn't hit the side of a barn. But also, to that point, their inability to score, I felt like, was predicated from the Warriors playing tenacious defense. So I know some are scratching their head. Good D, and you didn't win the rebounding battle. You got killed, but there was a reason Houston couldn't score, and I thought that was the Warrior defense too.
Yeah, I think the Warriors defense had something to do with it for sure. I got to give the benefit of the doubt to the Rockets, who were making their playoff debuts, a lot of them, but the one that wasn't might have been the worst player of all, Fred VanVleet. But I'll give the Rockets the benefit of the doubt. That see, the difference in this series is the Warriors' young players just have to be role players. The Rockets' young players have to be stars.
Yeah, and that's a big ask.
That's why I'm thinking, that's why I leaned Warriors before this series, and they look good in the first game for sure with their veterans. The Warriors' veterans were very good, and then the role players did enough. And Houston's young guys, they got one really good game out of Şengün. Mm-hmm. But other than that, I don't know that any other Rocket can look in the mirror and say, I was pretty good. Steven Adams. But I don't know about
outside of that. I'm with you.
Let's go to Paul in Oakland. Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys today?
Hey, well, thank you.
Good. So I want to remind you guys, because I called your show in September of 2023, going into the 23-24 season.
All right.
I remember.
And my point at that time was for the Warriors to sign Steven Adams. He was coming off of an injury, and I think he was either a restricted free agent or a clear free agent. And I felt that the way he plays and what he brings was what they were going to need at that time. He was going to bring some Bogut-esque style play to them, and I think he would have been a great piece for them. And then the other thing I want to continue to hammer at, I've called you guys a couple times during the season around the trade deadline, and that is whoever the Warriors were going to trade for or move to get was going to have to impact their ability to do better in clutch games and be able to close games better. And I believe that their record since Jimmy Butler has arrived speaks to that element.
I mean, there's no doubt. Everybody talks about how he's calmed things down for the Warriors. He gets to the line when you need him to get to the line, and
creates for others.
And he's given them an entirely new dimension. He just really has, without overtaking the offense by himself.
No doubt.
Coming up in the next 50 minutes, we're going to have Moses Moody joining us from Houston. The Warriors obviously took game 1 yesterday, and they play game 2 on Wednesday. Warriors wrapping up practice now in Houston. So we're going to get Moses Moody. Hit 2 big shots last night against the Houston Rockets. In the meantime, the number 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. And let's talk about last night's game, what the Warriors did well, what they may have to do better. What are they going to have to do better, if anything, as this season rolls along? Postseason, I should say. And the next ball game is Tuesday in
Wednesday.
Houston. Oh, God. Tuesday's the Minnesota Lakers game.
Yeah, we know you're locked in.
Yeah. You got 2 teams.
I'd forgotten that the league does the Warriors every favor under the sun and has given them 8 days off because they're a little bit older.
But you wouldn't have said that had they lost.
T-Wolves will play back-to-back. That's fine. That's fine.
No, they wouldn't make LeBron play back-to-backs. He looked old.
Man, that was not dark night. That was like good night. Oh, my gosh.
And
Lucas ruined that team. His style. We could talk about
Lucas depressed. I don't want to.
All right.
What I want to talk about is.
But we do.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just want to commend you. You didn't brag because your team won.
It's because I'm not an idiot and don't think a series is over after one game.
No, it's because Steiny, very rarely does he reveal any sort of fandom. He's a nervous fan.
Yeah.
And he calls people out for it. The Warriors fans for being, you're
this guy.
Nervous. You're nervous. So are you.
And now that I know there's another thread, I got to check with Evan silently, like, what's he saying? How's he feeling? Because that's probably where you go to.
Anyway, let me help some of you guys out there. Game 2 is going to be completely different.
You think?
Yes.
Oh, I know.
Yes. Just like the Minnesota Timberwolves aren't going to make 33s next game against sometimes.
But that's not the only reason they won if you watch that game. That's all. I get it. I get you. They shot it well. They D'd the Lakers up. I'm just telling you. Gobert played 24 minutes.
Luka was 12 for 22.
Yep. Okay.
So he was efficient, actually.
No doubt. But how was Reeves and LeBron? That's how they won. I think Luka cooking.
Do you think they're going to shut them down every game, the Timberwolves?
Well, we'll find out tomorrow.
The answer's probably not.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Moses Moody coming up sometime in the next 50 minutes. Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club. It's presented by Atco Pest Control. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Attention.
Side. Takes it right baseline. Double team. Pass the corner. There's Santos. His jumper's up and good. A 3-ball left corner pocket for Gee. And the Warriors take a 2-point lead.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, thank you, Moses. And hopefully, he will be joining us in the next 40 minutes when he gets time after practice. Moses Moody will be joining us live from Houston after the Warriors beat the Houston Rockets 95-85 last night. And, Gee Santos, every point counts in the postseason. And he got the Warriors 5, including a 3. How many minutes did he end up playing? 7.
Yeah.
But he was fine. He chipped in, just like, who else? Peyton?
7.
When did he come back with Moody, actually? We got to find that out before we get Moody, because he brought Moody back with about 5 minutes left, I think. But the Warriors get game 1 and game 2 set for Houston on Wednesday.
I need your help, and I don't need you to be a smart aleck, but Friday I was saying And I tweeted out that the Warriors did this yesterday, Steiny. I tweeted out, I felt like the Warriors made the Rockets feel them early. Now, when it's all said and done, the Rockets did a great job holding this Warrior team to under 100. I was nervous about them slapping the hand, getting dirty. Do you feel like Houston played that card? Or I felt like they left a lot desired in that category, getting rough and rugged.
I mean, I thought the Rockets came out, and when they got up 13-5 after, 6-7 minutes, their pressure was bothering the Warriors, and especially right off the jump in terms of game one of the playoffs. But the Warriors, and this is, to me, why the three veterans are important, is there was no panic, and by the end of the first quarter, the Warriors had gotten it back to 3. And then at that point, I feel like the game settles in. The Rockets have lost a little bit of their defensive edge. And now, as you play the game and it becomes apparent the Rockets are really struggling to score, I think at some point in that game, the Rockets realized they were kind of swimming upstream. And the Warriors ended up taking a 23-point lead. It got down to 3. Do I think that's a big deal? Not really. I don't. Not in the NBA. Not when a home team's playing their first playoff game. You knew they were gonna pick it up defensively, but the Warriors held on, and to me, the reason they won that ball game is because they got up 23.
Yeah, 13 points by the Rockets in the second quarter, 34 total in the half.
That many.
Man.
By the way, the Moses Moody came back with 7 minutes and 49 seconds left in the game. Right after GP2 just got back-to-back baskets to push it to 8. So he actually replaced Peyton, who was playing pretty well at the time.
So they got 9 points out of that position in the fourth quarter. Yeah, good point, Evan. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Gene in Oakland.
Gene.
Hey, Gene, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing very good, guys. So I want to start off with another mea culpa. So the first one was, of course, was when Butler came, and you know, I was one of the people that said, "No, please don't do this. This is a big mistake." And boy, was I wrong. Thank God I was. The second is, you know, I've been kind of ragging on Curry all season. I really thought he was done or close to done, you know, a couple of months ago. I didn't think he had this left in him, frankly. And now I look back and I see, well, I guess it was the injury, and maybe he was a little dispirited because they were going nowhere. So he seems to have the injury, such as it was, under control. And, of course, we've seen what Butler has done to the, you know, the energy and the motivation and the, you know, and everything for the team. So he seems like a new man. And, you know, last night was a perfect example. And because, you know, I think we still got the old Curry, the sort of Game 4 version, at least for, you know, some of the games, hopefully a majority of them. I think we have a decent chance to go deep in the playoffs. And I was thinking back to 2022. I'm kind of feeling like I did then. Of course, we were the 3 seed and a little younger then. But and if we somehow manage to win the whole thing this year, it'll be historic. I'm aware of that. Houston was, I guess, the lowest ranked team rated.
That's true.
6 seed, I think, in 95. You know, so but I think we got a shot. But yeah. Just as I did back in 2022, I thought that the team that scared me the most then is the same as the team that scares me the most now, the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, thanks, Gene. And Gene used the word. That was the word. Dispirited. I think that's exactly what was going on with Steph. And once they got Jimmy Butler, he knew they had a chance to win, and he became a different player.
And Draymond, for that matter, too.
As it relates to Boston, I don't worry about the Eastern Conference team yet. Yeah. I mean, you're going to get him.
Went down with a little wrist issue. He'll be all right.
You're going to get him when you get him. You're going to get a team, regardless whether it's Cleveland, whether it's Indiana, whether it's Boston. So they have time to figure that out. But the other thing that I'd be remiss is I am watching that game last night, and it is a grind, and it is playoff basketball, and it was tough. And I'm looking at those minutes with those big guys. That is going to be the name of the game, figuring out a way to keep those guys fresh if they possibly can. Because even a game like last night, I thought, boy, every series is going to be a grind. Yeah. It just is. Even if it's 4-1 or 4-2, I think that, this series still has a long way to go, and obviously the playoffs have a long, long way to go.
But I get that. But at the end of the day, too, I know you didn't subscribe to this, but I did, Stoney. I mean, this minute usage has been high by these three, and it's been like for a while. So, we talk about Steph, and I just bring him up because he's got 4 rings, and he's the leader of this team, trying to get number 5, and we won't even discuss where that would put him all time. But the fact that a guy like him could see that prize down the road, I just wonder if that goes into, you know what, Steiny, you are right. A 37-year-old shouldn't be playing 40 minutes. How much can I do it? But the further you get down the road, game by game, and you can kind of taste it and get closer to it, I wonder if, because right now, Steiny, there's no point to take your foot off the gas pedal. They needed every 40 minutes of Steph Curry, 42 from Jimmy Butler, and I think 37 from Jay. That's going to be consistent all the way through as far as they get.
Yeah, well,
especially when you have said one of our young guys is not even part of the rotation anymore.
Right. So we got a long way to go.
That they do.
Long way to go. And let's not forget that the Warriors, okay, you all said it. They were playing meaningful games for the last 6 weeks. Yeah. Okay? Steve Kerr acknowledged the last week of the season, they were gassed. They lost to the Spurs, they lost to they lost to the Clippers, and they lost to the Rockets. And he made a point that they needed to win that game against Memphis so bad because they needed 4 days off. Okay? The Warriors got 4 days off, and they came out and they played a darn good game, effort-wise at least, against the Houston Rockets. Now, they're not playing every other day yet, but game 2's Wednesday. Like, it's going to be a different game. Let's see how everybody reacts.
No, I'm with you. And I don't even want to, my prediction was 5. I know you had him in 6, but man, Steiny, the sooner they could, if somehow they can steal tomorrow or win tomorrow, you kind of could get this done. Who would have saw this rest being an opportunity this fast, this soon, early in the playoffs?
Well, I did. Remember Friday I said, it's the Warriors not only maybe have to make a deep run, but they may have to end some series a little bit early so that they get rest before another series. And again, I pointed out to 2023 when Sacramento took them to 7, and that exacted a toll on the Warriors. There's just no doubt about it. And they had to play the Lakers without any rest because they played a 7-game series. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, if they could get this thing over sooner rather than later, all that stuff's going to add up and mean something positive if the Warriors can do that, I would think. Let's go to UD in Alameda.
Hey guys, first-time caller. Love your show.
Thanks.
Awesome. I think I'm just making the same point you guys are making, is that yesterday's game was very important to win because we would get the home advantage back, and we have it.
Yep.
But seeing an average of 41 minutes between Curry and Butler really scares me if you want to go deep in the playoff. Basically the injury scare, right? So I'm thinking combined 15 minutes need to come off both of them somewhere, and I'm not going to mention the name, but we need to take that chance. For example, the next game we should do that, because if we lose next game, it's still not that bad, but we can't have injury scare when we want to go and win the championship. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Judy. Appreciate the call.
It is funny, Stoney. Real quick, I won't mention his name. That's the new thing. People won't let it go. From now, if you told me Butler's 42 minutes last night was 38, I can make a case they lose the game. If you tell me Curry's 40 minutes, Stoney, is 36, I can make the case they lose the game. But here we are. But I'm not saying the caller's wrong, but JK's name won't go away, and now it's kind of resurfacing.
Yeah, I don't.
To spell others, but it's like, dude, he's not. And I'm his biggest, supporter, but I've accepted we're not going to see him.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, again, a lot of times the playoffs go a way you don't expect, and I'm not saying it's going to happen Wednesday, but Warriors could get blown out on Wednesday, and then it's a win-win in a way because then you don't play your starters a lot and you still have more rest. I mean, look, there's no secret that the Warriors are loving the way the first 3 games have set up. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better scenario. 4 days off before game 1 and 2 days off each between games 2 and game 3. So I don't necessarily think the age of the Warriors is going to come into play right away, but I think it'll eventually come into play, and it's going to then at that point the Warriors have to decide whether they want to keep running the big boys out there 40 minutes if they're losing a little bit of effectiveness, or they want to maybe try to go with some younger players.
Yeah, and I'll just leave you with this on this subject matter. I guess, Steiny, if that's the only way we're going to see him in a blowout, and I would understand why, then the battle's kind of lost already because the more time and minutes go by that he's not playing, how do you trust one, even if his name was Tony, to be ready coming off of something that's been jarring, I'm sure, deep inside of him getting DNPs? Where's the trust component? Because I know I would be a little, hesitant to put you back in the game if I'd known you hadn't played for 3 times if it's not a blowout.
Well, maybe a game or some games in the postseason. The Warriors don't have it going. They need a spark. They're not scoring, but their defense is, they're giving up too many points. I mean, I wouldn't close the book on Kuminga entirely, but I also wouldn't go into every game expecting him to have a role. I mean, I think the first step for Kuminga is the next time he gets in a game to be productive and help the team win a game. And I think if he does that, then Kerr will be less reluctant to go to him the next time. Let's go to Idris in Hayward. Hey, Idris, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, long time. Always good to hear y'all. I just want to talk about the game last night. Right. Curry's crazy threes, man. It never gets old, and it's like that is the Houston crowd, and those play a big role. We weathered the storm in the beginning. That first quarter, I was like, oh, snap. When we went down 7, was like, they started like pushing us, and I'm watching the previous games. I'm like, is this going to be a blowout because we're tired? But then we ended up, doing what we had to do. Now, I want to talk about something nobody's talked about. You saw Draymond when we were up by like 4 points.
You got to call back, Idris. We're losing you. But I'm always interested in a take nobody's heard.
Yeah. Sound like it was Draymond-esque.
By the way, Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, and it's presented by Atco Pest Control. I'll be there along with Guru. We'll be broadcasting live 10 to 2. That's next Monday. And if you want to play, go to 957thegame.com and click on the events tab to sign up. And here's the best part. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate regional centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. So if you want to play some golf next Monday, go to 957 The Game's webpage and hit the events tab.
That's going to start. I found this out, Steiny, while we're doing our show, But Willard and Dibbs will be in that. They'll be playing who's the better golfer.
Willard's better, but I don't think they're going to be playing, remember? They're going to be at Splash.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Help me out.
Yeah.
Damn it.
That's all right.
But good by you.
Yeah, thank you.
I got Dibbs being a better golfer.
He's not than Willard. Willard's better. I don't know how good Shasky is. Willard's the best golfer at the station, probably. I don't know about sales.
But how did he get that from you?
How did who?
Willard. You never seen him play.
He's got a handicap. That's how you judge how good a player is. Mine's 16. He's probably at 12.
Yeah, Shasky's might be lower.
He's not handicapped.
Just in the studio.
You guys, man.
Let's go to Vince in Austin. Hey, Vince, how you doing, my man?
Oh, I'm doing much better now that the Warriors did that beatdown. By the way, the 95-7 golf rivalry, that's like Tiger versus McIlroy. That's some pretty epic stuff. Who's the best golfer in the station?
I'm going to say Shasky. Yeah.
It's Willard or Shasky, probably.
Nice. Taking it back to the actual ball game, I think the Warriors, everyone forgets, we run all these regular season numbers down, but everyone forgets when it comes time to the postseason, when it comes time to put the when it comes time to put the popcorn in the microwave, the Warriors play a better possession-to-possession basketball. And that's what postseason ball is. It's possession-to-possession. It's hard-nosed. I enjoyed the way Podziemski played last night. He's always really good on defense. I wish he could have a little better touch shooting. Curry, unbelievable. My thing with conditioning is, Curry, remember I called in on Friday and we were talking about the national narrative and, the Warriors were going to be tired. Hey, I saw some pretty tired Rockets players at the end of that game. Curry, what people don't praise him about enough, not only is he phenomenal shooting the ball, he has to be one of the best conditioned guys year in and year out. I mean, can we just talk about that for a minute? Hey, God bless you guys. Have a great day.
Back at you.
Yeah, thanks, Vince.
Yeah, go ahead, Stoney. I mean,
there's no doubt he's in phenomenal shape.
Incredible. But we didn't. Here we go. I got to be careful. I didn't feel that way pre-Jimmy. I didn't know if he was slowing down, and I was honest enough to share it with you guys, and I was fighting it, and we found out it was a spacing issue, and boy, has he taken off since Jimmy Butler, along with this Warrior team. But Steph is as fresh as a loaf of Wonder Bread.
Right. I mean, they're also, the NBA season's very long, and maybe Curry was wearing down at that point of the season. Was getting to the halfway point. They weren't really going anywhere.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Butler came and changed his mindset. Again, it's only one game, and they got a long way to go. But I think in terms of the age and the fatigue of the older players, I don't anticipate seeing any of that for at least a week or so.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing.
Because they don't play till Wednesday, and then they don't play till Saturday.
Then it gets going.
But the beauty of it is if you can somehow close this thing out in 5, well, then guess what? You're going to get some rest before round 2.
There you are.
If it goes to 6 or 7, you're going to get less rest between series 1 or 2. So that's why you don't want to assume, we're going to beat them in 4 or 5, but if you did, that'd be great.
Man.
Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, how are you?
Good, guys. How you doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. Great game last night.
Yeah.
You had a caller. I don't know if it was your show. I think I've listened to all the shows. But anyway, somebody was saying about how he thought Steph was lucky last night in a couple of those threes. And we all know we've been watching him do this for, like you said, 16 years or whatever. He's incredible. And Draymond's incredible. There's no beast in the league like him. 6'6", guarding a 6'11" guy who's 22 years old, a lot heavier, and he's down there banging with them all game long. And Jimmy had a great game too. So those 3 guys, they won that game last night. But we're gonna need Post to score. We're gonna need Buddy Hield to score. We're gonna need it's all hands on deck. Everybody's gonna have to contribute, and for us to win this series and go farther. And who knows? You guys are mentioning J.K. I always call about him. I'm a J.K. fan, and maybe we will see him because I do worry about all the minutes these older guys are playing, and hopefully they will get some rest. Like that's what I'm saying. All hands on deck. Right. They need it from the other younger guys, to go forward. And hoping Quentin Post can find his outside shooting because that would help a lot. And same with Buddy Hield. But anyway, so it's a good first game. Hopefully we get keep it going. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate the call.
12 of 32 from deep, Stoney. 38% from three. I know we had talked about the postseason. It's one game. You know, a concern was the outside shooting, and I know Steph was on 5 of 9, but Potts 3 of 6, Moody 1 of 4, and Butler 1 of 2. So, I mean, man, and Guy Santos hit 1. So it was a big one.
Yeah, I honestly, their 3-point shooting we'll still find out about. And I was kind of saying that, like, I don't think they shot it well enough yesterday outside of Curry. What were they? They were 12 for 32. Curry goes 5 for 9. Let's take those off. It's 7 for 23 outside Steph Curry. Now, why didn't it hurt them last night or get them beat? Because their defense was so good that they only needed to score 86 points. Will they need a third score? They're going to need a third score at some point. Unless they keep holding teams to 85, then this could be the recipe. But I think we know that's probably not going to happen. But the 3-point shooting outside Steph Curry, I'm not ready to say that's no longer an issue, because there's going to be some games where they're going to make guys other than Steph beat them from 3, and then we'll find out, if they can or not, if the other team's scoring at a decent clip on the other end. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Like I said, we are waiting on Moses Moody, who's finishing up practice in Houston. We'll have Moses Moody live probably in the next segment, but trust me, Raymond Ritter, the great Raymond Ritter, he doesn't stiff us on things like that. That segment also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your
Curry, left-hand dribble on Van Vliet. Stunner steps around through traffic, now stops, leans in, shoots on the go. It's up and good. A one-hander off of 1 foot, leaning in from about 18 feet away.
Only Steph Curry get away with shooting that shot with about 12 seconds left on the shot clock.
That's just ridiculous.
That's a tough shot.
Straight cash, homie.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call last night from Houston. Warriors get a win in Game 1, 95-85. Hey, by the way, I forgot to congratulate a team over the weekend.
Who would that be?
Congratulations to the Milwaukee Bucks. The Milwaukee Bucks.
They lost.
I know, but nevertheless, they put out the worst starting five in the history of playoffs in the NBA. Now, I don't want to overstate it, but
give it to us.
I'm going to tell you that this was the worst starting lineup I've ever seen in my entire life in the postseason. Giannis.
Okay.
Oh, my, this is so bad after this. Brook Lopez. Trust me, this is not 2014.
It's not ugly yet.
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Brook Lopez is ugly. Kyle Kuzma.
Oh, man. That's an L for me.
And then their backcourt, Ryan Rollins and Taurean Prince.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
My God.
And surprised they lost, right? But, man.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah, I don't feel too good about the whole Bucks and 6.
Dame's coming back, though.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. Man, you're right, man.
Man.
Him and Giannis, high-scoring
that's great.
duo in the league.
Mm-hmm. That's great. That and a cup of coffee gets you the 5th seed and the right to be eliminated by a young, hungry Pacers team. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they look good.
Let's go to, by the way, Moses Moody, now officially on the clock.
He's in the shower, probably.
He just needs to pick up a phone.
We're efforting. See, Moses Moody should be efforting us. We shouldn't be efforting Moses Moody. Let's go, Moody.
Moses.
I remember when you were a rookie, you used to do these things all the time. Now he's a starter, and they're 22-2 when he starts, and now he doesn't have time for us.
Yeah.
Let's go to Skip and Hayward.
Skip.
Hey, Skip, what's going on, man?
Hey, you guys. Happy Monday, man.
Yeah.
Hope you guys are on your day. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We got you.
So, look, I enjoyed the win. The only great thing we did was defense. In order for us to get these older guys some rest, our bench has got to come up. Paz and Post and Hill did not show up. They have got to show up at these playoffs, man. If not, you're going to see a tired Curry, a tired Draymond. So I enjoyed the win. I just, the pros and cons of it is it's going to be a long series, and Houston's going to throw the kitchen sink at you. So great defense, and let's go.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Skip.
Steiny, real quick, Skip, the greatest thing that came out about yesterday was the win. You can't have it all, and maybe I saw something wrong, Steiny, but Pods was a plus 17. And again, he didn't shoot it well from deep, 3 of 8, but I thought he was who he was. He wasn't reluctant to shoot 13 field goal attempts. So, Skip, you won the game. That's the biggest thing that came out of yesterday, to me.
What did the let me look. When the Warriors shoot from the floor? 47, which is pretty good. Pretty good. 47%. I think you take that in the postseason.
Houston had 6 more shots on goal than the Warriors.
Were they shots?
Well,
Were they really shots?
Well, when you do what they do, just throw it up and we'll go get it to throw it up again. That's what it felt like the Rockets' offense was, Evan. Go shoot it, Evan. I'll go get it.
They were shot puts is what they were.
That's a 3.
What's it called when, the hockey teams, when they dump it into the end and then they just all go after it?
No, they just put it into the goalie and pray to God that someone
Well, no, they don't. It's like when they cross the blue line, they just throw it into they just put
icing?
the puck into the, no. Icing is 2 blue lines.
Well, it's when you just shoot it at the other end.
Right, but this is when you dump the puck into the end and then you just let the goons go. And
That's
my
the
God.
Rockets. Right.
Where's my buddy, my hockey expert, Derek? He knows the terms.
Dibs will probably text us.
Terminology.
People are saying dumping.
Dumping, yeah. When they dump the puck in and then just the goons go after the ball, or puck, rather. Sorry.
Shout out Shingun.
Basically what the, it's basically what the Rockets do.
Yeah.
Peter in Napa. What's going on, Peter? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, you guys know I called before and I was anti-Butler. To my mistake.
They're coming out.
Not yet. They just won a game. Relax.
Good. You know something? I'm a Celtics fan, but since Brady did the facelift and left Giselle, I'm not a Patriots fan. I'm a San Francisco 49ers fan. But I want to say one thing about you two guys. I'm 70 years old. I've been listening to radio for a long time, and you two guys are precious.
Oh, thank
you, man.
When Goo goes off on the IQ of 143, and you guys make it out for an hour and a half conversation, I had people I do tours. I had people in my car. I couldn't stop laughing. I was listening to it on my headphones.
Oh boy!
And then when 3 years ago, when Celtics played Golden State, and I think the Celtics were up, and Goo goes, he went on an impassionate plea for Golden State. Just come back. I'll never forget. Never laughed so hard, and they won.
Yeah, they did.
Won. And then the last thing I remember was you telling me you're going to Vegas, and they were checking your credit because you were a brother. I said, you guys are, honestly, I listened to everyone from Johnny Most. Well, he was a game announcer, but I've listened to them all, and you guys are definitely a pleasure. And being a Celtics fan, if it does come down to South Golden State, I can't wait to hear every day.
Wow.
I want to wish the Golden State Warriors luck. I want to wish them all luck because it's a great time of the year. It's great basketball. And God damn, I hope Butler shows up.
He showed up last night. Thanks, Peter. Appreciate the call.
Peter, we're precious. Wow, that made my day.
We'd be here all day if we go over the high points of the show of our careers.
Oh, boy.
We'll do that when we leave the station.
It's coming, Steiny.
Oh, don't you know it? Don't you know it? Hey, when's your contract up? I'm kidding.
Why don't you just ask me for my social? 5 no.
No. That's going
I
too
appreciate OGs or anybody, men and women that are now calling the show. You can do it. The cat's out the bag. The rat's on the table. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Steiny, they were out on Jimmy Butler, and now everybody's in. And the great ones can see it.
Great ones can see it.
Like Helen Keller, Ray. All the, you know.
By the way, did I see a report that Stevie Wonder officially said he's not blind?
It's about time.
Or somebody just accused him of it for the millionth time?
There's been a running gag for years that he's not actually blind.
No, I've heard that.
Then Jamie needs to return that Oscar for Ray.
Well,
Stevie and Ray are different.
Yeah.
Remember he did Ray Charles, Donnie. I meant to say Ray.
You know what?
Where's Moses?
I got to ask you this. Goo, how was Sinners? I understand you saw it over the weekend.
I didn't just see it. I saw it twice.
Oh.
It was incredible. And Ryan Coogler, whoever helped you pick where was the setting, it was incredible. I got some Southern roots to me, and maybe the movie tapped in to those roots. But Steiny, when I talk about great acting by a cast, not just Michael B. Jordan, who played I Don't Want to Ruin For You, two people, Steiny, it was incredible. I was blown away, and I think they're going to get the Oscar.
Well, it's a long way for that.
Okay.
Didn't we just have the Oscars?
Well, yeah, you know, but it was incredible.
Now, my understanding,
and I'm not into a lot of,
My understanding is the earlier in the year a film's released, the tougher it is to win the Oscar because we'll forget about it by next March.
Well, somebody's catching hell on Twitter, Evan. Real quick, I don't know if you caught this nugget. So the budget was $90 million for this show. The gate over the weekend was $60 million.
Right.
So the person that sent out this tweet, as great as the $60 million was, insinuating there's a deficit of dude, this movie was all that and some, and I was proud that I've seen it. And Evan's about to, I'm Siskel, he's Ebert. He's about to go see it soon. But, Stoney, I would tell you and the family to go see it if you can.
I probably won't.
Okay.
But
I appreciate the honesty.
I believe you.
And look, there's nothing sinister here, but I've seen the previews, and it's, hey.
And I was like that when I saw the previews.
Like, hey, answer me this. Was Star Wars a great movie?
A classic.
Yeah, I never saw it.
A little different.
Exactly. I don't like space genre.
This isn't in space.
No, I know.
This is not sci-fi.
But okay. Is there violence?
Yes.
Is there a lot of gunplay?
Yes.
Is there is there shades of unreality?
A little bit.
Yeah, I'm out.
Is there a great plot? Is there fantastic writing? Is there an all-star cast? Is there a great director? I don't think I want to see it.
It was, man, Evan, get your uncle, man. But, Stoney, I think you're warming up. Like, for you to bring that back up, I think you want to, because you just saw Freaky Tales. Just go check it out.
It's just, I'll wait for it on cable.
That you're not going to do.
How long was it? It looks like it's really long, too.
I should know, but when it's good, Stoney, it's not long. You know what I mean?
You watch series about isolation that span for days.
They were dropped off in the desert.
In the taiga. They were dropped off in the taiga. A desert tends to be very, very hot.
Yeah.
The taiga is very, very cold.
Now, be real before Moses pops on. Did you turn on Grandy and Evan, who did a phenomenal job last night?
I did not.
All right.
The game was late. It was a late game last night, especially on a Sunday.
Yeah, we were out late. No, honestly, it was perfect. We did like 2 hours, and we had a lot of great callers, people chiming in. We got like 400 people that were in the YouTube chat alone. So it was a good game one post game. How about that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure they were money, like they always are. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I do, before you play the sound or what have you, but Stoney, I wonder how many Warrior fans are like Skip. They got the win, but he felt like something was missing. Like, dude, this is the playoffs. I would advise everybody, something is going to be taken away. And yesterday, you didn't score 150 points, but it's the offs. And I thought they showed the world, Stoney. Yeah, it's not just about the offense. It's our defense. And maybe when I look at the Vegas odds and the Warriors have the fourth best and they're the 7th seed right now currently, like, I always feel like we come in and do the show and it's surprising, but it's not. I mean, you got Steph, Dre, Steve Kerr, Looney, the rest of the gang, and now you've added Butler. Are we really surprised that this team is a threat? I'm not. Like this, Stoney, everything's on the table, man, for a parade. They just got to go do it. Will they? We'll see. But, man, a great start to me yesterday.
We don't have to do that. They got a long way to go before they win a title.
Fact.
15 more.
And the other thing
I tweeted, that's my new thing on Twitter.
Are you counting down
It's awesome. Each year you want to do something in a speech.
What happens when it's over at 11?
It's over. It's over. It's pretty cool.
And here's the other thing. Like, and this is the burden I have. Warriors were really good defensively last night. Can we hold on and just watch the series over the course of a whole series, and then maybe we'll find out that some of the Warriors' great defense is against a team that is about as inept offensively as any team in the Western Conference. Offensively.
Gotcha. But what if that gets worse? Like, would you bet a dime right now that Green and Van Vliet collectively are going to shoot better? Stoney, I think this is in their head. And you did it Friday before yesterday.
Rockets. This is the Rockets. You're playing the Rockets, a team that, next week.
But that's your starting backcourt.
Next series, you might get Anthony Edwards, Naz Reid, Jaden McDaniels.
And maybe you lose that game last night if the other team has offensive weaponry like that.
Not that Minnesota can't go on huge dry spells. What, Evan? Go ahead, stick it to me.
He had to. Well, go ahead, E.
No, it's just every time you bring him up.
No doubt. Like a proud dad.
You're bleeding through.
Yeah.
You don't know it. It's fine. We can all see it.
Well, you can also see that, what's the opposite of hypocritical? Consistent? What I criticize in fans, I don't have in my fan base. Just telling you. You know, I didn't call into your show and, hey, Timboy, it's over. It's over.
No, you call in to rejoice and be happy.
Right. About one game.
No, you basically won't let us text during the games to the chat because you're so worried about them.
Yeah, it's just...
Listen, you guys can play your little games on the text thread, and Spadoni can text the Lakers stink. They're going to get swept. Minnesota has our number. It's like every year when the playoffs come up, you realize that nobody learns anything from the last playoffs.
Well, last year, Warrior fans didn't have that luxury, Steiny, because there were no playoffs.
What do you think we learned from last year's playoffs, Steiny? That's already been bucked in one game.
What did we learn from last year's playoffs?
It's already been
Milwaukee. It's already been bucked for one game.
Well, I feel like last year everyone was talking about how it's all about the kids, the young guys. It's a league full of up-and-comers. And now the Warriors, with a 37-year-old, 35-year-old, and 35-year-old, are ready to kick butts and take names.
And that's what I'm saying, and that very well could happen. But I'm gonna go out on a limb.
Uh-oh.
I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's going to get harder for the Warriors as the playoffs go on.
Man, you nailed it.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's probably going to get tougher for the Warriors over the next 6 to 8 weeks.
Wow.
That's all.
Steinstradamus.
Yeah.
But
he is.
But look, everything fell into place. Not only the opponent, but the decision last night, which was a Warriors win. You want me to play some sound?
Let's do it.
All right. No, that is a limb, Chris. Okay. All right. Let's hear Draymond Green. You satisfied? You ready to take game 2 off?
It's very satisfying to win any road game, any playoff game in general, but definitely a road playoff win. I think we can play a lot better. That's the encouraging part about it. I don't think we play very well at all, but still got to find a way to win, and we did that with our defense. Held them to 85 points. So playoffs, it don't matter how it looks. You just got to find a way and then get better and come back. With an improved team the next game.
No, I get that he thinks they can play better. But they were pretty good last night, the Warriors.
Well, let me ask you this then, to that point. What enabled the Rockets to come back from 23 to get it to 3? Because I'm all schizophrenia when it comes to, I can't just put not one Rocket player wasn't Ja going for 20 or Steph Curry going for 18 for Houston because they don't have that type of guy. But what do you think helped him get it to where, Steiny, I really was like, this game's up in the air.
It's so hard for me to answer that.
I think a lot of part of it was Adams.
So now so they get up 23. At that point, are you saying we're going to win this by 40?
No, I was saying it won't get down to 3.
Well,
and I meant that, and I got to give them credit.
The Rockets play hard. They defend, and they can cause you to go long stretches without scoring.
And Jabari Smith start putting it on the floor, going to the cup, and so did Easton. And I was just asking myself, scratching my head, Stoney, where was that at the beginning? Where was that in the first half? And Jalen Green wasn't a part of that, but I was just like, maybe Udoka had the wrong dudes in.
I mean, Jabari Smith played 26 minutes, took 3 shots. I mean, Easton's a great defensive player. But you're gonna give him all the shots he wants.
He was 3 of 10.
You're gonna give all these guys. I mean, look, are the right? Dylan Brooks 3 for 9. Thompson 4 for Thompson 4 for 9. I don't think he played well yesterday.
I'm with you.
Jalen Green 3 for 15. Van Vliet 4 for 19. Easton 3 for 10. There's your ball game right there. They couldn't score on the Warriors. And did the Warriors make it tough on them? Absolutely.
That's what
because the Warriors had him scouted perfectly. Go ahead and take threes, all you want, and then when you get to the rim, we're going to converge and we're going to make you finish in traffic. And I felt like the Rockets had opportunities to finish, but they didn't.
And even when they got fouled, 11 of 20 from the free throw line. I'm not saying that's what lost them the game, but you lost by 10, 9 misses.
This is more Draymond Green.
I said in the post-game interview, at times their best offense is the offensive rebound. They are elite at that. It's something that we expected. I thought we did a decent job in the first half, held them to 7, but then second half it was way out of control. So we got to do a better job there, but that is their style of play. They rough you up, they grab, they hold, they crash the boards. Very extremely physical team. You got to give them credit. They do a great job of it. We just got to make sure we're prepared for that coming into every game, but that's who they are. It is what it is. Every team's got an MO. That's theirs. You got to do what you got to do to try to beat it.
That's Draymond Green on the rebounding disparity. 22 second chance opportunities for the Houston Rockets last night. Gosh. But if you're not making shots, it's going to be tough.
39% from the field for the Rockets, and that's Warrior defense. Again, Stoney, I'm a broken record. 20% from 3, and by dessert, 55% from the free throw line. Not going to beat the Warriors. And you know what, Stoney? You don't deserve to.
Yeah, you got to make shots. Yeah. You got to make shots. Let me see here. Jimmy Butler, was it a physical game?
They're an incredible team, definitely a physical one. But I would like to think that we don't back down from any challenge anyways. And we met brute force with brute force, maybe a little bit of finesse in there as well. But I think we handled their pressure incredibly well, knowing that coming out the next game is probably going to be 2 to 3 times even more physical.
All right, Jimmy Butler, he's been around.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, Stoney, I really do believe if I'm Houston, you got to muck it up. If that wasn't mucking it up, and maybe they were feeling or reading the head clippings, thinking they didn't need to do anything special on Curry, but put Thompson on him. I got to believe if we go down, we can't let this dude comfortable. We got to make life hell. Easier said than done, but I feel like they got the athletes to do it. Get the ball out of his hands. I thought Curry was comfortable, and he missed his first 3, but he got him off. We've seen, where Curry can't get a shot. Not too often, but my goodness, I thought remember I was like, they worry me. I don't feel like they were the Ravens defense in their prime or the Steelers defense or the Niners for that matter in their heyday.
Well, if Steph's going to make those kind of shots, it doesn't matter if he's wearing you or not. The shot on Green was just
now that was incredible. What do you do?
What do you do?
Yeah.
You tip your cap. More Jimmy Butler. How much? You know what? I can squeeze it in. How much more confidence do you have because you won game 1?
Our confidence hasn't wavered at all. I would like to think, since I've been here at least, we know that we are an extremely good team as long as we don't turn the ball over and we get shots on goal. We had a job to do, come in here and win 1, and we got a job to do in 2 days or something like that to win game 2.
Can somebody get Butler a schedule? Because after they beat Memphis, he was like, I know we have a game on, was it Sunday or Monday?
He'll be
now
there.
He doesn't know where game 2 is.
Well, that ain't his job.
Somebody
Just
get
tell
him
me
one of
when
those
it is.
Refrigerator magnets with the postseason schedule on it.
Playoff Jimmy is here, man.
Yeah, he seems to always find out, though, in the playoffs when the games are.
Championship coming soon.
888-957-9570 is the number. Waiting on Moses Moody. Raymond Ritter has never stiffed us in the past, and he's not going to do it now. You can take it to the bank. Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club. It's presented by Atco Pest Control. Guru and I are going to be there broadcasting live 10 to 2. And if you want to play, go to 957thegame.com and click on the events tab to sign up. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
And that's what life's about.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
And that's what life's about. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. It is now 1:20. We are out of the 12-1 window where we were expecting Moses Moody.
119.
And listen, we can't sugarcoat this. Well, hopefully he'll join us in the next 20 minutes. If not, well, he'll either go to Willard and Dibbs or Raymond Ritter will say, we'll have him for you tomorrow. That's the way it works in live radio. It's not going to throw us off our game.
You have a preference?
I kind of don't want to do it now. Well, but by the way, I also heard one of the reasons
he had a great game.
I wouldn't say great. He made 2 big shots.
No, that constitutes great for me because he was in the others.
2 plays in a game constitutes great for. But he's doing gassers right now because Kerr didn't like his lateral movement on defense. So he's right now running sprints in Houston.
Van Vliet also made 2 shots.
Exactly.
Steiny, you are. I'm telling you, man, you need to work for Central Intelligence to come in and have those numbers. And then the 2 dudes go out. I was like, you know what? We're going to catch hell from 10-2, Evan, because these 2 dudes are about to just throw that to Smither. And they were worse. Donut butt. Yeah.
The funniest thing about me saying Van Vliet stunk, and will stink
versus the Dubs
is that people actually texted in, Steiny, don't jinx it.
Right. That was out there.
Anything I say, his game ain't getting better.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says.
And don't leave Green out of it. Dude, read the paint. You take 108. Steiny, I swear Jalen Green plays like he's in a straitjacket. Dude, take a breath.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
This from the 510. And let's agree to disagree on this one. Steven Adams is going to be a problem for us. He always has been.
But if you tell me the Barry Sanders is as much as he can go in regard to the 20 minutes, he's not. But Steiny, I'm telling you, that was my takeaway going into the game was him and Şengün. But if he was gassed and can't go, this not 2016 when he was with OKC.
This is what.
Talk to me.
He's always been a problem.
Right, no doubt.
Okay, maybe not. Was he ever on a team in Oklahoma City that beat the Warriors?
No, but he was.
Okay, no. Yeah. He was on Memphis in 2022. Was he ever on a Memphis team that beat the Warriors?
No.
Right, and now he's on Houston, and they're down 0-1. But now you might say, Sonny, that's so unfair. It's so unfair.
Because he was up on a team that was up 3-1.
The reality of the situation is, yes, Adams has size, and he can rebound, but the Warriors can work around him easily, and did last night. Won a game by double digits.
Hey, we got this, Steiny. I'm late for an appointment, but I'm in my car waiting for Moody to show. Steiny, I believe he will come on. All right?
Right, and just like the person who texted that in, we have no idea as of right now whether we'll get Moody or not. How about some more sound? Draymond. You know what? It looks like Draymond. There's 2 things that I'm not playing. Anytime I see a cut that says Curry was incredible, it's like, okay, who needs to hear that? We know that already.
Play it.
We know that.
No,
but here's
don't
the
rob him of it.
Draymond on Jimmy Butler being a calming force. Oh, my God. We've heard that 23 times already, too. So
play it.
Jimmy Buckets. I don't want to, but I will, just to play along. Why don't you expound on a calming presence?
There were several moments, where they cut the lead to 3 one time. They cut it to 7 and, with a chance to, push it over, push it further down. But, did a great job in getting Jimmy the ball. It always just settles the offense down. Even that last one he hit over Şengün. That's what we want. And I think we got to do an even better job of making sure we're getting him the ball. But overall, man, he's such a huge calming force for us. Just calm everything down, get us to our spots, and get us a good look.
Now, I believe him. Watching it.
Yeah, one of the things I've noticed about Butler is he does seem to calm the Warriors.
I found that really insightful.
Yeah. And that jab step, Evan, to close it on Şengün, he did the jab, pull up, just rise, bucket.
Like, he could take a jump shot when he wants to, but I feel like he just prefers outside the three-point line to take a set shot.
Man. Dude is
He's not
special.
strong enough to reach the rim with a jumper.
Not.
That's why he shoots set shots.
Stop.
Dude, he's got to have his momentum into
Dude
a
is
three-point shot.
incredible, man.
There's a difference between a set shot and a jump shot from three-point range. But
So what?
Well, I don't care, Bob, but just don't tell me he shoots a jumper from three.
Who had the best set shot ever?
Bird.
I was going to say Rick Fox. Bird got off the ground a little bit for me, Stoney. Those black Converse weapons got up a little bit. Rick was on the ground.
Larry Bird shot a set shot, I think I know.
Looked like he was casting.
Casting what?
Evan, don't poke him right.
Who are you talking about?
You ever seen anybody fish?
Yeah.
You cast a fishing line?
Okay.
That's Larry Bird.
I don't care. You don't insult me.
I'm not insulting anyone. I'm just telling you.
You going to check out Celtics Town?
Dude, we are
give in.
vibing. Evan, I was about to hit play. I was like, you know what? Nah.
You go see Sinners. I'll go
There
watch
you go.
Celtics Town.
There you go. Stoney, go see it.
All right. Saturday games, Pacers, they win game 1.
All right.
By 20.
We both had that.
They look good. Oh, Denver Clippers. Let me guess, the Clippers tricked it off.
They did.
Yeah, well, they tricked it off.
Kawhi had 2 shots in the fourth.
Oh.
And some turnovers.
Oh, my. Well,
Michael Porter
probably
Jr.
shouldn't
What's going
have
on
made-
there? He's Kuminga out there, man.
Well, no, he's not because he gets playing time.
Well, I didn't like that.
It's true.
That was low. But you know what I mean. The reporter asked Jokic, what do you tell Michael Porter Jr.?
Okay.
How do you get him off the mat to be ready for moments like this? And he goes, if a player's not ready now, he shouldn't be playing. And he didn't. Russell closed.
Okay. And Russell made the big play.
Yeah. 9 in the fourth.
And the steal.
Overtime.
And the steal.
Jekyll and Hyde.
Denver, don't let Denver win that first round series.
It's a good one tonight.
I mean, especially when Adelman starts to get some experience.
Exactly.
He's coached 5 games.
That team looks
and already
rejuvenated.
Well, Steiny.
Oh, Steiny, right. You're scared of the Nuggets still.
No, honestly, I'm scared of the Clippers more.
Okay. Detroit, New York.
9-point lead in the fourth. Detroit, what happened?
Gave up 21 straight.
Well, that is a big wow. Any thoughts on 21-0 run in the fourth?
That's Tibbs' defense. And it was Jalen Brunson doing his thing, like always.
Who runs out of gas first, the Warriors or the Knicks?
The Knicks.
I think the Warriors. If anybody runs out of gas, I got to believe it's the Warriors. They're because the Knicks aren't that old.
Well, he runs it in the
Knicks
ground.
have played far harder regular season than Jimmy Butler. Don't get me wrong. Jimmy Butler had that Marquette season. Played about 34 games with 25-9. Let's get to the NCAA tournament.
He looks fresh.
Does.
Man.
He should. Come on now. Come on.
He's played 40 minutes like his last 5 games.
Like it's nothing, Evan.
That's why you take off the first half of the year. Look at Kawhi. Same thing.
He was suspended.
Who?
Jimmy.
Right, but Kawhi.
They sent him home.
Doesn't play the first half of the season. He looks great. Butler looks great. These guys get it. They know how to manage their bodies. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Let me see what other game. Then Saturday, obviously, the Timberwolves Lakers.
Wow.
What is wow? You got,
LeBron is a walking computer. And I know what he's trying to do. What Steph did with Durant. Slide over a little bit. It'll be greater for the whole village. Watching Luka work, he doesn't even look at LeBron and Reed sometimes. It's like, you know what, Luka, you scored. But you're not getting everybody else involved. You have now made them a one-trick pony. And if something don't change tomorrow, Steiny, Mini might sweep their ass.
Oh, settle.
Let them win
Now,
tomorrow.
why do you do this?
I'm
Seriously, why do you do
I'm
it?
telling you, man.
Okay.
The Lakers
There it
got
is.
problems. There's no Anthony
There it
Davis.
is.
The paint's open, and you got one overweight dude doing everything, messing everything up. Give the ball to LeBron. I'm watching.
So
And I want the Lakers to lose.
2 teams on the road won. Only 2 teams, Minnesota and the Warriors. Are the Warriors going to sweep?
I had them in 5, but I think they could.
Okay.
Steiny, you don't go to bed and wake up, I can shoot better. That doesn't happen. I think Green and Van Vliet is the story. Their ineptitude, shooting the ball, it's over. You can't beat the Warriors. You might even play better. You can't score. There's no pill for that. There's no basketball Viagra. This is who you are.
Actually.
What?
You defend the hell out of it on defense, and you get out on the break, and you get easy buckets, and then your defense can feed off that and create more.
But the Warriors got a good defense, so they're not letting you do that, Steiny. But you're right. If that were to happen.
All right, so Minnesota sweep every team that won.
No,
the
I
first
had Lakers in 6, but they lose tomorrow. Just rip that up.
Well, they can still win in 6.
Yeah. And then we did talk about Friday. Am I the only one that feels bad for Clay?
What happened?
They lost to Memphis.
So what? Seriously, who cares? It's 9-10.
Evan, did you feel anything for Clay?
I didn't watch a second of that game.
He didn't sign up for this. Not
Yes,
to
he
be in the
did.
offs. No, Kyrie not hurt. Dallas is a problem. I'm the only one.
Yes.
If they didn't trade Luka, they'd be a problem.
Yeah, Apollo Cruz on the YouTube chat, thank you. Goo, stop!
With?
Just everything. Your overreactions now are starting to turn a corner into the absurd.
I'm telling you, the Lakers are in trouble with this matchup.
No, they're going to get swept.
No, I'm not saying. I got Lakers in 6.
Basically what you said.
No, if you lose tomorrow, you're in big trouble.
I'll tell you what, Goo.
All right,
what do
give
you
it to
say
me.
we make a bet right now?
All right.
I'll bet you the Lakers don't get swept.
That's a dumb bet.
But then why would you bring it up?
Because
you don't believe it.
If Minnesota, now this is a big if.
Believe it because you will not put your money where your mouth is. It's just something you said because.
But think about what the odds of what you're asking me to commit to.
Right.
It's 1-0.
Well, then don't say it. When you say, I think they could sweep, well,
All right,
really?
I'll talk
How
to
much
you
do you think?
Thursday.
How much do you think they could sweep?
I'll
Well, not
talk
that
to you
much.
Wednesday. If they're down 0-2 going back to midi, I'm just saying. And Anthony
Minnesota
Edwards
doesn't play great at home. They're not a great home team.
I know what you're doing. You don't want me to jinx your team. Evan, I get
We can both see through you.
Okay, no,
Thank you.
No, I'm talking
we're
to
talking
you.
about you, Jack.
Well, no, but it's vintage. You're just nagging at me because now you think Minnesota can sweep, but the Warriors can't. Okay. I see what you're doing.
We can't compliment the team that you're
that's
rooting
all.
for to win because you get
That's
nervous.
all it is.
I
And
can
just
see
say
you
that. And it's
puckering
okay. It hits different.
from here.
Dude, they
Guys.
got ran out of their own building.
Back in 1987, Game 1,
Remind me.
the Memorial Day Massacre. I would have loved for Guru
watched it.
to have done a radio show on the Monday after the Celtics won 148-114 against the Lakers. Oh, Steiny, the Celtics are going to sweep. This is over. Did you see the Lakers? They're gutless. Magic's gutless. Oh, my God. They let Scotty Wedman go. This team stinks. Oh my God. The Lakers are going nowhere.
I'm just telling you, man.
Lakers in 6.
They better get their act together starting tomorrow.
All right. D and DC wants to talk about Guru and Kuminga.
What's up, D?
The idea.
What's going on,
Hey,
Evan? What's going on, Guru?
You got it.
Steiny?
Hey.
Hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
Steiny, I don't know if it's your coaching, your teaching that's helping my guy Guru out so beautifully. But God, going it. This dude, evolution when it comes to athletic players is something else to watch.
Yes,
man.
it is.
This dude just said a few seconds ago, Houston, I don't know. They have a lot of athletic freaks out there, but, they don't have anything up there.
Well, my prediction was Warriors in 5. Warriors in 5.
You can find the energy to point out. You can find the energy to point out the athletes from other teams who have low IQ, but you cannot do the same criticism for your own youngsters. Come on, man. Especially a dude that you've been glazing over for at least the last 3 years.
I have, and I'll own that.
It's nice to see the evolution, though, Goo.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this
That's
as you
a
laugh at me.
P1 in any league,
I'll tell you this real quick as you laugh at me.
Talk to him, D.
If you heard my commentary, at the end, I was getting concerned about the fit with Kuminga, and I'm still rooting for him, but it looks like the ship has sailed, man. It just has.
It's the shit, man. You might as well cancel Christmas on that one, bro.
Man, look at you.
Hey, D, thanks for listening in the nation's capital.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
You asked you about what's going on in the nation's capital, Sacramento. Everybody knew I was talking about, listen, let's just spend 30 seconds while we wait on Moody. The Heat bet. Are you going to give me my props for the Heat bet? What about the Heat bet that I made?
That was
the proclamation.
a great guess.
Just tell Raymond.
Terrific guess. It was a great guess.
That hurts.
I'm sorry.
No, seriously.
I
know basketball, and I knew Spoelstra and the Heat were going to win that game.
Good for you.
I didn't know it was going to be overtime, Evan, but they wasn't.
They were down by a basket with like 2 minutes left.
Oh, yeah, he's got it all
I said
in
I
control.
can't go back to the station.
We were watching the game at the cafeteria thinking, Goo's in the movie theater right now, not paying attention
But
to the movie.
last I looked, they were up 11. I go, this thing's over. And then it says OC. I'm like, what happened? But anyway, look at you, just quiet as a church mouse when it comes to my victories.
Yeah. Don't forget, part of that victory was you saying, Trae Young's going to quit. He's quit after that.
I've always been a Trae Young
29
fan.
and 11.
A Curry disciple.
He really gave up after the loss on
that
Wednesday.
move he made to tie the game over Wiggins. Whoa.
Trae Young, the GM killer.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
There you go. That's
and Grant Liffman was the guy, our Bay Area guy.
That's the insight I'm looking for from a partner. Trae Young.
What?
GM killer.
Stop.
No,
now I want a radio fight.
See, now this is where Evans,
hitting below the belt.
can look objectively. Steiny, I've always loved Trae Young's game. He's a ha.
Yeah.
Ha. Yeah, that's how he gets you fired.
But he act like
He gets you fired. That's who gets you fired.
Are you really looking at me saying that Trae Young got those guys ousted?
I'm really looking at you saying Trae Young is the problem.
So when he took them to the Eastern Conference Finals after beating Philly, come on.
What about it?
Trae Young's stock was never higher.
What's happened? Right. Then what happened?
They gave away guys.
No, what happened was he never got any better. He never got better defensively. He just didn't.
But you say he's number one on what ails the Hawks? Hell no. Put something around him, Jack. And they got some new people coming in.
They have, and those people are now gone.
Exactly. Don't you get it?
You guys are...
Don't you get it? They fired 2 GMs in 3 years.
Oh, so blame Trae.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And don't get me started. I will drop so many nuggets about that franchise, but I'm not gonna.
Be professional.
What about OKC Memphis? You guys watch that game? It was over by about 11 a.m.
No. Hey, but no, Steiny, I want Memphis to go far because Ja's so fun to watch.
Mac Dre.
Steiny, I can't get enough of Ja Morant.
Okay, what about this?
Oh, my gosh.
You're wearing on me. That was a schedule loss. They played Friday.
That's fair.
And it was over.
That's fair.
Before it even tipped.
I just wish that would have been the first thing to come out of your mouth because it would have been had the Warriors
I'm going to stick up for Trae Young, man. He's not a bum, and he's not why everybody got fired.
You're tapped into the Atlanta situation.
You
have that organization in and out. No, you're right.
Okay, so real quick, last thing.
No,
you really want to tell me Trae Young is not good at basketball? I phrase it that way, come on, man.
It's not a matter of if he's good at basketball. It's a matter of what kind of a leader is he.
Well, some guys aren't leaders,
Okay, well, then you got to get a leader in there.
Hey, Goo, what's going on in Dallas? You got any sources there?
You need to share with us what was said about Nico Harrison to the masses, if you can, that we talked about this morning, Evan. This is hypocrisy at its finest.
Long story short, he didn't realize how much or how bad the fan base would react after they traded Luka Doncic. And the owner apparently didn't have a clue either because he signed off on it.
You dumb. You signed off. Maybe you should have had the thought of, if we get rid of Steiny, the masses will revolt. But for you to double back and act like the guy that presented you the trade did something without your blessing, it blows my mind.
If I said the number 2051, 2051, what do you think it represents?
Future year of our Lord and Savior?
No.
2051.
2051. That's the number of turnovers
But you go straight for his bad stuff.
He's led the league 3 out of the last 4, and now he's led him in assists, too.
All right.
He's a turnover machine. What's he shooting from 3 for his career?
I would say 34%.
So first of all, it's 35. Then how can he be so good? He takes 23s a game and he shoots 35%. Like that, don't you get it? That gets you beat.
Sounds like a Boston Celtic.
Man.
That gets you beat.
Yeah.
Not to mention,
he's not a bum. That's all I'm going to say.
This year, here are Trae Young's numbers.
I think Ice Trae is actually an appropriate nickname.
I hate it, man.
41% from the field, 34 from 3. Those were his numbers this year.
But it's 1 on 5.
Yeah, he's gotten better.
Yeah.
No, he's gotten a lot better.
Nobody said that.
Please.
It's going to be Curry's numbers in the year 2051.
Stop. The guys, I know what's going on.
Tell me.
You had guys on the staff that are no longer there, and you blame Trae. I get it. It's propaganda.
Yeah. I mean, that team looks a lot.
I figured it out,
Yeah, no. They blew it. They could have gotten Donovan Mitchell for him.
So Luka Doncic has hurt the Lakers, but Trae Young is the guy that you want in Atlanta.
No, I'm just saying he's the least of your problems.
Yeah.
That's what
I would not see. My way of thinking is when your best player is very flawed, then he is the biggest of your problems.
Go get some other better players.
Even if he's the best player on a team. If you know he can't be the best player on a great team, then...
But you have nothing to say for a couple years back, because it's fact when they went to the Eastern Conference Finals and beat Philly.
And let's be honest, they caught a lot of teams by surprise. And listen, if you were on the other side of this argument, you'd be like, oh, Steiny, they beat Ben Simmons. Remember Ben Simmons?
They ruined him.
Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
They beat the Sixers with Ben Simmons.
Yeah, I'm just saying. He's not Steph. I like Trae Young, and I don't believe
Which part do you like best? That he's the worst defender in basketball? Like, I didn't even mention that. I mean, you want to... I'll tell you what.
Boy.
If the league had 8 more Trae Youngs, Steph Curry would be an all-defensive first-team guard.
How many times do you think he's made the All-Star game?
I don't care about the All-Star game. It's fan voting. And people like you vote.
Fred VanVleet's made an All-Star game.
Thank you.
Yeah, singular, but not plural.
So did Chris Gatling. All right. 8-8. Oh, no. We got crossover time coming up next. And we'll be talking about the more Atlanta Hawks. On the other side, they've fired Landry Fields, Stanford product, and other guys in their front office. So we'll go deep into that. Let's see. That's Chilton Auto Body.
There's no basketball Viagra.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is...
There's no basketball Viagra.
There's a lack of grit.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dib.
The fellas. Bouncing on the chat. People are happy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Man, that was the quickest series I've ever seen in the history of the NBA.
How can you not feel that?
Oh, my God.
Is it like
raises blood pressure.
Saran?
It was so fast. Like, for all the buildup, I was like, man, I thought it would take longer than that. Wow.
No, Rockets have
That
been
was a good
eliminated.
series, though.
Wow.
What'd you say, Steiny?
Cheers.
It's
different when Willard says it, huh?
Well, see, he's doing it for effect.
How do you know that?
I thought you said that the Rockets were going to win today. No.
Win-win.
I don't know.
No.
I think they'll win game 2. Absolutely.
I don't like. I hate predicting, and
I
you
know
all
you
make me
do.
do it, and I can't stand it.
No,
But Dibs, are you for real?
You do it. And yes, I am for real. If you look at the bones of game 1, let's look at the bones. And I know that Fred VanVleet
And Green.
Steiny's pincushion. Let's start with FVV.
Okay.
He was worse than normal. He came in shooting 20-something% against the Warriors, and his percentages went down.
Yes.
I was getting on Highway 24 when Steiny said that, and I was doing the math in my head, and I was like, damn, Steiny, math
went
and
down.
English? Maybe he's the guy with the 143 IQ, but I digest, as Low Neal would say.
Give Green some.
Green was bad as well. They all were bad except for Steven Adams. I got this. What do I do with it? And the Goon, who is really good.
Yeah.
So if you're expecting Green and FVV to be that bad again, okay, they might be. I think that they can play better. And if they play better and the game is officiated differently, I do think Houston can be a team that has a chance.
I mean, I would argue, actually, that that's pretty commensurate with who they are. They're not a good shooting team.
But better than that, right?
Well, anybody can be better than that on a given night. I didn't walk in here and tell you that this was a sweep now. I walked in here and told you that was a quick series.
Yeah. And Steiny had numbers.
I do not believe that Houston can win this series.
And I'm with you.
I agree.
But Steiny had numbers of those two individuals, Dibs, Friday, about how awful they had been.
They're not a good shooting
against
team.
the Warriors collectively, and they go out and make Steiny look like Einstein.
They're not a good shooting team, and I thought that, if you want to, you bring up the whistle. I didn't think it was a bad whistle for the Warriors, but I also didn't think that it was a overly conservative whistle. I mean, with the internet has got all the videos of them hugging Steph all over the court again, and those weren't called, so it could get even tighter in future games. I just think the Rockets are also battling, and we've actually got, maybe you guys played it, we've got some fun sound from their broadcast team. The Warriors are so deeply ingrained in the Rockets' heads because of history. Whether these players, VanVleet can say, oh, well, that's not us. Well, unfortunately, it's everyone around you. It's your fans, it's your coach, it's your general manager, it's your broadcaster. The Warriors and Steph Curry, they've got your number. You've got your number, and you're already thinking it, and you had to have that game. And it lasted one quarter.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Stand up to them.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, I don't think the series is over. I mean, I picked the Warriors to win the series. I think they will win the series, but I'm kind of with one. Do you agree with me that one game does not?
I totally. Come on now.
Okay, well, I believe, I think the game's going to look different, obviously. How different? I don't know. I think what's going to happen, because it happens in the playoffs, is Ime Udoka is going to tell his team, you thought you were playing hard, but you weren't playing as hard as you need to play. And you weren't playing smart enough. And they're going to come out Wednesday, and they're probably going to come out like they started the game, and they're going to try to extend it. And then this is where human nature comes in. If the Warriors get down, when do they maybe think, let's just cut our losses because we got our split? Am I saying it's going to happen? No, but there's a lot of things that can happen, and Houston can get back into the series, I think. But I'm not picking them to win it, but I'm not picking the Warriors to sweep.
And Dibs, I'll tip my cap to the Rockets for not quitting and getting that thing to a 3-point game. But as much as we talk about Jimmy and Steph and the Warriors and the three-pointers, guys, I was mesmerized at that defensive intensity. To hold the Rockets to 85. Dibs, the Warriors are not a one-trick pony. They're doing it on both ends.
Right, and they're number one in defensive rating since they got Jimmy Butler. So you give them, I think, the bigger piece of the pie in terms of credit than the Rockets just being bad. But you just said something interesting. The Rockets got back into the game. How did they get back into the game? And if you want to go through the anatomy,
I thought Adams was a big part of it.
Offensive rebounds,
no doubt.
They're number one in the league in rebounding and rebound differential.
They're going to do that. Just buckle up. They're going to get offensive rebounds.
They are. But I do think that the other piece of it is offensively, the Warriors dried up a little bit in that stretch.
Yeah.
So
they're playing good defense. The Rockets are, they're a very good defensive team.
They are.
Yeah.
And they get additional possessions. So the reason why they were able to cut into that lead and make it a one-possession game was their defense and their offensive rebounding. And if I think about their offensive rebounding, they had 22 offensive rebounds
to 6,
but they only got 22 points out of that. So if you get 22 offensive rebounds, the most you could get would be 66, unless you get 22 3-pointers and one, you could get 88 in theory, right? I'm just playing around with the numbers, but if you had 22 offensive rebounds and you only got 22 points, that means that the Warriors defense secondarily was really good, and it was. And it also means that you stink shooting, and I do think that that's part of their DNA.
Don't you also think the Warriors could play better?
No doubt.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
So that, I think about that too. It's sure, the Rockets could be better. So could the Warriors. Out-rebounded, what was it, 52-36?
Yep.
Was that the final? Warriors did better on the turnover battle, even though when you're a fan of a team, it never feels that way because you only remember your turnovers. I thought Draymond and Steph, they got sloppy at times, and they combined for 6 turnovers. That's a lot for 2 individuals, but the rest of the team only had 5 more. So I can look at these numbers. They were the better 3-point shooting team, all of that. But at the same time, I guess a little bit of pods, but nobody outside of their 2 stars had an impressive offensive night, and there will be games where I think those guys do.
No doubt.
More likely at home than on the road because, as we know, role players on the road, which is why I look at Game 2, and Houston is favored by 3.5 in early action. And, I don't think that they're going to run away with it. They could, and Steiny's right. If you get to the third quarter and there's 5 minutes left and it's 78-44, well, then it's a wrap. Then you're going to pull everybody.
I also think you got to factor in that the Rockets are playing their first playoff game. And again, it doesn't mean you have to play lousy. Şengün was very good. But I think you look across that court and you see Curry and Draymond and then also Jimmy Butler, and you're putting guys who are making their first postseason appearance. I felt like the Rockets looked like it was their first playoff game, and the Warriors took advantage of it. But the other thing that's sticking out to me now is, and it's why I think the Warriors are going to win the series, the Warriors have 3, the Rockets are young. Their 2 best players are Şengün and Green, let's just say. Thompson's great too, whatever. But they need their 22-year-olds to play like stars. And the Warriors have stars. They just need their role players to play like their young players to play like role players. The Houston Rockets need their young players to play like stars. And that's a lot to ask when they're making their first playoff appearance.
And I'll leave you guys with this. We all saw in the Summer Olympics what Steph did. And you can say, oh, it was at the end of the games or what have you. You didn't do it all the whole Olympics. But I will not, and I promise, take for granted the greatness of Steph Curry and the difficult shot making. And now I'm starting to believe, are they difficult to him? But the one where Jalen Green played the greatest individual defense I've seen ever, and Steph on national TV on Easter make 3 shots that are just like, you're not supposed to. The one with 6 seconds left, hey, you might want to guard him. But that's a closer. And I know Jimmy brought it home. Steph didn't score, the last 5-6 minutes. But the bottom line is when you got Batman and Robin or Batman, you got major action. And I'm not just bloviating, Warrior underwear. they got some closers and some guys, Steph, that's done it 4 times.
Right, and I said this on Twitter that Steph Curry is peak Tiger Woods, where Tiger would do things like Tiger would hit a shot where it's like, no, you can't possibly go for it from here, and he would go for it, and he would hit it.
That's a great call.
Hit it like 6 feet, and the things that Tiger would do, it's like, I can't believe he just did that. And then 4 holes later, it's like, oh my God, I can't believe he did that. And that's what I feel
a great one.
Watching Steph, and the one you're describing, and Mark, you and I talked about it in the green room, where he dribbles right, and like he's almost throwing himself to the ground. And
or out of bounds.
Wherever he's going, he's not going to shoot. Oh, yes, he is.
Will!
Well,
do you have, Grandy, do you have the Rockets broadcast?
We hadn't heard this.
Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Do you have it?
Curry, well defended by Green. Wow. Oh, my gosh. That is vintage Steph Curry. Incredible. Just an incredible shot maker. Now to Curry, got to pick him up. Shakes loose. Oh, my goodness. Beats the shot clock. Steph Curry with 28, his 4th 3. This is unreal, Craig. I'm just telling you, man. I got PTSD from seeing this dude too many times in the playoffs. I just go to admit it. Comes into Curry on the bounce, launches deep one. Oh, my goodness. And he hits it from the Y at Toyota Center.
I mean,
oh, man.
And then it goes on the one you're describing, and Ryan Hollins is like, you can't play better defense on him than they were just playing on him. And so that's what I'm getting at. Van Vliet can say all day long, this is a different team. Doesn't matter. That's not a different man. And he's been in that building, and he's brought nightmares to everybody in there over and over and over again.
Man.
And when a bunch of you are 22 years old, my opinion, and you can call me a jinx if something goes sideways, my opinion, they had to have that game. They had to have it. And while they made a nice little run in the second half, larger picture, they really weren't that close. They really weren't that close. They're in trouble.
Yeah, I love the peak Tiger one. Wow.
Watching him and the things that he was doing before anybody else did them reminds me of Steph. And now everybody tries to do what Steph does, and he's like Tiger when he won the Masters in, what was that, 2022 or 21? When he won his last major.
When everybody gifted him it.
I mean, he still won it.
When 7 guys hit in the water.
Well, whatever it was, and maybe this is Steph's Tiger moment where, OKC slips on a banana peel and LeBron can't get by Minnesota, and, whatever happens, it happens, and you get credit for it.
Well, the one thing that's stuck out to me about Steph Curry over the years, and this is why, guys, I'm not against analytics, but there's a lot about analytics that I hate. And one of the things about analytics that I hate is you're taking data and you're using it, but you are not factoring in any psychological component. And the fact of the matter is this: when Steph Curry makes those kind of threes, it's worth more than a 3-point shot to the Warriors. Yep. It demoralizes the other team. Maybe not in the snap of a finger, but last night he keeps making those shots, and if you're on the other team, it absolutely positively affects your confidence level and whether you think you can win the game or not. And especially, like, that one was the one that put him up 23, so obviously it was the high point, but the one where, the Rockets should have gotten the ball out of it. I'm not saying anything about the refs. Whatever. They didn't have a challenge. And it's a 4-point game, and they're up against it. They're inbounding from the sidelines, and he makes a 34-foot shot. And it's so easy to say, well, you got to guard him out there. Yes, but it's easier said than done. He's 34 feet out.
Walking into it.
Like, my point is he makes that shot, boom, it's 7. You're having trouble scoring in your own right. It's just, it psychologically is difficult to overcome, especially for a young team.
It's wild, and I hate this thought that went through my head after the weekend, but I'll share it. I do not want to sound like a lot in media often do when it's overdoing one game or one this or one that. But if you look at what just took place this weekend, and I'll tell you who, like Ephraim on Sunday night is a huge Laker fan. The word he used to describe LeBron on Saturday night was disinterested. I think we're getting close to where someone's going to need to explain how LeBron James is more accomplished than Steph Curry in this era. Someone's going to need to explain this to me.
Man.
Explain it to me in language that I can understand. Well, by the measurables that we actually use.
Well, the word accomplished, I wouldn't necessarily say LeBron's more accomplished.
Right. Steph's beat him 3-1 on the biggest of stages.
That's why I use factor into my personal equation.
But how fair is that? And real quick,
because they never had the best team. Like the Cleveland Cavaliers never had the best team. That doesn't take anything away from Curry. I just acknowledge that like LeBron hasn't accomplished more than Curry, and the word's accomplished. Now, if you want to say who's better, then that might be a different argument.
Different. Sure.
But I agree with you.
That's why I use that word.
Yeah.
I wonder what you consider to be accomplished. Like, is it titles, MVPs, total points? Is it
just everything?
Right.
Like everything that they brought to the game, every stat they've ever put up. I mean, you could say, well, he's the leading scorer in the NBA, in the history of the NBA.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, that's one thing that he's accomplished.
8 straight trips to the final.
Exactly. Like,
does that mean you didn't win them all?
So would you say LeBron is more accomplished?
I would, yeah.
Okay.
I would, but I do think that as we get deeper into the conversation and put aside, if Steph Curry wins a 5th title, then you can rightly say he goes for me on the Rushmore, whether or not it's LeBron and Jordan and Curry, and I don't know if you're a Kareem guy or Wilt or whoever else you want to put on there, but I think that Curry gets a chance to get the chisel and the hammer and start to etch his face on that Rushmore if he gets number 5.
He smells it, man.
Well, and I think they all smell it. And the thing that we're going to get into off the top is the Jimmy Butler side of it. And I didn't know how much I was going to love a man that I've never met, because you watch him on the court, you watch his podium game, you watch everything about Jimmy Butler, and I know that Jimmy has done things in his past, whatever.
But not here.
I'm only judging Jimmy on his blue and yellow and what he's done, but you hear him on the podium, like basically calling out Buddy Hield for dribbling the basketball. You watch him on the sideline barking at everyone. You watch him almost vomit on the court when somebody turns it over. And even the play where he gets thrown an alley-oop and he gets swatted, he's like, why'd you throw me that? But at the same time, he gets back. The way he puts his body into it, he defends. Everything that Jimmy does, just watching him play, I mean, I love this man.
Well, I get
There's a lot to like.
I can't help it.
Jimmy Butler is kind of like, if I went to each of you in this room, I'm like, who's your person? And you don't need to tell me.
Okay.
But just think of that person. Who's your person?
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. That, like, Jimmy Butler's a basketball version of that. Whenever anything feels stressful, when something feels hard, when something feels anxious, when you need to talk to somebody, when you need to slow your life down, whatever. When
you need advice.
When the disaster happens, who do you call first? And on possessions, that's Jimmy. Every time something looks like it's going awry, and having watched Steph Curry for years, that happens because his game can be a little frenetic because of just the way he plays. Lots of turnovers, it's outside shots, it's wild stuff. And so sometimes that's going to get out of pocket. And even more so than Durant.
Yeah.
I've never seen a player do this where you're just like, he's a walking deep breath.
And
that's it.
You guys, you're on fire, and I'll just say this. We can say, oh, yeah, they were in the Eastern Conference, but the numbers, the victories, the feel from the fan base, the euphoria that has changed this season in its entirety. If you go back now and we just have a conversation about Jimmy Butler taking those Miami teams to the finals, if you could just leave, it was the Eastern Conference out, Dibs, to your point, I think we're really seeing a bona fide dude that ain't just a selfish dude. he makes others great or better, puts them in he's a savant at the game, and we're watching it.
Have we all seen Pulp Fiction in the
One
room?
of the greatest movies ever made.
He's the wolf.
Wow.
I'm sending in the wolf. That's all you have to
very
say.
efficient.
Mother Jumper.
He is very efficient.
Calm. And so they call the wolf Harvey Keitel.
Yeah, my man.
They call him. He's at a cocktail party in a tuxedo.
Yes.
And he takes the call and he's like, I'll be right there. And he goes in and all he wants is a good cup of coffee, right? And, Tarantino, who's jittery, he's a little bit like, Quentin Post. He's not quite ready for the moment.
I'm gonna watch
and,
tonight.
You got Jules. Jules is probably Steph, and then Travolta's Draymond, whatever you want to dice it up. But Harvey Keitel is Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler is the wolf. Wow. They send in the wolf, and he gives them some new clothes, and he bags up what needs to be bagged up, and he cleans up the blood, and we're on to Cincinnati.
Man. You know what
Butler, man.
You know what I like best about Jimmy Butler, or one of the best things I like about Jimmy Butler, Dibs? He doesn't cry to the officials.
Love it.
He never cries and whines to the officials.
Only got to the line 6 times for him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then, you look at and I know he gets to the line, but a player like that who likes to seek contact, he's willing to live with the times that he gets a little and doesn't get the call, because he probably knows they all even out. But the name I put next to it was Doncic. Like, how does Doncic react when he doesn't get a call?
Oh, my gosh.
He doesn't get back on, Butler's been great. There's no doubt.
He had one yesterday where he clearly got fouled. He's going to the hoop, right side. He got fouled. He got displaced to the baseline. He crashes to the floor.
Man.
And there was about a 0.12 seconds of,
Let me get up, though.
Up and then back and then, hustle back into play. Just one of the things. And just watching him on the sideline and in the post game, I'm like, this guy, I mean, how did we know that he was the one that we all had been wanting all this time? We need a big. Draymond was right. We need another blank.
Well, I mean, I don't even know
what's
everybody is. If you're going to get out rebounded 52-36 and win by double digits, I don't know. I mean, I'm not smarter than anybody else, but maybe we should put down the "you need to get a big" card.
Yep.
Like we've been
against
screaming
this team.
I don't know.
Because it felt like they were missing what they did with the offensive rebound. They couldn't capitalize.
Memphis is huge. Houston is huge.
No, man.
Minnesota's huge.
Yep.
They beat them.
Denver.
Everybody's huge. No. Everybody's huge. The Lakers were huge. I don't know. Maybe everybody else needs to get smaller.
And I love what Jimmy said in the post game where he's like, I need to stop slapping the ball out and go up there and get it with 2 hands. And if you watch the game, he started going up there late in the fourth quarter. There was a couple rebounds where he jumped. And he's like, stop. And he
Kerr was in his bag too. Poise.
Yep.
Jimmy, no. Buddy throwing the alley-oop.
Oh, buddy.
Buddy. Donnie said he was hustling on D, but
he was.
That's the price of admission. He knows what's going to keep him out there.
Right. So when you actually do get one of these precious rebounds, don't just turn and run out of bounds with the ball for no reason whatsoever.
Oh, man.
Can anybody figure this out?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. This guy has just brought about so much giggly laughter all year long, but aren't you scared that one of these days it won't be funny?
Man.
Wow. I don't know.
I don't think Steve will ever put him in a position where...
I hope not.
Yeah, I don't know. Not. I mean, he had a shot to win or to tie the game against, who was it? The Spurs or the Clippers in overtime. He didn't miss it.
Oh, yeah, the Clippers.
All right.
We'll be listening, gents.
We will be listening. And
do you mean that?
P1s over
Steiny, do you mean that?
I usually listen for about 9 minutes when I get off the West Oakland BART. And
Which
then drive
9
home.
minutes? I want to make those
It'll probably be at about 4:04 to 4:15.
I'm on as soon as I get in the car.
Okay.
Well, I don't get in the car right away.
I'm talking to Willard.
I'm talking about.
I believe you. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Let's take it till tomorrow. And
good show, man.
He's talking to you, Steiny.
Thanks, Goo.
There you go.
I'm looking at every Fred Van Vliet 3, and he's alone.
Did you give him the new updated numbers for Fred? It was 19.
No, I heard it on the way
you
in.
heard it.
His
Okay.
numbers have actually now gone down.
You nailed it, Steiny.
He did. You got to give
And
him
people
that.
saying, "Uh-oh,
Good
now,
show.
now he may play well."
Please.
Oh, my God. On 95.7, the game he won't.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. That's a 1-0 lead for the Dubs. And I'm going to start this entire week off with this sentence and none other.
Okay.
My God, I'm an idiot. I'm
You get that, Grandy?
I'm a complete and total fool. I am a complete and total idiot.
Can I get one more rendition of that?
Yeah. 3, 2. My God, I'm an idiot. I thought that one was a little faster, a little more oomph.
We're
behind
good.
it.
We're good. I got
Okay, you got it.
Thank you, Grandy.
All right. If you need more, just let me know. I'm here for you.
If you need a version where I agree, let me know.
Dude.
What happened?
Well, I watch the NBA every night, and I have no idea, after all these years, that this is Jimmy Butler. I have never in my life ever experienced a human being being more opposite of what I told he was going to be ever. Ever.
Right.
Like, even back in high school when everybody's a moron. Oh, boy, this guy, like, you know what I mean? And you know, teachers talk to other teachers. Oh, watch out for this kid. Because
Exactly.
this kid, right?
You got Jimmy Butler in your class?
The advertisement sucks. It stinks out loud. This guy is supposed to be disruptive. He's supposed to be a me guy, a malcontent, somebody who blows up a locker room. Like, by the way, if it happens 2 years from now, ready? Who cares? I don't even think any of them are going to be playing 2 more years from now, to be honest with you. But have you ever seen an advertisement be more off? And I bought the advertisement. I was here to tell you. When they acquired him, that was a mistake. That doesn't feel like the right move. And I've never seen someone be more of a calming influence on a basketball team than Jimmy Butler. It's a match made in absolute heaven, and I missed every piece of it.
Yeah, and I think that we all bought into the, quote, advertisement, which is what the media, the national media, or in this case, the Miami media has said about a player. And it's a little bit like Buddy Hield, not completely similar, but, you know, we all heard about Buddy and, beware of Buddy. And then the first 2 or 3 weeks, it was like, you guys are wrong about Buddy. This guy's amazing. All he does is score.
Right.
And then
Right.
Buddy kind of came back to earth, and it's like, yeah, maybe you were right about Buddy, inconsistent. But with Jimmy, I do think that the press clippings were more about the bad than they were about the good, because you're not going to hear about, you know, Jimmy Butler as a good, solid player. Like you heard about him in Miami where, yeah, they were in the play-in and they went to the NBA Finals and Jimmy Butler was the best player. So there was that. But I do think that of late, the media was malcontent, forcing his way out, skipping practices, missing flights, middle finger, calling his Minnesota teammates out and all the rest of it. I don't think that is the totality, obviously, of who Jimmy was as a player.
No, not at all. Jimmy Butler is about Jimmy Butler. Well, I mean, maybe to a degree, aren't we all? You know what I mean? Of
course.
I didn't wake up today and worry about you. You're an adult.
Oh,
you can take care. No, you can take care of yourself.
And cut that too.
No, but like, you know what I mean? We're going to come here and we're going to do this. Outside of that, you can take care of yourself.
Right. And
You're
I worry about you when I need to worry about you, and you worry about me when you need to, like if something's, amiss or something's off kilter. But you're right.
Yeah, I mean,
in general.
Jimmy Butler worries about, I don't know to what level he goes home thinking about pods or whatever, but you know what I'm saying? Like, Jimmy Butler has not been selfish on any front. This'll sound like no big deal, and I know, for $55 million, I'll be somebody's Robin. Yeah, right, understood. I understand that part of it. But I do think there's something to be said in the NBA culture when so many people think they're a one who aren't. Sorry for the stray, but Jordan Poole, for example.
That's a stray.
So many people who think they're a one and you're not. Okay, John Morant? There's a lot of you out there. And then those people have a hard enough time becoming twos. This guy has proven that he's a one. And he is knowingly and purposefully come here to be a two. That gets points for me. I like that. And I don't think that's just something that you can snap your fingers and do in the NBA culture. There's not that many guys out there who have proven that they can be a one at this level. And how many of them would knowingly and purposefully sign up for being a two?
Depends on who is the one.
And do it well.
Right. And I do think that it takes the individual, and you're right, and Jimmy Butler clearly is cut to be that. And I don't want to have Kevin Durant catch a stray, but I don't think that Kevin Durant is as built to be a two as Jimmy Butler. And KD came here and he was not a two. He was a 1A or a 1B or whatever you want to call him. But Jimmy Butler comes here and he's like, yeah, if I'm the two, if this is me being the two, 42 minutes and getting 19 shots and scoring 25 points, then fine. That man is Batman. And I love the sound of Jimmy again yesterday in the post game where he's like, that's what Batman does. Batman comes out of nowhere, and that's what Steph does.
I think it's this one.
Like I always say, Batman comes out of nowhere. You never see him coming, then he just falls from the sky, from a building, behind the door, and does some incredible things, man. He's going to be the reason that we do win it all. We all know that, but we got to protect him at all costs.
Ooh, that's okay. That's on TNT.
That's the reason that we do win it all.
That's the reason we're going to win it all.
He comes out behind a door, out of nowhere, from up above, and if you think about all the Batman movies you've seen, and yeah, Batman just he comes out of nowhere.
I don't know if the Warriors are going to win it all. They've played one playoff game, so I don't know if they're going to win it all, but here's what I am convinced of. They think they are. And you may be like, well, of course, Draymond said that months ago. Right, on national TV, moments after the trade, somewhat for effect. So that one didn't hit me the same as last night did. The whole thing started, you have to do what a road team does in game one, which is just weather your first quarter storm. Look how many teams were sort of unable to do that. And then even if you did, if you weathered that storm, could you then weather the fourth quarter storm? I'm looking at you, Detroit Pistons. You weathered the first half, and then you did your thing, and then you got all the way down to winning time, and you just hit a wall. But two road teams won. Both of them trailed at the end of the first quarter. And then in the second quarter, they walked out onto the court and went, all right, watch this. And they flew into double-digit leads immediately and then held them. I know the Warriors got challenged, but they then held them. That means a lot to me. Those two wins by Minnesota and the Warriors are clearly more impressive and better wins than anybody else got this weekend. And I don't know who believes, but I believe they believe. That's step one, isn't it?
No doubt. And of course they believe because they're 37, 35, and 35, and they've got four titles, and two finals appearances carrying a team that was mostly undermanned. And so Jimmy Butler, I do believe, believes in himself and now this team. And you play with Steph and Draymond. How do you not have that belief? And you play for Steve and alongside Kevon and the rest of it, and you watch the way they've gone about it, and you mentioned it, even though the game started out really unevenly, and Şengün dunks on Draymond, and the crowd's into it, and you're down 8. Of course, it's 13-5. Who cares?
As expected.
The game's not over.
Yep.
Yes, as expected, but at the same time, it's like, okay, this is where we need to, shore it up, and you go into the second quarter still down, and then you exert your will, and next thing you know, you're up 23, and you realize that they're going to make a run, and they did, and you held them off. Houston never tied it up. I mean, they got within 3. With 2 minutes to go. But even when they got within 3, I was feeling a little bit nervous, but I wasn't feeling like, oh no, they're going to lose this game. It was a little bit nervy.
Thought crossed my mind.
Yeah.
But I still felt the whole time like at all moments you're like, look, you'd still look at the scoreboard, look at the situation. You'd rather be the Warriors in this series. The Rockets are the one. If you think this feels scary to the Warriors, what does it feel like to the Rockets? Because they're still trailing. They're still on their home floor. They're still 22 years old. They've never won a playoff game in their lives. And I'm not confident that next weekend they'll be able to say that they have. I'm not calling a sweep, but I'm not 100% confident that it won't be. I don't know. We'll see. I'd probably still bet against it, but I certainly... any chance that I thought Houston had in this series is flickering at best. I think they had to have that game, and they did not get it, and it was firm enough of a message that they understand that it wasn't really that close in the grand scheme.
I mean,
they were thoroughly beaten.
But it was that close because they were able to cut it to 3, and so by the very nature of it being... And it was a clutch game, I believe, because it was...
Of course it was. Yeah, 3-point game. 3-point game.
Well, actually, it was a 3-point game before the 5-minute mark, so it actually doesn't go down as a clutch game.
Well, but it only needs to be like a 5-point game, right?
Yeah, it was 7 points at the 5-minute mark.
And never got closer?
7, 9, 8, 7, 4. There it is. Yep.
Yeah,
Van Vliet.
I'm pretty sure
finally made a bucket.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard Tim Roy say on the after broadcast that it was a clutch game. And so there's another one.
So how were you digesting this? Because you're on the air, and so you're like talking.
I was only on the air until about halftime.
Okay,
we were on the air until about 2 minutes into the third quarter.
Okay,
and then I was like, I'm leaving now.
Okay,
and I'm going to go watch.
Ephraim, the game. It's all yours.
Exactly. I actually said that when the game started. I'm like, all right, here it is, the first ever solo broadcast for Ephraim Salam. Take it away, Ephraim. All right, we actually would love you to do your own solo broadcast by calling us right now, 888-957-9570. What stands out? What is your takeaway? Which player do you want to point out? We'd love your calls all afternoon long. That's all we're doing. We're not doing guests today. It's the day after a game. It's all you. 888-957-9570. We take your phone calls right now. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Celebrating 40 years of
10 on the shot clock, a minute 11 to go in the game. Butler sizes up Şengün at the top of the key, between the legs twice. Drifts to his right, to the right elbow. Step back jumper on the way. Swish! Play off Jimmy. 91-80. Butler's got 23. Şengün stolen by Butler. Draymond gets it out. Let Butler breakaway. Two-hand slam. Say goodnight in Houston. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Wait, hold on a second.
Hold up, wait a minute.
Let me just, because sometimes we have dreams. Sometimes I've met people who don't live in reality. And so I need to check myself.
Before?
I wreck myself.
Thank you. You never cease to amaze. You could have gone with riggedy wreck yourself.
Or chiggity check myself. I could have. But
you didn't.
I didn't. I do need to check myself. Do you mean to tell me that all the home team favorites won? All of them. Except for two. The Warriors won on the road at Houston, and the Lakers got blown out at home by Minnesota.
Blown out.
Is that the way the weekend went?
I was having Pliny the Elder with my father-in-law, and we're watching that, and I'm thinking, all right, Minnesota, cute little start. You're up 8. All right, Minnesota, you're up 11. Cool, here come the... Wait, you're up 15. Well, the Lakers are... You're up 18. Well, LeBron and Luke, you're up 22. My God, you're up by 27, did it get to? I don't even know.
I don't even know.
We had sushi, and I turned it off.
It was, yeah. I kicked my feet up the same way LeBron did on the bench for the last 4 minutes of the game.
Wow.
Dude, you got absolutely crushed in your home building.
They got served.
Luka Doncic. Sure. Go ahead. Luka Doncic. You know who was most impressed by that trade? The Laker role players. They sat there and watched the whole game too. Oh my God. Anyway, this is about Warrior basketball today.
Mm-hmm.
And 888-957-9570 is the number. And I just, going back to last week, I can't help but think about the conversations we had with regard to the idea of, and this is a repetitive lesson, I think, in everybody's life. I know it has been in mine. And that is, when something sucks, just do your absolute best to take a deep breath, because a week later or a month later or a year later or 5 years later, you might go, oh God, that was actually perfect. And the Warriors of the last 2 weeks are exactly that. Thank God the refs didn't call any fouls last time Houston was at Chase Center. Thank goodness the Clippers won in overtime. Thank goodness that it all went this way, because Dibs, it's perfect.
It's pretty good.
It's absolutely perfect. You want to know what R&R stands for now? Not rest and relaxation. It's rest and rockets. You got R&R, and it is perfect. And it's not a shot at the Rockets. It's simply an acknowledgement of the fact that they're all 22 years old.
Yeah, that's facts. And I do think that they now have had their collective cherries popped as far as the playoffs go. So all the players, Şengün and Green and the rest of them who've never played in the playoff game before, well, now they have. And does that mean that they're going to suddenly be comfortable, play better, and win? No, I don't think that. And I was saying this to Steiny before he bounced, and this was after 2-12, and I felt a little guilty, but I went through and watched every 3 that the Rockets took. And if you go to NBA.com and you click on the box score, you can see every single play from every player, every shot attempt, every rebound, whatever. And I looked at every 3 that they took, and Fred VanVleet took, I believe, 14 3-pointers, and 10 of them were, in my opinion, unguarded. and he made one of those 10, and he was 2 for 14 in totality. So
I think it was 13, but you're on a roll. Go ahead.
I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but
no, I'll confirm.
It was 2 for 13.
Yeah, 2 for 13. 4 for 19 overall. Don't forget the 6 2-pointers that he took.
Right.
Made a couple of those too.
And Amon Thompson, 0 for 4 from the line. He's not a great free throw shooter. He shoots it almost at 70%. So was that nerves? I don't know what that was, but I would expect this, Mark, in game 2. And I know we want to stay on game 1 because that was such a fun game to watch yesterday, but I would expect Houston to play better in game 2.
Different.
Yeah.
Yes, different. And I'd expect it. Well, look, all of these are going to have their own personality.
Right.
And Houston could come back and they could win game 2, but they're still way deep up a creek. And how relaxed do the Warriors get to play on Wednesday? Because that's a house money game. House money game. Yeah. I know. It's a playoff game. I'm not saying you can lose it, but there's not a one of you that wouldn't have accepted a split if I'd offered it to you at 6:15 last night. You'd have taken it.
Yeah.
And you already got it.
We talked about it last week.
Yeah, you got it already. And you might get 2. And if you get 2, this thing's really, really in the fridge.
For the most part, yeah. Only 4 teams in the 28 times it's happened have come back from 0-2 down after losing both at home since 1984. 4 times. Four wins, 24 losses. And I don't believe that this team, as a 2 seed with a bunch of youngsters, I don't think that this team is the one that's cut out to do that.
No, it's even worse. It's even worse. You're right. Like, it's already really, really hard to do. And when you've never won playoff games before, I'm sorry, you're not doing that. You're not beating the Warriors 4 times in 5 tries. No, it's not happening. So, yes, Wednesday night is an opportunity for the Warriors, in my opinion, to close the damn thing out with the one caveat that, the one thing that shall not be said out loud. That could always happen, and that changes everything. But outside of that, look, that's just my take. I'm not trying to be dismissive. I'm not trying to be a jinx. I think the Rockets needed that game and they didn't get it. And they didn't even really threaten to get it. Nice run there in the end, but they never threatened to actually win the game in the final minute of action. And I think they're in deep, deep trouble. Let's go out to the phones. Daniel in the city. Hi, Daniel. We thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I wanted to talk about how Jimmy Butler, man, I mean, a lot of people were questioning the way he was going to actually fit in with the culture of the Warriors, and I think the dude he's feel like a glove. The guy kind of comes out there and has a calming presence. I don't want to say unlike anybody, but similar to what we get with Draymond, where at times their effort is not seen on the stat line. And definitely, that's kind of something that I think we've been getting from Jimmy Butler that's been a little bit understated. And we can just only go from there. Yesterday was a really good showing of that, and hopefully we can only go from there.
Daniel, thanks, man. You know what? The other word when Daniel talks about it, and we were talking about Jimmy Butler, there's something about certain people, and I wish I was better at this. I'm not, but there's something about certain people that when they walk into the room, they carry with them automatic accountability for everybody else. Automatic. You don't even need to say anything. Jimmy Butler walks into a room. A, he's Jimmy Butler. B, he starts screaming and yelling about turnovers. And then C, he makes fun of Buddy Hield every time he does something silly. And then makes Quentin Post his guy, right? But also continues to totally elevate Steph Curry and push him out to the forefront. Steph Curry's not that kind of star. He gets loose with the ball. He does crazy stuff out there, and he's super nice to everybody. Draymond Green is that kind of star, but he can't score the basketball. He's not a cookie-cutter type of a star at all. Jimmy Butler blends the two perfectly, and there's something about it that when he walks onto the floor and you watch the way he goes about his business, it automatically makes everybody around him be accountable. And when you get to the playoffs, that's the thing. That's the thing that's necessary.
You got to have somebody who has that stability and also that countenance. And if you think about the big three, Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler, Steph is going to do the spectacular, and he's also going to have a few loosey-goosey kind of mistakes because that's just what happens. Draymond Green is going to be volatile. He may hit a shot or two, but he's going to be an unbelievable defender. And just watching him against Şengün, how many times he just squared him up, and Şengün's going to the basket, and he went straight up, arms up, took the contact, didn't give the contact. He absorbed it. He plays such fundamental defense, and he is meteoric. And then you've got Jimmy, who I think that there are times where it looks like he plays with a cup of coffee in his hand. He's just like, he's got the ball in his right hand, and he's sipping on a cup of coffee, and he's like, no big deal. Jimmy, it's a 3-point game, and Houston's on a 10-0 run, and this thing's slipping away, and I'm freaking out. And Jimmy's like, here, Steph, you take it. I'm going to meander down to the post, give it back to me. 11 dribbles later and 2 fakes. I'm going to the foul line, or I'm going to make it, or both. Ho-hum. Here we go. There's something about that presence. You're right.
Walking deep breath.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never really even experienced, as a Warrior fan, maybe when Durant got the ball with 6 seconds left on the timer, you'd be like, all right, he's going to take a shot. Might make it. Probably going to make it. He's Kevin Durant. He's really good at basketball. There's a little bit of that. But, man, I don't know. Those teams were so dominant. It was like you watched that game with a Mai Tai. It was just like, who cares? Nobody's beating this team. This is different. This team is not that dominant. This team is a freaking 7 seed. And Steph Curry's 37 years old. And when things start getting out of hand, the second the ball goes into his hands, you go, okay.
All right.
Okay, what are we doing? And the whole team feels it. The whole team feels it. It's something else,
I do think it's a little bit, and he's a much better player than this guy, but I get Sean Livingston vibes from him because Livingston, those 4 or 5 shots a game, you just give it to him on the low right block, and he would do that little shoulder turn, 10-foot bank, and it's like he's going to make it. And Sean was very much a stabilizing force, and Jimmy does it at a star level.
Yeah, but Jimmy involves all 5 guys. Sean was like, mid-range, captain the mid-range, give me that ball, free throw line extended, and I'm going to make some music. Jimmy Butler, I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know where the ball is going to end up. I don't know who's going to end up with the shot, but my God, it calms everybody down. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call. Hey, like I said months ago, this is the guy that Destiny has brought to us. And more often than not, that kind of bond is magical. So we've seen it right away. Not instantly. It took a game or two, but it happened in the regular season. It happened in the play-in, and now we're watching it in the offs. I really expect a happy ending to come out at the end of this show. Real quick on the Rockets, I like the way they play, man. I think them being our Warriors' first-round opponent, it's like the Jim Harbaugh saying, iron sharpens iron. I like their physical play. But when it comes to the matchup, I don't think Warriors step-led team is not going to get beat when your best shooter is Dillon Brooks. If they win Game 2, I expect a sweep. But if not, I think it's going to be a short series, hopefully, gentleman sweep. Go Warriors.
Okay, Jonathan, thanks very much. Yeah, I look at the Rockets, and look, come on. I mean, it's too early for the funeral, even though I'm sitting here saying I don't see it. I didn't see it last week before the series started, to be honest with you. The Rockets are classically, and I remember saying this to you last week, this is a team that is still at least a year away. And if we want to extend that commentary, I think that the team is also a player away. Now I've heard the rumor. We all know it's funny that Durant's name has already come up. Durant is going to be on a different team next year, and it might be the Houston Rockets. It might be. And now that's a scary proposition. But that's exactly what they need. The Houston Rockets get into so many possessions. Where were they it felt like the third quarter, and they still had like 40 points or something like that. I mean, it was absurd. And then they had a nice back half of the third quarter, little bit of a nice start to the fourth quarter, and even then it all adds up to 85 points. That is a tragically low number in today's NBA. Now,
but you nailed it because halfway through the third, it was 66-43.
43 halfway through the third.
They scored 42 over the remaining 18 minutes.
Yeah.
They scored 43 in the first 30 minutes. So that, I think, is your point where they had to go on a nice little heater to even get to 85.
I mean, come on, Dibs. Like, look at the playoffs. Just look at the playoffs. We watched them all weekend long, right?
Wasn't that a fun weekend?
It was phenomenal. But what stands out? What stands out?
Points, man.
I mean, well, points and also like stars. Stars. You got to step forward. The experienced guys. I know, like there are a few examples. Shea did nothing. Didn't need him to. But
did he even play?
He did. Jay Will was really nice. Banchero, even though the Magic lost.
Giannis,
really,
36 in a loss.
Giannis was incredible, and they got blown off of the floor.
Yep.
But, go to that Denver Clipper game.
What a game.
Harden and Kawhi and Jokic. We get another one tonight, by the way. Game 2 tonight on that one. Like, Houston's, they don't have anybody to turn to. They don't have anybody to score the basketball at a high enough clip. They just don't.
Great.
He's very good.
But 3 is greater than 2.
Yeah, it's not enough. Like, you can be a really good player, but then I can look at you and go, but you're not like a seasoned playoff one where it's like, put the ball in my hand and everybody get out of the way. You need that. They don't have it. They don't have the goods. They are good, but they don't have the goods.
No, they don't. And if you think about like what went wrong for them yesterday that could go right in game 2, it would be Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet being normal because they were abnormally bad. And I was looking at their season stats, and it's interesting about Houston. If you look at their best three-point shooters, they don't get to play in this series. And they are Aaron Holiday, not playing. Well, Dylan Brooks, yes. Jeff Green, no. Cam Whitmore, no, you don't get to play.
Right.
And then Jalen Green's a 35% three-point shooter. So if you're looking for Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet at 34%, if you're looking for them to light it up, quote unquote, it's not going to happen. But I'll say this, Mark, they are better than what they showed in game 1. Hat tip to the Warrior defense, but also, as I mentioned, Fred VanVleet had 10 threes that I would consider to be open, and he made one of them.
Yep.
So odds are he's going to make a couple more of those. And so, yeah, if Fred and Jalen play as badly as they did in game 1, well, then this will be a sweep.
Yeah.
Because they were bad offensively.
They were. But again, the Warriors were not perfect offensively either. And I'm personally going to lean into, dude, both of these are really good defensive teams.
Yep.
So you're going to put up some wonky numbers. It was evident right out of the gate that nobody was scoring 100 in this game. And I bet right now, like, what are we looking at? 5 or 6 games at the most in this series. How many times do you think any team will score over 100 points? I'd set the over-under at about 3.5.
That's not bad. That's not bad. I do think that 100 will win. Like, first team to 100, Lawler's Law.
Yeah. he made it in the game,
Lawler,
not in the series. No, yeah, it was Ralph.
Ralph Lawler. Thank you. Yeah,
yes.
the old Clippers play-by-play guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Back when 100 was a thing, and first team to 100 wins the game, and he kind of made that up, and it no longer applies because that's usually the third quarter.
Almost everybody gets
Shout out OKC, who had more than 100 in the third quarter. But,
dude,
in this series, I do think that if you get to 100, you win.
Let's go to Lil in Auburn. Hi, Lil. What's up?
Oh, hi. Thanks. Hey, I was real interested in focusing on that 23 or whatever it was, 23-3 run. And the thought I was having is that the game's a blur, so you guys are going to have to help me out on this or whatever.
Okay.
But I thought the Warriors were not scoring, not because it was being blocked, but they just sort of got cold. And maybe the Rockets sort of figured out how to get past the Warriors' defense. I mean, if that was the game multiplied by 4 times, it would be, 100-6 or whatever. But so what that period, how is it that it was so lopsided? And I'm thinking that the Warriors just weren't, just slightly missing a basket. Not that they were being blocked or they're being prevented from throwing or trying to do a basket. It was just that they happened to be cold, because to me, that was a real critical point of the game because it was so suddenly lopsided. I don't know.
Leo, are you talking about when the Warriors went on the run or when the Rockets did?
Yeah.
When the Rockets did?
No, the Rockets.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so here's what I'd say, Leo. I mean, to me, that stuff, it makes us like want to throw up a little bit. It makes us kind of nauseous, but it's just the ebb and flow of basketball. What you saw Oklahoma City to do to Memphis is actually much more rare than what you saw happen with the Warriors and the Rockets. I watched that game last night, and at no point did I really feel like, oh, the Rockets are the better team or they've got the answer. You're going to get a run. You're just going to get a run. These are good teams. The Rockets are a very good team. They're going to make a run. They're going to hit a few shots. Their defense is going to muscle up. They're at home. All of that, you've got to weather it. And the Warriors had to weather two things. First quarter energy, and then what we all knew was going to happen, the run. Is it a big run? Is it a small run? Is it an effective run? Champions weather those things. Warriors weathered them both.
Well, and to his point, and I'm looking at the sequence here, Curry hits a free throw to go up 23. Green, bad pass turnover. Moody, miss. Shot clock violation. Green, foul. Peyton, bad pass turnover. And all of a sudden now it's a 16-point game. So, and that was over 2 minutes where that was the sequence. Yep. Steph hits a shot. Buddy, miss. Another shot clock violation. Buddy, miss. Curry, foul. Butler, miss. Next thing you know, it's a 14-point game. So they were a little shaky for about a 4-minute period in there, and they allowed Houston to get back in.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. The good news is, I think, if those runs ever happen at a time where, for instance, you're tied in the game or something like that, I think it's going to be pretty rare that Houston has the offense to take off. Like the Warriors were so bad for an extended period of time, and they still never lost the lead. They still never lost it because Houston just doesn't put up a lot of points. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, and my goodness, are we here for your calls. What stood out? What player do you want to point to? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to elaborate more on Fremont Bank, which is
Jalen Green goes to his right. Out of bounds. Three is up. And he hit it! Oh, my goodness. Falling out of bounds right in front of Warriors owner Joe Lacob. A miraculous three by Curry on Easter. Oh, man. Finds post. Catches. Doesn't shoot it. Gets it to Curry. Curry with two, with one. Fade away up. And good. Curry willed that ball into the bucket. Jamsky looking for someone to throw it into. Finds Curry. Curry, quick three on the way. Good. From about a step across half court. Just ridiculous.
I'm a complete and total fool. I am a complete and total idiot. My God, I'm an idiot.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
You pronounced idiot wrong, Chef. You pronounced it wrong. That's a good montage. Good montage there, Grandy. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All of us here at 95.7 The Game love having Laughing Monk along, and I think I'd like to go to Laughing Monk to watch the Lakers play tomorrow night. Because I'm going to be laughing my ass off if they lose again.
Yeah, you might be laughing drunk at Laughing Monk.
That'd be fine.
Yeah.
I don't do that very much, but
I know,
we
but
could try.
You could get the lovely to be the DD, the designated driver.
It's not our process.
I get that.
We have an agreement.
We do, and I'm aware of it.
I'm not one to break agreements. I'm just not built that way.
But if the Lakers can go down 0-2 and you can be laughing drunk at Laughing Monk, I do think that would be a time where you could get a waiver from the prearranged situation.
Conversation for a completely different, not just day, but a different week. I'm not convinced that Warrior fans shouldn't be rooting for the Lakers. As far as and I know how awful this sounds when we're already breaking down round two opponents. I get it. But these games come at us every night. It's the beauty of the NBA playoffs. I can't wait for Nuggets Clippers tonight. I can't wait for it.
That game was awesome.
The Western Conference is awesome. It's awesome. And if
the Thunder aren't playing, they got to bye.
The Thunder are unbelievable. And if this does, like whoever you get
Where is Ja?
Yeah, not in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
If you're going to get whoever you get out of Nuggets Clippers, that's highbrow.
That's a great question.
Okay? Oklahoma City's winning their series. I don't really know what's going to happen in Minnesota and the Lakers. And I'm fairly confident the Warriors will win their series. And that Final Four is going to be crazy. This is high-level stuff. High-level stuff. That was your 7 seed, ladies and gentlemen. That was a play-in team that put on a clinic on the road in Game 1 last night.
I wouldn't call it a clinic.
A play-in team. You literally texted the word clinic. You texted the word clinic.
At what point of the game, though?
Early. It was the second quarter.
Yeah, I'm just looking at
Let me see
the game log. In the last 6 minutes of the third quarter, the Rockets closed it out on a 17-3 run. What I did text the group, which I stand behind, is that the Rockets can't score enough to win 4 times. That, for me, is the headline.
That was the first text. That was at 7:14. But 7 minutes later, you went back to your phone.
Okay.
And wrote, clinic right now. Dre poking the ball away. Jimmy getting to his spots. Steph being Steph. Fun to watch.
Yep. That was probably either late second or early third.
7:21.
Which the game started at 6:30.
Yeah, second quarter. Right. Second quarter. 7:21.
It was a clinic. And then you got to the third quarter and things they didn't get dicey, but things got a little bit sideways.
You don't do it for 4 quarters. They're going to make a run. They're a good NBA team.
Right.
They're going to go on their runs.
But they made a run because you had the runs. And that's where...
I don't know. I mean, how disrespectful are we going to get? The Warriors are not the only team in this series. So I'm not going to...
it.
I think that they're markedly better. I think Houston needed that game last night. I think the Warriors are going to win what threatens to not be a long series. But all of that said, just because something starts going Houston's way for a 5-minute stretch, I'm not going to say that only happened because the Warriors were being stupid for 5 minutes. Like, the Rockets are a really, really good defensive team, and they buttoned it up. I don't think you got the energy to do that for 4 quarters, but they buttoned it up for about 7 minutes, and they made a move. That's going to happen. There's going to be more of that.
Yep. The Warriors over the last 6+ minutes, 1 for 8 from the floor with 4 turnovers. So it was not only Houston buttoning it up, but it was also some sloppy play, 2 shot clock violations, and you had Jimmy Butler get to the foul line. He made 1 of 2.
Right, but when you do a shot clock violation, that's great defense. It's not just, you're a sloppy turnover. I thought Houston forced those 2 shot clock violations. They played really well. They're long, they're athletic, they're a great defensive team. They're minded that way. So, I'd like to give them some credit for their bursts. I just think bottom line, they're too young and they don't have enough people to score the basketball.
That to me is the big takeaway, is when you look at it, I don't think that the Rockets have enough bucket getters. Their best bucket getter is a guy who makes a lot of 2s, and he's great, Şengün. And go ahead and have 30 on 12 makes and 6 free throws. Maybe he'll hit a 3, and he hit the 3 he did hit was like, okay, Şengün.
Right.
I mean,
it's like
a catch and shoot, one-legged, stinky from the corner.
Who hits crazy off-balance 3s? That's stupid. Nobody does that in the NBA.
Nobody does. It's totally unfair, but I don't really worry about the Rockets winning a game 120 to 117. That's all.
No, they would need a 5th quarter. And maybe a 6th.
Maybe.
All right. I'm looking forward to this point that Floyd in New York City is trying to make. By the way, 888-957-9570. We're here for your calls. What stood out? What player do you want to point to? Hey, Floyd, thanks for calling. What's up?
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
just looking at last night's game, I'm very glad we won. I do think there was some cautionary lessons to be learned there. One, I think we really have to once and for all abandon the small ball, small guard lineup. When we gave up that 20-point lead, it was because we had that small lineup on the court. And all season, it's why we led the NBA in blown double-digit leads. It's like we keep trying to revert to that small ball lineup. And I think that's very bad. I think that's what allowed them to come back more than buttoning up their defense. It's like you said, they played long. They were able to play long because we played small. Quickly, talking about KD possibly going to Houston, I think if Houston did that, they would have to basically mortgage their future for what is possibly a 1, maybe 2-year run at it. And I think that would be too much for them. And then lastly, I wanted to ask you, do you think we've seen the last of Jonathan Kuminga? Is he out of here?
Okay, so Floyd, hit the alarm. Hit the alarm. Somebody said the words.
First reference.
Not allowed to say that. Thank you. That's a penalty. You're in the box. No. Actually, we can get into that. I not at length, but we're going to answer the question. I'd actually like to talk about what he said first, though. The Warriors started having trouble because of the small ball lineup. I would argue that any Warrior lineup is a small ball lineup unless either Looney or Post is on the floor. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Looney and Post combined for 21 minutes total. So largely, for more than half of the game, the Warriors go with a small ball lineup. I want to remind everybody, they were out-rebounded by double digits, and they won the game by double digits. I'm starting to have a hard time with this idea of people breaking down Warrior basketball by saying, too small. The small ball doesn't work. Where's your evidence? I'm sorry that it's frustrating. I'm with you. It's hard to watch when the other team sometimes gets 2 or 3 shots every trip down the floor. The offensive rebounds, very, very difficult to watch. The Warriors had a total of 6 of them. The Rockets had 22. That is frustrating. I think it's more frustrating to lose the game by double digits when you had 22 offensive rebounds. The Warrior defense was fantastic. It is causing mismatches on the other end of the floor that other teams have not figured out. So every time we do this, the small ball thing is causing problems. No, it's not. It's causing a problem, but it's causing 2 for the other team. That's what history is suggesting. So are we still screaming at general managers of the Warriors that they need to get a 7-footer? I think it's been disproven.
Well, they have a 7-footer, and he plays on the perimeter, and he was 0 for 3. And I'm thinking about the 2022 NBA Finals, and I'm just looking at the composite box score against Boston, and you had Nemanja Bjelica, your big. He played 29 minutes over 6 games. Kevon Looney, who is only 6'9", he played 130 minutes over 6, which is about 20 and change, and that was your small ball lineup, and you won the NBA championship. And I can go to previous title runs and look at the minutes played by such luminaries as JaVale McGee and Mo Spates, who is a lot like Quentin Post, by the way. He's a 3-point shooting big. Andrew Bogut was the only true big that you had, and I don't think he played more than about 20 or 24 minutes either.
Warrior postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. Steiny and Guru are going to be broadcasting live from 10 to 2. And if you want to play, go to 957thegame.com, click on the events tab, and sign up. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. And then this is a perfect amount of time to answer the Jonathan Kuminga thing. He's not in their plans. That's my answer.
Past or future? We don't know.
I don't know about future, but they believe he makes too many poor decisions. They believe he does not shoot the ball well enough. He is not in their plans.
Hi, this is Guy Santos.
He's not in their plans.
Right.
So I don't know that there's anything to discuss. The Warriors are playing really well. They are up 1-0. Why would you want something to be different? He's not in their plans. 888-957-9570, the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
trouble. Bounce pass to Moody. Moody with 3. Tough shot. Good shot. Moses Moody. Oh, my goodness.
That was a fantastic shot because Bajemski didn't put him in great shape.
His first basket of the game is right there, and it gives the Warriors a 6-point lead again. 2:30 left. Curry crossover dribble to the right side, chased by 2 defenders to Bajemski. He attacks, goes left corner to Moody. The 3 ball's up and good. Moses Moody, 3-ball left corner pocket, and it's a 7-point lead for the Dubs. Big time basket.
Bay Area, it's Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Moses. Oh, those were big.
Big.
Those are big shots. When you end up in the fourth quarter of playoff games, and there's that moment where the ball moves around the court and it ends up in the hands of any role player, any non-star, and they kind of look up at the hoop and they're like, all right, y'all, we're doing this. They let it fly. Whole thing goes in slow motion, doesn't it?
Totally.
Just total slow motion. And when it goes in, it feels like stealing. And that's what both of those shots felt like last night. Felt like stealing. Getting those 2 buckets from Moses Moody.
Well, the first one really felt like stealing after
clock,
Pods.
yeah.
Well, no, Pods with the Euro steps. He does his Euro, and then. It's like, Pods, where are you going?
What are we doing?
I mean, it felt like 3 in a drag.
Well, but I've learned to never get mad about traveling in the NBA.
I didn't get mad because I'm a Warrior fan.
Well, no,
but if I was a Rocket fan, that would be one where I would have been infuriated.
And Dylan Brooks was, but I think it's stupid. It's stupid. I mean, honestly, it's stupid. Watching Dylan Brooks, and just so that it doesn't sound homerish, I'll add Draymond Green to this too. Watching players who foul people on every possession get mad at the refs is funny. It's funny. Like, you've got to be kidding me. You're going to scream about traveling, which, by the way, is not called in the NBA.
Not often.
And now you want to travel when you literally have portions of Steph Curry's arm hair in your jersey every single trip down the floor? Like, what are we doing, dude? Don't yell at the refs. You foul every single possession twice.
And a lot of people travel.
You foul out in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Dylan.
Well,
so chill.
This is one where I felt like with a player of Pod's, I guess, experience, second-year player.
Sure.
And it's in the middle of the key, and you're in Houston, and it was Euro, drag, slide, and step.
Slide to the right.
Right. This one felt like one where you could see it be called. Like,
I guess.
If LeBron or Steph does it, fine, that's a no call. And we know that's the nature of it.
Yeah. Do the refs even know the signal for travel? Do you know it?
Oh, yeah.
What do you do for travel?
You do the hustle.
Perfect. Honestly, I mean, unless you go to youth basketball games, I wonder if you even know what the signal for travel is. They don't call that. They don't call it.
Not often.
I mean, it's got to be crazy. It has to be crazy. And I know it drives Steve Kerr nuts. I wish they did, but they don't. So you barking up the wrong tree if you're yelling at refs in the NBA to call traveling.
And anyway, he travels.
Of course he did.
He finds Moody for a 14-footer that at that point, it was a 4-point game. So it wasn't nervous time, but you needed a bucket, and it was late clock, and he found it, and he got it. And then his second bucket that you heard coming in, it's a 4-point game again with 2:25 to go, and this one's not late clock. This one's 14 on the shot clock, and we had just gone through a couple of possessions of you're not Steph, you're not Jimmy, knock it off.
No.
And this one finds Moses in the corner, and I'll be honest, I was like, no, yes.
This is what my coach used to say all the time, every time I shot. No. Yes. Okay, great. Okay, get back on defense. Yeah. This was, I feel like this was shortly after Buddy Hield decided to start throwing lobs and running out of bounds when no one was in front of him. I think it was right after that. That was my most stressful moment of the game. When Buddy finally got the rebound and you're like, man, that feels like he found a 4-leaf clover. Buddy Hield got a rebound. And then he turned to his right and was just like, I'm going to go talk to this person over here. Like, buddy, she's out of bounds.
It was C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, don't go.
He wanted to go see C.J. Stroud, I think.
I get that. Get a picture or something like that.
Sure.
Let's go to Benjamin in San Pablo. Hi, Benjamin. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Hey, yeah, you guys just hit on one of the two things that I had wanted to talk about, which was the Moody 3 when the Warriors when Van Fleet finally hit one to put it at 84-80. I told my wife, I was like, oh man, this is what kills us. We are just missing and making stupid turnovers. And then to come right back down with Moody not being able to make shots all game. Oh man, when he shot that shot and made it, I was like, oh, we got this. This is the game right here. That felt so much relief. And it was such a nice moment when we've watched the Warriors cough up leads like all season, and not so much since Jimmy's been here. But man, I thought we were giving it up, and Moody hitting that 3 really I was like, okay, we're okay.
I'm totally with you, Benjamin, but you know, like in the playoffs, you got to have the stomach for this. Every team thinks every fan thinks their team always blows the game. You're right about since Jimmy showed up, I think in clutch games that now makes them 11-4 since Jimmy Butler arrived. And I always try to do this. It doesn't always work, Benjamin, but whenever your team is up by 4 and you're freaking out because here comes the other team, just imagine being a fan of the other team for a second. Be like, how would that feel right now? And if you were a Rocket fan last night was a nightmare. Not only did you lose game 1 that you had to have in your home building, you were largely down by double digits, and it's the same damn player that literally has been the guy who has stopped your franchise from ever doing anything in the last decade and a half. Last night was a nightmare for a Rocket fan, Benjamin.
Definitely. And yeah, I loved hearing the Rockets announcers calling the Steph threes. That was great.
Well, Benjamin, thanks for go ahead. We'll play it again as soon as you're done.
Yeah, there was one more thing I just wanted to ask. Did anybody think that Pods was actually taunting the Rockets into that replay call? Because that came up huge. I don't know if Pods thought the call was on him, but he's twirled the finger, and then the Rockets end up challenging the call, lose the challenge, and then the Warriors actually very, very concretely benefited from it. And I was like, that's the kind of IQ play that we keep talking about, where I was like, I don't know if Pods did that on purpose, but man, did that work out.
Yeah, Benjamin, thanks. I that's the way I took it, that he was taunting the Rockets. I don't think he was trying to convince them to do it, because that would really give me pause. If I'm the Rockets and a player on the other team is like, yeah, review it, that would obviously dissuade me from wanting to do it. But I think that they were thinking about it, and a lot of the players on the Rockets called for the review, and it was Pod's way of saying, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Review it. And he was right. It was definitely a foul on the Rockets.
It's a weird one, and I'm looking at the replay right now. 3-point game, 6:33 to go, and the ref on the baseline, he clearly blows his whistle, but he doesn't indicate who it's on. And so, you've got a player on the ground, and Pods has shot it, and Pods, the way he does the twirl, he's not doing it to his own bench. He's looking at the Rockets bench. But at this point, as I'm watching the video, it hasn't yet been decided, I don't think, who it's on. None of the three refs did the and one the point.
No, he must have known. Well, it wasn't an and one. He didn't make the shot.
Right.
He ended up getting 2 shots, and he made only one of the 2 shots. He missed the first free throw.
Good point.
So the Warriors only got 1 point out of it, but it made it a 2-score game again. So it was a big point. But I think the way I took it, and I wasn't there, I could be wrong, but I took it as the guys on the floor knew that the call went against the Rockets.
Right.
And they were like, no. And Pods looked at him like, go ahead, review it. And yeah, the play, he was not set. I can't remember if was it Green or was it Jabari?
It was Thompson.
Okay. Oh, I was wrong about both of them. Anyway, yeah, Amen Thompson was not set in time. Pods was already in the air. He comes underneath him. It was a clear as day upon review. Blocking foul. It was the right call. And so that was Pod's way of being like, review it. The only other thing I can think of is Pods was going, when I asked my coach to review it, he never does. So maybe I thought I'd try you. How about if you review it?
That's a 4.
I mean,
I'm looking for validation from somebody.
Kurt never does it. Hey, Udoka, will you review it?
Pretty funny.
So anyway.
Just looking at the video, he is clearly looking at the Rockets because his bench is on the near side and he's looking at the other end of the floor like, review it.
Fire away if you guys want.
And Udoka did.
And he was right.
And it turned out to be a thing because, as Steiny and Goo were mentioning earlier, there was a ball out of bounds that should have gone to the Rockets.
Off
but
of Draymond.
You had no review. And, I mean, the rule is stupid. We've talked about it. But
I hate it so much.
The rules are the rules.
I know, but
we don't worry about getting it right when you're out of challenges.
I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I hate it in the NFL even more. It's like, why bring all of these rules to the table where the idea is to get the call right, but then you set up a system where you're like, but not now. It's like, wait a minute, like we're punished? We're punished for asking you to check on something. I get that you shouldn't be allowed to just check everything all the time, but the fact that it's so easy to quickly fall into not having the ability to challenge, and then you get to the final couple minutes of a game and big calls are just uncheckable. It's weird to me. That cannot be what people were trying to do.
And if you go back to the NCAA tournament, those calls are all reviewable. Yep. They automatically will just review it. If there's an out of bounds or something that is a close call, they do that there. Yet in the association, multi-billion-dollar industry, we have a system that we don't really have that much interest in, quote, getting it right.
Right.
Last 2-minute report, not yet out. I will keep an eye on that when it gets released.
Exciting.
Yeah, probably tomorrow. And then they'll come out and say, well, you know what? We probably should have given the Rockets the ball in that case.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, 48 hours later.
It's also a 10-point game. One possession wasn't going to switch the outcome.
Was it 10 at that point? Yeah.
Not at that point, but it ended up that way.
Right.
The Warriors won by 10.
Yep.
This was not a one-possession thing. This was not a Russell Westbrook game, which is going to be my new nickname for one-possession games, because I don't know how a game cannot be a one-possession game when he's playing in it, because he will make a great play and then the most mind-bogglingly stupid thing I've ever seen an NBA player do the very next play every time he plays. I just want to send out my condolences today on 95.7 The Game for any fan who has to watch him play for your team. That has got to be the most maddening experience in sports. It's nuts, but he does just enough to where coaches keep putting him out there. But what a migraine headache.
Yeah.
Wow. I've never seen someone win an MVP in a sport and at the same time show such an insane lack of knowledge about that sport. It's crazy. I've never seen an athlete like him. It's bizarre.
He's amazing.
He has no clue what he's doing out there.
He is so unbelievably gifted. And if you could watch 2 minutes of Russell Westbrook, you would see the greatest play ever, followed by the most boneheaded play ever, maybe on the same possession.
Often.
And you watch that game, and he was unbelievable. He was fantastic. And then it was like, I almost called you because he had a play where it's like, dude, you don't need to go try and score. And he goes, dribble.
No, I'm not convinced that Russell Westbrook's not being controlled by somebody's video game console. And somebody keeps accidentally hitting the button that makes him go into ludicrous speed at the wrong time at the end of every game. I don't understand what's happening. I've never seen an NBA MVP more often have the ball in his hands with less than 30 seconds to go and the lead, and he decides, I need to run at the hoop as fast as possible and huck the ball straight in the air. It is the weirdest thing. I baffled. Absolutely baffled. What do you got, Grandy?
It's funny you brought up video games. Have you guys played Mario Kart?
Of course.
Do you know how it works?
Yeah.
Where you run into the item and you get the item box pops up and you don't know what you're gonna get. You're gonna get like the red shell, the green shell, the banana, or star power, or the blue shell, or whatever it is. And I saw this post on Twitter last night. It was Russell Westbrook. Oh, you did? Russell Westbrook is the item box in Mario Kart. Right. When he has the ball in his hands, you don't know what the hell is going to end, but you know you're going to get something one way or the other.
Oh, my God.
But aren't all those items like good items? There's no item that you get that hurts you.
No, but there are some that are kind of worthless.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm
like a banana.
What? The one banana, yes. Well, the 3 bananas, you can populate it and trail it behind you, and that way a red shell can protect you, or a green shell, rather.
And a banana is, I don't like slander against bananas. They're not worthless. I know that they're not as healthy as some other fruits, but they can be delicious, and if you freeze them, they're great in smoothies.
But you get the banana on lap 2 and you just drop it, you might hit your own banana on lap 3.
Well,
when I get like the ink and I go and splot ink on someone else's car so they can't see, I mean, that's pointless.
Mostly.
That's fair. That's
Mostly.
fair. Yeah. Anyway.
And if you get the bullet, you're probably in last. So you may need a couple of bullets to get back in it.
True.
Yeah.
A lot of Mario Kart with my younger son. He was a savant. Really good.
No, Mario Kart is great. And I forget the name of the guy. What's the name of the guy that everybody likes? The character.
Toad.
Yoshi.
No, Yoshi. There you
Yoshi.
go. Yoshi.
Yoshi's the
Not
goat.
Yoshi. Yoshi.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Lucas?
Toad.
Not Toad.
Old school's Toad.
Yoshi.
Gamers know.
Yoshi.
Dude, it's Yoshi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whatever. Anyway.
Bowser Jr.
The other thing
Waluigi.
Koopa Troopa.
It reminds me of every space movie when they hit that hyperspeed thing and the stars start like going out really long and then that's Russell Westbrook if you give him the ball in the last minute of the game.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if you're supposed to hit hyperspeed. You do.
It's like Russell Westbrook's on Rainbow Road. And like you can't use your hyperspeed on Rainbow Road. There's no guardrails. You'll fly off the That's Russell Westbrook. He is hyperspeed on Rainbow Road.
Oh, we promised this.
I can do 4 hours on it.
Let's not. We promised this because Benjamin brought it up, and we haven't played it in a couple hours here. And this is Craig Ackerman. He is the voice of the Houston Rockets, and his partner is Ryan Hollins, who was on the show last week, talking that talk and talking that mess. And here they are watching Steph Curry play basketball.
Curry, well defended by Green. Wow. Oh, my gosh. That is vintage Steph Curry. Incredible. Just an incredible shot maker. Now to Curry, got to pick him up. Shakes loose. Oh, my goodness. Beats the shot clock. Steph Curry with 28, his fourth three.
This is unreal, Craig.
I'm just telling you, man. I got PTSD from seeing this dude too many times in the playoffs. I'm just going to admit it. Comes into Curry on the bounce, launches deep one. Oh, my goodness. And he hits it from the Y at Toyota Center.
Yeah, take that. And Craig Ackerman, I think that's a thing. When he says, I've got PTSD, the players on the Rockets, maybe they don't. You know, Amen Thompson was probably... I don't know. He was probably at my gym or something as opposed to Toyota Center the last time the Rockets and Warriors played in the playoffs.
At Gymboree 10 years ago.
Whatever. Like, exactly. So maybe they don't have a thing about the Warriors, but I'm sorry. That stuff gets in your blood. It's on your uniform. It's in your building. It's being talked about by your fans, your broadcasters, all of that. This team is terrified of Steph Curry. And he gave him another nightmare last night.
He gave it to him, and Jimmy Butler as well. And when you're the Rockets and you've played this team 5 times this year, you really haven't. You've played them twice with Jimmy Butler, and now you're in the playoffs for the first time. And the thing that was really alarming to me is your one OG who actually has muscle memory of beating the Warriors when he was on Toronto, Fred VanVleet. And yet he played so terribly. And if you have a team full of young guys making their playoff debut, you can understand some nerves and you can understand maybe not a great game. Amen Thompson, 0 for 4 from the foul line is a little bit weird.
Yep.
He's about 67, 68%. So, you would figure he'd at least hit one of them if he was nervous. But Fred VanVleet, you've won a title. And when you won the title, it was against these guys and you played great.
Do you believe in plus minus?
I do. I mean, the one game sample is a little bit...
It's tough, yeah. And for those of you who don't know what plus minus is a stat in the box score, and it calculates what happened in the game just while you were on the floor. Only while you were on the floor. So everybody gets their own little personal number, and then they get to wear it like a necklace around the next day. One Rocket, one, had a positive plus minus. In other words, the Rockets defeated the Warriors while he was on the floor. Want to take a guess who it was?
Well, I think the obvious guess would be Şengün, but he played a lot of minutes, and so a lot of the time they were down. But I'm going to say Şengün just because he played great.
Şengün was a -7. A -7.
Welcome back. It's Monday. There you go.
Amen Thompson, a team leading -16. Dylan Brooks, minus 13. Those are actually the 3 worst Rockets. One more guess, just for fun?
It's probably somebody who didn't play a lot. And
well,
so
everybody who played on the Rockets played at least 20 minutes.
Right, because they only played 8 guys.
They only played 8 guys. You want to talk about shortening the bench? Yeah.
Although this guy did play the fewest minutes.
Okay, then it would have to be my beloved Kiwi, Steven Adams.
That is absolutely correct. There's the guy. Yeah, he was a +4. Steven Adams, our old friend.
And he had probably 37 offensive rebounds, I'm remembering.
He
What do you have, like 5 or 6?
Yeah,
I mean,
5.
Okay.
5. 12 rebounds total, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. 7 on the defense and 5 on the offense.
I love Steven Adams. He is kind of like the Kiwi Kavan because he gets an offensive rebound and like, what are you going to do now, Steve? Like, what are you going to do about it? Okay, you got in there and you got it. It's not like you're going to go up and I know he had one dunk at least.
He had a dunk.
But
he had a dunk. He went 0 for 2 from the free throw line.
Right.
Those were amazing. Shaq watched the game and went, dude, you suck at free throws.
Pretty funny.
Holy hell.
Rick Barry chimed in and said maybe underhand in your future.
Do something.
But, I mean, Steven Adams gets an offensive rebound. It's like, hey, mate, who wants it?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. All right. 888-957-9570. Again, it's just you all afternoon reacting to the Game 1 victory for the Warriors on the road at the Rockets. Do you still think the Rockets have a chance in this series? Do you think this could be a sweep, a gentleman's sweep? Where are you on that? What's your takeaway? Which player do you want to point out and say something about? We'd love to hear from all of you Warrior fans all afternoon long, all the way up until dinner time. That's what we're doing. 888-957-9570. So we will take your phone calls. Continue to next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I'd like to bring up a player whose name I don't think has been brought up on the show at all yet today. I'd like to bring him up, and we'll do that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Curry dribbles right, triple team. To Moody. It's a 3-ball, and it popped up, no good. Tipped by Podziemski, left it for Draymond, who scores low right. Podziemski kept the ball alive, and Draymond then snuck in from the weak side.
How about that effort by Podziemski?
Wow.
Holy smokes.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Pods, there's some moxie in that dude.
Yep.
It's not always the prettiest. There's good nights, there's bad nights, but man, the effort and the confidence do not seem to take a night off. It was there again last night. I got nerdy draft stuff, if anybody cares. I'm not talking about the NFL draft.
No.
I'm talking about the NBA draft.
Okay.
With news that affects the Golden State Warriors.
All right.
I'm sure you heard that they traded their first-round draft pick.
Gone.
This year.
Yeah.
For a guy named Jimmy Butler.
Okay.
All right. So there were some tie-break scenarios that needed to be settled. And because the Warriors are definitely, remember, it's lottery protected or top 10, whatever it is, the Warriors are not eligible for that because they're a playoff team. So the Warriors will be sending their first-round draft pick to the Miami Heat. They will send, as it turns out, the 20th overall pick in the draft to the Heat, and they will receive in return the 41st overall pick. So Andrew Wiggins, some throw-ins who I would argue a year from now will not even be remembered by most Warrior fans, and you moved down 21 picks for Jimmy Butler.
Wow, right? I mean,
Warriors lead the Rockets 1-0, round 1.
Schroeder, Slow-Mo, Lindy Waters, and you can even go further back and realize that Clay was a reason why you got some of that in the first place. And so you went from Clay basically to Jimmy Butler in a roundabout way, and you only had to go back 21 spots. And Clay is openly, he's not admitting that he has regret, but he didn't want to talk about his feelings when asked. And I don't blame him because I don't believe in regret. I think that regret is weakness leaving the body because you do what you do, and whatever you did it. And here you are. So for me, the idea of regret is kind of, it's weak and sad.
Well,
there are things, of course, that you regret.
For sure. And I don't know what Clay was supposed to do with that question. And I think that's kind of how he answered it. If people were like, if you'd known that it was going to go this way, would you have made this move? And he's like, guys, don't do this to me.
Right.
Don't do it. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Yeah, I hate it here now. Like, they got
if you knew Kyrie would get hurt and they'd trade Luka.
I mean, you got enough crap going on in Dallas. Like, but I understand you ask the questions that people want to hear about, and that's definitely gotten thrown around. All right, 888-957-9570. Again, we want to take your phone calls on what stood out. What player do you want to point to? I'd like to point to one. I promised I would. His name's Guy Santos. Now, in 7 minutes of action, this is you want to know what the best thing about Guy is? In very, very limited time, he affects things almost every time. Maybe not in a large way, maybe only in a small way, but he's there. You never see him go out there for 5, 6, 7 minutes of action, and you're like, oh, I didn't even notice he was out there. You know, I'll give you an example of another Warrior. Like, there are times where Buddy Hield is on the court, and you're like, I didn't even know Buddy was out there. Or you're like, whoo, I know Buddy's out there, and I'd like him to leave. That happens too. Guy, with his hustle, his rebounding, and then last night it was a shot. He made some shots, a couple free throws, knocked down a 3. Guy Santos, in very limited opportunity, makes you feel that he's on the floor every time.
And that's what you need from your 9th and 10th guy. He's not in there just to give somebody a breather. He's in there to muck it up, get a rebound, a steal if possible, make a shot if you're open, and that's what he did in 6 minutes. And I'm looking at the 3 right now. It was a part of the comeback. And I believe his 3 is what gave him the lead for the first time, a lead that they never relinquished. And,
amazing.
You know, they're down 1, and he's open, not shying away from it. Corner 3, boom.
Knock it down.
That's it.
Yeah. Let's go to Oli in Pleasanton. Hi, Oli. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, hello. This is Oli. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, yeah. So this is about Jimmy Butler. You know, I think we are very lucky. So, you know, in the post-game conference, he said, like, you know, he grew up in the Houston area. and they couldn't afford to go to the games. Okay? So from there, 2 weeks back, Steve Kerr said that we don't run ISO ball. Okay? And the whole league changed because of with 5 shooters. So he comes to a place with Batman at the height of his prowess and changes everything. They're all respecting. He is influencing and making the change. I think we are so lucky for the Angels. Somebody dropped him on our laps. And also in the one other question, which again in the NFL people do it. I don't know why he didn't do it. The very last point, 2 points that he scored of the game. Okay, 31 seconds left or so. It is an eternity. We are up by 8. He gets a fast break. Okay, he goes to the dunker spot, and then he actually scores it. He could have run out the clock. Okay, even though it is like only 25 seconds or whatever, and actually ate it up. So in the NFL, people go to the 1 yard line and then drop dead because they'll run out the clock and win the game, end the game right there. But he just scored it. We had like 31 seconds or so. Up by 10, yes, okay. But if it's a critical game, 2-4, 3, 6 points away or like a close game, you have to run out the clock and then be done with it, finish the game there rather than give an eternity back to them. If it's a 3-pointing team or something, right? And maybe one final point. In that shot, through the side angle replay camera, they showed the Warriors bench. Everybody stood up, happy, smiles and all. And we also saw JK smiling there. I'll end it here.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you,
great.
Oli.
Up 11 with 26 seconds left.
Yeah,
you dunked the basketball.
You dunked the basketball, and I'll tell you why. First of all, the game is out of reach at that point.
Correct.
That's a dagger. That's a night. There's nobody coming back from that amount with 20 seconds left to go. And it's not like football where you're like, let the clock run out. If it is still something that's potentially in doubt, they're going to come get you and foul you. And you could say, well, Jimmy will make his 2 free throws and be like, well, no, go dunk it. That's even easier.
Right.
Like, take the 2 points. You know, do you leave 4 more seconds on the clock? Maybe. Again, this is all based on time and space and what the score is and everything. And I've certainly learned to trust Jimmy Butler as much as any player I've ever watched to make the right decision in that moment.
If it's up 1 with 4 seconds left and that same thing happens and he gets the long pass, well, then you may want to just dribble into the corner and dribble it out. Because if you dunk it, it's a 3-point game. They can tie it. But when you're up by 9 at that point, you're up 11, dunk the basketball. And he's right. I'm looking at the still of the bench shot. They're all up. And you've got Quentin Post. Yeah. And you've got Gee like flexing. Jonathan Kuminga smiling ear to ear.
He's not dead.
I know, but
he's frustrated, but you keep living, you keep doing your thing. He's a teammate. He's on the Warriors.
Yeah. There is a Rocket fan a couple rows behind who looks like she's about to throw up.
I wonder if she did.
Yeah.
I wonder if she did.
Let me continue the video.
Yeah.
No, just.
I tell you what, if Oli is worried about Jimmy Butler taking the ball to the basket, up 11 with 20 seconds left to go, hey, Oli, go watch a Nuggets game.
Oh, come on.
You should go watch what Russell Westbrook does in these situations.
You're being too hard on him.
I'm not.
I know you're not.
It's just out of control.
I want to go back and actually watch because I watched it,
dude,
and I thought of you immediately because he makes plays that are like, this is not like me and you at a park in the summer. Like, what are you doing?
What are you doing,
Russ?
What are you doing? But by the way,
they won though.
I know, but let me go back to the point that I made about a half hour ago about thank goodness that everything played out the way it is. Do you remember when Russell Westbrook completely gagged that game against the Minnesota Timberwolves by himself in the last 6 seconds of the game? He did it by himself on both ends of the floor. And we were so mad in that moment because we wanted Minnesota losses, because we want to clinch a playoffs. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Russ, because we ended up with the Rockets. We ended up with the Rockets as an opponent. Fantastic.
Yep.
And I know it sounds like a shot at the Rockets. It's just time and space.
Yeah.
They're just too young. They're not ready.
Yeah. The Westbrook experience is fascinating. I'm looking here. Down 1, 23 seconds to go in regulation. Corner 3, Russell got it.
Boom.
And
he made an incredible defensive play that essentially iced the game, and he got James Harden to drop the ball out of bounds, and they won the basketball game. And I've never walked away. I'm like, wow, they won the game, and that guy did almost everything he could to lose it and win it.
Tie game, regulation. Russ has it with 3, with 2, jumps up and just throws it off of James Harden's hip.
Huck it.
Let's go to overtime. Turnover.
No shot. No shot.
He's fascinating.
He is unbelievable. I can't wait to watch him last night and throw food at the TV. Jay is in Oakland. Hi, Jay. Thank you for calling.
Man, I'm laughing at y'all with the Russell experience, man. It is. You hit the 3 and they loving you, Russ, and then you drive to the hole and they don't make the left, and they like, oh, so it's crazy. But anyway, I'm all about my dubs. First of all, just a couple of things. I know Houston didn't go in thinking, okay, y'all held Steph to 3 points, so y'all pumping on y'all chest that y'all about to do that again. First of all, I don't think you didn't think that would happen. And then lastly, my point is, I've never met Steph before in my life. I feel once his career is over, we've watched so many of him do those things. Sometimes we get immune to it and we expect him to do it. But similar probably to how people who are in Chicago and they watch Jordan all those years, and we watch Steph night in and night out, and he do these, and we just are immune to it sometimes. But it's so amazing. It's definitely when it's time for him to hang it up, going to miss it. But this is the last thing. Again, I've never met Steph before. I'm sure you all may have. And he seems to be a genuine guy. I don't know why Houston doesn't just ask him for a hug. The way they holding him, ask him for a hug. If you want a hug, I'm sure he's a good guy. He'll give you a hug.
I'm
all
telling
this
you.
grabbing y'all doing is bananas.
It's crazy, Jay. Jay, thank you. Thank you for the call.
I mean, I don't think that he is consented
Not
to
that
the
we
treatment
know
that
of.
he's getting. Yeah.
Not that we know of. I don't know. I don't even know what to think about the officiating last night. Like, it didn't stand out. I didn't think the Warriors got a bad whistle. I thought it was fine. Everybody's always going to be mad in a playoff game. I'm old enough to know that. I've watched enough playoff basketball that all sides are mad all the time. So it's not even about the traditional basketball stuff with Steph. It's always the off ball. It's the off ball. And I honestly think there's not that much of a conversation about it because for the most of us, when we watch a basketball game, our eyes aren't there. You don't stare at Steph the whole time unless the ball goes to him. If you just watch what happens when he doesn't have the ball, it'll blow you away. I don't know how he doesn't swing around and punch somebody. I would be so frustrated by the time I got to where I was trying to go. It's literally like walking in quicksand. He's got to work through so many arms, legs, shoves, grabs, pulls, pushes.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolute insanity. But, that's another credit to him. And I'd love to see that get called a little bit more. But I also say that as a Warrior fan and know that the game would probably just grind to a complete halt if they started calling everything that was happening off ball.
Yeah, both sides, of course. But he does get held and clutched and grabbed a lot more, and it's because of the way he plays, which is constant motion. No other superstar in the league plays the way he does, and the Warriors play a style that most other teams don't, which is ball movement and player movement. So Steph is constantly on the move, and as a result, when you want to try to guard him, you're going to have to do some sort of clutching and grabbing because if you're guarding Steph and he's going from one side of the court to the other, there's going to be at least 2 screens that are set on you, either at the point of his first cut or along the way. So the only way for you to really keep up is to try to make it tough on him and limit his movement. I did think that the whistle was mostly fair in both directions, but there were only 33 fouls called. And as we mentioned last week, 38 is the league average. And so I think the game was officiated more the way Houston would want, and they still lost. Yeah, because Houston's going to be more physical. So if you get a game with 45 fouls, I think that Jimmy and Steph are going to be to the free throw line more, and that definitely favors the Warriors.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, taking your phone calls all afternoon long on the Game 1 victory for the Warriors. Who's the player that you want to point out, shout out? What's the observation? What's your takeaway from game number 1? 888-957-9570. That is the number. Taking your calls all the way up till 6 o'clock. I tried to sort of like fight doing this. I don't like doing this. It's not accurate. It's not probably the right thing to do, but I couldn't help myself because, as you and I have always promised, authenticity, and this is how I feel. Rockets are cooked. You had to have that game. I really, really do believe that they had to have that game. And so I could end up being wrong, but there's just too many clues. They're not ready. They don't have enough shot makers. And if there was any single solitary way for them to beat the Golden State Warriors 4 times, you had to get the first one. You did. Like, think about what their assignment is now. I know we go, it's only one game.
Yep.
Well, right.
Win 4 or 5.
Right. Well, I mean, 4 or 6.
Yeah.
4 or 6. But you're going to beat the Golden State Warriors 4 times out of 6 basketball games, which means at minimum you need to do 1 on their home floor. And if you only win 1 on their home floor, you're going to have to do this in 7 games. So they're going to be coming off of at least 1 day off, if not 2, every single time. Your top players are all 22, and you do not have anyone who you can give the ball to on the perimeter and say, go get me a bucket. We need a bucket. I'm not trying to be all Bay Area snooty. I just don't see it.
Well,
I don't see it.
I don't either. And I said it in our group chat yesterday, our group thread, that I don't think the Rockets can score enough to beat the Warriors. So if you're going to play a game like that, a game that is less than 100, no team got to 100, that's a game that Houston absolutely has to win. And you go back to the game that they beat the Warriors, I think it was in the in-season tournament, the NBA Cup, where you had that late funky call and Houston won a game. Both teams were in the 90s. That's the way that Houston's going to win. So you had a game where neither team got to 100 points and you lost. And if you want to look at the Warriors' history in the playoffs, there aren't a ton of games where the Warriors don't get to 100 points. And I believe, and I ran these numbers earlier today, when the Warriors don't get to 100 in the Steph Curry era, I think they're 8-22. So they've won games before, but a lot of those wins are back when, 95 points was pretty good early in Steph's career. Last year, the Warriors didn't get to 90 twice or didn't get to 100 twice. They lost both those games. So the fact that the Warriors didn't get 101 is really out of the norm, and that leads to your point of, that's the game, that's the style of game that Houston has to win. If Houston's going to win, it's going to be 95-85, right?
Totally. Although I think the Warriors, you're right, the NBA Cup game was 91-90. The Rockets won that. Yep. I know in the first trip to Houston, the Warriors scored a bunch of points and won that game, and it ended up in overtime, so the score was really high.
That was the Kuminga game.
Yeah, but I'm trying. I believe that the Warriors can beat this particular team with a 95, a 96, a 97. I don't want them doing 85, but I think 95 or more is going to win a lot of games against this team because A, they're not great offensively, and B, it does slow down a little bit in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It gets a little bit more deliberate, especially in the second half. But we knew, I felt I did when it was 21-18. Was that the score at the end of one quarter? 21-18? I'm like, nobody's scoring 100 tonight. You can just see. You can see the pace of this game. You can see the physicality of it. Boy, I was glad that the Warriors were ready for the physicality. I was like, not to keep talking about other teams. I don't know if you saw the quote from J.J. Redick. I was like, tell me you're a rookie coach without telling me you're a rookie coach.
Right.
A, you weren't ready for the T-Wolves' physicality, and B, you said that into a microphone after the game?
Uh-oh.
Are you crazy? Wow.
Yeah.
You went to the playoffs and you weren't ready for the physicality? Jeez.
And you've got a 22-year vet and maybe the greatest player of all time, and he couldn't have told you as a coach or the other fellas, hey, Minnesota's a big and pretty physical team. Let's be ready for the physicality.
Oh, my God. Here's Jimmy Butler on last night's physicality in this series.
They're an incredible team, definitely a physical one. But I would like to think that we don't back down from any challenge anyways. And we met brute force with brute force, maybe a little bit of finesse in there as well. But I think we handled their pressure incredibly well, knowing that coming out the next game is probably going to be 2 to 3 times even more physical.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the Rockets, I don't know how many other answers they've got. So they can try. They can try to push, shove, and hope that they don't get a really conservative whistle. They can try, and I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. Like, they'll try to break the Warriors' mentality, but not a good spot for them to be at all.
No, and that's the way I think that Houston needs to win. To your point, though, the first matchup, the Warriors won 99-93. No Steph Curry. That was here. A game that neither team got to 100 and the Warriors won. And, you mentioned the 105-98 game. They actually beat Houston in overtime. You mentioned 127-121. They lost to Houston 106-96. And, that for me is the kind of game that Houston needs. They need a game where you contain Steph and you keep it down in the high 90s or low hundreds.
888-957-9570. How about Danny in the city? Hi, Danny. Thanks for calling.
Hey, good to hear you guys. Great win. Big Warriors fan. Can you hear me?
We got you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think you guys are making too much out of one win. I think Houston has their 3 best scorers have horrible shooting nights. I think they're going to all shoot better. And the Warriors got completely dominated on the boards, which I think they're going to continue to be dominated on the boards. So I think Houston shoots a little bit more to normal, and the Warriors are in trouble. That's my take.
Okay, Danny, can I ask you, who are the Rockets' 3 best shooters?
I can't. What's Fred's last name? The 3-point shooter.
Yeah, Fred VanVleet. He went 2 for 13.
Fred VanVleet. Yep. Jalen Green. Who's their 3rd best scorer? There's 3 guys that had bad games.
Do you want to know what Fred VanVleet shot as far as 3-point percentage for the year this year?
Yes.
Yeah, 34.5%. He stinks, Danny. I'm sorry. I get it. He's highly priced. He's a champion. All of that. Is he going to be 2 for 13? Might he have a night? And Danny, thank you very much. Really appreciate the call. I'm not trying to waltz in here and be cocky Charlie. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just telling you how I feel and what I see. And the Rockets, that's why I asked you, who are their 3 best shooters? They don't have any good shooters. Dylan Brooks is their best shooter. I want everybody to let that sink in. Dylan Brooks is their best shooter. So all I can do is share with you how I feel in this moment and be totally willing to be wrong. I think the Rockets are cooked. I don't see they don't have what they need to win this series.
Consistently enough, I agree. They can win a game. They can win 2 games. And I predicted that it'd be Warriors in 6. And if you want to think about, Fred and Jalen having better games, good games, it could happen on Wednesday. And they can beat the Warriors. They can beat the Warriors once, twice,
of course.
3 times I think would be a stretch, and 4 times I don't know if they can do that. 4 out of 6. That would be a stunning upset at this point.
All right, Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament, Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, which is really beautiful, by the way, presented by Atco Pest Control. Steiny and Guru are going to be broadcasting live from 10 to 2. And if you want to play, go to 957thegame.com, click on the events tab to sign up. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. More of your phone calls next as we continue on Willard and Dibs.
Draymond in no hurry. Hands off to Curry. Reverse pivot. Spins down the lane. Underhand scoop. No good. Rebound. Butler goes back up and in. Jimmy Butler. And the Warriors with a rare offensive rebound basket of their own. And just like that, it's back up to 9.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr on the show tomorrow.
Yeah. Can't wait.
Steve Kerr on the show tomorrow.
Yeah.
From Houston. Steve Kerr, 3 o'clock tomorrow.
From Houston.
Well, I don't think he's going to come back here just for the show. That'd be super nice if he did.
He might be somewhere else. He might be in Corpus Christi.
He could.
They do have a few days off.
And go on an outing.
Might have gone to Dubai with Jimmy Butler.
I've heard some good things about Austin. I've never been.
Me either.
I've been to Houston a bunch.
I've been to Houston once, and I couldn't wait to get out of there. Okay. Not an easy city to leave, by the way. That thing is big.
Well, it's because when you and I go, did you go for like a major event?
I was going to go to College Station, Texas A&M.
Yeah.
So it was land, rent a car, and get out.
Yeah. Yeah. I went there for the Super Bowl. I've been there a couple times, but I've been there for the Super Bowl.
Whoop.
Yeah. It's not easy to get out. Airport's full on the Super Bowl.
Couple of those airports.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And we will continue with your calls at 888-957-9570. We will also continue with your text messages on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. For instance, this one just came in. Let's see. Is that 650? Whoa. Slow down there. The Warriors can have a few bad games. We've seen it before. Do you know what's funny? Since Jimmy Butler arrived, no, you haven't. You think you have, but you haven't. You have not seen a stretch of 7 games where the Warriors will lose 4 times at full health. You have not. It has not happened. You have not seen the Warriors in the Jimmy Butler era, in fact, play basketball where back-to-backs are not a thing. You haven't seen it. And so I can't sit here and tell you you're wrong if you think Houston's going to rally back in this series. All I can do is tell you how I feel. I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see a sweep, and Warriors in 5 would be a mild surprise to me, but I'd look at the series, and if Houston's going to win, just pick any game in the series, and last night, for me, was the game that they would win. If you just told me one of these games is going to be 95-85, I would say, well, that's a Houston win. And if you tell me that there's going to be a game that is 119-116, I would guess that the Warriors win that one.
Right.
So just based on the way the game went, the way it was officiated, which was they let a lot of the physicality, word of the day, they let a lot of that go. There was 35 total fouls or fewer than that, actually.
Oh.
And so if it's that low scoring of a game in Houston and physicality's allowed, that's a game that I would favor Houston in, yet they lost.
Yeah.
So I'm with you.
Exactly. Yeah. And again, this is not, I just think, and maybe it sounds better if I say it this way, I think the Rockets are doing some really good things and they're on their way and their flight just hasn't arrived yet. I mean, my God, they're all 22. They're so young. And if what you're offering the NBA playoffs, when someone says that, they're so young. And you go, well, wait a minute. They have Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. That's what you're offering the NBA playoffs? That's your response
to your experience.
These guys over here have Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. Those guys over there have Nikola Jokic. This team over here has got Anthony Edwards. Oh, this group over here has LeBron James and Luka. Oh, under the radar over here, they have Kawhi and James Harden. Oh, the MVP plays in Oklahoma City, and he's surrounded by other all-star level talent. And then that's what you're going to... Well, we have Fred VanVleet. Dude, I'm sorry. You're going to lose. You're good. You're on your way, but you're going to lose.
You've got Jeff Green at 38, doesn't play. Okay. Steven Adams at 32, played and played well, not a threat as a scorer. Then VanVleet at 31. Jock Landale is almost 30, didn't play. Jayshawn Tate, almost 30, didn't play. You're kind of getting the bit here where...
I got the bit.
The bit is the guys who play are babies.
They're really good players.
They're great players.
They're 22.
And it takes a certain amount of playoff experience to get there. You got to go through it in order to do it. This is not the league where you can just flash in the pan and make it happen and win in your first year.
It doesn't happen in your first year.
Not in the NBA.
No. 888-957-9570. Back to the phones in a sec. I just wanted to get this off my chest, though, also, seeing as he is joining the show tomorrow, and that's actually not the reason at all. I like to get this off my chest, though. Okay. I understand that this is the nature of sports, and when you are the head coach or the manager of a sports franchise, you get questioned and you get ripped because you make 47 decisions per game, and even on a good night, only 30 of them are right. And so we can point to the 17 things you did wrong and get into it. But take a step back, look at the weekend, okay? All 8 games, look at the weekend. Take your Steve Kerr negativity, take it to the trash because it's trash night. Okay? JJ Redick is in LA going, I didn't know that it was going to be physical. I didn't know that. Memphis' coach, whoever the hell he is, has wonderful hair. That's about all I've got out of that. Still getting to know who the Denver guy is, and he's throwing Russell Westbrook into key situations. Best of freaking luck. Ty Lue, really good coach. Really good coach. Oklahoma City, doesn't matter who the coach is. Not right now. But Ime Udoka, he got one pitch. Hey, guys, go out there and beat them to hell. And let's see what we get.
Well, they don't have the talent to compete with the Warriors at this point.
No, but we went into this series going, well, wait a minute. Who's going to guard this guy? And who's going to guard that guy? They scored 85 points, and the Warriors played brilliant defense, even though they got out-rebounded by 14 boards and have no tall players. Like, I would like to see somebody, just for fun, I know it doesn't usually work on sports radio, somebody call and be like, dude, Steve Kerr kind of masterclassed yesterday. That was really, really good coaching. The way that he game planned this one up. That worked really well.
And we can ask him about the Jerry Stackhouse part of this and the defensive approach that they took because, as Steiny was saying earlier, 10-2 with Guru, a lot of mixing up the coverages, a lot of man and then zone, and they gave him a bunch of different looks throughout the course of a 3 or 4 minute stretch, and I do think that was very effective. And you don't often see that in the NBA where you've got a team going zone, going man, and going back and forth and mixing and matching things. But I think that was something that was difficult for Houston because, as you mentioned, younger team, not a great shooting team. So you go ahead and zone them up and you dare any of these Rockets to beat you from 3, and that's not what they do very well.
888-957-9570. Let's hear from you. Ricardo, Sonoma. Hey, Ricardo, thanks for calling.
Hey, boys. How you guys doing? How you doing?
We good.
Yes, sir. Well, for one, I just wanted to say I'm very, for one, impressed by how the Warriors beat Houston, despite it being a sub-100-point game. And talking about the rebounding game, it wasn't really 14. We were out-rebounded by 16. So we were even 30 defensive rebounds. And offensive rebounds, we were obviously out-rebounded 6-22. But obviously, I think the biggest difference was us making our shots out of 76 compared to Houston's 87 shots. But I will say Curry, Butler, and Podziemski combined for 70 points out of those 95.
Yep.
So I guess this question is pretty much twofold. How much more physical is Houston going to get? And who else will step up for Golden State? And I hope you guys have a good day.
Yeah, Ricardo, I think those are great questions and difficult to answer with regard to the physicality of Houston and how the officials will handle it. I think that the natural flow of things, especially in a home building, you do sort of allow for a reaction to the action, if you will. And so Houston might get a little bit of a better whistle on Wednesday night, and the Warriors are going to have to match like desperate energy, and that's hard, and the Warriors might lose on Wednesday night. They might. I still think they're in complete control of the series if they do, but that absolutely may go down that way. The officials will have to set a tone. As far as who else steps up, I honestly have no idea who it will be, but I like where his head is at, because that's one of the, I think, the best pieces of news for the Warriors yesterday. You won a game by double digits, and you really didn't have anybody else have one of those nights. Buddy Hield didn't hit 3 threes. Or Quentin Post didn't even, I don't even know if he hit the rim, for crying out loud. But you know what I mean? You're probably going to have some of that as this series goes. You're going to get, I would hope, you're going to get more contributions from your role players.
Especially at home. As we've always said, role players play better at home. And the thing about last night that strikes me is that Steph came out and he missed his first 3 3-point shots. And then the next 5 shots he took were all 2s. And so, and I'm not going to just understate his greatness by saying this, because we know how great he is, but he was not hitting the 3 early. And so he started cutting to the basket. He started driving to the basket, a couple of reverse layups. That one pass that I can't even believe it got through, that he caught right under the hoop and flipped it up and got that to go. So the adaptability of the Warriors offense last night, and yeah, it was mainly the 3 players that he mentioned that scored the majority of it, but I would guess that, you know, Buddy and Quentin, Moses did hit a couple of big ones late, so there were some contributions that were made outside of Jimmy and Pods and Steph.
No doubt. Oh, no doubt. And some of them don't show up in the box score and all of that stuff. 888-957-9570. Steve-O in the city. Hi, Steve. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I want to talk about one of Dib's pet subjects, the referees. I think, they swallowed the whistle in the playoffs. I think we knew that coming in. My concern is Houston's going to be, they're in kind of desperation mode at this point, right?
Yep.
They lose this next game and it's curtains. They're going to come out even more physical than they were in the first game. And if the refs react the same way, the last thing that we want is a beat up and bruised Warriors team. I know we get a little bit of time in between the games, and that's great, but I'm hoping that they call it at least the same way they did the first game and not loosen it up too much. And one side note, that Podziemski play where everyone thought he might have taken an extra step, I think the reason they didn't call that is because if you look at it, he also got fouled on that play and pushed a bit. And so it was kind of a 2-way no call. And so that's the benefit of the refs taking a back seat.
Steve-O, thanks very much. Let's go to our resident official, Dan Dibley, for a response.
Didn't really see, based on what they were calling in that game, that was not a callable foul. And for me, I thought it was a travel, but Steve-O's right in that they, quote, let him play. And just one quick postscript on the officials. If you want to watch a whistle swallowing, watch tonight. Clippers in Denver. You've got Mark Davis, number 8 in your program, number 1 million in your heart, because this guy he's been the bane of the Warriors' existence this year, and he does not call anything. So as you're watching tonight, I want you, Mark, because I think you're going to watch the game tonight.
Oh, God, yeah.
Clippers in Denver.
This is 2TV Tuesday, even though it's only Monday.
This crew chief does not like to call fouls. He was last in the league in fouls called in the regular year.
Okay, that's tough news for James Harden.
Yep.
It's tough news for Russell Westbrook, too. I mean, both of them just like to.
Well, and Jokic, he was Jokic, furious the other night.
Yeah, but Jokic is able to get his. This is one of the reasons I respect Jokic so much. Kind of like Steph, he's able to get his work done, whether you call the foul or not. He's able to get his work done. He's a shot maker. He's not like James Harden, who's over here like, dude, sometimes James forgets where he is and he does the head snap when no one's even around him. You ever see him do that? It's almost like some of these players now, Shea, Harden, they do the head snap every fourth dribble. And you're like, James, no one's near you right now. Don't do the head snap. And so they're trying to get the officials to do a certain thing. And so I would argue if you've got somebody who's pretty loose with his whistle, then that's probably not good news. Not good news. But I'll put this out there. Ooh, I'm on the Clippers tonight.
You are.
Oh, God, they're the better team. Did you watch?
Oh, I watched.
The whole thing?
Was back and forth. I watched a lot, all the second half and overtime and a little bit of the first half, but it's a tough one to say because
Clippers are better. They're better.
I mean,
they're better. They had that the whole game long, and weird stuff happened in the end, and it still went to overtime at Denver in a game one situation. I just think as it settles in, the X's and O's take over. The Clippers are better than the Nuggets. My opinion.
I mean, it's a 1-point spread, right, tonight?
Yep. That's why I'm on it.
And I was looking at the Westbrook play again where Denver's got the ball up 1, 16 to go, 13 on the shot clock. So it is not a desperation situation.
At all.
And he gets the ball in the wing, and it's, I got the ha-ha. I'm going to the cup. And it's, if there was 1 second on the shot clock, okay. 13 on the clock, 16 and change on the game, up 1. I'm going to the hoop.
No, dude, he got the hee-hee. He does not have the ha-ha. It just does not. Man, it does not translate.
Nuggets win.
They won, and he had a hand in it. He also had a hand in why it was still, he
was like an octopus. He had so many hands in that thing.
Left hand and the right hand do not often talk to each other. But anyway, listen, seeing it a lot on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line right now, a lot of the whole dude, you guys are being way too overconfident, especially kind of directed at me. This series is just one game, blah, blah, blah. I hope I'm being clear. This isn't because the Warriors were so amazing in their performance. I did think it was good, by the way. I thought Steph and Jimmy were fantastic on both ends of the floor. I thought their team defense was really good. I thought they played a smart basketball game, and that's what you need to do against 22-year-olds. So that's all that. But my thought process is, I already thought, before this even started, I already thought this was the Warriors series. But secondly, and it's piggybacking on what you said a little bit, to me, it's understanding the flow of the way these things go. And it's understanding energy a little bit. Game one energy is a massive thing. And when you're 22, it's your first playoff game ever. It's in your building. The building's adversaries are there. You have got to be ready to jump out of the gym. And you did. And you came out and threw your best haymaker. And the Warriors looked at you and went, okay, you're up by 3.
They were up 8, 13-5.
End of the first quarter.
Okay, well, their haymaker was the opening 6 minutes.
Great. I'm sorry.
You had the Şengün dunk on Draymond.
You want to know what game one energy looks like? You should have watched the OKC game. Memphis was flat on the floor like a doormat. Thanks for being here. You have been destroyed and dismantled. The Warriors were like, so that's your best shot? All right. How about if we do the second quarter? Bam, you're down double digits in your own building. You're freaking out because you're 22 years old. And someone just said recently, and they're right. Okay, now Houston goes into desperation mode. Well, that's not a great mode to be in. You just played your first playoff game ever, and now in game 2, you're in a must-win, desperate situation. Not good.
Well, you're not in that situation, and that's where you would look for a more veteran team to understand that. And they do have veterans, but a lot of their veterans, they don't play basketball. So this is where Ime Udoka has got to, over the next couple of days, coach his guys up to realize that, and I'm looking at the stats right now, when the home team loses game 1, since 1984, those teams are 60 and 62 in the series. Almost a 50-50 chance when the home team drops game 1. So historically, over the last 40 years of playoff basketball, it's not that big of a deal. But then you look at it from a 10,000-foot view and you realize, well, the Warriors are favored and the Warriors are more experienced and the Warriors did this and the Warriors did that. It is more of a desperate situation, but if you're Coach Udoka, you got to be able to impart to them that it's not a must win. It's pretty important.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that all you want, but come on.
I mean, you have to do that.
You're not winning. You're not
Only
winning.
4 teams have dropped the first 2 at home and still won the series.
And these aren't even those teams.
You're right.
This is like,
You're
this. There's no way Houston's winning this series if they don't win on Wednesday.
Well, I don't think that there's any way they're winning the series anyway.
I agree with
but
you. I agree with you.
If you as Houston approach it with that level of desperation, which means you're going to do what? You're gonna go out there and commit like reckless fouls.
I think it's just human. The coach can be like, "Now just stay calm." Well, but no, probably not. I don't think Jalen Green and Amen Thompson are going to play calm, and maybe that's a good thing.
Well, they don't. That's not how they play.
Yeah, like I don't know exactly what they're going to look like, but and look, maybe we'll end up on Old Takes Exposed here in 2 weeks. Who knows? I'm not saying that we're 1,000% right. We're not allowed to be wrong. Houston can't come back in the series. I just didn't love their chances to begin with, and I hate them even more now. That's all. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Hi, Nick. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, you guys? I love your points, man, because Game 2 is definitely a desperation sensation for those Houston Rockets. Van Creep has nothing to me. He was obviously intimidated. He was obviously intimidated early in the game, and then Curry knocked him down. He was begging for calls. I mean, Jaminski was scrapping. Like, he missed a couple shots he should have made, but Jaminski was all over the floor. He's in there scrapping and clawing, trying to get every loose ball he could. The Warriors were nails down the last 5 minutes on defense. They locked it down, and like you guys said, man, who do they got, man? Besides those 2 guys. Them youngsters, like the way Steve Kerr calmed the team down and had that little chat with him, he's like, everybody calm down, slow it down. And then there's one fast break where Curry could have kept running it, but he stopped, he slowed it down. And when they got within 2 or 3, and I was like, that's the new Jimmy Butler Warriors. It's not like any panic and rushing everything by the end of the game. It was great. It was great finesse and great composure, man.
Love it. Hey, Nick, I love your energy for this game. But I do have a couple of questions, and actually mainly centered around one thing.
One thing?
Like, I don't know, averaging double digits, going through a stretch of games recently where he led the NBA in three-point shooting, being on the all-rookie team. Don't you think we've arrived at the time where you need to know what Brandon's last name is? Don't you think we're there?
Pajamas?
Say again?
Pajamas.
Pajamas?
I said pajamas?
Is it it's easy? Is it Jaminski or is it Pajamas or what is it?
It's Jaminski, right? Ski?
All right. Thank you, Nick.
Nick, I'm going to rack Nick. That was great. He doubled down with Pajamas.
Oh, my God.
If you combine Jaminski and Pajamas, you get Pajamski.
You get Pajama Jammy Jam. That's what you get.
And Jaminski was scrapping. He missed a couple shots he should have made, but Jaminski was all over the floor. He's in there scrapping and clawing, trying to get every loose ball he could.
You're probably not old enough to remember Jaminski.
Oh, I remember Jaminski.
Mike Jaminski.
Yeah, the bearded guy.
I remember
Jaminski.
He was a Dookie back in the...
Stiff.
Oh, no.
He was stiff.
He was a great player, NBA champion.
No, you can be an NBA champion and you can be an effective player and still be a stiff.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him a stiff.
I would. It's not like he had no ha-ha. He had no moves. He's just a big dude.
Like a 6'9" white guy.
Yeah.
You don't have to have the ha-ha when you're playing in the late 70s and early 80s.
He's a stiff.
Did Larry Bird have the ha-ha?
Kinda.
Nah, he was just unguardable.
Exactly.
He didn't cross you over and go by you.
No, but like Chris Mullin, Larry Bird, you couldn't. What were you going to do? What were you going to do? They go slow motion, you're full speed, and they still win. That's my kind of ha-ha. All right. 888-957-9570. Nowhere near done. We're taking your calls all the way to 6 o'clock. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. What stood out? What's your takeaway? What's the player you want to point to? Is it Jaminski? Let's hear it. Let's hear it on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss and just update you on my weight loss journey, which started a year ago. And
Thompson working on Hield, dribbles it off his foot, saves it outside, but it's intercepted by Butler. Butler down the far wing. He's got great hands. Bounce past Podziemski. Right sideline. Hits a three. Looks back at the Rocket bench as somebody was chirping, and this game is tied.
Well, I love the fact that he has not come out and shot it particularly well, but he's not hesitating.
Dominski was scrapping.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. 888-957-9570. And indeed, it's true. I started off the show today by just saying, man, I am a moron. An idiot. Just can't believe I'm a complete and total fool. I am a complete and total idiot. My God, I'm an idiot. Total idiot.
Freaking idiot.
I mean, I don't understand two things. And one of them, and the main one is, I don't understand how, after all these years, this kind of basketball has led to Jimmy Butler having the reputation that he has. Look, I've been here. I've been here watching hoops, following these teams. I get it. I just think that there's always two sides to the story. I've been having this conversation, in fact, with a lot of people about Jimmy Butler's experience in Miami. And it's like, oh, Jimmy left the team, and Jimmy this, and Jimmy that, and Jimmy over here, and Jimmy's a jerk, and Jimmy left his team high and dry, and Jimmy made it all about him. What exactly was it that Pat Riley was doing in that moment? No accountability. Nothing goes to Pat. This was all Jimmy's fault. Jimmy Butler, who put this organization on his back and went to the finals with essentially no great teammates at all. And then gets to a point where he clearly can still play at a very high level. And the team is like, no, we don't want to do a new contract. And Jimmy is supposed to just go out there and put it all on the line for that team. That's a boundary that's completely fair. Now, I'm not here to say that Jimmy was perfect, but I really, now that we're getting to see what this looks like, and sure, 2 years from now, maybe Jimmy will be a malcontent with the Warriors. I don't know. But this guy has been such a calming influence on everyone. And this is the second part of it. I just can't stand that I thought what I thought when Jimmy Butler got acquired. I cannot believe that I was that far off with regard to how this would land, how it would look, exactly what Jimmy Butler can do for a franchise. It's incredible. And we kind of did an exercise on the crossover earlier today where I went around the room and I'm like, okay, just who's your person? Doesn't matter. You don't have to say it out loud, but think to yourself. So all of you listening can do this right now. Who's your person? Who's your person? Think of that person for a moment. All right. You got that person? Person you go to when you're hurt, when you need some advice, anything. That's what Jimmy is to Warrior basketball. Every time something is going wrong direction, out of pocket, frenetic, turnovers, all you have to do is just call Jimmy. You just put the ball in his hands. And as a viewer, the second the ball's in his hands, you're just like, oh, okay. Something good is probably about to happen to stabilize this whole thing. That's really hard to do. It's not as hard as the way Steph shoots threes, but it's really hard. And I couldn't be more impressed by what I see, and I couldn't have been more wrong about what I was thinking when the Warriors acquired him.
And I likened him to the Wolf from Pulp Fiction, played by Harvey Keitel, and I'm sure most of you by now have seen the movie, and if you haven't, well, the Wolf is the guy they call in to come in and clean up the mess. And there's a certain situation where somebody gets shot somewhat accidentally in a vehicle, and they need somebody to come in and make it all go away. And so you call the Wolf, and the Wolf leaves a cocktail party. It looked like it was an all-nighter because it was morning by the time he gets into the valley and starts to give directions on how to clean it up. But that's who Jimmy Butler is. You have the other team go on a 10-0 run, and you need somebody to come in and fix S. And so you go to Jimmy Butler, and he doesn't turn it over, and he gets to his spot, and he gets a good shot, or he gets to the foul line, or both, or he makes the right play, or he makes a smart play on defense, whatever happens. And it's not to say that Steph can't do that, but Steph can be a little careless with the basketball. And Jimmy actually last night talked about that, where, the way Steph plays that chaos, it's fun and, it's great. And Steph is able to thrive in the chaos, but Jimmy doesn't play very chaotically.
I'm not worried about your reference at all because I think a very healthy portion of our audience is familiar with Pulp Fiction. But this just handed to me. There's some key people in the room here at 95.7 The Game who apparently have no idea what you're talking about.
That's fair. That movie's got to be 30 years old now.
One of them is actually not who you're thinking. One of them is our boss, Matt Nahigian.
He's never seen Pulp Fiction?
Changes things, doesn't it?
I mean, it changes my opinion of the boss.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I was to do a top 10 movies of all time, and I'm in my 50s, so I've seen a movie now. I've seen a couple of movies.
You remember when we used to go to the movies?
Barely. Barely. Although I do want to see that new...
what's it called? Everyone's talking
Sinners,
about it.
Ryan Coogler?
Yeah.
The new Coogler.
That's the one that Draymond was flipping out about? Or
yeah,
no?
Draymond and Steph attended the special private screening of it with Coogler.
Yeah, he thought it was really good. Yeah. And if you got kids, I'm told the Minecraft movie is pretty fun too.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't see it, but
Jack Black.
Yeah,
I got a 2-year-old, so I don't know if she's ready for Minecraft.
Maybe not there yet. But apparently it's really well done.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever. Go ahead.
If I was to do a top 10 all time, Pulp Fiction, you wouldn't get past probably 5 before I put that on my list. So I'm stunned that the boss has never seen
Whether
it.
it's your exact cup of tea or not, that's bananas to be the age Matt Nahigian is and having not seen it. Lucas Alexander, you get a little bit of a pass, but I know you like to be a cultured human being. Dude, you know what I'm like? Remember the line I used last week about the getaway time for the Phillies game? Just be normal. Just go see it. Just be a normal adult who's seen Pulp Fiction. Why do you have to? Don't try to be abnormal.
Okay.
Just go see it.
Go see it? Go to a theater? And
go into your bedroom or whatever and just see it.
All right.
Just see it.
Stay out of
Wherever
my
you need to
bedroom,
go. Well, I mean, nothing else going on in there.
No.
Anyway.
Whoa. Catching strizzes.
I mean.
All that because I haven't seen Pulp Fiction.
No,
but I walked in.
You walked into it. Cool. I didn't know what else to say. I feel bad now. That was me.
You have nothing nice to say.
Yes, I do. I should not have done that. But
it was funny. It was a good joke.
Yeah, I felt like it was sitting there like a big red tomato, and I had to swing at it. It was like a piñata.
Grandy, you're the arbiter of the show.
No, that was mean. That was my
yellow
bad.
Card or straight red for that?
I'll give him a yellow card.
Yeah, because if it's red, you have to come in here and host with Dibs.
Yeah, it's a long segment.
Avoid that.
Yeah. Okay, that's also a yellow.
Dibs.
Yellows for everyone. Pulp Fiction, 1994. So that's 31 years, and I believe Lucas is just over 31.
Yeah, no, I get it. He's of the age where it's not crazy that he hadn't seen it.
No, but it's fair that
I see it.
And I'm glad I explained the reference because people who are Grandy's age 28 or younger people maybe didn't get the reference. So just to explain it again, stuff happens that's really, really bad.
Stuff happens.
And you need somebody to come fix that stuff. And so you call the wolf, and the wolf comes in, and he fixes S.
Tell me about Pulp Fiction. Well, this stuff happened.
Right.
And then, he called the guy, and then...
Well, I won't even get into the GIMP.
Took care of it.
Like, that's a whole nother side plot. But in this part of the plot...
You just described Pulp Fiction the same way Christy describes songs. She'll always be like, what's the... that reminds me of that song. Oh, which one? The one with the by the guy with the
really good voice.
With the sounds.
Right.
Yeah, that one. You're like, oh, that'll narrow it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stuff happens.
Yeah.
There you go. Good description.
Stuff happens that needed to be fixed, and so they called the wolf in, and he fixed it. And that's what the Warriors do when you give up a 10-0 run and you need somebody to fix it. You give the ball to Jimmy Butler.
You know what I've decided about these two guys? You know what age you are? Like, we should just brand all of you this. You are the non-49ers Super Bowl generation. Like, that's like, there's this whole group.
Also 94, right? The last time they won it?
Yeah.
Also known as millennials.
Okay.
Yeah, there's an actual name for it.
Efficient about it. Plus, you guys, I mean, I don't like calling you millennials because I think you guys know in the workplace, what the millennial reputation is, and I don't think you guys fit it.
Thank you.
There you go. See, I'm glad you knew that was a compliment. Sorry to the rest of the millennials.
Yeah.
Nothing is owed to you. Go work hard. 888-957-9570. Let's go.
Time for the legal.
There you go. Yes, it is. Okay, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Hi, Jay in the Bay. Let's go to Jay in the Bay. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's going on, Willard? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Stuck in traffic on the 880.
Oh, crap. Say hi to Dibs.
What's up, Dibbers?
Sorry about that. You're on the Nimitz, the naughty Nimitz.
Yeah, man. You know it. So, man, Willard,
yeah.
I gotta call you out of being a front runner, man.
A front runner?
I feel like a front runner for the Warriors against Houston, man.
How so?
I'm a Warriors fan myself, but just to see one game, it's hard to just assume that you know. And it was amazing to see Steph and Jimmy pull off their first playoff game together. But to assume that they already won the series and to look forward could be foolish. But hey, one thing is I want to give a shout out to Jey Uso for winning the championship at WrestleMania, coming home from the Bay. You feel me? Yeet!
Okay, Jay, thank you.
Yeah, big.
Huge. I do think that Jay's got the wrong definition of the phrase front runner. A front runner would be if I had spent the last 2 months or so being like, I just don't think the Warriors are very good. I don't think the Warriors are very good. I'm pretty sure Houston is going to physically beat the Warriors up. And then the Warriors win game one and you come in and you're like, you know what? I like this Warriors team. We going to be championship. I think they can do it. That would be a front runner. I didn't switch. Did my opinion sound any different today than it did on Friday? I said Houston has to win game one or they're cooked. I said it on Friday.
Right.
I'm not front running. I thought this series was the Warriors series before it even started. So I'm not reacting to one game.
You're not. And you know what is reacting is the betting markets. And if you go to FanDuel, which is our site of choice on all things gambling, the Warriors opened up at about minus 175 to win the series. After game one, they're now minus 370 to win the series, which means you got to bet 370 to win 100, which means they are almost 4-1 favorites over the Houston Rockets at this hour.
Are they? Let's see. Let's take away some of the obvious ones. Oklahoma City is going to be an overwhelming favorite.
Right.
Cavaliers, overwhelming favorite.
How about Minnesota and the Lakers?
Well, I would say the Warriors are. If you're comparing the Warriors to the Lakers are going to be the bigger favorite now to win the series than the Lakers
Right.
are.
Well, Minnesota's actually favored now over
to win
the
series.
Lakers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just thinking about game one reacting to game one. The Nuggets are favored to beat the Clippers, minus 138 to plus 118. So narrow, very narrow.
Yeah, still narrow.
The Nuggets.
Well, and if you go to the game line, the fact that the Clippers are favored tonight, I think that's a big old loud scream. That's a huge loud scream. How often do you see a road team lose game one and then they're favored in game two? It's a tight spread. I'm not saying Denver can't win the game, but if you watched that game from beginning to end, and I did, I had the opinion before the game that the Clippers were the better team, and I held that after the game. So, look, the better team doesn't always win the basketball game, but I think a very healthy play that the Clippers are going to win tonight and still win the series.
And they very well might.
Yeah.
And this one will be back and forth. One more thing on the odds before we get back to all the calls that are lining up is the series for the Rockets and the Warriors. The over-under on total games is 5.5. And if you want to bet over, that's the favorite. So the odds makers are saying that it's still very likely
to go 6.
The most likely result, according to the odds, is Warriors in 6, which means the Rockets are going to win 2 games. And if the Rockets win 2 games, for me, the game that they would be most likely to win would be Wednesday, game 2, where they even it up. And then the second most likely game would be game 5 when it's back home in Houston.
Right. No, I
know that Houston is favored in game 2, right?
By 3.5.
Yeah.
By a bigger number than they were last night. And again, I think that speaks to the desperation of the situation and all that. Wednesday night is I don't care what anybody says. That's do or die. That's do or die for Houston. If you've got anything to say about this season for the Houston Rockets, you go out there and you win that basketball game, and they might. They might. Yeah, I'm not predicting a sweep, but I'm not being a front runner. I thought this was the Warriors series last week. I still do. I don't know what the hell I would have seen last night that would have changed my mind. That's not front running. That's just running. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, we're taking your calls throughout this 5 o'clock hour. The Warriors are up 1-0. Who do you want to point out? What's your observation? What's your number one takeaway? Dibbs and I have talked a lot about Jimmy Butler and how this really just this sort of crystallized in a certain way, especially seeing him do it in a playoff setting. I don't know that game felt like what we call quote unquote playoff Jimmy, but I actually kind of hope it does. You know what dawns on me when I watched Jimmy Butler play that game last night? Yes, only one game. But I start thinking about his career. Forget the one that we've all followed. We've followed Steph. Think about Jimmy Butler's career. And let me ask you this. Do you think that Jimmy Butler, ever before in his career, has played with a truly great teammate? Ever?
Yeah, when he was young and he played with Derrick Rose.
Okay.
I mean, that's a bit of a stretch because...
And how long did they play together before Derrick Rose injury?
Not long. I do think that was his first playoff stint. I was looking at Jimmy's numbers earlier, and Jimmy Butler, that first year, he played 3 minutes, 11 seconds, and 26 seconds. The first year that they went to the playoffs. So I won't even really count those as Jimmy Butler games. The next year, he actually did play a good amount, and he was playing alongside Luol Deng, Carlos Boozer. So not really Richard Hamilton off the bench, late Rip Hamilton.
I'm not like, of course,
I think you're right.
These are good players, but I'm like,
great. Yeah, you're right.
I believe in today's NBA, it is so rare, and in fact, maybe even more than that somebody goes out there as a great player and they just, off they go to a championship. Maybe you could argue that Jokic did that a couple years ago. He's got good teammates. Does he have a great one? Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Porter Jr., yeah, those are good players. I don't know that any of them are truly great, so maybe you could make an argument there. I'm sure it's happened before, but we know today's day and age of the NBA, everybody wants stars together. Giannis thought he needed Dame Lillard. LeBron always thinks he needs somebody and is trying to pair people together. All of that. Even Klay Thompson leaves because he wants to play with Luka and Kyrie. All of this stuff. Has Jimmy Butler, at age 35, suddenly arrived at a place where he's never been, where he's just like, you know what? I can just be the number 2. I can just do my calm thing, but the burden of the franchise is on someone else's shoulders. I don't have to worry about that. I mean, you can make arguments, whether it's Karl Anthony Towns or Joel Embiid or Tyler Hero, whatever you want to do. I don't think Jimmy Butler's ever had this before. I don't think Steph's ever had Jimmy. I don't think Jimmy's ever had a Steph. Truly great player alongside him. And that might bring about a whole nother level that we haven't even seen before.
Perhaps. And, I'm just trying to respond to you with facts and doing quick research on the fly. And in 2015, he played alongside Derrick Rose, and I can't believe that this guy was a Bull. I totally forgot. Pau Gasol.
Pau Gasol was
a Bull.
Yeah.
He was 34. All-star that year. Second team All-NBA. So not quite the same level of star. It was after his Laker run. And the year he played with Derrick Rose, he was 26. 2 years removed from the injury, so still not quite the player he was early. Still a very good player.
Good players. Yeah, these are good players.
Not quite the same level of, I'm like, you can't put anyone on the level of Steph. If he's top 10 of all time.
Right, there's not that many of them. But I mean anybody, like, has he ever played with someone else who you could be like, that's an NBA one,
right,
who can totally be the lead dog of a great team? I don't think he has.
And to your point, on this 2015 Bulls team, Jimmy was the one. And I'm looking at these games. He played 53 minutes in a double OT win. He had 33 in a game. He had 31. He was the one. Pau Gasol and Derrick Rose, they were the twos. Mike Dunleavy started a lot of those games. So to your point, I don't think he's ever been like the clear cut, like you're the Robin to the other guy's Batman.
Did he ever play with Wade in Miami? How long ago did Dwayne Wade finish his run in Miami? Was there any overlap there? And I would argue that even if there was, it was probably at the tail end of Wade's career.
Yeah.
But that's another name. In fact, 408 sent that in on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. So thank you for that. I don't know. Were they ever teammates in Miami?
I think so.
No? How long has Wade been retired?
Well, I'm looking at Jimmy Butler in the 1920 season, and there was no Wade.
Dwayne Wade's last year in Miami, after he spent some time with the Bulls and the Cavs, he came back to Miami for his last year in 2018, 2019.
Okay, so no. That's a Minnesota year for Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
That's right before he ended up the Minnesota/Philadelphia year, and it was the following year that he ended up in Miami. So, no, he never played with Dwayne Wade.
Although they overlapped in Chicago in 2016, 2017.
Okay, but again, tail end Dwayne Wade. That was not a great version of Dwayne Wade by the time he was in Chicago. Interesting. All right, Mr. D in the city. Hi, Mr. D. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yo.
Listen, and don't hang up on me.
I mean,
don't hang up on me.
Eventually we will, Mr. D. But go ahead.
I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see Kerr experiment with a different lineup, because you got to believe that Udoka is kind of trying to grind it up for the lineup that he saw. We've already done what we needed to do. We won one game, and he's got to find some kind of way to get some of these guys some rest. So get some more big bodies in there, experiment, see what lineups you can get to work, and maybe steal another one.
I mean, Mr.
Because
D, why
to be ready for it.
Why do you feel that way? Why would he kind of zag when zigging is working, number one, and why do you feel that certain guys need more rest when there are no more back-to-backs?
There's no more back-to-backs, but our guys are older. Those guys are young. We're older. I mean, and he can still go back to that. But I mean, this is an perfect opportunity for him to try to look at something else and see if something else might work.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, hey, Mr. D, thanks. I don't think like what you're talking about sounds like tinkering. And my goodness, if I'm a head coach, I don't do that in the playoffs. I think tinker time is done. I think you go with exactly what got here, and you go with what you know, and all of those things. And I also think, I know, you're not wrong that the Warrior players are obviously older than Houston, but if you really think about what the assignment is to open up this series, you had 4 days off, then a game, and then over the next 6 days, you have 2 more games. That is a truckload of rest. That is 3 games in like 11 days. And even at age 35, these professional athletes, they can do that. They can do that just fine. So I don't think that in-game rest is something that Steve Kerr needs to worry about right now.
And the tinkering was the entire year where they had 30-something different starting lineups, and then you were able to find a starting lineup that, I don't know, won 13 straight was the number, or 14 straight out of the chute. And so
something like
this lineup works. And I do think the whole idea about the Rockets and the offensive rebounds and all the rest of it, well, and you made this point earlier about the matchup on defense. They also have to match up with you. So if you're struggling defensively because of their size, on the other end of the court, they're going to struggle because of their size. And you've got quicker players that they're going to have to cross-match with, and Steven Adams has to guard somebody.
Wow, here we go again with another taller player guarding Jimmy Butler, and we saw it a bunch last night, and my God, NBA, it don't work. Actually, don't listen to me. Keep doing it.
You have no choice.
Yeah,
at
exactly.
Some point.
Exactly. And by the way, I'll say this, Robert. How many names are on the list of NBA players who, if even for one night, were given the label of Steph Stopper? How many players are on the list? Let's call it the Dellavedova list because he's the most famous one. But how many players have been given this, oh boy, Steph's going to have a hard time scoring on him? And after what we saw 2 weeks ago, Stephen A. Smith did a whole segment. Steph Curry's not ready for Amen Thompson. Well, he scored 31 points, so now what are we doing? Who's next?
It's Amen Thompson again.
Right, but it's just hilarious. It's hilarious that we continue to do this. All-time great NBA scorers do not have a kryptonite. Their kryptonite is, I was off tonight. That's it. They have bad nights. It's not caused by other people. It's caused by them. You can't stop them. You can try to make it hard. You can slow them down. He did make it hard. It didn't matter. Steph scored 31, leading scorer in the game. Amen Thompson is not going to be Steph Curry's kryptonite. Good, young, long player. Not going to be enough.
Well, he might be one game.
Maybe.
And, he has been.
It's got to be four games.
One game.
It's got to be 4 games.
Yeah. Well, the anatomy of beating the Warriors, it could be one game. He is Steph's kryptonite, and Steph really struggles, and the officials allow the clutching and grabbing and manhandling, and the Warriors can lose that game. Houston can get hot and win a game. That seems less likely than even stopping Steph. The Warriors can be cold. There are different ways that Houston can go about winning a game, but stopping Steph more than 1 out of the remaining 6 feels like a long shot to me.
Say hello to Patrick Beverley. Patrick Beverley's been on the list before.
Sure. Lou Dort. I would put him on there.
Yep.
And who's that other guy on the Thunder who never could shoot? Oh, Roberson?
Oh, Roberson.
Or Thabo Cephalosha?
Cephalosha.
You're just showing off now.
Cephalosha. Didn't Cephalosha, he was the one that got mistreated by the cops after a game one night? Isn't that him?
I remember some kind of incident like that.
He sued the police or something because he was mistreated after a game? I think that, and they hurt him. Like he missed a bunch of games, maybe even part of a season.
I remember some story like that. I don't know the details.
That's a fun name. Thabo Cephalosha.
New York City paid an NBA star millions after an NYPD incident.
Was it Cephalosha?
Dateline 2021. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, the officer struck Cephalosha. John Paul Giacone.
Oh, yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, not restaurant quality.
Nope.
Okay. We'll keep going on the phones. 888-957-9570. What's your takeaway? Who do you want to point to? What do you want to say about the Warriors 1-0 lead over the Rockets? Let's go to Andy in Nevada. Hi, Andy. What's up?
Gentlemen, hi. I first like to thank you for putting me in your promo. I was unbelievably excited when I heard my name in your promo. My voice, excuse me. Anyway,
you're talking about Andy. Are you talking about our show open?
The one promo where you have different callers say stuff about you, and what I said was, I think you two are the smartest radio guys in the Bay Area.
Oh, keep talking.
I didn't know I was auditioning.
Yeah.
But anyway, when I heard my voice, I almost drove off the road.
All right. Well, your royalty check is.
And give us some more material right now, Andy.
Yeah.
Shower us with more praise and see if we can get you in the new one.
Here we go then. I was actually on hold for an hour and 11 minutes, so
it's a big day.
I wanted to say something, but you guys covered it 20 different times.
We'll try again. It's a new audience. The audience turns over every 12 minutes, Andy.
Really? Okay, Here we go.
I mean, that's what they tell us.
Number one, I just think everything you both said about the Warriors, maybe 5, the most 6, is totally true. and they're really young. 3 years from now, they'll be a force. However, they're going to come out even more physical, I think. And I was just hoping, because Jimmy is so valuable, so is Draymond. Well, our 5 guys that start put in so many minutes, they're all super valuable. I was just hoping, and I'm asking a question. Do you think Steve could throw TJD in for a couple of fouls, a couple of minutes? He's pretty good at, I mean, we don't have height. We know that. I love Post's shot, but he was trying to muck it up with him, and that's not his game. But TJD is a bit more physical, and, I'm not saying he's going to change the game, but he could pick up a few fouls and give our guys a little bit of rest. But I have to ask you, when Kerr takes a guy out of a rotation, he sends him to fucking Bangladesh.
Wow. Okay. So here's a question that, and thanks, Andy. Appreciate that.
Thanks. That one won't make the promo.
Probably not. I tell you what. Here's the thing that I have a hard time sort of understanding, which is when a team wins, why do some of you then the very next day go, all right, so here's what we need to change. Let's go with people who weren't a part of what's working really well. I've never understood that. In a more functional way, we can both answer your question very, very easily as to why TJD can't just go in there for a couple of fouls. Basketball requires, especially in 2025, it requires a certain number of three-point shooting threats on the floor at all times. And if you don't have enough three-point shooting threats, then the middle gets totally clogged, and players like Jimmy Butler do not have the freedom to operate the way that they want to operate. So you can't just stick people out there for fouls. If they can shoot a three, maybe you can, which is why Quentin Post gets to go in the game, even though you may look at him and go, dude, he's kind of overwhelmed defensively sometimes. That might be true. He's a rookie. But you can put him on the floor in certain groups because he can knock down a three. And if Kevon Looney and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler and players like this are going to be on the floor, you can't just throw another guy out there for fouls, because TJD is in fact, the ultimate non-3-point shooting threat on the entire team. Even Kevon Looney can do it better. So can Draymond, so can JK, so can all of their other quote-unquote non-3-point shooters. So you can't be flippant about putting him out there. But it's a head-scratcher to me as to why anybody would look at what Steve Kerr did yesterday and ask for any kind of a different rotation.
Right.
It's working. It's working wonderfully.
Well, people look at the size and the offensive rebounds. They had 22 rebounds, and so your default is, well, let's find one of our bigger guys and let him go in there and do what Houston's doing, which is rebound. And if you look at the TJD arc of the season, the Phoenix game back in April was the last time he played meaningful minutes, and it was against the Suns team that you would go on to beat by 38. Beyond that, he hasn't played in a rotation since January. So he's played a lot of GT, garbage time.
Yeah.
But other than the Phoenix game, which, as we know, we talked about it, that was game 79, and Phoenix didn't play Durant. They didn't play almost anybody, and so it's like, all right, we can go ahead and second gear this thing and probably win. And so you had virtually everybody who had a uniform got to play. Beyond that, TJD has been in Bangladesh, theoretically, as far as how close he is to the rotation.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yes. Nice reference.
You're welcome. For the YouTube audience.
That's right.
Who caught it.
Shout out YouTube.
Yeah, shout out the Tube.
Yeah, YouTube got that one, huh?
Yeah.
YouTube's fun.
Super fun.
You guys get to go to YouTube. You get to hear all the crap that gets blocked out of the regular radio show. So,
the starting lineup that they've gone with has started 20 games in the regular season and the playoffs.
Let me guess. 2 losses?
3.
Oh.
17-3.
17-3.
With the Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, Jaminski, and Moses.
I don't want to go down this road because I understand where it comes from. It comes from a place of fandom and emotion and desire And so I think that this is largely a healthier thing than it sounds like. But yes, there are days, there are moments where I look at the Warrior fan base and certain people who we talk to out in the world or call our show, and I'm like, what is going on there? Like, why do you not understand that the Warriors are very, very good? They're very, very good. They're like the moment Jimmy Butler arrived, this has been one of the most dominant teams in the entire NBA. And for some reason, the outlook for some, even after a victory, is to zero in on little things that didn't work or things that stress you out. Like, I'm not going to look at the rebounding totals in the box score and go, we're screwed. No, you're not. You won by double digits. You won by double digits. The Clippers game. The Clippers are good, right? Clippers are very good.
Oh, yeah.
Out-rebounded the Warriors by 1 billion, and the game went to overtime. That stat is not necessarily an indicator of how the game's going to go. So it stresses us out. It's annoying. It's hard to watch teams get 2 and 3 looks every time they go down the floor. I'm with you. I yell at my TV too. But like hell, I'm going to come in the next day and be like, the Warriors are up a creek, man. I don't know how this is going to work out. I don't know how they're going to win a basketball game. Well, I don't know. They win most of their basketball games.
Yeah, especially with Jimmy Butler on the squad. I do think you can look at the box score and you can see things that could be troublesome, and that is the number one area that could be troublesome. The fact that you didn't turn the ball over very much. You had 11 total turnovers, actually 14, because when you have a shot clock violation, it doesn't go to a person. It goes to the team. So you had 14 turnovers, not a ton, and you gave up 22 offensive rebounds. They had 11 more field goal attempts than you did, and with their 22 offensive rebounds, they only had 22 second chance points. So that, for me, is an area where I would be a little bit concerned, because 22 offensive rebounds normally I think would lead to more than 22 points. Yeah, so you do have to do a better job on the glass.
Well, sure. I'm not saying that like, who cares about rebounding? That's not what I'm getting at. I just haven't seen it through all of these years of Warrior basketball where they're always small. I have not seen it not get often covered up by what happens at the other end. You know what I mean? If Giannis were guarding Steph, understand that both of them would score every time. Both of them would score every time if Giannis played Steph one-on-one. And that's so the advantage that height brings, it also can bring a disadvantage at the other end of the floor, depending on who the people are. You could have special athletes like a Kevin Durant who's 6'11" and can shoot a three-pointer. But largely, there is an advantage at certain times that is being created on the other end of the floor, and I would argue that we've watched it at a very high level the last 2 times we've watched the Warriors play basketball, because you're like, oh, Memphis is tall, and then they put Zach Edey on Jimmy Butler, and they lost. And then the Rockets are like, they're throwing tall people. Şengün actually spent a lot of time on Jimmy Butler. Didn't go well for the Rockets. It didn't go well. So I hear you. I hear the rebounding issue, but, you know, I don't even know if I buy this. For example, we just got this on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 408, Willard, what we're saying is they're not as good as they can be. Do you feel that way? The Warriors are not as good as they can be? I know what they turn the ball over a lot. Right. There's going to be some turnovers. They turned the ball over a lot less than the Rockets did last night.
Yep, they did.
You've got to factor some mistakes into the game.
Right.
They're not going to hit all their shots.
If you were to grade the Warriors' performance last night on a classic A, B, C, D, or F scale, in totality, every player, everything, offense, defense, coaching, the rest of it, I probably would give them a B.
B plus. But you're talking just last night.
Right, just last night.
Okay.
So, and I think it speaks to what you're saying. Like, can they be better? Of course. How many times do they go out and give you an A performance? Well, you could say against the Clippers that it was an A or an A minus and they lost. They've had games where they've been a C or a C minus and they've won. So it doesn't have to be a work of art in order for you to win, let alone win 4 times.
Right, and I'd actually argue that the marker of a good team is a team that can win when it doesn't have its A game. Because no matter what you are or who you are, you don't usually have your A game. That was famously coined by Tiger Woods. He would constantly, I didn't have my A game. Like he would say that after like 90% of his rounds, but then became the most devastating thing we've ever seen on a golf course.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Hi, Tiger. So I would say largely, without ever knowing what someone's ceiling is, because I don't even know how that can exist, but since Jimmy Butler arrived, I would argue that the Warriors are pretty much as good as they can be. I don't know how much better they could look. What did you want their record to be?
Right, the record's been great.
25-8, 26-8. What did you want them to be?
And you only have to be you only have to be better than the team you're playing. Yeah. So if you and I both give them a B, and Grandy's grade's coming up in 5 months, we'll get into the football part of it. But you probably would give the Rockets a C or a C- based on the way they played. Now, I know defense is a part of it.
Yeah.
The Rockets' defense was good. Their offense was lightweight atrocious.
So bad. 20% from 3 is absolutely absurd in 2025.
And I was just doing a comparative look because 22 offensive rebounds, right, for the Houston Rockets, and they scored 22 points. They only took 16 shots after getting offensive rebounds, which means 6 times you got an offensive rebound and you didn't get a shot up.
Right.
The Memphis game, you were mentioning the rebounding, and so I took a quick look at it. Memphis had 16 offensive rebounds, and they attempted 13 shots, but they had 26 points on 16 offensive rebounds. That's a little bit more what you're looking for, like 1.5 to 2 points per offensive rebound, and Houston got 1 point per offensive rebound. So will they be better at that? Maybe. I would imagine.
Yeah, probably.
The norm would be that you're going to be better than 1 point per offensive rebound. So a lot of that, though, was they got the offensive rebound and they just gave it away.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what the adjustments are for both of these teams. And that's kind of another reason where my optimism comes from. I think Houston has fewer pitches that they can throw, and the adjustment Houston needs to make is largely not really a coaching adjustment. It's an execution adjustment.
Yeah.
And those are, that's kind of like anybody who's ever coached kids before. You try to explain to them the difference between a physical mistake and a mental mistake. The physical mistakes we can take, right? Ground ball, takes a funny hop, bounces off your glove, guy's safe by a foot. Okay, that's a physical mistake. Okay? But if you got runners at second and third, and you get a ground ball to second and the infield's back and you huck it home and the catcher thinks that he can force you get the idea. That's a mental mistake. And you have to get rid of those if you're going to be good athlete. Houston's thing was physical errors. They turned it over a lot and they didn't make shots. So as a coach, what do you tell your team?
Make shots.
Hey, go be better at shooting. That's not an adjustment. That's not a thing that you can control. So that's why I think they're in a tough spot.
They are, and if you want to look at the players who really shot it poorly, if you look at how they normally shoot it, their averages, they're going to shoot better than they did. I'm not going to sit here and be a Fred VanVleet fan because he was patently bad, but even when he is Fred VanVleet, like over the course of his year and career, he's better than he was. So it doesn't mean he has to be better than that tomorrow, Wednesday, or in this series, but the numbers would indicate he will be better than he was. Jalen Green will be better. Not a lot better, but they'll be better. And also, you mentioned the physical mental thing. Steve Kerr would tell you that the Warriors made a lot of mental errors in some of the passes they made, the turnovers they made that were unnecessary, trying to do more than you actually needed to do.
Draymond.
Yeah.
I felt quite a bit. Draymond quite a bit was trying to make very difficult passes, highlight passes. And I get it, like it's part of what they do. And so you're going to get a few of those. But there's 2 things I saw, and I'm just a layperson watching this, but trying to make perfect passes. And then there are moments where they get unnecessarily frenetic. And I know that Steve has talked about pace, and I think that pace in this series is their friend, But at the same time, you have to really know when is the right time to push the pace. And when you've got a double-digit lead in the second half, I'd argue, you're not in a spot where you're like, you don't need to be in a hurry. I'm not saying walk it up every time, but you don't need to be in a hurry. And I thought on back-to-back possessions, Buddy Hield led the Warriors to a bad spot by rushing. He got in a hurry. Fly down the court and throw an alley-oop to Jimmy Butler and see if he can dunk on someone who's a foot taller than him. You know what I mean? And then the very next possession, you get a rebound and just run the ball out of bounds because you're trying to go. Just take a breath. Turn around, find Steph Curry or Jimmy Butler or Draymond, give them the ball, and head down to the other end of the court and set up your offense. They do that a little bit. It seems to be part of who they are, though. So you got to deal with those when you watch them play.
Do, and I think Steve Kerr had comments to that point after the game about, getting too fast when you don't really need to. And, what is going to kill this Warrior team, which always does, is the live ball turnover. When you give a team like Houston, a team that really struggles in the half court offensively, if you give them an open floor or a broken floor where the defense is running all over the place, that's where Houston can offensively do some damage. If you make Houston come down in the half court and beat your defense, which is number one since Jimmy came, according to the metrics and defensive rating, you're going to have a much better chance against Houston.
Here's what Steve said about the defense last night and the specifics to the Rockets team.
They're the best team in the league in the possession game. They got 11 more shots than we did tonight as a result of all those offensive boards. Now, we're going to turn them over, too, and our defense is excellent. I mean, we just held a hell of a team to 85 points on their home floor. So our defense is big time, and we're going to count on that. But we've got to recognize that we don't need to take chances in this series. We need to be clean with our execution and transition. We don't need to dribble through traffic. We don't need to throw lob passes, to try to get a dunk. We've got to be rock solid. And if we're smart and tough, then I think we're going to be in good shape.
Okay, that was a direct shot at Buddy Hield. We don't need to, and we don't need to throw lob passes for a dunk. We don't. I don't recall anybody else trying one other than Buddy to Jimmy. Do you?
I can't recall.
I don't remember any other. And yeah, the Warriors are not, especially if TJD's not on the floor. It's not a lob team.
No.
Especially against the Rockets.
Yeah.
Somebody's lanky arm is going to get in the way every time.
Yeah, I was just looking at all the turnovers that are listed, and there were some crazy ones. Draymond inbounds it to Steph, and Steph is cutting up. And
just threw it. He looked away.
Draymond got an offensive rebound and jumped to throw a long outlet pass and just gave it to Houston.
That one drove me nuts.
Pod's top of the key with a left hand attempted hook bounce pass through 5 different people to the baseline. So there was some slop that, were turnovers. I'm sure Steve is pulling out his hair.
Yeah. You know what? I think Steve is also pulling out his hair, though. When I listen to him say that right there, it's almost as if he's begging people to realize that the Warriors are a top-flight defensive team. And as much as I will hear fans be like, you can't look at the year as a whole because now we're the team since Jimmy arrived. Okay, then let's do that. Then only look at the numbers since Jimmy arrived because that's who the Warriors are now, right? Well, he's said it to us seemingly every week when he's joined us. It is a top 5 defensive metrics basketball team since Jimmy arrived. So that's who the Warriors are. I think a lot of people have looked at this series and been like, ooh, Rockets defense and the length and the height and the athleticism and Rockets D. That's what they do, Rockets D. Warriors are right next to them. They're right next to them, and they're a much better offensive team. I mean, they've been top 5 in the metrics on both sides of the ball since Jimmy arrived.
And turnovers are down. I think 2 turnovers a game since he came, and that's where obviously it helps your offense when you get more shots because you're not giving it away as much, but it also helps your defense because you're not allowing them to have runouts and easy baskets by turning it over.
I mean, that's just kind of what I'm getting at when I'm like, I'm not here to tell you Warriors are a perfect team or that they're winning this, that, or the other, but it strikes me sometimes that, and so maybe this is just the emotion of it, but it strikes me sometimes that even their own fans seem to hesitate to kind of give them the credit that they deserve in this moment. They really are. Like, I was listening. You know who was on a podcast recently? Grandy, you'll love this since we did a whole show about him. Cam Johnson.
Oh.
Of the Brooklyn Nets, who might be a Warrior next year. We'll see. But Cam Johnson of the Brooklyn Nets was talking about the playoffs, and he goes, you know who, like, right now, I'd say maybe two of the, if not the, like, put Oklahoma City aside, I guess. But he's like, they were talking about that end of the regular season game, and he goes, the Clippers and the Warriors, he goes, that's two of the absolute best elite teams in the NBA right now. I want Warrior fans to walk around with that. Like, they're elite. They are elite. They're not the team. They're not as dominant as they used to be, but they are on a list of 5 or 6 teams who can do this, I think.
No doubt. And, the Clippers have a very tough series with Denver. And,
they do.
The Warriors may get into a tight one if they drop game 2, and they could get into a longer series. But I think the West, no matter who emerges from the bottom of the bracket, which is where the Warriors are, you're going to have to contend with OKC. And I know it's a really small sample, but what they did to poor Memphis they got straight rocked.
I don't believe this yet, but it's possible the other 7 Western Conference teams are just wasting their time and energy. It's possible.
Yep.
I'm open to that possibility. They might
be that good.
They might be that good and at home, and I just don't know what anyone's going to do. Maybe.
History would indicate that they are that good. The regular season team that is that good tends to go on and win the whole dang thing.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? You still have a chance to call the show. Your reaction, your takeaway, what player do you want to point out or coach? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Jalen Green goes to his right. Out of bounds. Three is up. And he hit it! Oh, my goodness. Falling out of bounds right in front of Warriors owner Joe Lacob. A miraculous three by Curry on Easter. Oh, man. Finds post. Catches. Doesn't shoot it. Gets it to Curry. Curry with two, with one. Fade away up. And good. Curry willed that ball into the bucket. Jamski looking for someone to throw it into. Finds Curry. Curry, quick three on the way. Good. From about a step across half court. Just ridiculous.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
No, you take it away, Chef, and you keep it. We're going to play for you in a little bit the montage again of the Rockets broadcast.
Nice.
And what it sounded like on Rockets radio when Steph Curry kept hitting marvelous, remarkable, miraculous three-point shots. Steve Kerr tomorrow on the show. Steve Kerr tomorrow on the show at 3 o'clock. So make your plans. Steve Kerr on the show at 4 o'clock. You should tell us when something changes like that. Huh? Oh, great. Like, it's not Easter anymore. What is this, like, stick a little egg in the back of the room under a...
Guys, quick update. Steve Kerr actually going to be 4 o'clock tomorrow. 4 o'clock.
Thank you, Luke.
Good to know.
Got you. Just in time.
Steve Kerr,
6-minute break.
Number 4.
Couldn't come in and drop that nug. I get it.
No, he's in there watching Pulp Fiction. He's busy. He's busy. So, anyway, Steve Kerr on the show tomorrow at 4 or something like that. So we're looking forward to that. Also, hey, the Pistons are up again. Not by a lot, but it's halftime in New York. And the Pistons are up by 6. Those young Bucks are ready to play. I don't know if they're ready to play a fourth quarter. But Pistons, Rockets, a little similarity there to me.
Yeah.
A little bit of a similarity there to me. Those two teams. Young, physical, and good, but not ready.
Right. And I do think that the similarities are Houston actually finished last year the way the Pistons finished this year.
Yep.
So I would put the Houston Rockets maybe one click ahead of Detroit in their progress. And
that's fair.
Because Houston last year, you remember with about 10 games to go, it was, here comes Houston.
Yeah, here they come.
Hey, play-in teams. Houston, they're on the Warriors' heels, and then they had a little bit of a fade and didn't get to the play-in, but then this year they were terrific.
I think that they are a contender if you blended them. Like, what the Rockets literally need is Cade Cunningham.
Totally.
That's what they need. The Rockets just need one more piece, and it's a player who can do what he can do, whether you run the offense through him and he's a perimeter player. That's what they need. If they get that, watch out. Or if their young guys develop into that. If Jalen Green develops a little bit more, becomes a better shooter, all of that stuff. It's time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Count them up, the Warriors made 12 3-pointers last night. That's another donation from Pettinelli. Just need 10 on any given game. That goes to the Autism Society San Francisco. Steph Curry had 5 of them pods, added 3, few others chipped in to make them from deep, and that adds up to your 12, and that is 59 donations on the year for Triples for Autism. If you'd like to donate or get involved yourself, go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com.
There you go. 12 triples. And, of the 12, and I know we're going to play the montage, but the Steph ones are ones that just continue. Well, they just continue to boggle the mind. And that's why I made the comp on Twitter, and I said it earlier that he reminds me a lot of Tiger Woods, the way I would feel watching Tiger hitting the driver 320 before that was really a thing, and then watching his short game and the chipping and the putting and some of the shots that he would make, you would think, no way did I just see that. And then 3 holes later, he'd do something else that made you just scratch your head, whether it's, chipping in or getting out of trouble or whatever he would do that was Tiger-esque. And so watching Steph last night, especially the third one where he's leaning, throwing his body to the sideline, and he just chucks it at the basket.
No, it's a good comp. It's a good comp in terms of how it makes the opponent feel. I'll never forget, and this is when Tiger was still doing the U.S. amateur thing. I forget who the guy was he beat. His name was Scott something.
Scott Verplank?
No, it wasn't Scott Verplank. But anyway, he was in the U.S. Am.
Bob May.
Yeah, but that's major championships. This is U.S. Am. Like he's not even a pro yet.
Yeah, I want to come up with
U.S. amateur and somebody played amazing. His name was Scott, little white guy, Scott something. And he played great. Steve Scott. That's him.
I had to Google it.
Okay, Steve Scott. And he played so great. And Tiger was way down. And then Tiger started doing the Tiger stuff. And he's just dinking and dunking and chipping in and doing all that. And he comes back and it like goes to a playoff or something. And I'm sort of doing this by memory. But Tiger won in an epic, unbelievable comeback. And Steve Scott grabs a microphone and he just goes, "What does it take to beat this guy? Like, I don't know. What does it take to beat this guy?" And I got to think that Rocket defenders felt that way when all this was happening.
Curry, well defended by Green. Wow. Oh, my gosh. That is vintage Steph Curry. Incredible. Just an incredible shot maker. Now to Curry. Got to pick him up. Shakes loose. Oh, my goodness. Beats the shot clock. Steph Curry with 28. His fourth three.
This is unreal, Craig.
I'm just telling you, man. I got PTSD from seeing this dude too many times in the playoffs. I'm just going to admit it. Comes into Curry on the bounce, launches deep one. Oh, my goodness. And he hits it from the Y at Toyota Center.
That's the best. From the Y.
Right. Not
That's
the A.
No.
Not the O. I mean, T-O-Y. That means he's 5 letters deep.
He's toying with you. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like when the analyst, and that's Rockets TV, Craig